The three phantom gods were assembled and the mission was finally complete. Jiang Feng gasped in shock, instantly jolting awake from his dream. Then, in the next second, he froze in place. Before him was not his familiar rented room, but a university dormitory with tiled floors, and 4 desks, an air conditioner in the corner, and sunlight streaming through the curtains onto the desktop, radiating an unfamiliar freshness. Where am I? Jiang Feng rubbed his aching temples as memories from 2 lifetimes surged like a tide, merging in an instant. Did I travel through time? More precisely, to my parallel self. The next moment, the memories of both lifetimes fused in Jiang Feng's mind. He was still that Jiang Feng, but no longer the top protector of the Delta, now a freshman at Hangzhou Jiangxia University of Industry and Business. More coincidentally, his parallel world self shared the same name, family, and appearance as his past life, handsome and elegant. Except he was born 3 years later in 2005, and had inadvertently taken the academic path. In his past life, when he was 8, his uncle sneaked him into an internet cafe where he discovered his unparalleled talent in FPS games. After half a year of practice, he wielded the Barrett and slaughtered foes in the New Year Square at the age of 9, even being accused of cheating by a hacker. He still remembered the ID, put away your hypocrisy, who questioned him, then accused him, and finally quit the game. From then on, being kicked out became the norm, and Jiang Feng was hailed as the genius boy. But in this life, because of the 3-year age difference, his uncle had become a henpecked husband and never took him to the internet cafe. Thus this Jiang Feng went astray onto the path of academics. The FPS world lost a prodigy, and the university gained an ordinary student. University life is good. I have to attend. Jiang Feng grinned, his eyes filled with ecstasy. In his past life as a professional player and top protector, although he earned millions and gained some fame, he tasted the coldness of the industry and missed the carefree youth he deserved. Now being reborn to experience the purity of university with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes. This kind of fortune could wake him laughing in his dreams. He recalled the phrase to buy osmanthus with wine, but it's no longer like the carefree wanderings of youth. If only he had a system, he would be invincible. He tried calling out in his mind system. There was no response from his mind, but the passionate conversation of his 3 roommates interrupted his thoughts. 1 left, 2v1, don't rush. In the switch room. Low health. 1 shot. Damn. Didn't win. Peek him. In the noisy room 214. The atmosphere suddenly froze as all sounds ceased. Clearly his 3 roommates had been killed in the game. I'm bankrupt. Chen Yulin, sitting by the door, slumped in his chair in agony. Jiang Feng leaned in and saw on the screens of his 3 roommates the game he knew best from his past life. Delta Force Operation. Jiang Feng glanced at his phone. It was Monday, December 16th, 2024. If his memory served, this was the mid-to-late period of Delta S2. With just over a month until S3, perfectly aligned with his past timeline. Except for being born 3 years later, which led him to university, nothing else had changed. But the daily active users announced by Delta's official Weibo were 100 million. His fingers trembled as memories of the past life surged back. In his past life, Delta launched at the end of September 2024, initially focusing on large-scale battles with mediocre popularity. Later, the Beacon Zone took off, and the rat culture and various memes made Delta the hottest game of 2024-2025, peaking at 30 million daily active users before the 10.5 incident, with mobile users taking 70. Jiang Feng missed the rising trend of Delta in his past life and lost the chance to become a top streamer, so he remembered Delta's development journey vividly. But in this world, Delta had already achieved 100 million daily active users, with just the large-scale battle mode and equal player counts domestically and internationally becoming a global hit. Wow, when the Beacon Zone takes off, daily active users could reach 300 million. Jiang Feng gasped. For reference, the peak daily active users of League of Legends in his past life was only 180 million. A game with 300 million daily active users was unheard of. This was a true world-class national game. Becoming Delta's top streamer and renowned player would have an influence even greater than that of top celebrities. He calmed his excitement and started browsing Douyin. Lao Feiyu's mesmerizing rat videos were already showing signs of going viral, and the player base of the Beacon Zone was quietly building, all following the trajectory of his past live's explosion, but with exponentially magnified heat. If nothing unexpected happened, just like in his past life, Delta had accumulated enough players for an imminent explosion. S3 and S4 would reach the peak. 300 million in this world compared to 30 million in the past. Jiang Feng's heart pounded. A huge opportunity awaited him. With his skills and game understanding, wouldn't this be a crushing advantage? He then thought of his regret-filled past life, the life of an FPS genius. It wasn't smooth sailing but full of hardships. As a rising star in the domestic FPS scene, he jumped headfirst into PUBG when it was at its hottest, and was dubbed the Twin Stars alongside XDD Zhuan with boundless prospects. But as everyone knows, PUBG's Chinese servers never got the green light, and the state restricted minors. Jiang Feng, 2 years younger than XDD, couldn't stream to gain exposure or fight on the PUBG stage due to... Tragically, he joined the RNG team. Fate was cruel. XDD had exhausted the path forward, and RNG's reputation was well known. After letting XDD go, they refused to release Jiang Feng even when PUBG declined. Frustrated, Jiang Feng broke his right hand in a drunken fall, losing his touch. The Jiang Feng who could pull the trigger instantly and was like a human wallhack vanished. On forums, old viewers asked where the genius boy had gone. A comment broke Jiang Feng completely know the shy's fate but got the shy's disease. Even after Jiang Feng emerged from his slump using his remaining FPS skills after the injury, he could still dominate the aerospace and Babel Tower as a top-paid guardian in the booming Delta. But he was unwilling. His future should have been more brilliant. And now he was reborn with top-tier FPS skills and full knowledge of Delta just before the game's explosion. Jiang Feng's heart pounded. First, a small goal: become Delta's top streamer. His eyes gleamed with confidence. Not to mention his skills, the unique strategies, tactics, and playstyles from the future were enough to teach the current players a lesson. Jiang Feng stopped daydreaming. Well, be late for math class. A roommate's reminder brought him back, and he smiled even brighter. Being a top streamer was good, but being a university student was even better. Life is beautiful. In the tiered lecture hall of the teaching building, sunlight slanted through the windows, casting a warm glow upon the black. The advanced mathematics teacher was passionately deriving theorems, his voice a monotonous lullaby. The formulas on the blackboard looked like celestial scripts. Jiang Feng stared blankly, his eyes glazed over. He leaned back, closed his eyes, and began to question his existence. He had been reborn into this body, yet retained none of its academic memories. Having only completed half of high school in his past life, facing university coursework felt like an insurmountable challenge. Jiang Feng lowered his head and glanced at the incomprehensible scribbles in his advanced mathematics textbook. He looked left and right at his roommates, who seemed to be listening with great interest. He poked the left arm of his roommate Chen Yulin and whispered, "Do you think what the teacher is saying is easy?" Chen Yulin turned his head to look at him, his eyes full of confusion. "How easy can it be? This is all basic high school stuff. We haven't even started the new material yet." Hearing Chen Yulin's matter-of-fact tone, Jiang Feng felt a wave of defeat. He glanced at the schedule again. He was majoring in computer science. Jiang Feng discreetly pulled out his schedule and scanned the courses: C Language Programming, Advanced Language Programming, Linear Algebra, B College English 1. What familiar Chinese characters, yet combined into such daunting subjects. With his half-high school-level knowledge, trying to master these subjects and reach the initial stage of university culture was nothing short of a fantasy. As everyone knows, mathematics, or rather the sciences, either you get it or you don't. There's no crossing realms to fight against the odds. The more Jiang Feng thought, the more panicked he became. Too many failed courses in university could lead to expulsion. He couldn't possibly be reborn only to fail to graduate due to a low GPA before even enjoying college life, could he? No! A sudden flash of inspiration struck Jiang Feng. He wasn't an ordinary student. He recalled a relatively unknown streamer from his past life. Su Keita. Su Keita, a student at Suzhou University of Science and Technology, was a minor streamer known for his League of Legends skills. Because of his fame, the school invited him to appear in promotional materials, and he even managed to date a popular internet celebrity alumna from the same university. If memory served, Su Keita had also failed many courses, but the school gave him leeway, helping him pass his exams, so he could smoothly graduate, simply because Su Keita had a certain level of fame. And he, Jiang Feng, the future top-tier Delta Force streamer, with millions of fans and immense influence. Wouldn't the school cherish him as a famous alumnus? Graduating would be a mere formality, wouldn't it? Jiang Feng's mind suddenly cleared. He recalled a classic line from his past life. "Big stupid spring, you're different from others. Don't waste your time on studying." Indeed, he was born for FPS games. He couldn't let studies hold him back. His 3 roommates, also finding the advanced math class too simple, had long started goofing off. The 3 heads huddled together, whispering and gesticulating, actually replaying a failed match from their last extraction in the Delta Force operation. "If you hadn't been greedy for that pack back then, we could have extracted. And you blame me. If you had peeked then, you wouldn't have been shot in the back. Don't even mention it." I'm still furious thinking about it. "War criminal, give me back my half coins." Jiang Feng smiled knowingly. This was the sign of being hooked. New players to Delta Force were like this. He still remembered his excitement when he first extracted with high-value loot. Having played games for so many years, Delta Force was the first game that had ever haunted his dreams. Jiang Feng was lucky. All 3 roommates were gaming enthusiasts. After over 10 days of military training, they had become good buddies. Chan Yulin, the dormitory leader of room 214, who slept in the bunk above Jiang Feng, nudged him and whispered, "Hey Jiang, come play Delta Force with us. I'm telling you, this game is amazing." Jiang Feng smiled faintly, as if he didn't already know how fun the game was. "I'll let you in on a secret. You know Fang Ningxue, the department's beauty. She plays this game too. There are tons of female players in this game." Chan Dexing chimed in, "Fang Ningxue doesn't just play. She streams too, doing top-secret space missions. She's a pro." Zhang Jindong looked dream-eyed. "Do you think one day Fang Ningxue will walk up to me and say, 'Come play top-secret space with me, I'll take you to loot the oil'?" Chan Yulin and Chan Dexing scorned in unison. "Go to sleep. Dreams have everything." Jiang Feng couldn't help but interject. "If you really go on a top-secret space mission with Fang Ningxue and loot oil and a pot, would you share it with her?" Zhang Jindong frowned. "I looted it with my own skills. Why should I give it to her? I'm still waiting to upgrade my warehouse and stamina." Jiang Feng was speechless. That was their Zhou Yanzu for you. Unlike the Hua student, greed came before lust. Chan Yulin suddenly caught on staring at Jiang Feng. "Wait, Jiang Feng, how do you know about the oil and pot? Didn't you say you don't play Delta Force?" Jiang Feng explained, "I had nothing to do over summer vacation. I helped my cousin run some knife runs for pocket money, so I played a bit." That was right. Sifting through his memories, Jiang Feng indeed played Delta Force during the summer, but only purely knife running on the basic dam map, literally just running with a knife, never touching a gun. All his FPS talent had been wasted. But now it was different. His understanding of Delta Force and his mastery of various tactics and vantage points could completely outclass all the so-called Delta Force experts out there. "If you guys need oil or a pot, I can take you into the space to loot them." Jiang Feng thought for a moment and added, "By the way, I'm planning to stream in the dorm. Delta Force. Should be fine, right?" Right now, Jiang Feng was just a poor college student with no means to rent an apartment outside. The only place to stream was in the dorm, which required his roommates' consent. "No problem, you go ahead." The three roommates all agreed, but they ignored his offer to carry them. Come on, they all had each other as QQ friends. Even without adding him in Delta Force, they could see his account info. Level 32M in assets, who was carrying, who was still up in the air. Jiang Feng didn't hear their inner thoughts, but if he had have given them a little lesson. In Delta Force, a level 30 account was the true expert. If you saw a level 30 account and didn't run, you were the one. Some cheaters who barely survive 3 days spend tens of dollars to buy level 30 accounts, then blatantly use aimbots, wall hacks, and Norcoil hacks, brutally clearing the map. Far more aggressive than those using DMA. If you get killed and check the kill cam to find a level 30 account, it's almost certainly a cheater. Jiang Feng planned to start streaming right after class in the dorm. Fortunately, his major was computer science, and his family had bought him a top-tier laptop, more than enough to stream Delta Force. As for the streaming content, that was easy. Saving Private Ryan, body snatching, loot goblin, aggressive space assault, matching noobs, and feigning weakness, Uluru Bridge-Blockade commission officer. Just streaming this content casually would at least make him a mid-tier streamer from the start. With the founder title, he could easily make a living streaming Delta Force. Moreover, Jiang Feng suddenly realized he was perfectly suited for the commissioned officer show. From his observations, his three roommates all had high explosion rates as players, high levels of comedic misfortune. After all, Bai Zhe only had one little smoky while he had three. But wait, Bai Zhe in this world has already taken that path. Why force myself in? Since I've been reborn, it'll be the highest peak in Delta Force, the strongest person. And in Delta Force, streaming aggressive play was the way to go. Lin Shu, Hao Tian, Wang Zhongzhong, Chen Sui. Which of these aggressive streamers wasn't hugely popular? Especially Lin Shu, who had become a stable top-tier game streamer on Douyin with 100k viewers. So he had already decided on the title and content for his first stream, Solo Top Secret Space Challenge 0 to 3 billion assets in 30 days, earning an average of 100 million a day, bringing a little shock to the Delta Force players of this. Delta Force start. Streaming live. Jiang Feng's Douyin ID and in-game ID were both Jiang Feng. Coincidentally, no duplicate names existed. Back in his dormitory, Jiang Feng eagerly launched Delta Force. Everything looked familiar except the S2 operators were somewhat scarce. Aside from the initial operators, only Zoya had been added. The deep blue instructor from later seasons, while Sister Zhang had yet to debut. Jiang Feng glanced at his knife skin, finding only the default Black Hawk. No knife skin won't do. Jiang Feng casually clicked the in-game shop and opened the top-up window. Unfortunately, his stream had just started and had 0 viewers. Otherwise, the chat would be flooded with, "Let me do it." No big deal. He could afford a single 648 top-up. It was a necessary investment. The Mercy skin, though its stats might lag behind later ones like Black Sea Polaris and Credo, was impeccable in terms of feel and aesthetics. Even up to S7 many new players begged for the return of Mercy. Ding. Mercy, here I come. Bro Feng, are you serious? Buying a knife skin right off the bat. Chun Yulin's desk was just to Jiang Feng's left. He never expected the usually frugal Jiang Feng to drop a 648 without hesitation. Buy early, enjoy early. One-shotting grunts with the knife ensures no information leaks. Note in S2. The armor mechanics hadn't changed and Mercy could decapitate ordinary grunts with a single headshot. In S3, the armor mechanics were reworked and Mercy could no longer do that. Chan Yulin and Jiang Feng's conversation drew the attention of the other two roommates. The three guys watched Jiang Feng launch Delta Force and start streaming, exchanging glances, surprised by his transformation. Jiang Feng's change was indeed significant, but he didn't care. Wouldn't they be even more astonished when they saw him dominate in absolute navigation? No need to explain, he was done pretending. He was a gaming prodigy. Jiang Feng opened the streaming software and deftly changed the title to Solo Q Absolute Navigation Challenge 0 to 3 billion assets in 30 days. Above the main screen, he added a line: current assets 0M. Thanks to the new streamer traffic boost, a few viewers wandered in but didn't stay, until Jiang Feng changed the title to Solo Q Absolute Navigation Challenge 0 to 3 billion assets in 30 days. Passing viewers couldn't help but comment. Holy crap, 3 billion assets in 30 days. You're at 0 now. That means netting 100 million a day. That's some serious BS. No need to watch just another idiot streamer farming clicks. Already blocked. What the guy above said. I checked the streamer's account. Only level 30 with 2M assets. Probably hasn't even memorized the map yet. Unfazed by the criticism, Jiang Feng chuckled and said, "It's normal to have doubts, but I mean what I say." Suddenly an idea struck him. He added another line under the main title: "If I fail, I'll stream in drag for a month." You just want to cross-dress, admit it. Whoa, check out the streamer's profile. There are life photos. Damn, he's handsome and young. Looks like a college student. Before his transmigration, Jiang Feng had used Douyin like a social feed, posting a few travel photos from after high school graduation. Perhaps because he was too handsome, he attracted many private messages. Most terrifyingly, male netizens messaged him more than females, so the previous Jiang Feng, annoyed, had set his account to private. But now that he was streaming, he couldn't keep it private, so the photos became public again. Hiss. I was about to leave, but my hand won't obey. Handsome. Free tonight. Chengdu folks, keep it clean. Our streamer is from Hangzhou. Back off. Handsome, can you turn on the camera? I'll gift you a sports car. Jiang Feng watched the chat veer off topic and shook his head. Such was the life of a handsome man. Every reader must have faced the same dilemma. While clearing his inventory, Jiang Feng replied, "Yeah, I'm a college student streaming from my dorm, so I can't turn on the camera. Alright, assets finally at 0. Let's officially begin our challenge." Jiang Feng took a screenshot of his game account info along with the timestamp. 0 assets means starting from scratch, so no trolls can argue. Whoa, the streamer is serious. Followed. Maybe this is the start of a Delta Force legend. Are you following for Delta Force or something else? You know yourself. The stream kept gaining new viewers with decent retention, now reaching 23 live viewers. Jiang Feng selected the Medic Open 0 Dam normal mode and officially began his first match. Step 1 of a prodigy. Slaughter the dam, extract with millions. As the helicopter appeared, Jiang Feng shouted his slogan. Jiang Feng got lucky. Though solo in a trio lobby, he spawned at Cement Factory 0 point. This was the prime spot. The dam spawned 6 teams split by the River 3 on each side. East Building and West Building's number 1 spawn point was a guaranteed admin building push. By gathering info on the other team on his side, he could decide whether to attack or defend, avoiding ambushes. Admin building was too resource-rich. Usually the number 1 spawn team wouldn't skip it. Unless it was the start of a season, everyone was doing 3x3 missions, so the number 1 spawn team might skip admin, causing chaos, as the East team, typically spawning at Cement Factory 0.1, could snipe extraction points and the barracks from the wooden crate. But Jiang Feng chose a recruit kit with a Uzi, the best close-range recruit kit, though beyond 20 meters it was useless. Jiang Feng checked the map. The big free safe spawned next to the aviation crate on Cement Factory's 2nd floor. Nice spawn at Cement Factory 0 point, and there's a big free safe to loot. With a recruit kit, even 2 loots are a win. Wait, why isn't the streamer looting the aviation crate? What's he up to? Jiang Feng ran to the oil barrel in front of the 1st floor aviation crate, climbed onto it with a few moves, then made a big jump onto the ceiling of the 1st floor. The chat exploded with question marks. Jiang Feng smiled slightly, as everyone knew humanity had developed less than 30 of 0 dam. In this simple S2 era, even a common spot from later seasons was enough to astonish. Streamer, how are you walking on walls? Wow, there's a spot like this. I've learned something new. Last time I got killed here and my teammates couldn't find the shooter either. They got ambushed too. So this is the spot. This position is so easy to reach. Why didn't I think of it before? No more words. Delta Force, let's go. A few small hearts and sunglasses floated across the live stream. Some viewers who had learned silently paid Jiang Feng their tuition. Though the little gifts weren't worth much, it was a good start. Thanks to Tiger Bro for the little heart, and thanks to the boss for the support. Jiang Feng thanked the gifts, watching the dense barrage of comments. While waiting patiently on the ceiling, he tried to reply to as many as he could. What's so special about this spot? There are plenty of spots on the dam. When I have time to play as Weilong there, I'll show you all. What do you mean, streamer? Why not loot first? Who told you I'm here to loot? This round I'm clearing the whole map on normal dam. If you open that air supply crate, you'll only get a display screen, a breach hammer, gunpowder, a medical drone. Jiang Feng rattled off a list of green and blue loot from the air supply crate. But if you ambush a player, what if he's a full gear guy with a maxed out weapon storming normal dam? PS in Season 2 normal dam had no gear or ammo restrictions. You could theoretically bring a Tier 6 armor set and an AWM. You might not find a red item in a day, but a human-shaped red item is easy pickings. Search, fight, extract. After you clear the map, you can loot and extract freely. What? You can't win? Then you definitely need to come to the streamer's channel to learn some skills. The barrage exploded again. 666. I have no comeback for that twisted logic. I can see it now. This is a streamer obsessed with aggression. Skills? Maybe not. But the talent for bragging. I need to learn from you. If you're so good, why are you hiding to ambush people? Just charge out and fight. Just as Jiang Feng was waiting for his prey, gunfire erupted from the cement factory dormitory area, followed by a crisp shot, and then silence. Jiang Feng suddenly tensed up. Damn, did you hear that? That's the sound of an M7. Before the M7 was nerfed in Season 2. It was an undisputed T0 god-tier weapon, powerful at close, medium, and long range. Its only flaws were high recoil and the cost of a maxed-out build. Could this be a fully geared squad here to bully noobs on the dam? Jiang Feng grew excited. A maxed-out M7 in Season 2 cost around 700,000 currency plus helmet and armor. It was a walking red item. Oh no, is the streamer really about to bag a red item? Not necessarily. The streamer's got a crappy UZI. Can he even take down a fully geared player? Fully geared guy, look up. Yammy, I want to see the streamer in drag. Jiang Feng ignored the surging barrage, held his breath, and waited for the fully geared player to come to him. The footsteps grew closer. From his perch on the ceiling, a figure appeared in his scope. The more urgent the situation, the calmer Jiang Feng became. It was his gift. With exceptional information processing, he coolly analyzed for his viewers. Coming in is a Mai Xiaowen. Looking at the helmet and armor, it's a tactic and commander helmet. A Tier 6 set on normal dam. Today's my lucky day. Don't rush. Our white ammo UZI can only hit the legs and it takes quite a few shots to kill. So we wait until my Xiaowen opens the air supply crate before striking. Jiang Feng held his breath. 2 seconds after my Xiaowen opened the crate, his UZI erupted with fierce firepower. Arg! With my Xiaowen screamed, Jiang Feng finished her off, quickly denying her any chance to spot him. Damn, the streamer actually did it. I'm heading to normal dam 2, waiting for a Tier 6 fully geared player. Jiang Feng didn't let his guard down. My Xiaowen hadn't been eliminated as a squad, meaning she had teammates. Likely also in Tier 6 gear. Jiang Feng listened intently. 2 sets of footsteps were approaching, but not close yet. He tossed a smoke grenade onto my Xiaowen's corpse, jumped down, and began looting her. Helmet, armor, gun, chest, rig, backpack, stockings, underwear. Jiang Feng's hands moved with astonishing speed. The viewers hadn't even seen my Xiaowen's gear before he had already swapped everything. Damn, I envy the streamer's girlfriend. How many years has the streamer been single? That hand speed is insane. I just want to know. How did the streamer swap gear so fast? Jiang Feng was deep in the game, multitasking as he analyzed the situation for his viewers. I can't stay in this spot. If the enemy is skilled and clears me out methodically, even with perfect aim, I can't take on 2 Tier 6 players hidden. I have to swap gear and reposition. With that, Jiang Feng's character, the medic, deployed a smoke drone, sealing the doorway with a long line of smoke. Then he crawled onto my Xiaowen's corpse and lay still. 666. Is the streamer into some kinky stuff? I envy that my Xiaowen. Some viewers were fully immersed in Jiang Feng's perspective. Streamer, run. My Xiaowen's teammates are coming for you. Reload your ammo. 45 rounds of 6.8 millimeters. Jiang Feng glanced at the barrage. Don't get the wrong idea. I don't have any weird fetishes. Lying on my Xiaowen's corpse hides my model. Most people won't notice. That smoke line wasn't random. It's to make my Xiaowen's teammates think I escaped through the smoke, then it'll hit them from behind. Jiang Feng wasn't like those rat players who were content with one kill and then extracted. He had his sights set on the other two Tier 6 players. Jiang Feng's game sense was simply too advanced. The barrage was flooded with 666 and learned. Soon my Xiaowen's two teammates arrived throwing grenades and launchers into the smoke line outside. As for Jiang Feng on my Xiaowen's corpse, they both glanced over, but didn't notice him rushing out in pursuit. Weilong jetpacked Red Wolf slide-tackled. An unexpected synergy. A powerful BGM suddenly surged in Jiang Feng's mind. A few true brothers, an unbreakable bond. This could be a TikTok clip with BGM. It'd definitely get good views. Thoughts raced through Jiang Feng's mind. Seizing the opportunity to attack from behind, he executed a precise spray transfer. Before Red Wolf and Weilong could even turn around, Jiang Feng mowed them down. As the squad elimination notification flashed on the screen. Not only did the livestream barrage explode, but Dorm 214 erupted too. Jiang Feng was startled by a shout beside him. His three roommates were jumping and cheering behind him, faces full of disbelief. 3 fully geared players on normal dam and you took them all down. That was insane. That spray transfer gave me chills. Chun Yulin and the other two exclaimed in unison. Jiang Feng turned and smiled at them. Just basics. Don't overhype it. Ambush from behind and you can do it too. If you're spamming 6 now, what will you type when I solo clear spaceport with 15 kills? Jiang Feng jumped left and right, peeking and checking positions. After confirming no one was around, he threw a smoke grenade to cover himself as he carried the backpacks of the Red Wolf and Weilong he had taken down, bringing them together to loot. No wonder he's a sneaky rat, even watching his back while eating. To be fair, taking down 3 full gear players on the normal dam map and staying this calm while checking his awareness and restraint are already above most. I totally agree. If it were me, I'd be shaking, diving straight into those boxes to eat like crazy. Damn, are you done stalling? Just see what they've got. Jiang Feng glanced at the barrage and replied calmly. In Delta Force, strategy and awareness outweigh raw skill. If you can't curb your greed, you'll eventually get ambushed and killed. Let that be a lesson. Those 3 boxes are right there. Whether you loot them early or late, they're still yours. But if you get killed by an ambush, they won't be yours at all. The barrage mercilessly flooded with your right, but am not listening. Chen Yulin and the other two had left their seats after Jiang Feng killed the first fully geared player, standing behind him to observe and learn. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Zhang Jindong immediately chimed in. He's talking about you, Chun Dexing. Every time you finish looting, you just ignore the risks and pop smoke to eat. How many times have we died because of your greed? Chun Dexing, ever the drama king, struck his own right hand in mock anguish. Every time those boxes are right in front of me, I just can't control these hands. Jiang Feng added. That's how it is playing as a medic. Greedy pig. Chun Yulin froze for a moment, then laughed at the vivid analogy. So if the medic is a greedy pig, what are you? Jiang Feng replied coolly. I of course am the majestic dragon and the valiant wolf. During this period, the standard aggressive team composition was my Xiaowen, Red Wolf, and Weilong. In the S2 era, players hadn't yet realized how to counter my Xiaowen's intel, finding her straightforward and easy to use. Later, as player skill improved, the typical aggressive team for space missions shifted to Weilong plus Luna with Red Wolf or the female medic. Damn, you really pulled that off. Chun Yulin and the others were a bit envious. Same school, how are you so good? The livestream barrage surged again. What did we medic players ever do to you? Exactly. The streamer is so right. I am the majestic dragon. The valiant wolf requests to deploy. A faint smile curled at the corner of Jiang Feng's mouth. Such subtle memes seemed trivial, but they spread like wildfire. From now on, whenever these 2 memes were mentioned, who wouldn't think of him, Jiang Feng? He was determined to become the synonym for aggressive play, unquestionably so. Chun Dexing, true to his greedy pig nature, urged impatiently. Come on, open those boxes. Let's see what gear they have and how much it's worth. Seeing the barrage also clamoring for him to hurry, Jiang Feng didn't stall any longer. He opened the 2 boxes and exclaimed, Wow, a golden legend. Chun Dexing, channeling his inner Guidigang, licked his lips as Jiang Feng looted, rattling off the items like a menu. 6-piece armor set, AWM-7, 20-slot, chest rig, devouring heaven backpack, field medical kit, stamina injector, hearing injector, weight injector, red helmet, repair kit, red armor, repair kit. These guys brought a space mission loadout to the damn map. Did they pick the wrong map? Jiang Feng was equally stunned. Even he had never seen such a scene on the normal dam map. Jiang Feng looted at lightning speed, quickly grabbing all the high-value items and stuffing his backpack and chest rig to the brim. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes, he moved his mouse to the harvest section above the equipment bar. This round's harvest 8424798. Losses 65721. At this moment, the game had only been running for 3 minutes. Chan Dexing's voice trembled as he shook Jiang Feng's arm. Feng, run, extract, 842 million. The barrage was equally shocked. Dude, are you playing the normal dam map? I've never gotten this rich even on space missions. To be fair, the normal dam doesn't drop hearts. This streamer's haul is probably the highest on the entire server. That's definitely the highest. Who else would have 3 gods in full gear enter the normal dam and get wiped by a single rookie? Streamer, be honest. Did you hire actors? Am I the only one curious about what those 3 guys are doing now? Are they breaking up their team? They went to the internet cafe together, but now they'll be leaving separately. Frontline reporter here. I found the first my Xiaowin. They failed 7 consecutive extractions on space missions and probably came to the dam to vent. Streamer, take my advice. Lie on that ceiling for another 20 minutes and extract with only 4 minutes left. That's the safest way. Watching the barrage and viewer count climb, Jiang Feng felt elated. He hadn't expected 3 gods to hand him such an assist at the very start of his streaming career. The viewer count was now nearly reaching 3 digits. Jiang Feng cleared his throat. For those not following, hit that follow button. For those outside, click into the stream for higher quality. Clearer gameplay and you'll learn the techniques faster. I'm a college student and am determined to become the strongest aggressive streamer. My first small goal is to earn 3 billion half coins from scratch in 30 days. Today is day 1, round 1. In this tense moment, Jiang Feng seized the opportunity to introduce himself, aiming to leave the deepest impression on the viewers. Damn, just extract already. Stop the ads. I've already followed. If you don't make it out, I'll laugh at you for a month. Suddenly, a level 54 big spender appeared, sending a sports car and posting a barrage. Feng Qingyang, that was a great watch. Extract successfully and you get a Douyin no. 1. Fail and you're on my blacklist. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. His monthly allowance was only 1500 yuan, and after spending 648 on the game, he had just over 300 left. A sports car would net him 60 yuan, and a Douyin no. 1 would bring in over 500. A small windfall for him. Thanks for the sports car, big spender. Wishing you good health and all the best. I'll definitely extract. You said it was a great watch, but there's even better to come. Jiang Feng's face was full of determination. He felt that his luck today was extraordinary. Transmigration, encountering gods on the normal dam, and meeting a big spender during his stream. Jiang Feng had a sixth sense that this round was far from over. This round, I'll challenge myself to find the African heart on the normal dam. 666, killing 1 team of gods, has gone to his head. Does he really think he has what it takes? If the streamer extracts successfully, it's just a good show. But if he gets killed, it'll be a masterpiece. Exactly, streamer. Keep going. If 1 team got you this far, a few more and you'll soar. The level 54 big spender posted another barrage. Feng Qingyang challenging the African heart on the normal dam. Interesting. I'll watch your performance. The barrage was full of mockery, but the viewer count kept rising. They're all waiting to see me fail, Jiang Feng sneered inwardly. Jiang Feng wasn't driven by greed. In his past life playing Delta Force, he had made single-round hauls of 20 million countless times. Today's gains were nothing to him. He was doing this purely for the livestream effect in this life. In the current Delta Force scene, Lao Feiyu's viral rat videos had already made waves, and Bai Ze's officer underling stream was also doing well. He had started later than these people. To overtake them and become the undeniable #1 in Delta Force, he needed more explosive stream effects, more visually stunning viral videos, more widely spread memes, and unrepeatable iconic moments. This round was a chance to go viral. Challenging the highest extraction record on the normal dam and finding the African heart by hand. How much of a shock would that be to the uninitiated Delta Force players? So he couldn't extract, he had to clear the map. Today, with his luck and skill combined, no one could stop him. He would slay gods and Buddhas alike. Let's move out. To the administration building. In the Delta Zone, unless you find something valuable enough to stash in your pocket, the equipment and items you acquire are merely on loan until you successfully extract. Only then do they become your spoils. The extraction route is fraught with unexpected dangers. Carrying 842 million in gains while continuing to gamble at Pubu base, honestly few in the Delta Zone at this stage possess such nerves of steel. Jiang Feng moved like a walking revival machine. This kind of high-risk maneuver sent a thrill through the audience and his 3 roommates, as electrifying as streaking through the dead of night. Chan Dexing, ever the timid one, watched Jiang Feng clear the cement plant and head toward the administration building, his heart pounding. He desperately wanted to say, "Bro, let's extract now. I'm scared." But Jiang Feng was not nervous at all. Clad in Fulder Grade 6 armor, he knew he wouldn't be instantly eliminated unless someone got close enough to shoot his legs. Jiang Feng moved forward with a series of jumps and slides, meticulously checking every corner as he advanced toward the administration building. The live comments were filled with awe. Though not fully understanding his moves, they could see his seamless tactics and deep map knowledge. Suddenly gunfire erupted from the administration building. Jiang Feng frowned. That's not right. Is that Syed's gun? Could it be that no one entered the building? 666. No more acting. I knew this streamer was suspicious. How could he know Syed is there without entering? Exactly who would dare enter the admin building with 42 million unless they're using cheats? Before Jiang Feng could respond, some viewers defended him. Buddy, play the game more. That intermittent machine gun fire is unmistakably Syed's. Easy to recognize. Ignoring the chat, Jiang Feng decided to enter the building. Let's check the situation inside first. Injecting the power of the 9 dragons, he pumped himself full of various stimulants, listened for a moment to ensure no one was nearby, but remained uncertain if someone was holding an angle at the first floor entrance. Now I'll teach you an unconventional way to enter the admin building. It effectively bypasses anyone holding the door and lets you catch them off guard from the side. With that, Jiang Feng climbed onto a box outside the restroom, lightly brushed against the iron railing, then leaped onto a black lamppost. Without pausing, he jumped toward the restroom window, dropped to the ground, smashed the glass, and slipped directly into the admin building. The comments scrolled furiously. Bro, is the dam your personal playground? Great, another spot to watch on the dam from now on. Jiang Feng crept forward silently. Footsteps in the computer room. You think you can hide from me? Old Sai is in the computer room. As everyone knows, the Delta Zone has 3 ultimate challenges: trading fire with Old Sai, dueling blades with Ras, and sniping with Old Lady. Those who dare are all hardened veterans, but their graves are often overgrown with weeds. Jiang Feng dared not expose himself. Even in his grade 6 armor, Old Sai could drop him in a few shots. The key to taking down Old Sai was close combat with a knife. Either smoke him out and stab him in the smoke, or corner him and strike during his stun animation. Jiang Feng fired a random shot, then stood at the corner waiting for Old Sai to come to him. You've fallen into the trap. Old Sai rolled in and Jiang Feng struck with his knife, killing him in one blow. Since when does mercy have this kind of damage? Jiang Feng wondered, but his hands moved swiftly. He opened Old Sai's pack and dragged its contents into his own inventory. The total value in the top left corner instantly changed from 35 million dropped due to stimulant use to a staggering 62 million. No way. Old Sai dropped a card. And it's the East Building Manager's office. Closing the pack, Jiang Feng's character Medic B pulled out a card, inspected it front and back, then flicked it. The crisp ding was pure music to the ears. Jiang Feng walked back into the restroom and glanced at his phone, where the comments exploded with question marks. 666. Not even pretending anymore. How did you know what it was without transferring the items? Knowing that in Season 2 the players weren't fully aware of the Delta Zone's mechanics, Jiang Feng patiently explained, Hey Race, how it works: the moment you open a container or an AI's pack, the system generates the item data, even if it's not fully searched. Simple proof: when you drag an AI pack into your inventory, even without searching the items, your total value changes, confirming the data is already generated. When the value jumped by over 4 million, and then I inspected the red card, I knew Old Sai had dropped an East Building Manager's office card. By now the items had finished transferring. A red card lay quietly in his pack. Unmistakably the East Building Manager's office. 666. Learned something new. The streamer is incredibly meticulous. His knowledge of the map and game mechanics is insane, absolutely insane. I'm suddenly interested in his challenge. Maybe he really can achieve 3 billion in 30 days. This performance won over many viewers. His follower count and fan base surged. In no time, his new account had nearly 100 followers and dozens of fan club members. With only a few hundred viewers in total, the retention and conversion rates were astonishing. And he had only been streaming for a short while. He hadn't even finished one round at Pubu base. This showed how much his game insights shocked current Delta Zone players. 6 months later, these would just be basic tactics. Sometimes opportunity outweighs skill. And Rebirth was Jiang Feng's greatest opportunity. Suddenly, a rocket slowly ascended in the live stream. Feng Qingyang sent a Douyin No. 1. Jiang Feng, still looting Old Sai's pack and collecting bullets, didn't notice the stream activity. Chun Yulin cursed in amazement, then exchanged glances with Chun Dexing and Zhang Jindong. The three chanted in unison, Thank you, Boss Feng Qingyang, for the Douyin No. 1. Boss, you're generous. Wishing you health, success, and millions in every extraction. Their synchronized shout echoed through Dorm 214. Jiang Feng belatedly thanked the benefactor, but his response lacked the flair of his roommates. Without him noticing, his roommates had helped retain a major supporter. Jiang Feng glanced back at the three, a grateful look enough. Words were unnecessary. Jiang Feng had found something more precious than the heart of Africa, true friends, brothers for life. He realized he had always been a technical streamer, not good at entertaining, but his three lively roommates could compensate for his shortcomings. He had thought streaming from the dorm would have many limitations, but unexpectedly it brought pleasant surprises. Glancing at his phone, reading comments on such a small screen was inconvenient. He definitely needed a secondary monitor. His laptop's performance was barely adequate for streaming, dropping below 100 FPS during gameplay, which affected his performance. I need to earn more money. Jiang Feng sighed inwardly. And I have to set up a camera. Doesn't have to be high def, but fans need to see my face. Besides, my looks are definitely a plus for streaming. In this life, Jiang Feng's ambition had reached. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! World line fusion complete. System activated. Ding! Detecting host strong obsession. Delta Zone Dominator system at your service. Dispensing the most suitable beginner's package. Beep! Detecting host's exceptional strength. Beginner's package upgraded to red single match luck card. Ding! Red single match luck card has been auto-used. System. No system daddy has arrived. What's a single match luck card? Dexing, take over for a bit. I suddenly need to use the restroom. What? You're going now? Chan Dexing nervously sat at Jiang Feng's computer, making his character crouch in the restroom, afraid to move an inch. System master, aren't you a bit late? But it's fine as long as you're here. Jiang Feng's face lit up with an expression even more joyful than finding the heart of Africa. From today onward, he was someone with a system. Jiang Feng browsed the panel information of the Delta Dominator system in his mind. The system had a minimalist aesthetic with only 3 subpages: attributes, quests, and shop. Jiang Feng tapped on the attributes page first. The left side of the attribute panel displayed a rotating 3D avatar of Jiang Feng, while the right side showed various statistics. Host Jiang Feng, age 18, gender male, height 180 centimeters, today's luck red single round luck card, used, current round's luck temporarily raised to full 7 stars, returns to normal after this round ends. Basic attributes: strength 70, physique 63, appearance 85, charm 85, gaming ability, attributes reaction 95, marksmanship 88, awareness 93. 85 and above is professional level. Note: the theoretical peak value for all human attributes is 100. Overall evaluation: in the history of FPS games, few players can rival your talent. Your reaction speed is the limit of human imagination. In the lightning-fast millisecond-level duels of FPS games, your reaction speed is your greatest weapon, allowing you to seize the initiative in the most extreme firefights, perform moves at the pinnacle of human capability, and create impossible legendary moments. But you are still one step away from true greatness: the ability to maintain peak performance and absolute consistency in marksmanship. How many times have you been unable to break through due to imprecise aim? How many times have you felt powerless in extreme tracking, letting out a sigh over that one missed shot? Yet you could have ascended to the summit, chasing the title of humanity's strongest weapon. Your unfulfilled marksmanship is your Achilles heel, the chasm you cannot cross on your path to the peak. After reviewing his attribute panel, Jiang Feng could only admit that the system's evaluation was remarkably accurate. The world in his eyes seemed slow, as if everything moved in slow motion, so he always acted a step ahead, whether firing or performing other actions. On those reaction time testing websites in his past life, Jiang Feng's records ranked among the top 3. Reaction speed was his greatest pride and reliance on his professional FPS journey, whether in CFCS, Overwatch, or PUBG. He always pulled off moves others couldn't imagine, often being accused of cheating. Of course, marksmanship was his relative weakness. His aim and tracking never reached the elite tier. Jiang Feng faced the system's evaluation with calm acceptance. The problem was objective. Marksmanship was the Achilles heel holding him back. The evaluation system for marksmanship was straightforward, encompassing 3 dimensions: aiming, tracking, and recoil control. While it seemed like talent, marksmanship could actually be honed through practice, commonly known as muscle memory. PS marksmanship can be trained, but due to space constraints, the specifics won't be detailed here. In his past life, Jiang Feng had also recognized his flaw in marksmanship. He began training and was making progress when the minor ban hit. RNG shelved him. Contract disputes arose, and he broke his arm in a drunken fall, abruptly halting his ascent to the peak. But this life was different. Jiang Feng's eyes were filled with determination. What delighted him was that his reaction value was only 95, while the theoretical human peak was 100, meaning there was still room for improvement. With the system, wouldn't it be a waste of rebirth if he didn't max out all stats to 100? Jiang Feng eagerly anticipated how the system would evaluate him then. A beauty of maxed out numbers. An FPS goat that dominates the ages. No, he had been so focused on gaming ability attributes that he overlooked his basic attributes. Strength 70, Physique 63, Appearance 85, Charm 85. Pretty fair I guess. I wonder if these values can be improved. Jiang Feng murmured as he opened the quests page. The quest page was simple with two types of quests: regular quests and weekly refresh challenge quests. Regular quests were straightforward based on match intensity kills, extracting loot, and finding rare red items would grant corresponding dominator points which served as the shop currency. In Delta Force's highest difficulty matches, each kill gave 10 dominator points, extracting 1 million worth of loot gave 10 points, rare red items gave 10 points per 1 million value with the exception of the Heart of Africa which gave a full 200 points. Easy basic quests, I've got this. Now let me see the challenge quests. What's up with them? When he clicked on them, Jiang Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Challenge quest Shining Star. Extract 3 Hearts of Africa in a single round. Challenge quest True Prodigy. In a Delta Force ranked match as a solo player on any secret map, eliminate 20 operators in a single round. Challenge quest Naked and Loaded Out. As a solo player on any secret map, extract with only a backpack and 20 million worth of loot. His fists clenched in frustration. Damn it, there are only 18 people in a match on the space map. How am I supposed to kill 20? And getting 3 Hearts of Africa in one round. That's lottery level luck. As for the third quest, Jiang Feng didn't want to comment. Bringing only a backpack. Might as well be a shopping trip to the secret zone. Compared to these, the 3x3 quests seemed like child's play and the Delta Force devs seemed almost human. Jiang Feng checked the rewards for the challenge quests. Each gave a full 1000 dominator points, plus 1 extra draw chance. If all 3 challenge quests were completed this week, there was an additional 3000 dominator points and 3 draw chances. Jiang Feng then clicked on Shop. Time for some surprises. The shop had 3 sections: Weekly Shop, Season Shop, and Lucky Draw Wheel. Jiang Feng browsed the weekly shop's offerings which spanned 2 pages. Blue Skill Book Piano Proficiency, 500 dominator points. Green Energy Potion restores some energy upon use, 200 dominator points. Blue Tier 1 Luck Card when activated boosts today's luck by 1 star, 800 dominator points. Wow, all great stuff. Just from the first page, Jiang Feng was drooling. Skill Book's Energy Potions, never mind that. Just the luck card was a treasure-finding artifact. Just as he was about to scroll down, Chan Dexing's shout broke through. Fengzi, come out quick. There are footsteps nearby. I'm scared. What? There are still people in the admin building. Jiang Feng frowned quickly, returned to his seat, and grabbed his mouse. It would be too embarrassing to get ambushed by a rat. The live stream chat was flooded with comments like, "Coming to get you." Jiang Feng refused to let such a perfect start to the match be ruined. He discerned the footsteps, coming from the east wing of the admin building. No. They're reviving someone. What's going on? Jiang Feng strode heavily toward the administrative east building, determined not to give the opposing team any chance to rescue their ally. As he passed through the computer room, he witnessed a baffling sight: 3 unopened crates lying neatly on the floor. Considering that Syed had remained active even before his arrival, Jiang Feng harbored a vague suspicion. However, his immediate priority was to eliminate the other squad. Jiang Feng explained the basics to his livestream audience. In Delta Force, the rescue transmission range is about 29 meters. From our position in the restroom, we can faintly hear sounds coming from around the corridor. Based on the fact that the large safe in the east building spawned in the safe room, my bold guess is they're reviving there. Just as Jiang Feng had predicted, he jumped and aimed, spotting a Luna player reviving beside the large safe. With precise aim, he fired 2 clean shots to the head, taking them out swiftly and decisively. Team wiped. The large safe in the safe room had been opened, surrounded by 3 untouched crates. Was it really this easy? Not only were the chat comments and his 3 roommates astonished, but even Jiang Feng found it hard to believe. Guys, I'm getting some lucky breaks today. Playing on the normal dam map is going this smoothly. Jiang Feng recalled the luck card from the system's beginner pack and the displayed 7-star luck for this round. No wonder it felt different. The system really was reliable. Jiang Feng first opened the 3 crates in the safe room, finding them all empty of gear. Clearly players who had rushed into the administrative building with just knives. TSH, not worth it. Jiang Feng checked the dog tags of the 3 players. Apart from the Luna, he had killed himself. The other 2 were slain by Syed. I bet these 2 rushed for the large safe, oblivious to their surroundings, and got mowed down by old Syed in one burst. Jiang Feng theorized about the bizarre match. And those 3 crates in the west building computer room were probably also killed by Syed. Returning to the computer room, he opened the 3 crates, and true to his deduction, they were all Syed's kills. Detective Jiang Feng, Sherlock Holmes of the administrative building. Whoa, old Syed went on a rampage. I've encountered a match like this once before. It was a knife run on the dam. I thought the area was clear, so I went to the admin building for a faction mission, but old Syed was still there. After knifing him, I saw 6 untouched crates and happily scavenged them. The chat erupted in lively discussion about their own bizarre matches. Some rounds were so strange that without knowing Delta Force had no custom games, they'd seem staged. Jiang Feng looted the remaining 3 bags, finding them standard junk gear. Barely worth picking up. Looks like no one ate in the admin building this round, since both squads were wiped by Syed before they could search. Fine, if I can't get gear, I'll take the loot. With today's 7-star luck comparable to Lu Xiu's fortune, and being a time traveler himself who could rival his luck in mysticism and draws, Jiang Feng had a hunch this normal dam round wasn't over yet. The large safe spawned in the east building, and the computer is in the computer room. Let's boot it up for a supercomputer. As Jiang Feng approached the computer on the desk and pressed F to enter the password, the computer vanished. A line of text appeared at the bottom of the screen. Collection item laptop, acquired successfully. What the? Jiang Feng shot up from his chair. His 3 roommates howled like monkeys, and the chat exploded with No one had realized that the laptop on the desk wasn't the computer terminal, but a 6-slot red-tier laptop. What a huge oversight. The laptop was right there on the desk, and those 3 in the computer room didn't take it. If they see my stream, won't they be devastated? In seasons 2 and 3, the laptop was worth 5 to 6 million second only to the Heart of Africa and the revival ventilator among red items. Its value didn't drop below 3 million until after season 5, reporting the streamer for using a drop rate hack. I'm not jealous of him killing and looting gear, but seeing him get red cards and a laptop on a normal dam map is unbearable. This is basically a secret dam confirmed. With that drop rate, his 30 million challenge is no big deal. With luck like this, why not become a famous knife run streamer and make a name? Why bother with heavy assaults? The chat was burning with envy, especially when Jiang Feng opened his backpack to reveal the round's earnings, 18138,242. So dazzling it hurt. Feng Qingyang sent another Douyin No. 1 gift along with numerous smaller ones. Jiang Feng thanked the donors while checking his stream stats, beaming with satisfaction. Just the first round on the normal dam had gained him 321 followers and 108 fan club members. This was only the beginning. Although new streamers received traffic support from the platform, it was still too little. He needed to rely on his own videos to attract viewers. This round had so many incredible moments that once he edited and posted it after streaming, it would explode in popularity, drawing even more attention to his channel. Like a snowball effect, his influence would grow, securing his foothold in the early stages of Delta Force treasure hunting. Jiang Feng rubbed his hands excitedly. I've snagged the Heart of Africa on the normal dam. This round is definitely a super red tier 1. I've only scratched the surface of the admin building. The game is just beginning. With plenty of time left in the round, Jiang Feng meticulously looted the west building. Unfortunately, aside from the laptop, no more red items appeared, only a few small gold ones. Wow, where's the promised red tier round? This drop rate is no different from the knife run dam, Jiang Feng teased the chat. Maybe because it's the normal dam. Damn, my knife run dam has worse drops than your normal dam. Since the underground area hadn't been opened yet at the dam, Jiang Feng headed to the east building to continue looting. He quickly cleared the first and second floors but found nothing major. His earnings had only increased to 41 million. Jiang Feng returned to the safe room, staring at the opened large safe. I feel like they opened it but got killed by Syed before they could loot it. Let me check. Stepping over the 3 crates, he approached the large safe and pressed F to open it. The instant it opened, he slammed it shut again. In that split second, he saw it. The safe's contents were arranged in 3x3 and 1x4 patterns. And what items came in those configurations? It wasn't hard to guess. Caught off guard by the drop earlier this time, Jiang Feng opened a music player. As the doorbell sound chimed, it promised a fortune. Amidst a screen full of question marks, Jiang Feng reveled in pure ecstasy. In his past life, he had played Delta Force for over 1,000 hours, yet none of it compared to the thrill of these few minutes. The system was divine. Jiang Feng happily acquired a tank and a smoothbore gun, with the current earnings reaching 22 million, just a step away from crafting 2 African hearts. Some newly arrived viewers in the livestream, seeing Jiang Feng's earnings, glanced at the ordinary display in the top left corner, thinking they must be seeing things. 22 million, are you kidding? In this mid to late S2 of Delta, this number is still too shocking, unlike in the past life where 3 ocean tiers could be obtained in a single match. Thanks to the brother who opened the insurance, both my tank and smoothbore gun are benefiting from his drop rates. After Jiang Feng explained the container mechanism, any attentive viewer in the live stream understood that the resources in the container depend entirely on the person who opened it. That's not gratitude, it's clearly taunting. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to sleep. Then Jiang Feng approached Saeed's box, bowed down, and respectfully offered 3 bows. I also have to thank old Sai. If it weren't for old Sai's efforts, I wouldn't have been able to touch this laptop and the big insurance. Not only that, old Sai also provided me with a manager's office in East Building. A great favor does not need thanks. Next time, let's take it easy on each other. The administrative building has been cleared, and only 10 minutes are left in this match. Jiang Feng walked to the power-off room, preparing to retreat. The viewers in the live stream watched Jiang Feng play this match anxiously, finally letting out a sigh of relief. They're about to retreat. It's all good now, surely there won't be any more drops. 22 million, is this the highest evacuation record for ordinary matches? It seems not. I've seen someone evacuate with 2 African hearts. 666, 2 African hearts in an ordinary match, even more outrageous than the streamer. Thinking about it this way, the streamer's performance isn't that outrageous. It's just a live stream. Really not outrageous. This is still a 22 million evacuation without any hearts, which is harder to break than the double hearts record. Chun Dexing behind Jiang Feng smacked his lips and said, if your account had a card, you could have earned even more. Indeed, the 3 roommates all felt regret for Jiang Feng. What a pity for such a big red match. Jiang Feng had destroyed his account down to 0 assets, naturally having no imitation cards. Contentment brings happiness. Jiang Feng cheerfully comforted his roommates, then suddenly realized, wait, I don't have cards in my key card holder, but I found a card in this match. Jiang Feng looked at the East Building manager's office in his insurance. We can't leave this gate. Let's go. East Building manager's office. No way. No way. Could it still drop? Everyone put your minds at ease. Tell me loudly, what's the East Building manager's office called? East Building sewage pool. Regardless of what they were brushing, everyone in the live stream felt their hearts leap to their throats. Jiang Feng directly opened the East Building manager's office, entering and closing the door while explaining, don't eat the container right away. The reason the East Building manager's office is valuable is that it has 2 fixed big insurances and 3 heart spawning points. First, look at the ground. When you enter, this place will spawn hearts. Unfortunately, it didn't spawn this time. Then look at the desk. No spawn there either. The last spawn point is on the cabinet behind, but alas, it didn't spawn either. The streamer demonstrated live what the East Building sewage pool really is. Don't rush, there are still containers. Jiang Feng finished off all the containers besides the 2 big insurances, and aside from 1 gold blueprint from the computer, everything else was green. Jiang Feng weakly exclaimed, 1 gold blueprint is a treasure. Don't rush, there are still 2 big insurances. Jiang Feng controlled the bee doctor standing on the big insurance and fervently bowing his head. Save me, great insurance. After completing the prayer ritual, Jiang Feng activated the big insurance 6 DFUP. And the first big insurance opened with a response. The 2 vertical slots didn't even give Jiang Feng a chance to silently wish for gold bars before directly spinning out. 2 ladies. Don't rush, there's still 1 big insurance. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth, internally praying, come on, let's see if the luck of the single match with full 7 stars ends here. Come on, let me see your limits. Big insurance open for me. At the moment the big insurance opened, 2 1-slot items appeared, and Jiang Feng closed the insurance again, as he already had a premonition. Seeing the 2 1-slots, the barrage exploded with excitement. Yes, exactly. 2 guesses, pirate silver coin and pirate scimitar. Even with over 20 million, if you can still drop, that's incredible, right? Jiang Feng was not discouraged. 1 big insurance is the lowest limit, but it also has the highest upper limit. After all, the African hearts are also 1 slot. I trade 10 years of my roommate's single life for an African heart. Jiang Feng shouted, opening the big insurance to continue spinning. Friends who often get African hearts know that although it's the most expensive red, the search speed for African hearts is surprisingly fast, even faster than the small gold ones. As soon as Jiang Feng finished speaking, the first slot spun out, revealing the world's largest diamond. The African heart. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? The room erupted with sounds of disbelief as the 3 roommates stared in shock. Even though Jiang Feng had a premonition, he was still astonished. It turned out that it was too early to be surprised. The second slot also spun out. Yet again, it was the African heart. 1 big insurance, 2 African hearts. The barrage of question marks exploded. Fengzi, did you activate it? Chun Yulin watched the screen in disbelief. Jiang Feng raised his hands to show his innocence. I swear the streamer did not cheat in the Delta. Indeed, Delta didn't cheat, but that doesn't mean he didn't cheat. Is this the power of the Supreme Patron? See, witness the proof of cheating. 1 big insurance and 2 hearts in an ordinary match. Am I seeing things? Going out to buy a cigarette, not using the stairs and not taking the elevator. Tang's drop rate is high, pure dog luck. I'm jumping out first. Don't envy the streamer winning the lottery luck for gaming. I don't envy it at all. At this moment, sitting in the president's office, Feng Jianqing, also known as Feng Qingyang in Jiang Feng's livestream, was shocked and sat up from his chair. He hadn't been this surprised in a long time. With a net worth of over 100 billion, he recently became fascinated with the fire zone of Delta because he particularly enjoyed watching aggressive streamers and reveling in the joy of the game regardless of what big red or half coins meant. Even if you get a heart, what does a 1 in 10,000 chance matter? Isn't the probability of being born with 100 billion net worth lower? As for half coins, a little known fact is that the cash limit in the game is 1 billion, which is still less than his cash in reality. But the content of Jiang Feng's game truly astonished him. It wasn't the lack of drops that made his heart race, but rather the sheer intensity of the drops. Without hesitation, Feng Qingyang tapped a few times and 5 carnivals shot up into the air. Thanks to boss Feng Qingyang for the 5 carnivals. The boss is generous, and may the boss have good health. Originally, I wanted to craft an African heart in this match, but unexpectedly, not only did I succeed in crafting one, but I also got 2. Jiang Feng opened his backpack, revealing his earnings from this match, a simple 47.5 million. The audience in the livestream chat room flooded the screen with question marks for 2 minutes due to Jiang Feng's outrageous remarks. Most would have already left, but remember, you are the streamer. You're at 47.5 million, or just 2.5 million short of 50 million. Someone send a rat to save the day. Save nothing. He's already got over 30 million stashed away. Jiang Feng, watching the taunting comments, said, "Do you really think I'm that foolish? Go out there and get ambushed and killed. Not happening. As for the 50 million goal, well, break that in the secret space mission. This is my first day streaming and this is the first match. I need to leave some room for later, right? So retreat." Humming a cheerful tune, Jiang Feng pulled the lever, hopping through the extraction points, and cheerfully made his way to the evacuation zone inside the dam. He had transmigrated a bit too late. Old Feiyu had already become famous with his Rat series videos, and that catchy tune had spread across the entire Delta Force. Jiang Feng hid in a corner, frantically inspecting the heart of Africa, the East Building manager's office, the smoothbore gun, and the tank model, causing the chat to go wild. His 3 roommates stared at the 2 hearts in Jiang Feng's possession, their eyes gleaming with envy. They hadn't been playing long and had rarely seen such rare items, let alone the heart of Africa. "Brother Feng, let me inspect it." The 3 took turns inspecting and posting photos on their social circles. "Nice showing off secondhand," Jiang Feng silently mocked. As the evacuation countdown hit 0, the extraction animation played, marking a perfect end to this secret mission. A beautiful feast, everyone. A 47.5 million extraction from the dam. Who else? We've completed half of today's 100 million goal. Brother Feng is amazing. When can you carry us? Chun Dexing stared at Jiang Feng with puppy eyes, like a greedy pig waiting to be fed. Wait. Zhang Jindong suddenly recalled something, quietly placing his hands on Jiang Feng's shoulders. "If I remember correctly, when you first got that heart, didn't you say you'd trade 10 years of your roommate's singlehood for it?" Chun Dexing and Chun Yulin put down their phones, staring at Jiang Feng as they flanked him from both sides. Trapped between them, Jiang Feng was already sweating profusely. "Ahem, let me carry you all in the game. Don't change the subject. Feng, explain yourself. Whose 10 years of singlehood did you trade for that heart of Africa? To be fair, how about 3? 3 years each? No, there are 2 hearts, that's 6. 6 years each. Damn it, let's fight." The 4 of them roughhoused, and the livestream audience suddenly felt nostalgic for their college days when they too played carefree with their buddies. Jiang Feng's inventory was empty, so there was no need to organize. He simply pressed Ctrl F to transfer all items to storage, and the system's cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! The previous match earnings have been settled. You have received 321 domination points. Wait, system, why only 321 points? I extracted 47.5 million in loot. According to your rules, I should get 475 points just for the loot. Are you shortchanging me? System, acting like a capitalist will get you hanged from a lamppost." The system strictly calculates domination points based on match intensity coefficients. Non-secret matches do not award points for kills, and the point ratio is based on a coefficient of 1 for peak secret matches in Delta Force. The previous match was a normal 0 dam with an intensity coefficient of 0.2. The system made no error. Jiang Feng understood. Higher match intensity meant greater rewards. It made sense, greater challenges, greater rewards. Only in high-pressure black room matches could one prove their skill. Playing a cheap account against a prodigy, Jiang Feng thought it was all just noise. And above black room matches were encrypted matches where true prodigies gathered. Encrypted matches were essentially cheater matches. If your account behaved abnormally or you dominated even in Black Room's Delta Force would throw you into encrypted matches to pit you against hackers. Jiang Feng was curious about what intensity coefficients the system would assign to Black Room's encrypted matches and future tournaments. Of course, his account couldn't experience that yet. At level 30 with a low KD, he was likely still in compensation matches. With points to spend, Jiang Feng complained to the system, why are there only 8 items in the weekly shop and why split into 2 pages? Can't it be 1? Understood, corrected. The system was quite receptive. Jiang Feng opened the weekly shop with satisfaction. Now fully visible blue skill book, Piano Mastery. Grade 10 Piano. A piece of cake. 500 domination points. Green energy potion restores some energy after use. The ultimate blue pill on the surface. 200 domination points. Blue level 1 luck card boosts luck by 1 star. For the day, stay away from bad luck, it's everyone's duty. 800 domination points. White ordinary mountain bike, literally ordinary, 100 domination points. Blue skill book, editing mastery editing. Nothing special. 600 domination points. Purple perfect sleep pillow induces deep sleep quickly with optimal quality, leaving you refreshed upon waking, grants you baby-like sleep. 1200 domination points. Gold perfect human part 1, designate a body part to eliminate all hidden injuries and develop it to the peak of human perfection. No one is perfect, but you are the pinnacle of human evolution, even if only partially. 4000 domination points. Gold second growth card triggers a second growth spurt over the next 3 months. Ensure proper nutrition, young man, unsatisfied with your height or length. 6000 domination points. 2 gold items this week. The system's drop rates seemed more generous than Delta Force. Jiang Feng silently praised it until he saw the prices. Damn, what a profiteer. But I want them all. The first 4 weren't essential, but he truly needed editing mastery. In this short video era, how much traffic and exposure could pure streaming bring? A viral video could rack up billions of views. How many followers could that attract? For instance, Old Feiyu, currently hailed as the top streamer in Delta Force, and the later wildly popular Yang Qijia both blew up through viral videos that boosted their streams. Though one could hire video editors, Jiang Feng had neither the time nor the connections to find a reliable one, so he had to do it himself. As for the last 3 items, each was pricier than the last, but their effects were increasingly miraculous. Especially that second growth card. Jiang Feng was already drooling. Though his height of over 180 centimeters met the average of his readers, remember the Olympic motto is faster, higher, stronger. And our motto, slower, higher, longer. Jiang Feng's mouth watered at the sight of the items in the weekly shop. Beside the weekly shop, there were 2 other pages, the season shop and the lucky wheel. If the weekly shop was this good, the season shop and lucky wheel must be incredible. Unfortunately, both were grayed out and locked. System notification: complete 1 challenge mission to unlock the season shop. Complete all challenge missions within a week to unlock the lucky wheel. Unlock by completing challenge missions. Jiang Feng's fists clenched again. System, look at these challenges. Are they even meant for humans? But Jiang Feng calculated he had no choice. Each challenge mission was worth 1000 Dominion points. Completing all 3 would give 3000 points, plus a bonus of 3000 totaling 6000 points. He could just afford the secondary development card. Besides that, he also wanted the level 1 luck card, editing proficiency, perfect sleep pillow, and perfect human part 1, all costing 6600 points in total. With the weekly reset next Monday, he had 7 days to gather the extra 6600 points, meaning he needed nearly 1000 Dominion points per day. It didn't seem too hard. Jiang Feng calculated his original goal was to earn 100 million half coins daily. Excluding headshots and red item bonuses, just material rewards gave 1000 points. But all of this depended on completing all 3 challenge missions. Without them, the 6000 point deficit would be impossible to make up in a week. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth and communicated mentally. System, you planned this all out, didn't you? The Delta Dominion system wholeheartedly serves the host, steadfastly implementing a host-centered approach, always placing the host at the highest priority. Stop. Say any more and well hit 404. Keep it simple. Do the missions or don't, it's entirely up to you. What a choice. As if sensing Jiang Feng's resentment, the system's cold mechanical voice rang out again. Reminder: attribute points can be allocated. Deep blue allocation. Jiang Feng opened the attribute panel and saw the plus signs next to each stat, excitement surging through him. Seeing his reaction speed at 95, he suddenly wondered what the human limit of 99 would feel like. He pressed the plus sign directly. Insufficient Dominion points. Allocation failed. What? 1 point costs 100000 Dominion points. The system's cold mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. System reminder: the higher the attribute, the more points needed for improvement. 061,000, 6069, 5000, 7079, 10000, 8089, 20000, 9195, 50000, 9599, 10000, 99,000, 100, 1000000. When words fail, laughter truly takes over. He finally understood. Unlike other systems which handed out an SSS talent and instant invincibility from the start, his system had only one word: grind. No wonder it was the Delta system. Delta's developers made players spend half coins fast but earn them slowly. The system was the same, making Jiang Feng spend Dominion points quickly while earning them with difficulty. Jiang Feng suspected the system's design had been influenced by the twisted logic of Delta's developers. Note, the protagonist is not being suppressed. He is a reincarnated prodigy already overpowered in the current Delta meta. The system is merely a tool for the protagonist to continue improving and surpassing everyone else. It will appear rarely afterward, providing fun items and challenging missions. Forget it, having a cheat is better than nothing. Jiang Feng silently selected the map Top Secret Aerospace. He would be a merciless killing machine. Tremble Aerospace. Your king has returned. First he needed to prepare his gear: a 6-piece set, a 20-slot chest rig, and a Devourer backpack, all radiating confidence. As for the gun, Jiang Feng stared at the 3 fully modded M7s in his inventory, lost in thought. In the current Delta, the M7 and M14 were both T0. However, the M7 would be nerfed in 2 days, while the M14 was the legendary nerf-proof king, still holding its place among T0 weapons in the later S7 season. For now, the M7 excelled at mid to long range, while the M14 was slightly better at mid to close range. In the current S2, long-range DMRs couldn't compete with the M7. At mid to long range, aside from the AW, the M7 feared nothing. As Jiang Feng pondered which gun to use, the chat exploded. With that drop rate, why are you going all out? Just knife run. Big fool, what are you doing? Put down that 6-piece set. Going all out has no future. A knife running is the way. Let him go all out. When he loses all his half coins, the streamer will realize the dam is his true home. Jiang Feng looked confused. Who told you I'm a knife-running streamer? I've always been an all-out attacker. Don't believe in my skills? Let me show you what a prodigy can do. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng equipped a fully modded M7. P.S. If anyone needs mod codes, just comment below. I'm a mod genius. To him, the M7 and M14 were mostly the same. Since the M7 would be nerfed soon, he'd enjoy it for a few rounds, then switch to the M14. Jiang Feng currently had 0 half coins. As anyone who often got their assets seized knew, without money to pay the fee, you couldn't even use the trading market. Ignoring the barrage of question marks in the stream chat, Jiang Feng sold his smoothbore gun and tank, netting 2.6 million half coins. To him, nothing was unsellable except the heart and the resuscitation ventilator. He could always find them again. Jiang Feng planned to buy 3 access cards: East Zone Suspension Bridge Staff Passage and West Zone Main. Unfortunately, each card was more expensive than the last. 2.6 million half coins wasn't enough, so he settled for just the East Zone Suspension Bridge and West Zone Main Gate cards. Without these 2 cards, you either had to fight your way out or idle for 10 minutes before heading to the core zone. As for the staff passage, there was a saying: when you feel the world doesn't care about you, try going through the second staff passage once. You'll experience what it means to be the center of attention. In S2, the second staff passage wasn't as terrifying as later seasons. At the start, you could get bombarded with eggs and evacuate. Occasionally someone would take the risk, but Jiang Feng didn't want to gamble. If he spawned at the second staff passage head, just clear the prison area. After restocking armor repair kits, helmet repair kits, medical supplies, and 9 dragon power, he didn't have enough half coins for 4 sets of 6.8 gold ammo, so he gritted his teeth and sold more items. Going all out requires the courage to burn one's bridges and charge forward. All in on 5 million. No evacuation without earning tens of millions this round. He opened the ranked queue, turned off teammate Phil, and set off for Top Secret Aerospace. 666. With this playstyle, the streamer won't last more than a few rounds. Top Secret Aerospace, your walking red item, is here. Queue up with the streamer quick. Matching with him is a jackpot. Earn money at the dam, spend it in aerospace. Don't bring a single coin home. Successfully entered the map. Choosing the WRM, Jiang Feng roared. This round's goal: clear the map in 5 minutes, evacuate with tens of millions. The mighty dragon has arrived. Welcome to the space base, a place brimming with futuristic technology. The S2 space base was both familiar and unfamiliar to Jiang Feng. Familiar because he had played this map thousands of times, unfamiliar because in later seasons after S3 modifications were made. A broken bridge was added, the layout of the CEO's area changed, and the spawn points in the prison zone were altered. Yet, even in later seasons with the addition of maps like Bakshan Prison, and the short-lived Night Dam Space Base remained the most popular map of all. Many club assessments and tournaments hosted by streamers such as the War God Cup and the General Cup were basically held on Space Base. This wasn't just because Space Base was the oldest classified map and everyone was familiar with it, but because the map design was exceptionally high quality. With 8 spawn points, the starting positions were already ranked from best to worst, and each spawn point could be targeted by others. At the start, all players had to gather information and hold angles on each other. This resulted in high information transparency on Space Base. With strong information gathering skills, it was easy to collect intel on the entire map. Coupled with the core area and the dual gate extraction mechanics, the defining characteristic of Space Base was that the winner takes all. In high-intensity matches, it was extremely rare for more than one team to extract, and extracting 3 teams was nearly impossible. Suffice it to say, Space Base was the pinnacle of the developer's design for recycling half coins. In this match, Jiang Feng spawned at Central Control, a spawn point considered upper tier and in S2. It was the best of the best. Before the S2 prison zone spawn points were reworked, Central Control faced no risk of being rushed across the sand by the prison boss. It could only ambush others and pick off enemies crossing points, earning it the title of the Central Control Warden. There were even extreme cases if 6 teams spawned at Dormitory Central Control, 2 Court Prison Boss, Prison 2 and Prison 3, and no one used a channel card. Central Control could watch over the entire map and ensure no one entered the core area until the map was cleared. 2 Court and Dormitory always had players engage in combat, loot, and extract. Jiang Feng, controlling Wei Long, landed, switched to a knife, and sprinted quickly, opening his backpack to stuff the tricky helmet and armor inside. This round I'm alive at Central Control. Time is tight and the task is heavy. Let's take off the helmet and armor, first to avoid the negative effects of the 6-piece set. Jiang Feng made no other moves, sprinting straight ahead, without even glancing at the oil or heart spawn points on the first floor. The chat didn't understand Jiang Feng's actions. I'm really envious of the people matched with the streamer. Getting to loot his pack is like eating half an African heart. Jiang Feng ignored the chat, walked to the trash can by the Central Control entrance, put on his helmet and armor, set his fire control M7 to 3x scope, and aimed directly at 2 Court. Seeing no one crossing at 2 Court yet, Jiang Feng interacted with the chat. Space Base has a god card that lets you extract rich right from the start, the fattest card on Space Base. Any friend know which one it is? The chat guessed all sorts of things, but most guessed the CEO card and Dormitory 3. The chat even started arguing due to differing opinions. Jiang Feng didn't give the answer but focused on holding the angle. Soon, in the 3x fire control scope of the M7, 3 operators walked onto the 2 Court bridge. My Xiaowen, Red Wolf, and Wei Long. Jiang Feng was surprised. A team with a smoke operator crossing 2 Court without throwing smoke, just strolling forward. In later seasons, even smoke operators wouldn't dare cross like that. The Delta Force of this era had a certain rustic innocence. Bro actually thought spawning at 2 Court with a card meant free loot. Time to teach them a lesson. Jiang Feng held his breath, pressed shift to aim, fired, switched targets. Under the M7's powerful firepower, the 3 fell one after another without putting up any resistance before the team was wiped. Jiang Feng felt like he was shooting training dummies at the range, refining 3 5-piece sets in an instant. My Xiaowen, Wei Long, Red Wolf. All 5-piece sets. With this composition, remember to prioritize shooting the smoke operator like Red Wolf, then Wei Long with mobility, and finally my Xiaowen. Requesting the same M7 mod code. I'll make a video explaining the mod code separately. My mod codes sacrifice some recoil control for handling speed, so you might not be able to control them. Let me refine it and create a few more mod codes for you to choose from. The fully modded M7 is too expensive. Any mod codes for a half-modded M7? Jiang Feng read a chat message and replied, yes bro, definitely. I'll release a cost-effective half-modded M7 build later. The Typhoon barrel is almost 400,000, nearly the same price as a Gazelle. When will they add an inspect animation for the Typhoon? Hit follow so you don't miss the video when it's posted. Go loot the packs. No rush. I don't have smoke to loot on the 2 Court bridge at this time. I'll do it after clearing the map. Also remember today's positions. Jiang Feng started teaching, sharing knowledge with the stream viewers. As you saw, Central Control can pick off enemies crossing 2 Court at the start. Don't think that spawning at 2 Court with a card means an easy extract. If there's a sniper at Central Control and you don't smoke, that's how it goes. 3 5-piece sets cleared in 20 seconds on Space Base. I can easily eat 3 million. So isn't the 2 Court card fat? I see, so the streamer was talking about the 2 Court card from the start. Indeed, a fat extract right from the start, eating eggs until full. Next time I spawn at Central Control, I'll snipe 2 Court too. Jiang Feng took a moment to reply to a few chat messages, then injected a stim, and hurried toward the prison zone. He checked the info from the central control bridge. West Big wasn't open, East Crane wasn't deployed. As the central control warden, he had to stay on duty. As he moved toward the sand area scanning for enemies, a chat message caught his attention. More accurately, many viewers were copying this message. Shock. The team the streamer just killed on the two-court bridge is the same team he ambushed at the cement plant last round. Whoa, it really seems that way. I kinda remember my Xiaowen's ID. Cute and soft like a girl. Haha, it's true. Last round on normal dam, I checked this my Xiaowen stats and reported back. Now checking again after failing to extract on normal dam, they failed on space. Guess what? Same killer. Ha, I'm laughing like a pig late at night. What a magical cursed fate. That team must be losing their minds. Bet the streamer will get 3 friend requests when he returns to the lobby after this match. Bro team. Has no one noticed? My Xiaowen's ID is Miss Coco, same as a female influencer with 10 million fans on Douyin. Scout reporting in. It's really her. Miss Coco is already crying in her stream. The streamer's about to get bombed. Can I still leave the fan group now? Pre-declaration: the streamer's actions are his own, not the viewers. If you want to fight or curse, target the streamer alone. Jiang Feng was stunned. What kind of French behavior was this? When he killed that team, the chat was spamming laughter too. His 3 roommates had already opened Miss Coco's stream. After a whoa, they grimly placed the phone in front of Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng saw a girl crying in the stream looking as wronged as if she had been heartbroken by a scumbag. Why is this Jiang Feng so mean? He keeps killing me. I entered the wrong map by accident and ended up in normal dam, and he took my last 6-piece set. I sold a big red item to scrape together enough money for space thinking I could eat well spawning at 2 court, but then Miss Coco looked at the failed extraction screen showing killer Jiang Feng duration 000023 and cried even louder. Boo hoo hoo. My half coins, my M7, my 6-piece set. Jiang Feng remained silent, clicked on Miss Coco's profile and saw 9 million followers. He was already numb. Just then a chat message in Miss Coco's stream caught Jiang Feng's eye. The user had his level 1 fan badge. Fun fact: Jiang Feng is wearing your 6-piece set, holding your M7 from last round to kill you, and maybe even your bullets. Wah! The teary rain turned into a downpour. Jiang Feng exclaimed, "This person named Jin Chu, are you a devil? Going into Miss Kiki's livestream and hanging my fan badge while saying such things. In a 100k livestream, you're really afraid the streamer won't die, aren't you?" The barrage completely ignored his frenzy and collectively started to fan the flames. Wow, I just discovered such a beautiful female streamer. Wow, what a chosen elegant lady, 175 centimeters long legs. Sorry streamer, but who told you to bully her so badly? Let me comfort her first, and once I've won her over, I'll say something nice for you. Hot knowledge: this Miss Kiki is actually a rich second generation. New fans who just joined Jiang Feng's livestream began to imitate him, rushing into Miss Kiki's livestream with added drama. Jiang Feng said, "You guys are like NPCs, just random by the roadside, easy to kick down." The poor lady. Jiang Feng is just a scumbag. After killing you, he lies on you, mocking you, even killing your rescuing teammates. Truly heinous. This is too much. I have Jiang Feng's Douyin account, Miss Follow Me, and I'll send it to you. Looking at this barrage of selling friends for glory, Jiang Feng wasn't truly angry. They were just kids with inside jokes. He pretended to be heartbroken, saying, "You guys are too much, selling me out to win the female streamer's favor. This matter won't be settled without a few sunglasses." Anyway, he wasn't cheating nor exploiting any bugs. He had no prior knowledge that the ones eliminated in consecutive rounds were prominent streamers. It was just normal gameplay. In competitive games, shooting and killing is standard, isn't it wrong? In the game, whether you're a beautiful streamer or a big streamer, they all present themselves as easy targets. After a while, Enku slowly raised her head, her eyes and nose red from crying, her lips slightly pale. Silently, she took out a tissue and gently wiped away the tear stains on her face, her natural beauty, enhanced by her tear-streaked complexion, evoking sympathy. Jiang Feng even entertained a sinful thought. He dared not voice, "She looks so beautiful when crying, why not cry once more?" Enku gritted her teeth, her voice seemingly springing from between clenched jaws, yet it remained melodious like pearls wrapped in ice, cool, yet captivating. "Thank you, friend with the ID Jin Chu, for your education. My livestream does not welcome you. Those with Jiang Feng's fan badge, leave my livestream immediately." After saying this, she opened her friends list and found Jiang Feng's profile, looking at his level 30 and 47 million asset information, unable to help but sneer in disdain. Level 30. Ha! Clicking on the historical records, one entry stood out glaringly: evacuation successful, 0 dam, regular 47501492. A level 30 account, 4750W in a single game. Ku suddenly laughed, feeling relieved. The two teammates grouping with Ku with IDs Jutiani Sports who Tao and Jutiani Sports B finally dared to speak. In that game, I felt something was off. I couldn't find his position at all. Turns out he was cheating. What's there to say with such a level 30 account? He doesn't even want the floating wood. He's just been given the half coins. Don't be angry, miss. Being killed by a cheater is unavoidable. Today we consider it a loss. We'll refund the accompanying fee, and we'll find someone to compensate for your losses. Ku sent Jiang Feng a report combo writing a lengthy report. You don't need to refund. Except for these games that might be due to encountering cheats, the earlier games are partly my responsibility too. Ku clicked to safeguard, not just hiding behind and eating at the back. She was also gearing up and fighting normally. Though she was a little sugar person, Ku had dreams of being a master and enjoyed the thrill of competition. I'm a bit tired today. Let's play tomorrow. Don't worry, I will give you a good review. Ku exited the team, wiped away her tears, and glanced at the barrage in the livestream, where someone commented that Jiang Feng was live on Douyin. Support Ku in justly dealing with Jiang Feng. Cheating is so disgusting. Ku should use her privileges. Last time, she connected with the planner, didn't she have his contact? Just provide the ID and have him banned. Brothers, calm down, don't go to the opposing livestream to curse. Don't give him any black traffic either. As a 100k major streamer who plays Delta with built-in traffic, not to mention her own background, just the traffic she brings is valued by Delta's planners, especially in this era of treasure hunting. Yet, to explode, Ku can be said to be the queen of Delta treasure hunting. Justice enforced. This is the episode that most supports privileges. You shouldn't provoke Miss Kiki. Do you understand the value of a single daughter from a wealthy family in Jiangsu and Zhejiang? Jiang Feng was shocked. What? Are they going to use their privileges? I'm not cheating. I've been streaming the whole time. Everyone please help me explain. Misunderstanding. Jiang Feng isn't cheating at the level 30 is because he deliberately created a new account to challenge 30 billion in 30 days. 4750W was pure luck. I killed 3 fully equipped opponents coming out of the East Building manager's room with a tank smoothbore gun and just 2 hearts. In that aerospace game it was because Jiang Feng went to ambush your 2 members early. You didn't smoke the points, which is why you were normally picked off. Jiang Feng's fans could not clarify. The more they explained, the more muddled it became. Ku quietly wiped her tears, feeling wronged and unable to speak, while the barrage in the live stream became intensely aggressive. This operation at level 30. A normal person wouldn't even understand a 30-level dam. He was slaughtering in aerospace, isn't he a cheat? Jiang Feng's fans don't come out to wash the ground. The more you wash, the dirtier it gets. That's right, what normal person could challenge 30 billion in 30 days? Only a cheater could do that. Can't you laugh at your own typing? In one game at the dam, one person came out of the East Building manager's room with a tank smoothbore gun and just 2 hearts. And you still say he's not cheating? The explanation for aerospace is even more laughable. If he wasn't cheating and didn't have wall hacks, how did he know someone was brushing from the 2 members? Jiang Feng could not allow such a rhythm to go unchecked. The other side truly had privileges. Moreover, Jiang Feng glanced at the number of people in the livestream, over 100k. A major streamer, top-tier traffic. If he could absorb this wave, wouldn't he soar? After all, Jiang Feng wasn't cheating. He had full confidence in his skills and strong means to prove he wasn't cheating. Now was not the time to hold back. Using skills to attract fans was the way to go. He understood the strategy of wanting to rise after suppressing, so he truly knew what to do. Jiang Feng looked at the sparse number of people in his livestream. If he could attract even a bit of this 100k traffic with his skills, the start would be nothing short of miraculous. Excited, Jiang Feng logged into Nk's livestream, sent a sports car emoji, and explained in the barrage. I'm really not cheating, I've been streaming the whole time. If you don't believe me, come to my livestream and watch my gameplay. Ku caught sight of Jiang Feng's barrage and softly said, "What does the barrage say? This streamer claims he's not cheating. Should we give him a chance?" The barrage was overwhelmingly against it, advising Ku not to show pity, but after thinking it over, Ku rationally analyzed. There's no concrete evidence. We can't jump to conclusions. Even the police need evidence to investigate, or everyone should calm down. Having never met one cannot be hasty. Even as the party involved in Ku was far more calm and rational than the barrage. She also had her own little schemes. She didn't want marketing accounts to edit videos claiming how a big streamer bullied a small streamer, or how a wealthy young lady abused her privileges, leaving ordinary people in despair. Whether he's cheating can be seen at a glance. She didn't lack this bit of time. Alright, I'll give you a chance to prove yourself. Let me be clear, if you are cheating, I will contact Delta and Douyin's higher-ups to submit evidence. Of course, if you're not cheating, I will apologize to my livestream audience, and give you a carnival in compensation. After speaking, she directly clicked into Jiang Feng's live stream. The pull effect of a 100k major streamer was terrifying. The number of people in Jiang Feng's live stream instantly surged from over 100 to over 2,000, directly multiplying 20-fold. Everyone maintain politeness. Don't attack anyone in the barrage. Give this streamer a chance to prove himself. And Ku, undeniably from a wealthy background, remained calm in the face of matters, actively helping Jiang Feng maintain order in the livestream. Everyone watch my gameplay. Jiang Feng controlled the dragon lying under the central bridge for 5 minutes. His legs became numb from the position, and hearing the intense gunfire from the prison area, Jiang Feng could no longer contain himself. As for the doubts about cheating, to Jiang Feng that was hardly an issue. What FPS expert hasn't been suspected of cheating? But for those with true skills, why fear such accusations? No need to explain, the gun will speak for itself. Jiang Feng was filled with excitement. He was determined to attract this traffic. Starting with a C4, he accelerated straight toward the prison area. Jiang Feng had no intention of hiding his actions. The livestream already had over 2,000 viewers, while Ank still had over 1,000,000 watching her. A limited-time top streamer experience card. What more could be said? Head clear the map, violently creating the effect of a human cheat. There was no concept of a Western playstyle yet. Just a small display of skill from Jiang Feng would be enough for the audience to learn for days. Throwing a C4 as a solo in a trio match exposes your position. So sure, no one's camping you. Trust me, this guy's definitely a hacker. I played the same way when I cheated. Too obvious in his intentions. The streamer should at least try to hide it. Amidst a screen full of skepticism, Jiang Feng calmly explained. On the spaceport map, there are only 16-18 players, which in most cases means 6 teams. If there are 7 teams, it means 2 are solo trios, but that's extremely rare. Also, the spaceport map has 2 fixed spawn points, dormitory and Eryuan. That's why I landed at Central Control and immediately chose to hold Eryuan. So as everyone in Delta Force gets better, Eryuan won't remain the superior spawn point it used to be. It might even become the worst, like Prison 4. Jiang Feng dropped this bombshell, triggering a flood of rebuttals and doubts in the comments. Clown streamer, just because you got lucky killing someone from Eryuan, once you're questioning its value. 666 streamers like Old Feiyu all say that with a card at Eryuan it's a free win. You're going against the grain. Who do you think you are? Kiki, no need to watch this guy. It's just bad luck. Jiang Feng ignored these comments entirely. The decline of Eryuan was an undeniable fact, especially after the S3 update. Try crossing it at the start and see for yourself. Some people just want listen, let them lose some half coins as a lesson. P.S. Whenever I spawn at Eryuan now, I just crouch down and start holding the angle. I haven't bought a card for Eryuan in ages. It's completely unusable. Even smoking it. Ank stared at the screen thoughtfully. The comments hadn't experienced high-pressure matches, but she played them daily. In such matches, if Central Control held the angle from the start, even smoking the bridge at Eryuan wouldn't work. Moreover, as she recalled her previous spaceport matches, Jiang Feng's rules about spawn points and player counts matched perfectly. Could he really be a master? Ank couldn't help but lean closer to the screen, the doubt in her eyes fading slightly as she began to seriously observe his gameplay. Jiang Feng had already crossed the sandy area. The gunfire from the print room had ceased, and since he hadn't bothered to conceal his footsteps, the players inside were likely on high alert. Standing at the first-floor entrance of the print room, Jiang Feng swayed left and right, peeking with expert precision to clear angles. Whether a player is an FPS master is instantly obvious from their first-person perspective. As the saying goes when identifying cheaters, if they can't even walk properly, they're definitely hacking. In shooting games, aim is just one part. OMAP knowledge, positioning, control, and movement fluidity are all crucial factors for skill. Average viewers just felt his camera was dizzyingly shaky, like he had ADHD. But those in the know saw it at a glance. These peaks were textbook perfect. Fast, accurate in clearing angles, pre-aiming at head level, and exposing minimal hitbox. If one could see the opponent's perspective, they'd find Jiang Feng was like a ghost. A quick, small sidestep that even an AW holding the angle couldn't snap onto. Feng Qingyang, who had been watching the stream, was astonished, his eyes lighting up. The fluidity and beauty of these movements were unlike anything he'd seen from other aggressive streamers. A master, definitely a master. Ank had already reached her conclusion. Good thing she kept her cool and didn't follow the comments in calling him a hacker. After a few peeks, Jiang Feng gathered information. There was a Luna on a cabinet, a position only reachable by jumping from the second-floor stairs. An old black was on the oil platform, and the third player was yet to be located. There were too many spots on the first floor, and he was being held down tightly. In this situation, he had to take out the Luna on the high ground first, then use the stairs to the second floor to claim the height advantage. The remaining 2 would be like turtles in a jar. Jiang Feng did a few more lightning-fast peeks, but the enemies didn't fire. Either their reactions were too slow or they were conserving ammo. Having gauged their holding habits, Jiang Feng executed a jump peek pre-aiming and scoping in. His crosshair was slightly off, not hitting Luna's head, but it didn't matter. He pulled the trigger, instantly dropping Luna. Then with a quick jet burst he shot past the doorway like an arrow, disappearing from the enemy's sight. The entire sequence was fluid, the enemies didn't even have time to fire. They just saw Jiang Feng leap out like a phantom. Luna fell, and by the time they reacted to shoot he had jetted away. The live stream exploded with excitement, a torrent of 666 scrolling across the screen. This play had genuinely stunned them. It was incredibly cool. The fight wasn't over. Jiang Feng rushed to the second floor. The long corridor was unguarded, allowing him to secure the high ground at the stairs. At this point the game was essentially over. Holding the high ground, the enemies below had nowhere to hide. The old black frantically used his ultimate, but it was useless. From his high position, Jiang Feng shot down the stun drone with a single bullet. A beep 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 sound of a revive came from behind a cabinet downstairs. A smirk curled on Jiang Feng's lips. Found the last one. Everyone start recording. The next move is going to be epic. Timing it perfectly, Jiang Feng tossed 2 magnetic mines behind the cabinet. Then, switching to his tiger crouch, he bounced a grenade off the wall, landing it precisely at the feet of the player, reviving their teammate. In the next instant, he performed a massive jump from the railing, jetting outward from the high ground. Mid-jet, he quickly pressed 31 to cancel the jet's recovery animation, locking his aim onto the old black on the platform and eliminating him with 4 clean shots. The sounds of gunfire and C4 explosions intertwined. 2 kill notifications flashed in the top right corner. Jiang Feng, down. Not weak. Jiang Feng, down. Street dog. Jiang Feng was still airborne. His VK jet had reset, so he decisively used a second jet, burst his trajectory, carrying him directly over the cabinet. He could now clearly see Luna hit again by the C4, and Zoya still in the standing stun animation from the tiger crouch grenade. He could even see the look of terror on Zoya's face. Midair, Jiang Feng adjusted his aim. For more precise shots, took down Zoya, and he landed smoothly. Jiang Feng downed. Legendary pilot taking off. Team wipe. It all happened in a flash, a triple kill to eliminate the entire team. In those 3 seconds, Jiang Feng performed a double jet, 3 kills, and flew from the second floor railing to the front of the tram tracks. A flawlessly executed combo. The live stream chat was completely exploding. Jiang Feng's 3 roommates behind him had their mouths agape, their eyes filled with shock, admiration, and envy. They looked exactly like Liu Bang witnessing the first emperor of Qin. A true man should aspire to be like that. Jiang Feng spoke calmly. Slightly dusty clothes and easy team wipe. What do you say? Can any cheater pull off a move like this? He really pulled it off. Holy crap. That Wei Long is flying in the sky. That's freaking awesome, the coolest Wei Long show I've ever seen. Truly a majestic dragon. Compared to the streamer, my Wei Long is like a Wei Long worm. Stop bragging, the opponents look like bots. Any top player from Delta Force could slaughter them like pigs. Hilarious, if you were against the streamer you'd be worse than a bot. Charging in and out 3 times, the streamer didn't land a single shot. I bet those 3 couldn't even piece together a full view of his face. I want to see the victim's perspective. Jiang Feng clicked his tongue lightly. What a pity. If Wei Long's kill could fully reset the jetpack cooldown instead of just 90, I could have pulled off 3 midair boosts. His move ignited the chat. Even viewers with Ank's fan badge couldn't help flooding other streams. Kiki, it's not that I'm not loyal, but this Wei Long is genuinely cool. Bro promises to come back after he finishes this round. Isn't this a form of NTR? But Ank didn't care. She streamed games purely for fun. As a beauty streamer who didn't do PKs or ask for gifts, she was like a breath of fresh air. This down-to-earth attitude surprisingly won her countless fans, drawing over 100,000 viewers. Ank's big eyes were glued to the screen, replaying Jiang Feng's moves in her mind. A cheat can give you godly aim and wall hacks, but it will never grant you such clear tactical thinking. Jiang Feng's aim was commendable, and his final barrage of gunfire and dual midair boosts were indeed the coolest Wei Long performance she had ever seen. But for her and for most people, the clear problem-solving approach in engagements was the key takeaway. You can't learn the mechanics, but you can learn the mindset and awareness. At the very least, after watching Jiang Feng's stream today, everyone knows that in an outdoor fight for the printing room you must secure the high ground on the second floor. So cool. 100 times better than those so-called top-tier carries I've hired. Ank clenched her fists. Seeing such plays as a brawler at heart, the thrill was like downing an iced tea in the desert. This was a true master, a top-tier protector. Maybe her broke, unlucky account could be saved by such a genius. Ank glanced at her dwindling half-coins, then back at Jiang Feng's stream, her eyes gleaming. Jiang Feng tapped the 6 crates on the ground. Boss 1 and Boss 2 had clearly fought. He opened them one by one. Not great loot. Jiang Feng frowned. They were all tier 3 or 4 armor with half-modded guns. The matchmaking rating on this account was too low. The enemies he faced were not only clueless and green but also dirt poor. From both squads packs he only scavenged a few lasers and attachments. The match intensity is too low, completely lacking quality. Time to rack up some kills, boost the rating, and dive into high-pressure lobbies for some real carrying. Wants to go to high-pressure lobbies. Is the streamer even human? Go to high-pressure lobbies already. Stop bullying us rat players here. Crying this lobby is a rat's dream. I wish everyone would just not shoot loot together and then extract. Jiang Feng noticed that comment. Some brothers have such lobbies. I've seen one. I remember a map called Tidal Prison where everyone held up shields, jumped around 8 together and extracted together. Too bad. The heartless devs. Bring back the shared prison. After looting, Jiang Feng headed to the second area. Even if the third boss spawned, he didn't plan to linger in the boss zone. The terrain there was too complex and a Wei Long could easily get taken out by potato mines. He preferred to enter the core area and wait for the remaining 2 squads. He started with a C4, answering chat questions as he moved. Why do you always jump peek? Because in Delta Force, unlike other FPS games, there's no accuracy penalty for shooting midair. So compared to a ground peek, a jump peek gives you faster movement and adds both X and Y axis displacement, making it harder for the enemy to track you. How do you handle 1vx scenarios? It's simple. As Jiang Feng was in the middle of explaining, his screen flashed red, and the sound of gunfire exploded in his headset. On pure instinct, Jiang Feng did a backward jet boost quick swap to cancel the jet and draw his gun and tracked the gunfire to the hoist room in the second area. Sure enough, 2 dark figures were crouched at the door firing at him, their muzzle flashes blinding. Jiang Feng snapped his mouse, twisted midair, instantly aimed down sights and fired. The M7's bullets roared out, followed by the system announcement. Jiang Feng using M7, eliminated rat who loves ambushing. Jiang Feng using M7, eliminated hurry up, you've been buffed. After killing 2, Jiang Feng did another backward jet boost back to cover. After the double kill, Jiang Feng boosted back behind cover and raised his gun to heal. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. By the time the audience registered the flank attack, he had already turned the tables and found cover, a dizzyingly fast sequence. Even Jiang Feng himself was stunned. It was pure muscle memory. Unrepeatable. In a critical moment, extreme reactions let instinct take over, creating this iconic play. Jiang Feng's adrenaline was pumping, his hand on the mouse trembling slightly, but he still quipped, "Guys, if I said I wasn't cheating, would you believe me?" 666, so normal means instantly boosting back while being flanked, instantly quick swapping to your gun, instantly doing a frame-perfect flick, and then headshotting both guys. Dude, that's too insane. It takes me 3 seconds just to type this, and you pulled off all those moves in 1 or 2 seconds. Holy crap. Cheater. High-end settings with an auto-aim trigger bot. Jiang Feng, you still claim you don't know Kung Fu. Old lady, you're not cheating, you should be the head of security at Space City. Recording, I'm definitely exposing this max settings cheater. The chat was spamming cheater. Indeed, Jiang Feng's move was too extreme, but for him, when his hands were on, his lightning-fast reflexes could easily produce such highlight reels. In his past life, he was a highlight factory. Any random clip from his career montage could be mistaken for cheating by viewers. Jiang Feng didn't explain much and immediately went to find the last enemy. The remaining Red Wolf had no fighting spirit. He barely resisted and didn't even pop smoke before Jiang Feng took him down with a few shots. After finishing the squad, Jiang Feng was about to explain when he saw the chat and burst out laughing. High sensitivity, good controller, aim assist, fast magnetic switches, memorized angles, high frames versus low frames, local host versus lag, top tier monitor, 98x 3D CPU, preem random spray, just had a smoke, no ping spikes, high settings, lucky, didn't record for a month, didn't stay up late last night. Pick one excuse from the list above. The screen was flooded with bullet comments accusing him of cheating along with a barrage of vile insults. His 3 roommates panicked. Chun Yulin slammed the table and shouted in his defense, "Don't jump to conclusions. Fengzi definitely isn't cheating. We've been watching him the whole time." Zhang Jindong and Chun Dexing chimed in, "He's clean. If he's cheating, may we die 1,000 deaths." But their weak defense fell on deaf ears. The comments mocked, "How many deaths would that be?" Ank's livestream was also in chaos. Ank, don't bother watching. That's obviously a cheat. Just report him. He's too arrogant, cheating right in front of you. Unfollow if you want. Those who want to unfollow can do so now. My stream is open for anyone to come and go. Ank frowned, her brows furrowed, but her voice remained firm against the pressure. That's not cheating. It's a master skill. Her good upbringing kept her patient and sincere. She stared intently at Jiang Feng's stream even though those moves looked exactly like aimbot and triggerbot. But her intuition told her Jiang Feng was not cheating. Everyone be rational. A skilled player can pull off such moves. This can't be used as solid proof. Ankh took a clear stand for Jiang Feng. I choose to believe that Jiang Feng is not a cheater but a true master. But the comments were relentless. Kiki, you're too kind. Don't be fooled. Remember, he just crushed you in. Kiki, you don't know how deceitful people can be. If you defend him and he's cheating, he'll drag you down too. Despite the comments, Ankh remained unwavering. At that moment, Jiang Feng's mind was unusually calm, for this was a path he had walked before, a scene he had in his past life. Whenever he streamed games like OW, PUBG or CS and pulled off jaw-dropping plays, the comments would always be flooded with accusations of cheating. Back then, at 16 or 17, he had dropped out of school to stream from a shabby room in his home. No matter how much he explained, no one believed him. Countless people cyberbullied him, attacking him with venomous words in his streams, posting about him on forums and social media, rallying clueless netizens to join the harassment. But this time things were different. He had solid evidence to prove he wasn't cheating. Evidence so authoritative that no one could question it. That was why Jiang Feng had confidently declared on Ankh's stream that he could prove his innocence. Jiang Feng spoke calmly, his voice clear through the mic. First, let me clarify. I'm not a cheater. If you say I am, show me solid proof. Those moves alone can't prove anything there within human capability. Stop making excuses, kid. That's clearly aimbot and triggerbot. Instant lock-on and headshots. No way to deny it. Anyone who can pull off those moves is either competing in the CS major or playing PUBG professionally. How could they be a newbie streamer? Cheater dies 1,000 deaths. Jiang Feng suddenly chuckled, his tone playful. So you think only top-tier pros are qualified to make those plays? Fine, I'll drop the act. I'm a 09 million FPS prodigy. Amidst a barrage of comments calling him shameless, he continued, my proof is simple. I'm a freshman at Zhejiang Gongshang University, living in dorm 214, building 3940. I'm streaming from my dorm right now with my 3 roommates beside me. I'll have a roommate live stream from his phone to show my computer from a third-person perspective. Well, what's the point of a camera? Hand cams and screen recordings can be faked. Who knows what's hidden in your computer? Jiang Feng turned to Chen Yulin. Lao Chun, can you start a stream to help me prove this? Chen Yulin slapped his thigh. Smart move, Fengzi. Why didn't I think of that? He pulled out his phone. I used to stream games during summer break after the college entrance exam. I'll set it up now. Minutes later, Chen Yulin's stream went live, his camera aimed directly at Jiang Feng and his laptop. Fengzi, it's ready. Jiang Feng nodded and announced his roommate's Douyin ID. My roommate's stream ID is Orange and Lin. Go check it out. A flood of viewers rushed to watch. In this age of entertainment, witnessing a college student cheater exposed was amusing. But as soon as they entered the stream, everyone froze. Dude, you're streaming on a laptop? Whoa! Is that Jiang Feng in the frame? He's that handsome. Doesn't look like a cheater at all. Lol, looks over logic. Jiang Feng stood up and gestured for Chen Yulin to zoom in. Look closely. I only have an ROG laptop. No external devices except for a mouse, keyboard, Ethernet cable, and headphones. He opened the task manager, showing a clean background with no extra processes. The flood of doubts instantly went silent. Unlike those who used desktops with multiple monitors or a pile of external devices that could hide cheating hardware, Jiang Feng had nothing but a bare laptop. Not even a spare USB drive. The chance of cheating was zero. Dude, you really are a genius? You should have said you were streaming on a laptop sooner. Sorry bro, we didn't mean to doubt you. Just kidding. Sorry, I was wrong, streamer. Can you carry me in the next match? Help, he's not only handsome but also amazing at Delta Force. How can anyone resist? Stop filming the computer, show us the streamer's face. Girls, who else loves his looks? Dude, stop gaming for these losers. They don't tip and cause nothing but trouble. Become a face streamer and do PK battles. It'll boost your rank. The comments did a complete 180°, shifting from accusations of cheating to praise of Jiang Feng's looks. His follower count soared and his fan group grew rapidly. Even Chen Yulin's stream gained followers. GXI Nang Yu Ji Run sent Jiang Feng a carnival. GXI Nang Yu Ji Run sent Orange and Lin a Douyin No. 1. GXI Nang Yu Ji Run kid buy a webcam and stream. They'll send you gifts every day. Feng Qingyang sent Jiang Feng a carnival. Feng Qingyang, you really are a prodigy. I see potential in you. Jiang Feng repeatedly thanked them for the gifts. Out of affection for him, some female fans sent gifts to Chen Yulin, asking him to keep streaming until Jiang Feng's webcam arrived, just to catch a glimpse of his profile. Meanwhile, on Ankh's stream, comments flooded in, clearing the misunderstanding. Ankh was right. Eris' upbringing really is different. We were too impulsive. Apologize in the comments. Go follow Jiang Feng and send him gifts. Ank was grateful for her patience and caution, which had spared a prodigy from a cyber death sentence. Ank didn't close Chun Yulin's stream. She minimized it to the bottom right corner and switched back to Jiang Feng's feed. Seeing the barrage of flirtatious comments, she pouted playfully, "These pervs." Before Jiang Feng turned on his camera, they were cursing him. "Only I believed in him. Yes, Kiki has a sharp eye. Kiki, he's a real master. You should team up with him." Ank straightened up and sent 3 carnivals in a row posting, "This is my apology for those who doubted and insulted you in my stream." Jiang Feng quickly thanked her. The cheating scandal, fierce in its onset and swift in its resolution, had instead earned him a loyal fanbase that recognized his skill. Fortune and misfortune often intertwine. Captain, am I the only one who noticed something off about the streamer's peripherals? Oh, you're right, something's very wrong. There's definitely something wrong with the computer. The cheat must be loaded into the mouse and keyboard. Cheater. I knew something was off. Finally exposed. Even after Jiang Feng cleared himself, many still refused to believe him, trying to dig up dirt from every nook and cranny. Now they had been successfully baited. "You idiots above, open your eyes and look at the streamer's peripherals." Chun Yulin immediately aimed the camera at the desktop, and the barrage went silent. All that was visible was a worn-out, unbranded mouse, a classic membrane keyboard with a prominent Shuangfian logo, and a pair of ultra-basic Yuandao earphones with slightly yellowed wires. Identified the classic 3-piece set that came free with a computer, probably costing less than 100 yuan total. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. A ridiculous streamer, ridiculous drop rates, ridiculous peripherals, ridiculous plays. Crying here. He pulled off such amazing plays with this garbage gear. So what does it say about me playing like a noob with a 1000 Viper Ultimate Pro, a 2000 Wooting Magnetic Axis keyboard, and a nearly 3000 SteelSeries Nova Pro? It means you're the sucker. The streamer is Lubu riding a dog, you're a dog riding Lubu. Ouch, that hurts, bro. The streamer is a menace. How am I supposed to blame my gear when I play like garbage now? Lubu riding a dog is still Lubu. But my friend, even with the most expensive gear, you'll only ever be a noob. The chat was in an uproar, truly devastated this time. Ank glanced down at her top-tier peripherals, then at the limited editions hanging on her wall, and leaned back in her chair defeated. Jiang Feng smiled and delivered the final blow. "Honestly, these peripherals are holding me back. Now that I've earned a bit, I'll switch them out after the stream. Any recommendations for good gear?" The chat erupted into arguments over which peripherals were best, and some outrageous comments left Jiang Feng speechless. Streamer, when you get your new gear, can I have the old set? Bro above, tone it down. This isn't a fully G-stream. This was Douyin, never short of outrageous people and outrageous comments. Jiang Feng looted the squad that had ambushed him. It was indeed a poor team. Their gear was worse than a printing room's. A few half-modded AKs. After all the fuss, he only got a laser sight and a helmet. And his 45-slot Devourer pack was still mostly empty. Too poor, nothing worth taking. But it's fine, there's still a fat team in second yuan I haven't looted. Ha. Ank's team came in with full tier 5 gear and didn't fire a single shot. You can get 400 W from them alone. Not just that. The 2 bodyguards Ank hired also had AWs. Thank your sister, and without someone so bad yet so willing to gear up, how could you get so much loot? Jiang Feng played along with the chat. Thanks Sister N for the 400 W gift. Many viewers from Ank's stream were gloating. Ank clenched her fists in anger and retorted, "What was I supposed to do getting sniped at the start? Who knew the central control could snipe second yuan from the start? How can you blame me for not firing a shot?" Ank's face flushed red as she muttered about angles and information gaps, things no one understood. At that moment the chat burst into laughter filled with a joyful atmosphere. Finally Ank sighed, "If I run into a human aimbot like Jiang Feng, I'll just take the L. Next round. Since we know he's not cheating, Ank, start a few more rounds. I just ordered my late-night snack. Don't push her. Would she dare enter absolute navigation without her bodyguards? She only kills knife runners in the machine dam." Ank turned red. What kind of talk is that? What kind of talk? Does it matter if he's a knife runner? Killing him is skill. Don't ask or just say that a fierce attack on Poo Dam is still a fierce attack. Don't badmouth her. She often gets killed by knife-running rats. Nobody mention it. On October 7th, 2024, Ank in full tier 6 gear at the machine dam got knifed by a B medic in a container. Sister N for pride, sake, sell some stuff and prove yourself solo in absolute navigation. The guy above just wants to queue with Sister N and get some wild red loot. Ank glared angrily at the chat, but no matter how much they goaded her, she refused to start the game. She was already broke, she couldn't act on impulse anymore. Her priority was to latch onto Jiang Feng's coattails and win a few rounds. She silently recharged her account, a sly smile curling at the corner of her mouth. So what if she lacked skill? She had the power of money. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng had just arrived at the sandy area. He looked up at the second Yuan bridge and saw 3 people climbing onto it. The funniest part was that all 3 were carrying loot boxes, their movements perfectly synchronized. Jiang Feng's possessive instinct kicked in, and he immediately panicked. Damn, who dares to eat the loot I killed for? There are AW bullets in my gun, that's Sister and prepared for my assault. If you take them and stash them in your safe, wouldn't I have wasted Sister N's kindness? High EQ bullets prepared by Sister N for the assault. Low EQ kicked to death before she could take them out. The 3 on the bridge were cautious, wanting to carry the boxes somewhere safe to loot, but that caution was their undoing. As everyone knew, carrying a person or a loot box in Delta Force drastically slowed you down, making you a stationary target. Plus, there was a 1-second stun when dropping the box. So Jiang Feng didn't hesitate. He aimed his 3x-scoped M7 at the first person's head and opened fire. Even though he missed a few shots due to the distance, the 3 moving targets were instantly melted without a chance to fight back. Second Yuan Bridge Massacre X2. How dare you touch Haji Feng's loot boxes? Haji Feng is angry and everyone in the aerospace must die. Kiki, you're not alone. Someone's come to keep you company, ha 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 ha. Well, the map is clear now. Jiang Feng walked onto the second Yuan bridge, looting and analyzing 3 teams in the prison area, 1 team in second Yuan. This team was probably from the dormitory. They heard me fighting in the prison area and came to third party, but got hooked by the unopened loot box on the bridge and fed themselves to me. That's it. The map is clear that easily. It really was simple. Killed 1 team at the start, third party 2 teams, killed an ambush team, and finished off a greedy team. No one's even been to the core zone this round. It's all the streamers. I can't imagine how satisfying the loot will be. Who streamer, I'll give you $50, let me loot the core zone for you. I'm shaking with anger. Is no one acknowledging Kiki's contribution? Without her loot box on the second Yuan bridge, as bait, how could the last team have been wiped so easily? Who knows, Haji Feng might have been killed by them and this round would have been wasted. Jiang Feng opened the team's loot box. His eyes lit up. It was a full tier 4, fully modded Scar FPS in S2. The Scar wasn't the junk it is now. Many assault teams used it and many streamers recommended it. A fully modded one cost 500,000 to 600,000. So the official gave the Scar a skin the next season, and then, well, everyone knows the story. Classic case of selling the skin and then nerfing the gun into oblivion. The chat is right. I must thank Miss Kiki for her outstanding contribution to this round. Jiang Feng looted all 6 boxes. As expected, Ank's team was the richest, 3 fully modded M7s and 2 AWs fully loaded with bullets. The total haul came to a whopping 5.7 million. The beautiful Miss Kiki has transformed into warm half coins to accompany me. Ank felt a flicker of joy upon hearing Jiang Feng's words. Even though her half coins were gone, Jiang Feng had acknowledged her. Ank immediately sent a carnival gift, but Jiang Feng's next words made her smile freeze. To show my gratitude for Miss Kiki's contribution, I've decided to extract with Miss Kiki's dog tag as a token of thanks. I defended you, vouched that you weren't cheating, and even sent you gifts, and this is how you mock me. At that moment, Ank had only one thought. What a jerk. I sent that carnival too soon. Remember, sacrifice a small golden position to bring out the dog tag. To us Delta players, this is recognition, not humiliation. Haji Feng, you kid, really know how to make me cry with your understanding. Coco provides you with half coins and you bring out the dog tag for coup. Isn't this a mutual pursuit? Killing once in the game is enough? Do you have to chase and kill outside the game too? This is how we play Zhou. Lust comes after greed. Even a peerless beauty like Coco can't shake our loyalty to half coins. I can do it. If I could win Coco, I'd be willing to get hearts every single time. The barrage went wild. They truly didn't expect Jiang Feng to remain indifferent to a rare gem, like in Ku, and even deliver the finishing blow. Smiles don't disappear, they just transfer. The smile on Enk's face moved to the faces of the audience in the live stream. Ha 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 ha, did you send the carnival too early? And Ku, are you regretting it? Laughing to death, die fast in Space City, and your gifts fly just as fast in the stream. And Ku initially tried to maintain her ladylike image, pouting slightly, but a glance at the barrage finally broke her composure. Ah, Jiang Feng, you red egg. And I even gave you a carnival. Her lips quivered and her eyes glistened with tears. She couldn't understand why after sending gift after gift Jiang Feng didn't invite her, the victim and top donor, into the squad, and even made sarcastic remarks. The barrage relayed instantly. You're something else. Cuckoo has been on Douyin all this time without crying, but you made her cry twice today. Alright, you're from Zhejiang Gongshang University, right? You made my wife cry twice. Just wait till I get you. As an absolute straight man, Jiang Feng had no idea how to comfort a girl. Moreover, most of his past life girlfriends were together because of gaming. Honestly, they didn't need much comforting. They were all gaming addicts. When angry, no words were needed. A few rounds of the game would fix everything. Maybe Inko could be soothed the same way. Jiang Feng sent a barrage. Top secret space city, wanna come? They'll feed you a few rounds. And Kes' mood cleared instantly like rain turning to sunshine. A slight smile tugged at her lips, and her tone carried a hint of tsundere. You're the one inviting me. In her heart, she was overjoyed. Her empty warehouse and scarce half-coins were saved. As the saying goes, tsunderes often end up as losers. If you don't want to come, forget it, Jiang Feng teased. I'm coming. And Ko quickly sent a friend request. The barrage was stirred up like an old father guarding a motorcycle outside. We Zhou players can sacrifice pride for a meal. Tears can turn into laughter instantly. What relieves worries? Only big reds. Ko don't play with this Jiang Feng. This guy has ulterior motives. Don't be fooled. Wow, you hit the Tongtian protector. Ko is grinning from ear to ear. Promise me just add friends in the game and play together. Don't add WeChat or meet in real life. I'll wrap up this round first. After clearing the core zone, I'll extract. Next, Jiang Feng demonstrated what it meant to treat Space City like home, descending floors rapidly and without injury. The basic CEO jumped down the stairs, went without saying. From the blue room to the first floor, from the centrifuge to the first floor. He triggered climbing every time descending safely. When Jiang Feng stood at the floating pit and said he would perform a no-damage jump into the pit, everyone in the stream was momentarily stunned. Dude, don't mess around, you're solo, and your load is worth at least 10 million, including your own gear. If you mess up the jump, you'll lose 10 million for nothing. A total loss. Honey, don't jump. I'm scared. Forget it. Don't demonstrate this no-damage drop at this spot. Even if you teach me, I won't learn. I love how bold the streamer is. Jumping off buildings in real life is one thing, but you can't jump in. Jiang Feng glanced at the barrage, then, without warning, found the right spot and leaped. After a few tense seconds, he landed precisely on the safe, triggering a climb and touching down steadily. The barrage scrolled wildly with Nyobai and 666 flooding the screen. No one expected him to dare jump into the pit with millions at stake. The thrill rivaled real-life bungee jumping. And Kes' heart pounded as she stared at Jiang Feng's calm expression on Chen Yulin's screen, muttering, "How dare he?" Despite her complaints, her hands obediently sent another carnival. "That's nothing. I have another way to jump into the pit without damage. Watch closely." Jiang Feng rode the rope back to the top, leaped again without warning, and midair deployed a tiger squat. Using the reset height mechanic, he landed perfectly. When Jiang Feng's Weilong stood up from the pit, everyone was convinced. The streamer really dared. Anyone else with millions would have trembling hands and couldn't move, but he casually jumped twice like it was nothing. Streamer im convinced. A Jackie Chan moment in the floating pit, no joke. If Jiang Feng says I'm not a man, I'll put on a bra right now. Jiang Feng just smiled. In Season 2, Delta players hadn't yet lost their awe for half coins. In this game, only when you treat half coins as a string of numbers can you truly shed your burdens and execute crossing the threshold that holds you back. Of course, saying this now was a bit premature. At this stage, everyone was worried about having too few half coins, not yet in the era of abundance that would come later. Jiang Feng cleared the entire core zone, but didn't get a single red item, only a few small golds. What a lousy, leaky space city. It's really disappointing. Unlucky streamer. Don't you know that aggressive play yields no loot? This is our Delta, play well, and get punished, play poorly and get rewarded. Calling the streamer unlucky makes me laugh. Didn't you see his last round on normal dam? A 47.5 million extraction. Have you ever seen that? Old viewers in the stream explained Jiang Feng's previous normal dam round to new viewers, sparking a huge reaction. Everyone demanded he quickly edit and release the video. They wanted to see it. It was just that Jiang Feng wasn't popular enough yet, with few people making clips of him. Otherwise, while he was still streaming, the clips would have already gone viral. Jiang Feng quickly pulled the switch for an emergency extraction and accepted an Kes friend request. He directly invited Anku into the squad. The next second, her soft voice came through the earphones. Hello, can you hear me? First, I must offer you a sincere apology. Ank's tone was exceptionally earnest, carrying a hint of solemnity, as she rose from her chair and adjusted the camera angle to squarely face herself. Standing before the camera, Ank wore a grave expression. Her ethereally beautiful face still bore traces of tears, her eyes rimmed with red. Clad in a loose white nightgown, it could not conceal her exquisite figure. Even though it wasn't my intention, the comments questioning you as a cheater still affected you, and my viewers hurled in. Here on behalf of my fans, I want to say I'm sorry. Ankh took a deep breath and bowed. Jiang Feng, upon hearing this, composed his expression, sitting upright. When someone offered a solemn apology, he naturally had to show due respect. Ankh enunciated each word clearly without a hint of insincerity. This is my mistake. If you need, I will post an apology and clarification video and pin it tomorrow. Jiang Feng tried to ease her tension with a relaxed tone. Hey, a video apology isn't necessary. It's only human. If I were killed inexplicably by a level 30 account ID suspect cheating too. During that earlier play you stood up for me and believed in me. Besides, you kind of brought me traffic. I should thank you. A blush crept across Ankh's delicate face. She hadn't expected Jiang Feng had heard her earlier. Jiang Feng could sense her sincerity. As a top-tier streamer, being able to set aside pride and admit fault so readily took courage and grace. Qualities that set her apart from many. Moreover, the ability to correct mistakes was a rare virtue. In FPS games, cheaters were rampant, so anyone would think twice. Besides, his current skill level in Delta Force was indeed a shock to contemporary players. That was understandable. As the saying goes, it's never too late to mend. How many streamers bickered, endlessly refusing to admit fault, even stirring up trouble when they had no ground to stand on. The live chat, flooded with comments, suddenly reminded of bearing a rod and asking for punishment, and the general and the minister reconciled. Truly, language education has a delayed effect. Good kids both. Once the misunderstanding is cleared, all is well. Out of blows grows friendship. Better to resolve than to hold grudges. Fighting is affection, scolding is love. Get out of here, who's affectionate with you? Ankh is ours. But the two in the team remained silent, as if yet to recover from the tense atmosphere. To break the awkwardness, Chen Yulin suddenly wailed, "Ah, Ankh, I'm your fan." As a seasoned lecher, Chen Yulin followed nearly 1500 accounts on Douyin, of which at least 95 were beautiful female bloggers, mostly risque streamers. That Ankh, who dressed conservatively and never sought attention through exposure, could earn his special follow, was a testament to his genuine fandom. What's more, he had held back throughout, only daring to speak after Jiang Feng finished the game. An immense restraint. Jiang Feng, seeing his buddy's starry-eyed look, quietly turned on the speaker. A true brother for life. Why not support his fandom? Learning that her dorm had a fan, Ankh's mood instantly lifted. That's more like it. As a top-tier Douyin streamer with 18 million fans, dubbed the epitome of perfection, her charm should be undeniable. Just a mere male college student. Easily handled. Oh no, Ankh's about to transform into a succubus again. Last time she hired a guardian, without revealing her identity, she was recognized on the spot. This is the normal way. Miss Kuke's charm is irresistible. Maybe Jiang Feng recognized her all along and played hard to get. That's the tactic guys used to chase girls. Spot on. When I was in high school and college, I used to deliberately ignore and tease the girls I liked. The comments spoke with such conviction that Ankh was thoroughly convinced. Thinking about it, she was so famous. How could a male college student not have seen her? Maybe it really was playing hard to get. Ankh's sweet voice came through the speaker. Ah, thank you for your liking, sending you a heart. Then she probed. So are all four in your dorm my fans? Chen Yulin glanced at his three roommates. He knew Zhang Jindong and Chen Dexing both followed Ankh. Even if not diehard, they could be called fans. But Jiang Feng, he knew him too well. This guy only watched risque female streamers. If he came across someone dressed conservatively, he'd swipe away, instantly afraid of skewing his algorithm. Well, 3R. Remembering Ankh's miserable experience of being kicked twice by Jiang Feng today, Chen Yulin couldn't bring himself to lie, his reply tinged with a college student's naive honesty. Who isn't? The one you're playing with. The air froze instantly, awkward enough to carve out a 3-bedroom apartment. One dared to ask, the other dared to answer. Ankh fell silent, a silence that was deafening. Busiest in the circus, wildest in Gotham, standing guard at McDonald's, the Joker in the deck. Ankh interested in showbiz. DC has a perfect role for you. Jiang Feng, what is a Sigma male? Look at Jiang Feng's likes. All risque female streamers. Got it, Jiang Feng isn't your fan because you dress too conservatively in your videos. Indeed, with a 175 centimeters figure that's curvy in all the right places, you don't show a bit. If you just flash some long legs in black stockings, Jiang Feng would be your fan. The streamer was publicly shamed and the chat erupted into a frenzy. Jiang Feng was stunned too. Damn, had forgotten to set his profile to private before streaming, and now all his likes and follows were exposed. Ahem, actually am a hardcore fan. I don't need to follow to see your videos. Jiang Feng tried to salvage his dignity, but the comments showed no mercy. Oh sure. A hardcore fan who follows over 1,000 female streamers but skips Ankh. Quick QA. Which game is Ankh's frequent cosplay from? Wow, what a treasure of a guy. The goddesses he follows wear less and less with better and better figures. Kindred spirit, high quality, good taste. I command you not to hide your likes and follows. I know it's hard, but that's an order. Seeing Chen Yulin's embarrassed expression, Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively. To be honest, it wasn't Chen Yulin's fault. Jiang Feng wouldn't hold it against his buddy. Ahem, how about we start the game? Having provoked Ank twice in 10 minutes would make anyone awkward. Ank wasn't angry. She wasn't tyrannical enough to demand everyone be her fan. Just a little embarrassed. But she refused to believe she couldn't win over a mere male college student with her charm. The Douyin succubus tricks hadn't even been deployed yet. Ank's voice grew even sweeter. Ready. Just waiting for you to carry me, but my account's high tier. Well match against full gear 5 and 6 sets. Want to bring another person? No need. Sweet Duo Q doesn't need outsiders. We need high intensity. How else will we loot their gear? This round Jiang Feng chose an M14 and an AW. The 10 bullets sponsored by Ank's hired guardian were more than enough. The guardian with the AWM couldn't protect Ank, but today it was his turn. Jiang Feng patted his chest. Just equip a devourer pack, pick the female medic and hide behind me. Leave the rest to me. Let's go slaughter the spaceport. The mighty dragon arrives. Let's go feast at the spaceport. The greedy pig arrives. Ank, true to her status as a top streamer, caught the joke, instantly delivering maximum entertainment. Woo-woo, I have a bad feeling. Will this sweet duo Q turn into a couples duo? Cuckoo once said she wanted a boyfriend who could make her feel safe. Jiang Feng is so handsome and a year younger. There's no way they'll end up together. He must get kicked to death and rage quit. Where are the cheaters? Big bro Ulu. The assault squad. Save us. Entering the map, luck wasn't on their side. They spawned at Prison 3. In the current S2. There was no broken bridge, meaning if they opened the bridge they could get sniped from Prison 2 behind and the launch zone ahead, and if they made it to the black room they'd be pinned down by the second team. Prison 3 was truly a prison. Considering Ank only had enough money for one spaceport loadout, Jiang Feng decided against risking the bridge or camping on the spot for 20 minutes. Neither entertaining nor time efficient. They'd push straight through Europe and America. Clear the prison area first. Just as he landed and prepared to assault Prison 2, Ank suddenly said, Jiang Feng, wait. I have something for you. Jiang Feng picked it up. It was 10 AW bullets. Aren't you doing the 0 to 3 billion challenge? I saw you had no AWM bullets in your stash. Use mine first, then yours. I still have plenty. Jiang Feng glanced at the chat and froze for a few seconds. Ank sold her big red item for one last dance. 20 AW bullets total, she brought you half. Half her life savings handed over. Kid, can you handle it? Handle it? A man can always handle it. Damn it. Clear the map. If he didn't feed Ank until she couldn't walk or jump head, have his name written backward. The advantageous gun position actually lies in the third cell attacking the second cell, as there are only a few points from which the second cell can emerge. Conversely, if the third cell attacks the second cell, then the second cell becomes the advantageous position. Therefore, landing in the third cell without a card is suggested. It's better to just hang around on Douyin for 20 minutes. Exactly this logic. Jiang Feng's originally solo commentary turned into a duet, with Nku adding her comedic flair, shaking her head, and following along her silly demeanor, eliciting laughter from the audience. Jiang Feng, feeling the urge to act, deliberately put on a serious face. So Junior and Ku, do you know what we need to do now? Reporting officer. According to your directives, we should hang around for 20 minutes. And Ku stood up straight and answered with utmost seriousness. Junior, you truly are a genius. Jiang Feng shifted gears. Follow me to attack the second cell. Yes, sir. And Ko was taken aback, blinking her big eyes in confusion. Officer, you are two-faced, inconsistent, deceiving a junior, sending you to a military tribunal. The live chat was flooded with laughter, comments flying like a machine gun, all saying Junior and Ku is too obedient, and Jiang Feng, you are teasing her again. Jiang Feng smiled and said, Junior and Ku, remember our style, aggressive like fire, unyielding like a mountain. I handle the fire, you handle the mountain. Wait here, I'll go buy some oranges at the second cell. And Ku puffed her cheeks in frustration that Jiang Feng is taking advantage of me again. The chat was unable to contain their laughter. These two were just too entertaining. High emotional intelligence, aggressive like fire, unyielding like a mountain. Low emotional intelligence, you're too weak, wait for me to finish killing. Suggestions for Junior and Ku to apply for a transfer. This officer is too troublesome. Ha ha ha. And Ku and Jiang Feng must also watch Bai Ze's live streams. Compared to Nku, even Xiao Yan seems smart. However, Jiang Feng is stronger than Bai Ze. One positive and one negative cancel each other out. Can't you all just not compare? After some entertaining exchanges, Jiang Feng found an inexplicable rapport with Nku. At that moment, gunfire erupted from the adjacent black room. It was highly likely that a skirmish had broken out between the second cell and the firing area, and the sound of gunfire from the second cell's printing room echoed. Have we already reached the printing room? That was quick, probably a 3-person team. With this information, Jiang Feng stepped forward, purposefully toward the blue vehicle beside the hoisting room, preparing to aim the second cell toward the larger cell's transition point. Jiang Feng played with a European style but was no fool. With the information advantage, the optimal strategy was to eliminate one target without taking damage. Sure enough, the supplies in the second cell were too scarce. Jiang Feng had barely set up for less than a minute when 3 opponents appeared in the scope. The rest was simple, a vast open area to shoot moving targets was easy enough. With the sound of the AWM firing bang. Pull the bolt bang. Pull the bolt again bang. Jiang Feng used the AWM to take down the lazy player 007. Jiang Feng used the AWM to eliminate a player who foolishly exposed themselves. Jiang Feng used the AWM to thwart an ambush attempt. Squad wiped. Done. The second cell has been cleared easy and breezy. Junior, come over and loot the bodies. Coming. And Ku rushed over with her backpack, peeking around and asking officer, where's the loot? You're at a level too high for a junior. I suggest you be downgraded to a private. Who understands the phrase come loot the bodies? It sounds so domineering. It's not about the feeling, you just simply want to eat. Jiang Feng marked the location of the loot for Nku, loaded the AWM with bullets, and turned to head to the control center. Junior, take your time eating. I'll go to the control center to buy you some oranges. At this moment, Nku was utterly absorbed in looting. Wow, a fully modified M7, so nice and fat. Wow, 6 sets, it's 6 sets. Still basically full durability 6 sets. Wow, Jiang Feng, you are amazing. This whole pile was wiped out by you with a single kick. A W, I heard you're called 6 sets. 666. And Ku, just keep eating. After you finish, you'll have multiple fathers to be happy with. For the sake of this little bit of half coins, are you really willing to give up your dignity? I'm right, aren't I, Jiang Feng? One loot can take 5 minutes, and Ku, just keep eating. Jiang Feng arrived at the control center and found that the large immunity at the control center had not been looted. Calmly analyzing, he said the second team was fighting in the black room before the launch. I cleared the second cell, and the dormitory must be brushed. There aren't many people in the control center, so that remaining team must be from the Western University. In other words, apart from us, there are only 3 teams left on the field. This is how space travel works. Information is too easily obtained and analyzed. Even though being born in the third cell is a disadvantage, Jiang Feng still managed to gather all the information on the map, even predicting the situation below. Players in S2 haven't figured out the tricks yet. There aren't so many experts. Any tactics like blocking bridges or camping at exits or attacking the last team and blowing up the escape point, basically everyone survives landing just like a CEO sighting. Jiang Feng directly ziplined across the control center bridge, seeing that the door was opened at Western University. It was likely that the dormitory team would follow through the Western District Gate. Jiang Feng switched out to the AWM and happened to see a team caught in a pincer attack in the CEO corridor. Luna's thunder and electric arrows, the flaming birds, and the tremors from the old black all came crashing down. That team quickly succumbed to the barrage of these items, having no power to defend themselves. The Red Wolf's smoke screen was useless, and the 3 players were put in the box, barely firing a few shots before they died. The viewers in the live stream witnessed this scene, feeling sympathetic. So brutal. Items galore, no one could withstand this. If another streamer were here, it might be different. They could possibly take down a team and still have a chance to fight. Jiang Feng squinted at the screen. In such a situation, it would be tough for anyone. I suggest you all just save your bullets if you encounter me. This highlights the importance of information. Instead of learning how to operate in dire situations, it's better to learn how to gather all information to fundamentally avoid such scenarios. Alright, the team that died is likely from Western University, having battled with the second team and the firing area for a while. The dormitory team snuck up behind them and was caught off guard. With only these 2 teams left, let's not dawdle. We'll clear these 2 teams and then scrape some resources before withdrawing for the next match. This is just like cheating and knowing how many teams are left on the field and even analyzing how the dead team died. The streamer's operations are hard to replicate, but that awareness must be learned. And stop eating and come learn about information gathering abilities. Could the streamer make a video explaining how to gather and analyze information in space travel? S2 is truly a pioneering phase with a flood of new players entering the battlefield. Jiang Feng's information abilities are like a god's perspective to them, providing a shock comparable to his marksmanship. I will definitely be making instructional videos, but I still suggest everyone watch my streams more. Follow along with my thought process from landing, that way you'll share my perspective and truly learn. Everyone, don't rush me too much. I'm still a student and I have classes during the day. I can only find time to edit as much as possible. Looking at the barrage of requests for updates Jiang Feng calculated, I need to edit the live stream clips and make instructional videos, so it seems I must secure that editing mastery item in the shop as soon as possible. After claiming 12 kills and withdrawing with 6.5 million, the game intensity coefficient only counted 0.8 for him, leaving him with a total of 148 Dominion points with 96 points from kills and merely 52 from resources. The system was clearly encouraging killing. This made Jiang Feng, who already leaned towards the aggressive playstyle typical of Western gamers, even more radical. In his eyes, the enemies were not just shining half coins, but also enticing Dominion points. However, he still played it cautiously, opting to take the stairs to the CEO's office rather than the shortcut through the buoyant. The reason was simple: in solo play, he dared to take on 6 opponents with a disadvantageous position, knowing that if he died he could just try again next round, but now with a seriously struggling private in the team, he couldn't afford to play recklessly. Jiang Feng glanced at the private still frantically consuming resources in the central control area, then looked at the 10 rounds of AW bullets in his pocket. He was always someone who believed in treating his comrades with the utmost respect, and he would repay that respect. Jiang Feng suppressed his killing intent, but as he reached the CEO's office the gunfire from the last 2 teams ceased. He clicked his tongue in disappointment, saying, "I'm too late, they finished fighting and now I can only kill 3. Jiang Feng switched to the AW, cautiously peeking, but the distinct sounds of armor piercing and drug use came through his headphones. Jiang Feng immediately pressed forward. The 3 below seemed to be out of sync, retreating to defend the spiraled staircase and relinquishing that critical position. "What's wrong, guys? You're giving up this position to the dragon." Jiang Feng's mouth twisted into a grin. Any seasoned player familiar with the space maps knew that the dragon's crouch had a deadly advantage at this spot. Standing at the top of the stairs to counter the crouch, the normal reaction would be to hide below, but the crouch moved faster than a person. Hiding below was a death sentence. The only solution was to unexpectedly charge upward, but sadly few could react quickly enough. Thus this crouch could be said to be a guaranteed kill on first sight. Whether or not one survived on subsequent encounters depended solely on their memory. On the screen, the 3 at the bottom of the stairs displayed excellent discipline. 2 were covering with guns, while Luna was fiddling with her equipment, but in Jiang Feng's eyes all of this was futile. He glanced at the live chat and slowly spoke. "This team is already dead within 5 seconds. Everyone start recording, keep your pants dry. The upcoming scene will be very crazy." The timing was crucial. As his words fell, Jiang Feng executed the crouch, navigating smoothly, launching a wall shot, followed by the cold countdown 5. At this moment, the chat exploded. "What the hell are you bragging? 3 kills in 5 seconds. Jiang Feng, have you been drinking fake alcohol today? This team is clearly an aggressive squad, killing 3 in 5 seconds. Are you aiming at fixed targets? Keep your pants dry. I think you want us to laugh ourselves silly, waiting to be slapped in the face. Those 2 are covering, just try to show yourself. You'll get turned into a sieve. Stop showing off, hurry up and hide, it doesn't matter if you die, my Nku hasn't eaten enough yet." The chat was a mess. 5 seconds to wipe a team, and the streamer didn't specify which team it was. What if it's ours? Amid the doubts, the 3 at the bottom of the stairs were completely flustered. The red warning from the crouch hit them hard, and they stopped covering, turning to flee in a panic, their steps frantic, as if they were stepping on springs, scrambling in a rush. 4. Jiang Feng simply retracted his gun, watching the 3 desperately flee, and pressed F2 to speak. "You're not up to it, next." As soon as he finished speaking, with a loud bang the crouch exploded beneath the 3, a powerful shockwave knocking them down. Target destabilized. The crouch linked with his brain, the jet propulsion replacing thought. These 4 words could drive 99 of Dragon players insane. Yet Jiang Feng remained unfazed as he continued the countdown, jumping up to toss 2 C4S, which stuck perfectly between the 3. 3. The gamble ended when the crouch was unleashed 2 seconds ago. Now it was merely revealing the veil of death. The 3 slowly stood up, with a 5-second knockdown time of the crouch perfectly aligned with the countdown to the C4 explosion, and they could only watch helplessly as the red warning of the C4 surrounded them with no room left for resistance. 2. Jiang Feng's countdown sounded like a death knell, inching ever closer to demise. Yes, the crouch flies for 2.5 seconds before exploding with a blast radius of 5 meters, a knockdown time of 5 seconds, and a C4 detonation time of 3 seconds. The chat finally reacted and erupted. 1 crouch, 2 C4s, wiping a team in 5 seconds without firing a shot. This is a scene I wouldn't even dare to imagine. The satisfaction of 1 crouch taking down 3 is just as exhilarating as seeing 5 dashed lines with Yasuo. Is the other side filled with bots? How could 3 people all fall to a single crouch? Wait, this crouch has its tricks, streamer, please explain. Jiang Feng stood at the top of the stairs, pressed F2 to open the action panel, and gave a standard military salute to the 3 desperate figures at his feet. In the next moment, the C4 exploded with a thunderous roar, and Jiang Feng announced the final number of the countdown. 1. Jiang Feng took down the number 1 fighter from Shandong with a magnetic bomb. Jiang Feng took down the Wang Yanzhu from Diaozhou with a magnetic bomb. He wiped out the team. 5 seconds to wipe the team, fulfilling my mission. The mighty dragon. Onward. The chat echoed in unison, the mighty dragon onward. Jiang Feng's lips almost split into a grin at this round, genuinely thrilled him. In later years, unless it was in a Tang-style match, who would let 3 people simultaneously fall to a full crouch on a spiral staircase. Not firing a single shot, the showmanship was explosive. Greedy pig, go. The sweet voice of Enke came through the headphones. Commander, I've finished eating in the central control area. Can I go into the core area now? Jiang Feng sighed. I've just cleared the map here, and you're still asking if you can enter the core area. The live stream was instantly drowned in laughter, the chat scrolling like a machine gun. Eating, just know how to eat. The commander has cleared the map already. I suggest demoting Private Enke to a recruit. With this performance, she doesn't deserve to be a private. Little smoke, commander, look at her. Am I not a qualified soldier? By Zaham. Indeed. Jiang Feng laughed helplessly. Go scrape the core area. I've already cleared the map. Hurry and loot the bags. Ha! You cleared the map already. Wow. Commander, you're too amazing. Enke cheered as she dashed towards the core area. Jiang Feng counted the boxes on the ground, neatly arranged in 3 teams with 9 boxes. He hadn't opened a single one. The joy of opening boxes was left for Enke. He glanced at the chat, and one comment made him unable to hold back his laughter. The streamer has the skills and awareness. How can someone this strong not go to the battlefield to gain fame, but play a treasure hunt as a small streamer? What a pity. Oh my goodness. What kind of statement is that? It's simply turning the world up. I can't hold it in anymore, truly can't. The most outrageous part is that the comment was actually telling the truth. Now that Delta has 100 million monthly active users, at least 70 million are Warzone players. Tournaments are in full swing, and the S2 beacon zone is indeed just a little brother mode. Jiang Feng appreciated the recognition of his skills from the comments, but he knew in his heart that everything would change in S3. It could be said that S3 was the season when the beacon zone truly took off, while the current S2 was just a phase of gathering momentum. All those Delta streamers who later became famous across the internet, Lin Shu, Hao Tianyang, Qijia, which one of them didn't start to shine in S3? Apart from their own strength, the explosive growth of game players and the major reshuffle in the streaming circle during S3 were the key factors. The comments were arguing even more fiercely than he had expected. Wait, aren't there enough Warzone streamers for you to watch? We found a treasure in the loot game, and you're trying to convince him to switch. Be kind. Warzone dogs, crawl away. Get out of the loot stream. Streamer, remember this, if you go to Warzone you'll be a nobody, but if you stay in beacon zone, well, hail you as the god of aggression. Only I think the thrill of hitting a red in loot game is 10 times better than farming kills in Warzone. Don't hold the streamer back. Warzone is the true god. Switch to Warzone for a surge in popularity, join a team, win a championship, and take off. Jiang Feng watched the scrolling comments on the screen, genuinely surprised. In his own beacon zone stream, Warzone players and loot players were actually arguing on almost equal terms. This actually made him more confident. According to the trajectory of his past life, the beacon zone would soar after S3. The current 100 million daily active users were definitely not the limit. This number would at least triple. Hadn't you noticed that on a certain platform all the novels about Delta were loot-themed? Warzone. What lane is that even on? Jiang Feng sighed with emotion. The future was vast, the opportunity was right before him, and he was also getting in on the ground floor. Switching from beacon zone to Warzone now would be no different from joining the Nationalist Army in 1949. Jiang Feng cleared his throat, leaned into the microphone, and said in a deep voice, the streamer is a beacon zone man in life, and a beacon zone ghost in death. Alright, I'm locking on to beacon zone and never letting go. In my book, beacon zone is the true god. Maybe one day it'll be the other way around and you'll have to convince Warzone streamers to switch to beacon zone to make a living. After this declaration of loyalty, the stream went silent for half a second, and then comments of God of Aggression flooded the screen with gift effects that wouldn't stop. Wow, 9 packs. Corporal finally arrived late, and upon seeing the 9 unopened boxes neatly arranged on the ground, his eyes instantly went wide. Wow, an M7. Wow, a 6-piece set. Wow, a 5-piece set. I'm going to get a sugar rush. Enke was practically burying her head in the packs. Being Jiang Feng's opponent was like meeting a ghost, but being his teammate, that was pure bliss. Is the boss fat? Jiang Feng asked with a smile. Fat, fat, fat. Super fat. Was the carnival gift worth it? Worth it, worth it, worth it. Enke was so into looting that she couldn't lift her head. The comments were watching like a mukbang, all saying they were craving it. Can I get a ride if I send a carnival? I want to binge on packs too. Isn't it just shouting 666 from behind? I can do that too. Streamer, how much for a pack carry? DM me. I have money. Because of Ank's traffic, aside from the initial big spender Fenking Yang, there were quite a few well-off viewers in the stream. Seeing the comments asking for a ride, Jiang Feng explained, because I'm currently doing a 30-day 3 billion challenge, and in principle I only play solo and don't carry people. But today's a special case. I ran into Ank twice in a row and even made her cry. Fate brought us together, so we'll take Corporal for a few rounds. Ank suddenly stopped looting, walked over to Jiang Feng and dropped her guns one by one. An M7 and Scar, an M700. Sir, take all these. They'll just eat what you leave behind. Ank's voice was soft and she asked cautiously then, can you take me again tomorrow? The stream instantly erupted with comments cracking up. Is this still Ank? Where's the ferocity from before when shed gear up and chase people down? Her persona is shattered. Before I hate leeches who do nothing but follow and eat. Now I'm a leech and it feels so good. Truly no one can escape the law of true fragrance. For half coins even a fierce woman can turn into a good girl. Hockey, you little thing, just for a pack you're throwing all your charm at the guy. Who can resist that? Ank watched the screen full of TTT and shot a sly glare at the comments. T it is. If I can hitch a ride with Jiang Feng and feast every day, I'll tea you all to death. Tomorrow. I have class tomorrow evening. Jiang Feng's straight man reply had the comments in stitches, and someone even sent a sports car. The streamer knows how to say no. Ank's questioning her life now. Where's my irresistible charm? Ank hit M with my seduction. Jiang Feng, I have evening classes. We were wrong about Hockey Feng. He didn't bring Ank for money or looks. He purely made her cry and is paying her off with medical fees. The comment above is spot on. This wave is humanitarian compensation. Hurry up and eat. A majestic dragon like me won't fight for packs with a greedy pig. These guys are fat enough for both of us. And we could win this round thanks to your 3 AW shots. When Jiang Feng said this, the comments only then realized, and an even fiercer discussion erupted. Holy crap. Just realized Jiang Feng only fired 3 shots this round. In ancient times, Shui Rengui secured the Tianshan Mountains with 3 arrows. Today, Hockey Feng clears the spaceport with 3 shots. That's terrifying. Not only is his aim good, but his map knowledge is also on point. You've got to say he deserves to eat. Rational discussion, no flame war. Is Jiang Feng currently the strongest? You've been streaming for a day and you're already hyping him up. Give me a break. Jiang Feng ignored these discussions. In the game Delta, debating a streamer's skill based on live match content was like comparing Guan Yu to Qin Qiong. The match quality varied wildly, and if they couldn't be matched together for a fair competition, it was just a pointless argument. What truly allowed fair and convincing competition was officially organized tournaments like the later Big Red Cup or the Streamer Championship. That was his real stage. In his past life, Hao Tian made a name for himself at the Big Red Cup, while Lin Shu took a major fall. Unless it was a full hacker lobby, the intensity of ranked matches was far below that of tournaments. Tournaments were where true skill was tested. Getting kills left and right in ranked, but becoming a nobody in tournaments just meant you were all hype. And Jiang Feng was well aware of his own weakness. His aim. In average ranked matches, missing a shot or two didn't matter much, but in tournaments even a single mistake could cost the... So Jiang Feng always knew what he had to do. First, boost his fame. The Aggression Cup was by official invitation only with just a few dozen spots. Without fame he couldn't even get a ticket in. Second, improve his strength, sharpen his aim, and then in the tournament play like a prodigy and shock everyone. You say a college student should study hard. This is where that meme comes in. Ank could loot a bag 3 times in 5 minutes, but Jiang Feng was different. The looting skills he honed in his previous life through wild competitions were unmatched. Do you understand what it means to be slow on the draw? Jiang Feng's confidence in his looting skills even surpassed his marksmanship. P.S. When competing with teammates for resources, especially when looting in a launch zone, the best method is to spam Alt-D on the loot. The discard command for loot has the highest priority. If you drop it on the ground, your teammates will only think you stole it, so just pick it up from the ground. Having finished looting quickly, Jiang Feng consumed the contents of 9 bags in no time, stuffing himself with 2 revolvers, 3 laser sights, 2 tactical patches, and a resonance grip, utilizing every slot for attachments to the fullest. At first, when Jiang Feng entered the game with 2 revolvers, he was met with skepticism in the chat, but now viewers were enlightened. Wow, you can actually fit attachments on a revolver like that. I thought Hockey Feng brought 2 revolvers by mistake, but he had hidden this skill. The old man finally revealed the burning art, haha. So meticulous, truly so meticulous, even the fine dining of old Beijing isn't this particular. I can't master marksmanship or map understanding, but I can definitely learn this looting technique. It's hilarious how some people have no understanding of marksmanship. Bringing a Windshear barrel revolver into the game is like incurring an extra 20000 in battle losses. Meanwhile, Ank finally finished looting as well, excitedly exclaiming, wow. 7. 21 million. I also did quite well. Jiang Feng, how much did you get? If it's not enough, I'll share some with you. Jiang Feng opened the TAB menu, glanced at the earnings panel, and casually reported a not much, just 7.42 million. Ank's excitement instantly vanished, her whole body stiffening in place while the chat went wild with laughter. I can't breathe, folks. Ank looted first, went into the match without a helmet or gun, and yet her earnings were less than Hockey Feng's. Little Corporal is worried that the officer won't have enough to eat. Is this officer a corrupt official? It's hilarious. Look at Ank's expression, she seems to be questioning life itself. Jiang Feng explained, I just did some creative accounting, picked up 3 6-headed items and 2 5-headed ones. At this moment most players in S2 were still familiarizing themselves with the map's gameplay and skills, and many deeper mechanics of the Delta had not yet been discovered. Jiang Feng checked the map time, 15 minutes. This match was played swiftly, with no experts camping at the gate, blowing up the extraction point or blocking bridges. The rhythm of the game was just this fast. Cherishes to this pure Delta. Jiang Feng sighed. For aggressive players, the truly enjoyable aerospace experience is formulaic with clear information, no experts, and no hidden potato mines lurking in some corner. Do you not see that, in the future, single aggressive streamers die more often from potato mines than from aggressive Let's scrape the ground a bit. They are playing so fiercely that they surely haven't cleaned out all the loot. You go for the buoyancy centrifuge while I loot the black and blue rooms. See you at the extraction point, let's hurry for the next match. Jiang Feng was scraping the ground and glanced at the clock on the table. It was already past 10 o'clock. He turned to the chat and said, by the way, let me mention the streaming schedule. Barring any special circumstances, it will be from 7 p.m. to 1130 p.m. I have class on Tuesday evenings and won't stream. The chat exploded with questions, only streaming for this short amount of time. What's with the Delta Civil Service? Not streaming on Tuesdays? Then I might as well go offline and wait for you. What kind of young master only streams for 4-5 hours? Even the donkeys of a production team wouldn't dare to take such a break. Hurry up and stream more. Only streaming in the evenings. What about the afternoons? Having been to university, there are only a few classes in a day. If not attending class, just stream for me. Hockey Feng, how can I live without watching your streams? Hockey Feng, you're different from others, don't waste your time on studying. Jiang Feng was both happy and distressed looking at the flood of messages in the chat. The fact that so many people hope for me to stream more is a form of recognition that my content is indeed unique in the Delta, unparalleled across the web, but adding more streams is genuinely unfeasible. Anyone who has been to university knows that the first year is the most strictly monitored semester and their global business school is notoriously rigorous. At night, there are lights out and power outages, and even in the first year there are morning classes. Moreover, with the dreaded campus runs, it really comes down to only having time to stream at night. P.S. When I was in college, there wasn't even such a thing as campus runs. I only found out from recent research that students now have tasks for campus runs. However, back in my college days, campus runs were really not a big issue. No kidding, I could run 10 kilometers in 50 minutes at night. Jiang Feng couldn't just drop out of college and become a full-time streamer. How would he experience college life? He had indeed thought carefully about this streaming schedule. The time isn't particularly short, but it's all during prime evening streaming hours. As long as the content is good, there's no fear of not having an audience. Jiang Feng lamented to the chat, there's no choice, college is just busy. I stream every night and I don't even have time to date. Isn't this a huge sacrifice? Dating? What are you talking about? Ank's voice suddenly rose, you need to strive and study hard. That's how you repay your parents' living expenses. Ank's words were delivered with righteous vigor. Jiang Feng retorted lightly, you're also a university student. Don't you want to date? Through his roommate, Jiang Feng learned that Ank was also a university student currently in her second year attending Jiangsu Zhejiang Media University, just a short 10-minute drive away from their university. After a full 2 or 3 seconds, Ank's voice finally sounded again, noticeably lower than before, and somewhat hesitantly, I don't date. Oh. Jiang Feng elongated his tone and the next moment directly said, if you don't date, I will. Jiang Feng's words were like a flying knife and Ank fell silent while the chat began to discuss fervently. Rational discussion. Hockey Feng is handsome and plays Delta so well. Finding a partner in college is just a matter of grasping it. A voice of experience says with the current popularity of Delta, someone like Jiang Feng with skills and looks would find it as easy to change girlfriends as to change clothes. Damn, him so envious. When I was in college, I was such a quiet person, never dated. Now I regret that silent version of myself. Oh, at 30 years old. I'm constantly going on blind dates all about reality and compromise, and I will never encounter love in this lifetime. Having brothers and women, this is the perfect college experience. The first day of streaming brought in over 2,000 viewers, the future is limitless, and won't the girls line up? You don't even need to look at anything else. Just look at the frequency of hubby being typed in the public screen. How many girls are on fire? A hubby you mustn't date. In this world, fame and youth are both trump cards, but when combined they are a royal flush. Being young and accomplished, full of vigor. The most splendid life is nothing more than this. Jiang Feng's college life was far more exciting than he had imagined. The barrage of comments surged wildly with discussions about university talks and love in full swing. Those who had attended college expressed their regrets, while those who hadn't gazed on in longing, and current students were reveling in it. The barrage was particularly glaring, prompting her to turn away. However, Nk's fingers were stiff as she clicked the mouse, absent-mindedly scraping the ground, remaining silent. The usual chatter and banter during resource gathering had completely vanished. Occasionally, when she found a little gold or red, she would merely pick it up and stuff it into her backpack, too lazy to even utter a word of surprise. She stole a glance at the map showing Jiang Feng's icon, pretending to be focused on scavenging, while her mind was in disarray. She felt something was off today, though she couldn't quite articulate it. She genuinely didn't want to date in college, not because of family backgrounds, but simply because she found the boys too restless and unsatisfactory. Yet as she spoke, a twinge of regret surfaced, especially at Jiang Feng's words, "If you don't date, I will," leaving her stunned for a long time. There was seemingly nothing wrong, but something felt amiss. Her mind was cluttered with too many thoughts. The more she pondered, the more her spirits sank, leading to an inexplicable sense of gloom. Jiang Feng sensed an awkwardness in the air that was hard to articulate, unsure how to break the silence. He simply focused on scavenging until he heard Chen Dexing's thunderous shout from behind, "Damn, we found oil." Chen Dexing clung to Jiang Feng's chair, his eyes glued to the oil barrel icon near the buoyancy pit on the screen, nearly slapping the table in excitement. Just because he wanted to carry a barrel of rocket fuel and satellite pots out of the space station, he didn't know how many times he had been kicked to death and how much half a coin he had lost. All he could say was that the Delta family motto was to bring back something from the space station. Chen Dexing stared at the oil barrel on the screen, jealousy dripping from his tone. "You find oil like it's drinking water. The boss over there still has 2 million worth of leftovers. Fengzi. No Fenggu. Feng Dad." He rubbed his hands together as he leaned in, his gaze flattering. "Can you take me next time? I'm just like Nku, following behind you to eat the leftovers. I won't snatch your resources, I just want a barrel of oil." As a standard resource hoarder, the warehouse must be filled, and both Little Red and Big Red must be fully stocked. Jiang Feng hadn't replied yet, but Chen Yulin and Zhang Jindong had already exploded. Chen Yulin's eyes widened. He hadn't even gotten the chance to ask to be taken along. Moreover, Nku was on the vehicle today, making it a perfect opportunity for close contact with his idol. Zhang Jindong was anxious. "Why not me? I've wanted to get on the vehicle for a long time." Previously he hadn't thought about it because he was afraid of delaying Fengzi's live broadcast, especially on the first day, but now that Fengzi didn't mind, he definitely wanted to ask to join. What drove both of them crazy was Chen Dexing's shamelessness. To hitch a ride, he even called him Dad. How could they follow that up? Jiang Feng stifled a laugh and turned to the microphone, pretending to casually ask Nku, "Can I take my roommate next time? He's gone mad over the oil from the space station." A haughty little hum came through the headphones, tinged with lingering awkwardness. It was a response. Jiang Feng turned to his 3 roommates, who were eyeing him intently, and shrugged, saying, "There's only one spot in the vehicle. You can negotiate among yourselves. For those who don't get a turn, I'll take you tomorrow during the day, when there are no classes, to gather oil." "That's not the same." Chen Yulin jumped up in a panic. After all, Nku was on the vehicle today. How could he miss the opportunity to see his idol up close? Zhang Jindong chimed in, "Exactly. We must follow the dorm rules. An auction. In the male dormitory, aside from calling Dad, one must pay some labor cost for assistance." The 3 of them glared at each other, entering auction mode. Chen Yulin was the first to bid. "I'll provide Feng Dad with meals for a week. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner all included." Zhang Jindong refused to be outdone. "I'll do 2 weeks. Chen Dexing, focusing on the oil barrel in Jiang Feng's backpack, gritted his teeth and raised the stakes. "I'll wash Feng Dad's socks for a week. No matter how smelly, I'll make sure they're clean, dried, and neatly folded." Seeing the 2 still wanting to raise the stakes, Chen Dexing went for the kill. "I'll help Feng go level up the entire department to level 4. I'll stay up all night with my phone tonight." "Damn, you're too ruthless," Zhang Jindong exclaimed. "Dagu." Chen Yulin was completely deflated, slumping in his chair in defeat. One could only say that Delta's pig cravings were like this. For a barrel of oil, they could overcome the obsession of fans wanting to meet their idols. Jiang Feng finally couldn't hold back his laughter. "I declare Chen Dexing the winner of the auction." And Ko couldn't help but chuckle softly. What a delightful atmosphere in the dormitory. Chen Dexing proudly lifted his head. A man must be ruthless to stand firm. After saying that, he rushed to join Delta and get in line. "Feng, go, hurry and evacuate." "All right." Dexing gets in the vehicle. Don't be jealous the rest of you, I'll take you both to gather oil tomorrow, ensuring you return fully loaded. The barrage was filled with comments. Dagu is truly a ruthless man. I asked my roommate to pick up soap and he didn't spend this much. Women greatly envy this kind of brotherhood. Our dorm has 4 people and 8 groups feeling sour over it. Am I the only one envious of Dagu? How can I have a roommate as strong as the broadcaster? I also want to share a dorm with the broadcaster. I can keep the broadcaster warm. Get lost, Nantong. Wait, that doesn't seem to be a guy. After a joyful interlude, the air returned to its previous silence. The two pulled the lever separately and quickly converged at the evacuation point. Jiang Feng looked at Enku and said, drop your backpack and gear here. I'll sort it out for you. Enku obediently complied, controlling her character to dump the gear on the ground. Jiang Feng began checking Enku's gear, his brows furrowing instantly. Inside there were medical supplies and a surgical kit intact along with painkillers. In addition, there was a half-modified M7 that hadn't been dismantled and an AKM with all green parts which he stuffed directly into his bag. Enku's backpack from his perspective was exceedingly subpar, at least 100,000 short. Isn't the escort supposed to teach the boss how to pack? How irresponsible. Jiang Feng frowned slightly, his obsessive-compulsive tendencies flaring up, unable to hold back. How did you pack this? As soon as he spoke, a nasal protest from Enku came through the headphones. Why are you being mean to me? Jiang Feng was taken aback, looking confused. I'm not being mean to you. You are being mean. Enku started to argue irrationally, her tone laced with an inexplicable grievance, as if she had finally found an outlet for her feelings. The way you spoke just now was so harsh. You were scolding me. No. Jiang Feng was completely tongue-tied. As a steel-hearted man, he had no idea how to interpret a girl's feelings. Well, just take it as I was being mean. I'm sorry. You? Enku was stumped by his straightforwardness, and her earlier discomfort dissipated significantly. The barrage erupted in laughter. Jiang Feng, you messed with me, and ended up squeezing a soft persimmon. What a contrast. A war god in the game, a soft persimmon in reality. Laughing to death. Do you know what you did wrong, Jiang Feng? Just admit it. Jiang Feng is still young and doesn't understand women. It's not about whether you're mean or not, or right or wrong. When a woman is angry, it's never about what you did wrong now, it's about what you did wrong before. The self-cultivation of a straight man. If you can't provoke, just apologize. After all, admitting fault doesn't cost money. It's overhitting is carrying love in Delta. Everyone shut up. Enku said she wouldn't date in college. Jiang Feng quietly tidied up and kept. He stuffed in the little red, the little gold, the bullets confiscated in the game, dismantled the half-modified M7, and tossed away the damaged AKM, replacing them with his fully modified guns. Lastly, he glanced at the oil in his bag, hesitated for a moment, and casually stuffed that in too. The oil can be found later. For now, let Enku carry a bit more. He didn't want to return to find her bankrupt and needing to spend money on an escort. After all, she was his benefactor. If it weren't for Enku's traffic, how could he have surged to over 2,000 online viewers so quickly? Jiang Feng silently recited that this was a return of favor. Perhaps it was just a habit from his previous life as an escort, nothing more. At this moment, he completely ignored the coveted Dominator points, as he didn't really care about that few points. To him, the S2 space station was just an ATM constantly available for withdrawals. As the evacuation countdown drew near, Jiang Feng tossed the organized backpack back to Enku, urging it's ready. Grab it quickly, we need to evacuate. With only 3 seconds left on the evacuation countdown, Enku scrambled to pick up the backpack and tactical vest that Jiang Feng had neatly organized. Before she could even press TB, the roar of the helicopter had already begun. Space base top secret evacuation successful. Extracted value 10123421. Enku stared blankly at the settlement screen, her gaze locked onto that string of numbers. 10 million. She clearly remembered that before Jiang Feng helped her organize her pack, her profit panel had only shown 7. 8 million. Just by him rearranging her backpack and vest, she had gained over 2 million more. How did you even eat that pack? Jiang Feng's earlier complaint, laced with helplessness, echoed repeatedly in her mind. She had thought it was just a reproach, but savoring it now, was there a hint of barely perceptible indulgence? She really didn't know how to manage her loot. Had her tone been too harsh just now? Enku's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Threads of regret began to burrow into her heart. Enku hastily opened her inventory, and the most conspicuous item in her backpack was the rocket fuel. Its red glow seemed to mock her earlier petulance. She suddenly remembered something, her finger pausing midair. Jiang Feng's account was new. He hadn't even upgraded his warehouse to level 8. The preciousness of S2 rocket fuel was something people in later eras could hardly imagine. Chun Dexing had washed socks for a week and stayed up all night grinding department levels just for that can of fuel. Jiang Feng had simply given it to her without even a word. The live stream chat had gone wild. Holy crap. A 10 million extraction. Haji Feng was right, Ankh really doesn't know how to eat a pack. Apologize. Apologize to Haji Feng. That fuel. I remember Jiang Feng doesn't even have a level 9 warehouse himself and he just gave it to Ankh. Honestly, this escort was worth it. It had everything except emotional value. No emotion. Look how dazed Ankh is. Maybe he gave too much. Does negative emotion count as emotional value? Forget it, can't reason with these straight guys upstairs. Those who know. This kind of silent giving contrast is what really gets you. Don't get carried away, Ankh. It's just a game. Some viewers noticed Ankh was off and Ankh herself knew she was very off. Her cheeks burned from her ears down to her neck and her fingers tightened around the mouse knuckles, turning white. 1,000 words were stuck in her throat. She wanted to apologize to thank him, but couldn't utter a single. Suddenly Ankh grabbed her phone, opened Jiang Feng's stream, and without hesitation sent a carnival gift. She comforted herself repeatedly. Yes, that's right, she had just hired an escort. It was just a transaction. Ankh consoled herself with this thought, but unconsciously opened Chen Yulin's stream. Last round's dominance points settlement. Match intensity coefficient 1. Loot dominance points 42. Kill dominance points 60. Red item dominance points 0. Total dominance points earned 102. Host currently has 571 dominance points. Keep up the good work. As the system's cold mechanical voice faded, Jiang Feng couldn't help but smile. 571 points. He was just one step away from the 600-point editing mastery skill book in the shop. At this rate, he would definitely get it before lights out. With dominance points and the incredible items in the system shop to fall back on, Jiang Feng was less concerned about half-coin earnings. Half-coins were just virtual currency after all. But items like the secondary development card and perfect human were things you couldn't buy even with real money. Who wouldn't envy secondary development? Thank the system, amen. As Jiang Feng happily calculated his gains, a carnival gift went off in his stream. Half-coins didn't matter, real money was nice. A rich woman's real money was even better. He immediately shouted, "Thank you, Miss Cuckoo, for the carnival. You're generous." The chat instantly followed suit. 1 can of fuel for a carnival. That fuel was totally worth it. Haji Feng has made it. He's eating soft rice. Where are the people who said Haji Feng was just being a simp for organizing her pack and giving her fuel? It's the greatest honor to be Miss Cook's dog. The chat was going in a direction Jiang Feng didn't like, so he didn't engage. He casually invited Chen Dexing to the team. 214 First Assault joined the team. The next second, instead of Chen Dexing's sycophantic voice, Chen Yulin's suppressed lovesick voice came through the headset. Hey Fengzi, can you hear me? Goddess Ankh, I'm coming. Jiang Feng whipped his head around and froze. Chen Yulin was sitting at Chen Dexing's computer staring at the screen with a dreamy expression. While Chen Dexing had taken over Chen Yulin's stream, the camera zoomed in extremely close, filming his own profile. The female fans in Chen Yulin's stream were thrilled. Yes, that's right. Who's looking at the computer? I want to see Feng's profile. This camera angle, mom, I'm in love. With Feng's looks, it's a shame he's not a streamer. What are you two doing? Jiang Feng was baffled, pointing at the computer and then at them. I invited Dexing, not you. The stream chat was in hysterics. Viewers who had been watching Jiang Feng from Chen Yulin's third-person perspective explained that the two had made a deal. One wanted fuel, the other wanted to play with the goddess. Chen Yulin would play on Chen Dexing's account. A win-win. They split the work half and half. Chen Yulin would wash the socks and Chen Dexing would grind the department levels. Haha, I can't. These two have mastered the art of the deal. Half the work each, everyone gets what they want. Trading geniuses. Chen Yulin, I want to be close to my idol. Chen Dexing, I want the fuel. Goddess Ankh, look. One of your teammates covets you and the other covets the fuel. Oh, this dorm room is pure entertainment. My stomach hurts from laughing. Jiang Feng was completely defeated by these two clowns and laughed out loud. Ankh, you don't mind, do you? One of my roommates is crazy for fuel, and the other is a huge fan of yours who wants to play with us. On the other end, Ankh was already bent over with laughter. It's fine, the more the merrier. She was staring at Chen Yulin's stream on her phone. Jiang Feng's profile was captured clearly, his features sharp under the light, a smile on his lips, as he joked with his roommates. He lacked the fierce aura of a battle god from the game, instead exuding the vibrant energy of a young man. Unconsciously, Ankh's heart raced and a blush crept onto her cheeks. The AC's heat must be up too high. Why is it so hot? Go. Guys, let's make the most of our time. Get ready quickly. If we're fast, we can get 2 matches in before lights out. Jiang Feng slapped the table, switched to the Wyvern loadout, and expertly set up a fully modified M14 and an AWM. The M14 at this time wasn't the legendary nerf magnet of later eras. Its handling speed was still there, its damage hadn't been reduced, it didn't have added vertical recoil on the first 5 bullets, and it didn't require dual vertical attachments. Most people used a titanium muzzle and a resonance Gen 1 foregrip. It was just a crutch. Jiang Feng thought for a moment, then swapped 2 handling grips for 2 flashlight attachments. Adding flashlights to improve close-quarters combat effectiveness was a trend that started after the S3 meta of footblade guns. No one in S2 modified their guns this way. At this time, the flashbang's duration hadn't been nerfed from 2 seconds to 1. Let the people of today witness the power of peak flashbang. Ready! Ankh and Chun Yulin replied in unison. Then let's go. The majestic dragon reporting for duty. Jiang Feng shouted the motto first. The gluttonous pig reporting for duty. Chun Dexing held up his phone, his eyes only on the fuel. The goddess guardian reporting for duty. Chun Yulin's eyes were full of Miss Cuckoo. He had to show Ankh his skills. The caring medic reporting for duty. Ankh's voice was soft, coming through the headset, sweet as candy. The stream chat was in hysterics. Bro, since when could Delta Force have 4-player teams? Unfair. You 4 are fighting against 3. Looks like 4 people, but really only 1 is human. Chun Yulin im here to loot. Chun Dexing im here to film. Ankh im here to be pretty. Jiang Feng im here to kill. Extortion and blackmail, resolve it and withdraw. The 3 landed, spawning in the launch area. As always, they quickly landed and switched weapons, taking down level 6 helmets, and it had become a habit to rush for advantageous positions with a light load. As he closed his inventory, Jiang Feng caught a glimpse of a Veyron darting by, casually tossing a C4. You chose Veyron, and threw a C4 to accelerate. Jiang Feng teased, trying to show off in front of the goddess. Chun Yulin pounded his chest proudly. Watch my performance. Jiang Feng chuckled, for he understood Chun Yulin's skill all too well. Although he was the strongest among the trio, often holding the fort and turning the tide. However, it was merely picking a general among the short, and he could only frolic in the Tangren machine barrage. Where did his confidence to perform come from? Yet Chun Yulin did not share this view. After watching Jiang Feng play a few rounds, he noticed that the opponents were all rather clueless, falling easily to Jiang Feng's gunfire without much resistance. The intensity was even lower than what he experienced in the machine barrage, creating a false impression that he could do just as well. Chun Yulin even specifically instructed, this round I'll do a rush and Fenggu, you take the second rush. Let's break through like the iron-blooded twin stars of absolute navigation. Jiang Feng could only facepalm, recalling the station master's words, intending to show off, but ended up exposing himself. The intensity coefficient from the last match had already reached 1, and this round would only be higher. There was a high probability of encountering a professional escort team or a truly skilled attacking team, not to mention the possibility of facing cheaters. It didn't matter, he would cover for them, and let Chun Yulin experience the brutal reality of space navigation. In version S2, there were no broken bridges and players could spawn in the launch area to go to the centrifuge or the black room, but neither was the number 1 position. The number 1 position in the centrifuge is the west gate that requires a card swipe, and the number 1 position in the black room is the second member requiring a card swipe, while the second position is the eastern suspension bridge requiring a card swipe. Only when all 3 passageways are closed off can the launch area be enjoyed. And Kuyu and Chun Yulin go eat at the centrifuge. Jiang Feng quickly planned the start, immediately switching to AWM, rushing up the metal stairs towards the high platform to cover the west gate. Positioning at the west gate from the launch area is definitely an advantageous spot. Generally, the west gate only receives attacks. However, typically the launch area would not do this. The dormitory must spawn a team, and even if they manage to take down the west gate at the start, that package still belongs to the dormitory. The launch area would only increase casualties working for the dormitory. Nevertheless, Jiang Feng chose to cover quite simply, not for half coins, but for the dominance points of kills, while also delaying their entry into the core area. The barrage in the livestream instantly flooded the screen. The killing intent is a bit strong. The launch area is covering the west gate. Isn't that working for the dormitory? There are only a few AW bullets. Use them sparingly. It's hard to hit from this distance. I sense the cannon fire is coming. Jiang Feng stepped onto the high platform, and sure enough, people spawned at the west gate this round. Through the AWM-7X scope, he saw 3 figures moving: Red Wolf, My Xiaowen, and Veyron, a classic S2 attacking team combination. The 3 sprinted forward without any cover, charging directly towards the west gate card reader. Just in time, Jiang Feng calculated the lead, lightly pressing the trigger, and the AWM's gunfire echoed dully. Bang! Jiang Feng used the AWM to knock down someone who didn't have time to say goodnight. Reloading, aiming, the actions flowed seamlessly. Bang! Jiang Feng used the AWM to knock down the taste of mackerel. The sound of Inka's jubilant cheering came through the headset. Wow, amazing. You took down 2 already? That's too powerful. Chun Yulin's tone was filled with envy and reluctance. 666. Why didn't you call me when you started shooting at the west gate, Fenggu? If we had covered together, we might have wiped the team. It's not, bro. Do you really think shooting at the west gate from this distance makes it easy to hit? His own 2 shots also had a bit of luck involved. Jiang Feng was speechless. After knocking down 2 people with 2 shots, the remaining Red Wolf reacted quickly, immediately throwing a smoke grenade to conceal the downed teammate's position. As expected, the intensity has increased, their awareness of items is quite good. Jiang Feng helplessly shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to prioritize taking down the Red Wolf in the smoke, but the Red Wolf was sliding and jumping, making it very difficult to aim. But he didn't stop, switching to M14. He fired through the smoke, relying on his memory of the down positions to finish off Veyron and my Xiaowen, securing 2 kills. The barrage in the livestream surged, still that AWM 1 shot 1 kill. So satisfying. Purely wasting bullets, killing 2 people, and not getting the package. I really don't understand the thoughts of you attacking teams. Red Wolf's reaction was so fast. The smoke grenade was crucial for saving the situation. It was only this and nothing more. Jiang Feng glanced at the dormitory and chose not to push the west gate. In version S2, the dormitory wouldn't ambush the west gate until later, when Red Wolf got weakened and the hand cannon's explosion delay extended by 0.5 seconds. The dormitory's Red Wolf could suddenly explode the hand cannon to clear the west gate, making mutual ambushes a norm. Given this distance, the opponents wouldn't give him a chance, and Jiang Feng didn't continue to cover, putting away his gun and heading towards the centrifuge. The third prison opened the bridge at this round will likely be a full open passageway. That team at the west gate was delayed by me for a bit. The centrifuge should be unoccupied, so be careful at the control center. Once I arrive, we'll go for the president. The dormitory and the second member were bound to spawn along with the team at the west gate I had taken down, plus their launch area. With just over 3 minutes into the match, the information was basically gathered. This is what space navigation is like. Suddenly, through the headset, Chan Dexing's heart-wrenching scream erupted. "You mother for golden eggs splashed water clear AI." Jiang Feng turned to look at Chen Yulin's screen, nearly bursting into laughter seeing Chen Yulin in the centrifuge, performing like an ordinary half-soldier. Bounty eggs. There were also flamethrower soldiers and machine gunners, all bounty eggs. The most outrageous were the shield soldiers. After firing a few shots without hitting any heads, he simply didn't bother and unleashed a whole magazine, 30 rounds of golden eggs for 1 shield soldier. Chan Dexing held up his live-streaming phone, his face pale, watching his character being stomped by Chen Yulin. "You beast." Chen Yulin, however, was deaf to his words, and instead said to Nku, "Cook, you can eat safely. I've cleared all the AI in the centrifuge, it's very safe." This tone as if he had secured the area. "Alright, let's call that protection." Nku was amused by this lively treasure, bursting into laughter. The live-stream barrage went wild. Jiang Feng's dormitory is full of live-streaming talents. I'm dying from laughter. Golden eggs splashing shield soldiers without hesitation, smashing them down with a steel-like left click. We should swap accounts. Perfectly resolved the issues of not daring to gear up, not daring to charge in, and not daring to loot with many hands. I got it, master, I got it. This is just like me swapping accounts to attack space navigation. Wow, it's a pot. Chen Yulin suddenly shouted. Chen Dexing's expression eased a bit. At least getting a pot was a small recovery of losses. But the next second, Chen Yulin's actions directly broke his defenses. "Coco, come here, this pot is for you." Saying that, he threw the pot on the ground. This isn't too good." Nku covered her mouth and smiled lightly. It's fine, my brother doesn't lack half coins." Chen Yulin shook his head, unconcerned. "Act like a person." Chen Dexing threw the live-streaming phone to Zhang Jindong and lunged at Chen Yulin, grabbing his neck and shaking him fiercely. But then he thought that he couldn't lose face in front of the goddess and forced himself to act magnanimously, smiling at the microphone. "That's right, goddess, you can take it. I don't lack half coins." After saying that, he tightened his grip even more, and in the live stream one could vaguely hear the sound of his heart break. On the other side, the atmosphere in Chen Xinzai's live stream was somewhat gloomy. Chen Xinzai PDD and their hired gun Zilong Chen Haonan were soaring through the space of the game, their squad possessing considerable strength, having secured several satisfying victories beforehand. This round, just as they landed at West Base and were about to cash in for a delightful feast, 2 shots from an AWM shattered their dreams. Indeed, in this game they had run into Jiang Feng. The voice chat grew tense. Chen Haonan, as PDD's personal enforcer, could only lie on the ground in frustration, urgently advising, "Brother Liu, hide behind cover and don't peek. I suspect that guy in the launch zone is shady." Chen Xinzai slammed the table in anger. "That bastard is definitely cheating. Sniping West Base from the launch zone at this range, just 2 shots and Haonan and I are both down. Are you kidding me? If he's not hacking, he'll eat my words." PDD, the surviving Red Wolf, was now trembling behind a blue car, not only fearing Jiang Feng's AWM, but also dreading the team from the dorms rushing over to scavenge. He let out a strange cry. Yar, this is too absurd. He sniped you both down just like that. The craziest part is even after I threw smoke, he still managed to finish you both off. After waiting a full half-minute PDD, gathered 2 smoke grenades, deployed them, and quickly dragged the bodies of Chen Xinzai and Chen Haonan behind cover to start reviving them. Damn, 22 seconds to revive. That bastard even headshot you guys, so ruthless. Chen Xinzai and Chen Haonan watched through PDDs, perspective, their scalps tingling with tension. Every second was agonizing and filled with dread. Fortunately, the team from the dorms didn't come over and PDD successfully revived both. PDD growled fiercely. That squad in the launch zone is truly despicable. Who plays like this at the start? If I ever catch those bastards, they'll fly in and stomp their heads in. Chen Haonan touched his own AWM, feeling embarrassed about being taken out so early. It's just an AWM, isn't it? I have one too. Let's clash in the CEO's office and see who's better. I'll take them out one by one. Chen Xinzai suddenly added. What if that guy is cheating? The 3 fell silent. PDD analyzed rationally. I don't think he's cheating. After he downed you 2, I threw smoke and he didn't shoot through it. If he were really hacking, my smoke would have been useless. So that kid just got lucky with those 2 shots. Chen Xinzai immediately agreed. Although PDD hadn't been streaming recently due to prior issues as one of the original top streamers in League of Legends, on par with the likes of 55 Kai and Susu Baobao from back in the day, his popularity remained immense. His fans gathered in Chen Xinzai's stream with comments flying rapidly. The difficulty has spiked running into such a weird match. Who can handle this? Sniping West Base from the launch zone without missing a shot and landing headshots. Is that humanly possible? After winning so many rounds, it's time to run into something strange and cough it back up. That's how Delta Force works. Breaking news. Suggest you drop your gear and retreat. I checked the ID of the guy who killed you, level 30, and his stats are insane. I suggest you 3 drop everything and extract. Ha! Seriously that crazy? PDD's residence, jokingly called the Black Internet Cafe by fans, had a computer nearby ready for use. He immediately instructed someone beside him. Quick, look up the ID of the guy who killed us. After checking, PDD was startled and shouted at the screen. Yar, this is a real freak. On the normal map he extracted with 4.75 million, and in the following rounds he racked up kills and looted heavily. These stats are too absurd. So what do we do, Brother Lu? Should we protect you and drop the gear to extract? Drop the gear. Drop your mother's gear. Isn't he just a hacker? Probably not running high settings. Let's go all out against him. I've taken down cheaters in PUBG before. I deal with hackers. The voice chat erupted in a flurry of curses. Note, PDD is a streamer some readers might not be familiar with, but suffice it to say PDD's influence is vast. He has a sharp eye for selecting games and a great knack for picking enforcers. Just mentioning 2 names will make it clear. Hao Tian and BBFPS, now widely recognized as top-tier streamers, were once his Delta Force enforcers, essentially bodyguards. Especially Hao Tian. When he, Chen Xinzai, and PDD formed a trio, they once ran into Lin Shu and were thoroughly defeated by him. Suffice it to say PDD for various reasons hasn't been streaming lately, but if he did he would undoubtedly be the top streamer in Delta Force. By the time Jiang Feng arrived at the centrifuge, the other 2 had already looted it clean. The centrifuge, true to being the richest core area of the spaceport, had Chen Dexing shouting in excitement non-stop. Wow, a small gold item. Wow. And a red item. So sweet. The centrifuge is the richest core area in the spaceport because it has no key rooms, essentially giving away the loot you'd normally have to open keycards for. Note, the author once with a fixed squad had all 3 pull out a big red item from the centrifuge. Chen Dexing was guarding Chan Yulin unknown, supervising him, as he searched containers, utterly envious of the drop rates in the spaceport. He had never seen such riches on the normal map. Unfortunately, this round the centrifuge didn't spawn any oil. Chen Yulin was listless, closely watched by Chen Dexing, making it hard to share loot with his crush. Seeing Jiang Feng arrive, he perked up, immediately rubbing his hands together eagerly. Let's go. We've cleaned out the centrifuge, straight to the CEO's office. At the mention of the CEO's office, Chen Yulin perked up his mind, already conjuring up a glorious scene. Jiang Feng and Nku are taken down by enemies. He steps up in the nick of time, first taking down one in a shootout, then boosting in to instantly eliminate the second, and finally landing a headshot on the third with a boost, completing a 1v3 clutch. He single-handedly saves the entire team, impresses his crush. And Nku sweetly says, "You're so amazing, so handsome." Perfect. If Jiang Feng knew about this fantasy, he would only comment that even a fool's power fantasy is so simplistic. Just boosting and shooting, no strategy involved, treating opponents in a high-tier lobby like mere grunts. Deciding to head for the CEO's office, Jiang Feng once again took the lead. Without any intel, he had to scout the area physically. He didn't choose to go from the second floor of the centrifuge to the buoyancy area. Those who have learned the hard way know that the small door on the second floor of buoyancy is a serving hatch exposed to too many angles without any cover. Going through there is pure suicide. As Jiang Feng reached the first floor connection between the buoyancy area and the centrifuge, he spotted enemies already on the buoyancy corridor. This should be the team from the control center heading straight for the CEO's office after looting the control center. With this intel, Jiang Feng led the two forward, quietly trailing them into the CEO's office area. As soon as they reached the corridor leading from buoyancy to the CEO's office, they heard intense gunfire and explosions from inside, clearly indicating two teams already engaged. Before Jiang Feng could analyze the situation, Chen Yulin couldn't contain himself. Let's go. Two teams are fighting. Time to third party. Chen Yulin, controlling the Viper, charged ahead with heavy footsteps. Reaching the corridor corner without a second thought, he boosted out, muttering to himself, "Boost Air Combo 31. Cancel the weapon swap animation." Upon landing, Chen Yulin spotted a Viper standing at the CEO's office entrance, completely unguarded, its back fully exposed to him. Overjoyed, he prepared to scope in and take the kill, but something was wrong. "Where's my scope?" Chen Yulin was mashing the fire button, but the screen only showed the Black Eagle's melee swing animation. He had input the 3 for the weapon swap but failed to press 1, botching the combo. The enemy Viper was also stunned for a moment, then reacted and immediately sprayed Chen Yulin down, finishing him off. Chen Yulin was furious, and so was Chen Dexing. "Damn lag. Just switch your weapon." Zhang Jindong, holding his phone to stream, was curious about Chen Yulin's play. Instead of filming Jiang Feng, he stood behind Chen Yulin to watch his performance, inadvertently capturing the entire scene live. From the boost, the joy, the melee swing, the confusion to being killed. Every moment was recorded. Zhang Jindong was stunned by the spectacle and blurted out, "Damn, a Black Eagle god." Though few witnessed this awkward scene in Chen Yulin's livestream, every one of them turned into war correspondents, frantically rushing to Jiang Feng's and Enk's streams, vividly recounting the entire debacle. "Can't stop laughing. War god jets, war god stands still, war god swings his blade, war god takes a nap." Combined with Chen Yulin's pre-battle bravado and post-battle silence, the stream exploded with laughter. "Ha ha ha, classic lag, so close, just one more shot. If he'd fired, he'd claim he was one hit away, you'll see. What was I expecting? I thought since Jiang Feng was so fierce, his roommate couldn't be ordinary. He's certainly no ordinary guy. Black Hawk war god indeed. They made you a war god, not a statue god. Standing there swinging your blade. Does it even have a sword or a..." Chen Yulin, cosplaying as Guan Yu, finally squeezed out a word, "Help me out here." "Why the blush? Spirited and glowing. Warning, warning, is this guy cosplaying Rambo? Someone's coming from behind." Jiang Feng's brow suddenly furrowed as hurried footsteps echoed from the floating spiral staircase behind him. Now there was one squad in the executive room, one on the floating staircase, and the squad Chen Yulin had scared off into the black corridor. All 3 squads had converged on the executive area, trapping Jiang Feng and his team like a sandwich filling. The laughter in the stream vanished instantly, the chat switching to tense mode with a flood of GG and run. "Oh no, they're pinched. Just last round we talked about avoiding being sandwiched, and now 3 squads have us boxed in." Suddenly remembering that squad last round getting spammed to death, Haji Feng start reloading. If it weren't for the thrower on the team jumping down the stairs and taking any route, would have avoided this pinch. My friend does the same thing. Never listens, gets ahead of the team and causes a wipe. What friend? Clearly a random. The chat began blaming Chen Yulin, urging Jiang Feng and Enk to jump down the stairs and leave him behind. He was a lost cause. Chen Yulin's face burned with shame, his tone tinged with guilt. "Feng Ziyu and Enk, go ahead. I'm unsavable here. Don't let me drag you down." Chen Dexing, no longer caring about his account, said, "We really can't fight this. Fall back." Enk stood behind Jiang Feng, her beautiful eyes fixed on his determined profile through Chen Yulin's stream aisle, abandoning a teammate. "Sorry, he couldn't do it. As an ADC once said, when there's a chance to make a play, you take it. Win and you're a god, lose and you queue up for the next round. Cowardice once might lead to a lifetime of it. Just a few half coins." Jiang Feng wasn't nervous at all in this situation. Relaxed, even a little excited. "Enough. I won't abandon a teammate. And besides, this is winnable." Jiang Feng calmly analyzed the intel. The squad coming up from the floating stairs is likely the West University team. The one in the executive room is probably Lao San's squad from the bridge. Otherwise, they couldn't have gotten here so fast. And the squad Chen Yulin fought is likely the central control team, now retreated to the black corridor. We can't run and we can't smoke to cover Chen Yulin's retreat. If we do, the black corridor squad won't give us a chance to revive him. They'll push past the executive room and pin us in the floating corridor. But we absolutely can't retreat outside the executive room. That's a pure death trap. All 3 squads will spam their utilities and kill us even faster. The only solution is to rush the floating stairs squad, betting the other 2 are still holding angles at each other and won't move in quickly. Now it wasn't about breaking down a 1v3 into 1v1s. It was about breaking down a fight against 3 squads into fights against 1 squad at a time. The pressure was maxed out, but Jiang Feng's hand on the mouse was rock steady, his gaze unwavering. He had never feared desperate situations. The more dangerous the gamble, the more it ignited his fighting spirit. He craved this intensity, embracing the mind games, embracing the competition. Ank, since you don't have a gun, stay in the corridor and watch the 2 squads in the executive room. If footsteps get close, pop a blinding smoke to cut them off and buy some time. I'll take care of the floating stairs squad first. Ank nodded obediently, her voice soft. Be careful. Hurry, hurry. The squad on the floating stairs above is probably the cheater squad. The executive room had gunfire. If we push up now, they'll get sandwiched. On the floating spiral staircase, PDD and his 2 teammates were moving fast, their eyes burning with the desire to hunt down the cheater and exact revenge. Like using hacks. We'll pinch you, you cheating dog. Unless you turn on God mode. Chun Xinzi howled. The trio reached the top of the stairs, extra cautious, letting Chun Haonan, the best at positioning, peek for intel. Across the corridor behind the bulletproof glass, Jiang Feng's wyvern was holding steady, the barrel of his AWM trained on the stairway, exuding overwhelming pressure. I see him right across. Only one wyvern. Don't trade shots with him. He's a cheater. We can't win that. Don't give him an opening. Chun Haonan peeked quickly and ducked back, his voice rapid and urgent. PDD suddenly had an idea. Chun Xinzi, pop your ULT and scan. Signal the executive room squad to come and pinch him together. Chun Xinzi did as told, but the executive room squad was busy exchanging fire with the black corridor team. Frustrated, he threw a flashbang to break Jiang Feng's hold. But the moment the flare launcher rose, Jiang Feng shot it down with his M14. He threw another, instantly shot down again. Chun Haonan seized the timing perfectly. As Jiang Feng switched to his M14 to shoot the flash, he no longer had the AW aimed at the stairs. He leaped out, instantly quickscoping with his AW to take a shot. But Jiang Feng had anticipated this, completely retreating behind the bulletproof glass, giving no opening. In a flash, Chun Haonan pulled out a tiger crouch grenade and tossed it. Having finally gained the position, he had to force Jiang Feng out of his hold with the tiger crouch. I'll throw the tiger crouch to push him back. We push together. Force him toward the executive room. PDD immediately primed a grenade, ready to advance in sync. Red warnings from the tiger crouch and hand cannon flashed densely before Jiang Feng's eyes, but he remained unflustered. He decisively jetpacked backward, while counter-throwing a bounce wall tiger crouch, landing it precisely in the middle of the corridor. The placement was perfect. If the enemy wanted to cross the corridor, they'd have to eat the tiger crouch. If they dodged, they'd have to fall back to the stairs. His utility awareness is insane. Chun Haonan thought as he stared at Jiang Feng's tiger crouch, helplessly saying, Bro Lu, we can't push. Pop smoke, we fall back. Disciplined, despite their reluctance, the trio quickly retreated to the stairway. Chun Haonan watched Jiang Feng retake his position behind the bulletproof glass and said coldly, we'll triple hold him. No matter how good his AW is, he can only kill one of us. Let him show his face. Jiang Feng looked at the triple hold and suddenly smiled. You don't think a triple hold will work, do you? Have you heard of the wyvern's jump peek and jetback combo? Jiang Feng's fingers hovered over the keyboard, his gaze as deep and steady as an abyss. The jump peek and return spray, a technique not yet mastered by all in the current version. Most players either failed to grasp its essence or dared not attempt it recklessly in the face of a 3-man crossfire. Jump peek and return spray, as the name implies, involves leaping out of cover, firing midair, then instantly retreating back. This maneuver isn't particularly difficult. Similar mechanics exist in other games with mobility systems such as Jet in Valorant. However, Delta Force's unique lack of accuracy penalty for airborne shots renders it nearly unstoppable. When honed to perfection, even an enemy pre-aiming your position would struggle to fire back in time. But at this moment, Jiang Feng switched to his AW, peering through the bulletproof glass toward the stairwell, his brow furrowed slightly. The trio had fallen back into a tight 3-man defensive formation. AW locked on head level, M7 controlling chest height, exerting a pressure akin to a dungeon's final boss. Especially Chun Haonan's AW. The jump peek and return spray indeed left little reaction time, yet a skilled player might still manage to get a shot off. The opponents clearly know what they're doing. They're holding a 3-man crossfire, denying me any 1v1 chance. Peeking means exposing myself to 3 gun lines at once. Jiang Feng explained calmly. If they didn't have an AW, I might try the jump peek and return spray. But with the AW, the great equalizer, I want gamble on their aim. In Delta Force, the AW is a pure game breaker. It disregards health and armor. Any hit to the chest or above means instant death. Consequently, AW ammunition is exorbitantly priced, typically costing over 1.5 yuan per round when purchased from car convoys. In later seasons, the Space Administration devolved into an AW arms race. Even wearing full level 6 armor, players felt inferior without an AW. This weapon held absolute authority in space. The barrage erupted with anxious comments, 3-man crossfire with AW. Even a god would die. Haji Feng, don't you dare peek. Do you know the power of a Peidoan weapon? Hey, race 2.5 yuan for your extraction. If I'm not mistaken, that's Shida squad. Same operator setup. They're here for revenge. The AW is too broken. Level 6 armor can't stop a headshot. This gun is the daddy of space. I said we should leave, but no, you insisted on fighting, yapping about never abandoning teammates. Hilarious. Getting the whole squad wiped because of one person is just stupid. Do you really think you're a cheater? But a faint elusive smile curled at the corner of Jiang Feng's lips. No matter, he still had one trick up his sleeve. Had they ever heard of the butt peek? For every policy there's a countermeasure. Against an unreasonable weapon like the AW, later seasons birthed a peek method unique to Delta Force. The butt peek, or butt peek for short. As the name suggests, you expose your buttocks from cover and repeatedly peek. This maneuver might seem absurd, but it's not useless. The AW doesn't kill in one shot when hitting the abdomen or limbs. A conventional head peek risks instant headshot. But the butt peek is different. You only show a round rear wiggling back and forth. Even if hit, you won't die. Instead, you can gleefully taunt, there goes your 2.5 yuan. It's highly effective and incredibly tilting. Note the butt peek is very useful against AWs and has 2 variations, but due to space constraints I won't elaborate. Readers with poor control shouldn't attempt it. Don't blame me if you expose too much and get killed. At the stairwell, the trio of PDD, holding their breath, focused intently on their aim. Spotting Jiang Feng moving to a corner of cover, excitement surged within them. He can't resist. He's going to peek. Come on, baby. Show yourself and you're dead. Chen Haonan gripped his AW, his crosshair locked firmly on head level. The moment Jiang Feng dared to expose himself, he would be eliminated instantly. But the next second he let out a startled curse. What the hell is that? Jiang Feng did expose himself. But not his head as Chen Haonan had pre-aimed. Instead, a rounded but appeared swaying teasingly at the edge of the cover, as if deliberately provoking. What the heck? Chen Haonan could only fire a reflex shot, but he missed. His composure began to crack. What the? PDD and Chen Xinzi were equally dumbfounded, their weapons forgotten. Before the trio could recover from their shock, Jiang Feng tossed a C4 to boost his movement speed, then leaped out of cover. His AW shouldered tactically. He fired a single shot midair, and the next instant he retreated back behind cover. Jiang Feng downed Iue Budo Chen Haonan's in-game ID with his AWM. A flawless butt peek, a perfect jump peek and return spray. All happening in the blink of an eye. From PDD's trio perspective, Jiang Feng had shown his butt. The moment Chen Haonan missed his shot, he jumped out, fired, Chen Haonan fell, and then he vanished back into cover. They couldn't even react, let alone return fire. What the hell is this? PDD slammed the table in shock. Are we dealing with a ghost? Chen Xinzi swallowed hard, a chill running down his spine. Is this even a hack or not? The trio's eyes instantly cleared. Jiang Feng's livestream exploded. Mom asked why I'm kneeling while watching. I said this is my reverence for the god of space. Holy crap, Fengshen. He actually pulled that off in such a situation. Wow, I'm in awe. Starting today, he's my favorite streamer. Breaking news. That squad is Chen Haonan PDD and Chen Xinzi's crew. Definitely not noobs. I wonder if they're scared. I sure am. Running into Haji Feng is like meeting a ghost. Anyone who doesn't flee from Haji Feng in space is this. Chen Haonan, downed again, had his mentality completely shattered. In all his time playing Delta Force, he had encountered cheaters and pro players, but never such a freakish maneuver. He had zero chance to fight back. At that moment, he no longer doubted Jiang Feng was a cheater. This was clearly a top-tier player. No hack could execute such a move. Jiang Feng pressed his advantage, attempting another jump peek and return spray. But PDD and Chen Xinzi were already terrified, no longer holding the angle. Instead, they cowered behind the stairwell corner, not daring to peek. Seeing this, Jiang Feng finished off the down Chen Haonan. With his second life lost, Chen Haonan became a loot box. Io, bro, him out. This guy is terrifying. PDD turned and walked away as if he had made a firm decision. Chen Xinzi followed silently. Bro Lu, take my gun for me. Chen Xinzi said nothing about revenge. When you encounter someone like this, you just accept it. Gifts poured into Jiang Feng's stream, and Feng Qingyang directly launched 3 galas. Feng Qingyang, too cool, bro. In the CEO's office, Feng Jiancheng stared at the screen, watching the move. The fatigue of a busy day melted away, and the wrinkles in his brain seemed smoothed out. Having watched countless streamers, he had never seen such a move. Without hesitation, he clicked to send more gifts. Though Jiang Feng had said gifts wouldn't secure a spot in his squad, what if he sent enough? 1 wasn't enough, 03 still not enough, 10. He was a man with more real money than half coins. Thank you brother Feng Qingyang for the galas. Ah big bro, you're too generous. Jiang Feng grinned his thanks, thinking to himself how easy streaming was nowadays. Truth be told, in later seasons top-tier technical streamers on a hot streak could replicate this maneuver. But in Season 2, an era where most players couldn't even find their way, spent ages searching for computer passwords and confused the blue room with the black room. This was a groundbreaking epic-making play, and Ku was completely oblivious to what had transpired. She only praised Jiang Feng's shot when he downed Chen Haonan, her focus entirely on the CEO and the contents of the black room. Suddenly her voice tightened with obvious tension. Jiang Feng, the squad in the black room is pushing forward. Ank's warning came just in time. The team from the black room corridor couldn't hold back any longer, seizing the moment when Jiang Feng was dealing with the PDD squad to sneak over and join the fray. Jiang Feng listened to the fading footsteps on the stairs, knowing the remaining 2 had truly fled. With the mobility of his wyvern, he could easily catch up and annihilate this team. Without an AW, the remaining 2 were nothing but fish on a chopping block waiting to be slaughtered. What a pity I have to let this team go. Jiang Feng chose not to pursue the black room team for one simple reason: Chen Yulin was about to rot. He had spent too long in a standoff with the PDD squad. The 2-minute 30-second respawn timer was down to just 50 seconds. Chen Yulin barely dared to breathe, afraid of disturbing Jiang Feng's gameplay, yet still clinging to a sliver of hope. Can't kill the fleeing team. Then it'll kill you. Jiang Feng's eyes sharpened as a sudden idea struck him. He turned and shouted to Ank. Ank, pick up the gun from that crate and fire it. Ank reacted swiftly, instantly grasping his intent. Her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Oh, are you trying to fake a fight and trick the black room team into coming over? Exactly. So clever. Jiang Feng tossed a C4 behind him and the explosion roared. If you're gonna put on a show, you have to go all out. The louder the better. Ank swiftly picked up Chen Haonan's M7 and AW, unleashing a barrage of fire at the empty corridor. The gunfire was so dense it sounded like a real firefight. As expected, the black room team couldn't resist the commotion. Heavy footsteps grew louder as they approached, all 3 pressing forward in unison, afraid that even a moment's delay would leave them with nothing. Jiang Feng sneered inwardly at the sound of footsteps. Too easy to fool. Ank, use your ultimate on the corridor. When he judged the footsteps were about halfway, he gave the order decisively. Ank immediately commanded the female medic to spread her arms. Countless healing drones transformed into a swarm of attacking bees surging toward the corridor. Hit! They're all hit! She shouted excitedly. Now! Jiang Feng jet dashed out, his figure moving like a ghost as he burst from cover, charging straight into the black room trio, who were frantically removing the drones. Jiang Feng canceled the animation with a 31, raised his M14, and activated the flashbang in an instant. As the flash exploded, he pulled the trigger, unleashing the full fury of the 50-round drum magazine. In the next moment, the terrifying firepower of the M14, combined with the 2-second flashbang, left them no chance to fight back. They collapsed and melted in unison. The entire exchange lasted no more than 3 seconds, not even a scream escaping. An unearthed 50-round drum M14 could make even a depressed player smile with joy. Chen Yulin had been watching Jiang Feng's perspective the whole time, his heart pounding. He couldn't help but shout, yes, that's it. That's the feeling. I wanted to do the same move, but my broken keyboard failed me at the critical moment and wouldn't let me press one. At that moment, the chat was calm. Such a play, which would have had other streams flooded with 666, seemed unremarkable for Jiang Feng. After all, it was just a jet dash followed by 3 kills. It could only be said that the audience in Jiang Feng's stream had their appreciation threshold raised too high by him. Entrapment is just too effective. Are they really that stupid? Didn't they hear only one M? Wow, is the M14 that strong? It just melted 3 people. Haji Feng cleverly executes a chain of schemes and the black room team instantly returns to the special ops department. Nice brother Feng, great shot. Save me. Chen Yulin's voice boomed. Hurry up and save me, Fengdad, only 30 seconds left. But Chen Dexing's voice was even louder, nearly shattering the earphones. Ank covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, thoroughly amused by these 2 clowns. The CEO team was truly passive. Even after Jiang Feng had taken on 2 teams, they still refused to show themselves. Jiang Feng aimed at the CEO entrance. Ank carried Chen Yulin back to revive him. He'll hold the CEO entrance. As soon as he finished speaking, he frowned. No, those footsteps. There's another team. Sure enough, another squad burst out of the black room corridor, spraying wildly at the smoke grenade's position. Fortunately, the smoke grenade did its job, or Ank might have fallen too. Chen Yulin and Chen Dexing were dumbfounded. How could there be more people? one team after another without end. Ankh managed to carry Chun Yulin back. Jiang Feng glanced at the respawn timer and said calmly, "It's fine, go ahead and revive him. It's only 6 people. I can hold them off. Is everyone on the map here? The ultimate truth of Space CEO. Can't find anyone? Go to CEO. Hear gunshots from CEO. Go to CEO. Wanna fight? Go to CEO. Want to eat? Still go to CEO." 666. Only 6 people indeed. Wow, Haji Feng's words are so reassuring. Ankh instantly felt at ease and crouched down to revive Chun Yulin. The enemy team, hearing the revive sound, grew desperate. The Red Wolf fired his hand cannon, and the Wyvern launched his Tiger Crouch, both clearly trying to force Jiang Feng out of position. Jiang Feng tossed a C4 to disrupt their advance, then jet-dashed backward, landing steadily behind a crate at the exit of the buoyancy corridor. He controlled his position, peeking from the right side of the crate while my Xiaowen threw 2 flash grenades in quick succession. Jiang Feng's eyes were swift as he instantly located the flashes and shot them out of the air with 2 precise. At that moment, the enemy's Wyvern and Red Wolf, using their equipment as cover, had already pushed into the middle area outside the CEO room. They pinpointed Jiang Feng's location, and the Wyvern tossed a C4 right at his feet. The coordination was seamless, flawless. What overwhelming pressure. An ordinary player facing such a well-coordinated aggressive team might already be back at the Special Ops department, but Jiang Feng was clearly no ordinary player. Seeing the C4 at his feet, Jiang Feng didn't retreat. The CEO room, though spacious, offered no path of escape. There was no cover behind him, and retreating would mean Ankh couldn't continue the revive, leaving Chun Yulin to rot. The footsteps of the enemy Wyvern and Red Wolf duo were almost upon him. In another second, Jiang Feng would face a double pull. In that critical moment, Jiang Feng switched to his AW, leaped out with a sudden burst, precisely locked onto the leading Wyvern, and aimed tactically. Bang! A single headshot and the Wyvern dropped instantly. Then Jiang Feng jet-dashed forward, his figure moving like a ghost as he circled behind the Red Wolf. A reverse position jet dash. Jiang Feng cancelled the weapons switch animation with a 31. Saw the Red Wolf's exposed back, raised his M14, and unleashed a precise burst. The Red Wolf fell before he could even turn around. Only my Xiaowen lagging behind remained. But Jiang Feng's jet dash landing was incredibly cunning, landing right behind a crate. With the crate as cover, my Xiaowen couldn't shoot Jiang Feng's back. For Jiang Feng, a 1v1 was already a sure victory. He had already locked my Xiaowen's position in his mind. Leaping out, he landed 2 precise headshots and my Xiaowen collapsed. Team wipe. The entire engagement lasted no more than 10 seconds. Chun Yulin, just revived, watched in stunned silence before finally blurting out, "Feng, you're way too insane. You're not giving me any chance to shine." Ankh also clutched her chest, a mix of fear and admiration on her face. Awesome, awesome, awesome. The stream chat exploded. Holy shit, a misaligned jet dash flank to kill the Red Wolf. Who wouldn't be stunned by that play? The enemy's coordination was already top-notch, but Brother Feng still massacred them. Yeah, the enemy team was no slouch either. Their equipment coordination was flawless. Chun Yulin was green with envy. While applying his medicine, he said, "It's my turn to shine. There's still one team left in CEO. Feng, don't steal my thunder. Let me handle this." He clearly saw the team that had been hiding in CEO as an easy target, hoping to regain some dignity after his earlier Black Hawk God fiasco. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Sure, no problem, but I'm warning you. You only have 1 life left." Chun Dexing said, "Quit your bullshit. The fight's over, there's no stage for you. Get lost." Chun Dexing was drooling over the loot on the ground, wanting to shoo Chun Yulin away, so he could enjoy it himself. The next moment, gunfire rang out from CEO. Da-da-da-da-da. 2 long bursts, 3 short. Chun Yulin's smile instantly froze. "No way. Signaling." Chun Dexing's voice instantly rose in pitch and Chun Yulin's eyes widened. It felt as if they had cut down several squads on a battlefield ablaze with gunfire, their eyes bloodshot from killing, only for the last squad to wave a white flag. "Fengzi, what do we do? Should we respond to the signal?" Regardless, they still had to follow Jiang Feng's decision. Jiang Feng thought it over and found it reasonable. This opposing squad had been hiding in the CEO's office the entire time without showing themselves, no matter how fierce the fighting outside. They hadn't even attempted to open the door and take a shot. Utterly cowardly. They were likely ordinary players who had stumbled into a high-stakes match, too terrified to move by the gunfire outside. Now that the situation had calmed slightly, they dared to signal for peace. Although pure coward players were rare in such high-intensity matches, Delta Force's matchmaking system was notoriously erratic and no one could say for sure. Killed someone last round. Hey, race a tougher match. Ate too much. Next round you're in the Shadow Realm. The live stream chat immediately erupted into chaos, 2 opposing voices clashing. Bro, after all that you're signaling. No response. I want to see bloodshed. The strong must humiliate the weak. Just charge in and kill them, achieving the feat of wiping out 4 squads from the CEO's office. Why bully the cowards? The poor little rats stumbled into a high-stakes game, trembling in fear at the gunfire outside. How pitiful. The little rat means no harm. It suddenly reminds me of when I was a coward in the space station running with a knife. If I signaled and the aggressive squad let me go, it would warm my heart for the whole day. Spare the rats. You aggressive squads have already feasted enough on those teams. And Ku sat nearby, her fingertips lightly gripping the mouse. She was clearly softening, but she didn't speak rashly, quietly waiting for Jiang Feng's decision, her beautiful eyes fixed on Jiang Feng's character. Jiang Feng watched the debate in the chat and suddenly smiled. Respond to the signal. Harmless rat players deserved to be spared. Delta Force's explosive popularity attracting so many players was never driven by aggressive players. It could be said that rat players represented the majority of Delta Force's player base. Truth be told, purely in terms of aggressive competitive strategy, it might not outshine hardcore competitive games like Valorant or CS. The freedom of play, allowing every player to enjoy the game's fun, was the true root of Delta Force's explosive success. Those who love competition go aggressive. Those who prefer leisure run with knives and hunt for red items. Delta Force is about freedom. No playstyle is superior and no player group is nobler. Right now in Season 2, the rat culture is the very foundation of Delta Force's first wave of mainstream. Lao Feiyu, with his viral BGM and rat culture, successfully broke into the mainstream, becoming the undisputed #1 figure of Delta Force in Season 2 and even Season 3. Some players enjoy low-gear runs, betting small for big wins, relishing the thrill of striking gold. The split-second decisions of aggressive play are certainly thrilling, but the warm moments created by rats are the true essence of Delta Force. The trust and goodwill encountered from strangers. That is the most precious thing. But later the developers deliberately destroyed this foundation, inciting division among player groups. After the 10.5 incident, Delta Force entered an era of great freedom, and the overall atmosphere of the game noticeably deteriorated, with the gaming experience plummeting. Jiang Feng enjoys aggressive play, but he absolutely does not despise rats. In Season 2, he wants to preserve this tenderness. Of course, rats are kind and harmless. Those who kill players or backstab don't count as true rats. They're pests that deserve to be eliminated. Chen Yulin sent the peace signal as Jiang Feng instructed, and the next second the CEO's office door suddenly swung open. 3 medics hopped out, crawling on the ground to show their harmlessness. Then, as if they knew who was in charge, the 3 crawled to Nke's feet and began dropping small gold items, 1 by 1 gold coins, a gold cup design blueprints. It was like a sincere toll for safe passage, making Nku unable to help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly. They're so cute, they even know to give small gold items. The chat's debate had long stopped, replaced by a flood of comments. Hajifeng is still too kind, love it. Wow, 3 medics. They're real rats, it's fine. I've caught a disease where I laugh whenever I see. Suddenly these little medics seem kinda cute, they've surrendered all their gold, honest folks. Jiang Feng couldn't help but smile at this sight. This was what Delta Force should be. I offer trust, and you reciprocate with sincerity, even if it's just a few small gold items. The value doesn't matter, it's the unspoken understanding that counts. He casually explained into the microphone, his tone carrying the experience of a later season player. Actually, to show you're a harmless rat, besides signaling, it's best to drop your chest rig backpack and gun for the aggressive squad to inspect. Many aggressive squads will spare you only if killing you yields no profit. If you voluntarily drop your chest rig backpack and gun, they'll selectively check and take what they want, and they'll probably let you extract without giving you a hard time since there's no gain. Jiang Feng was teaching a later season rat survival trick, though the kneeling surrender emote wasn't available yet. Otherwise it would be even more effective in combination. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 medics before him seemed to receive a command, moving with astonishing speed. In unison they dropped their helmets, armor guns, chest rigs, and backpacks, lying naked on the ground. Jiang Feng was stunned for a moment and blurted out, "Wait guys, are you watching the stream?" And Ku was also a bit surprised, but having encountered a few fans in previous matches, she had some experience. If you're watching the stream, shake your heads left and right. After a few seconds the 3 medics, as if they had coordinated, all shook their heads left and right in perfect unison, exuding a simple, adorable charm. No way, they're actually stream viewers. Jiang Feng joked. Good thing I responded to the signal, or ID, have turned 3 fans into haters. Chun Dexing perked up at the mention of fans, leaning in and muttering, "Let me check what goodies you've eaten." Chun Dexing searched their backpacks and chest rigs, finding only low-tier purple and blue items. These are real rats. Eating a backpack full of junk without a peep and still handing over all their small gold. The chat immediately erupted in laughter. Feels like I've been scammed. If purple items are junk, what does that make my cement hauling on normal mode? These 3 medics are too honest, they've given up everything. Hope that when I go to the space station the aggressive big bros and sis will spare me too. I'll surrender all my loot. Gained 3 true fans. Haji Feng made a killing. Didn't lose any loot and gained followers. Wait, whose stream are these 3 medics watching? Jiang Feng looked at the 3 medics on the ground and suddenly got an idea. Shake left if you're in Kes fans, shake right if you're mine. After a few seconds the 3 medics seemed to freeze for a moment, then in perfect synchronization all shook their heads to the left, crisp and decisive without hesitation. Jiang Feng immediately raised his M14 with a deadpan expression aiming at their heads. You guys really don't know who's in charge here, do you? I'll give you one more chance. And Ku covered her mouth giggling. The 3 medics, as if terrified, instantly shook their heads frantically left and right, their survival instinct maxed out. Chun Yulin burst out laughing. I get it now. You're shared fans of both of them, that works, right? Smart move. Jiang Feng lowered his gun, his tone softening. All right, to avoid accidentally shooting fans in the future, let's set a personal secret code. Tap 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 tap. 6 shots total, 1 long 2 short, then 1 long 2 short. High recognition. If you ever use this code, when you meet me I'll definitely spare you. The chat immediately began teasing, dream on Fenggu. Well, never run into you. Code noted. If my KD is high enough maybe you'll meet Haji Feng. Haji Feng, I protect my fans. Haji Feng spoils his fans too much. Chan Dexing was about to speak, when suddenly a clear burst of gunfire rang out in the distance. Tap 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 tap. The rhythm and length matched the code Jiang Feng had just set. The sound wasn't too close, clearly not from the 3 medics before them. The smile on Jiang Feng's face instantly froze. His hand controlling the character stopped a look of utter bewilderment on his face. 5 minutes earlier. Conditional extraction point, proving grounds extraction point has no slots available, closed. PDD and Chan Xinzi stared at the grayed out extract marker on their faces, their expressions as dark as the bottom of a pot. They had rushed down from the floating force heading straight for the Xiaomi store to combine their extraction. But unexpectedly halfway through the gardens they encountered a B medic clearly heading for the same extract already far ahead of them. They opened fire as the B medic sprayed ink, chasing him all the way to the Xiaomi store only to watch helplessly as he successfully extracted. Yair yo! Your aim is really shaky. PDD slammed the table in frustration. No choice, brother Lu, it was too far, and didn't you miss too? Chan Xinzi and PDD traded blame. With the extract gone they could only stare at each other in dismay. Now whether they chose the ascension path or the regular extraction they would have to face that overlord. The livestream chat was already in stitches. Deserter. This is the fate of a deserter. So embarrassing, not only can't beat the pro but you can't even catch a B medic. Is this the former #1 top laner of League of Legends? So weak. Since we can't extract anyway, let's fight it out with that boss team. Fight my ass, would we two brothers just be delivering kills to that ruthless man? PDD retorted, helplessly scheming how to escape safely. Just then a comment caught Chun Zinzi's attention. That big bad guy earlier is a streamer on Dohai playing with Miss Kiki. Wow, really? Brother Lu, some viewers say that ruthless guy is a Dohai streamer playing with Miss Kiki. No kidding. PDD's spirits lifted instantly. As he aged and his skills declined he believed in money power in every game. If the opponent was a streamer he could recruit him as a Zilong underling dominating every game. The thought was too tempting. Little did he know a predecessor had already put this idea into practice, and it was indeed very enjoyable. The two lay prone on the bridge. PDD quickly opened Miss Kiki's livestream. Sure enough, the screen showed the Delta Force space base. Miss Kiki was crouching in the boss area with a teammate's ID clearly showing Jiang Feng. The same dragon who had crushed them earlier. Yes, it's this Jiang Feng. PDD shouted, pointing at the screen. Yair yo, finally caught you. Someone in the chat tell me what's this ruthless guy's Douyin ID. Having identified the other party, PDD regained his confidence and immediately decided, let's go. To the boss area. Now that I know who it is, it's easy. PDD was not only a former pro player and top-tier gaming streamer but also a guild boss, who wouldn't show him some respect. The chat teased Zilong 1. I wonder if this new Zilong is tougher than the previous Hao Yin and BB. This new Zilong is definitely tougher. He's in a different league. Competing with Miss Kiki for an escort, huh? Let's see if beauty or money works better. Idiot, isn't it possible Miss Kiki is also rich? Wo was so jealous. Miss Kiki is my dream goddess, and she's having so much fun with that Jiang Feng. The two immediately got up and crept toward the boss area, plotting to latch onto a powerful ally, their earlier panic completely gone. As they reached the black room corridor, they heard Jiang Feng setting a signal in his stream. Da-da-da-da-da-da. 6 gunshots, 1 long 2 short, then 1 long 2 short. From now on, if you encounter me, and use this signal, I'll definitely spare you. Without a second thought, Chanshinzi raised his M7. Da-da-da-da-da. What the hell, why are you using the signal? PDD froze, then complained. If I don't use the signal, that ruthless guy might hear our footsteps and come kill me. Chanshinzi said matter-of-factly. You're really pathetic, so embarrassing, Pate said, though he let out a sigh of relief. Brother Lu, stop pretending. I know you wanted to do it too. Chanshinzi exposed his little scheme, chuckling. Da-da-da-da-da. Another clear 6 gunshots, one long, two short, then one long, two short, exactly matching Jiang Feng's newly set signal. It came from the black room corridor, not too far away, but enough to stun everyone present. Jiang Feng was also shocked. Could one game really have so many viewers? But this was too absurd. The chat also found it ridiculous. Holy crap. Someone actually used the signal. Is this game a fan gathering? M7 gunfire. That's the team from the black room, right? They're fully geared. How are they also in the stream? If you can't beat M, join M. I know that move. Directly banished to Golden State. Considering the current popularity of Delta Force Firestorm, Jiang Feng found it normal. It hadn't reached the later craze yet, so matching with them was easier. And the gunfire was clearly from an M7. Could it be the two he had driven off earlier? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow but still returned the signal. 2 figures happily ran out from the black room corridor. It was the Red Wolf PDD and my Xiaoan Chanshinzi from before. Their guns slung on their backs, they ran up to Jiang Feng and dropped to the ground, extremely obedient. Jiang Feng said, "Since you know the signal, you must have heard what I said earlier. Hurry up and drop all your helmet, armor gun, chest rig, and backpack." On the other side, PDD and Chanshinzi froze. What the hell, what kind of request is this? Isn't this just robbery? PDD howled in agony. Chanshinzi sighed. Brother Lu, when you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. Looking at the dark muzzle of Jiang Feng's M14. The two cowardly submitted, obediently dropping their helmet, armor gun, chest rig, and backpack on the ground, wincing in pain. Seeing them cooperate, Jiang Feng turned to call Ank. Ank, come over and eat. These 2 viewers are fat pigs, really fat. Hearing Jiang Feng's words and watching their dropped equipment disappear piece by piece, PDD and Chanshinzi put on a mask of agony and frantically pressured the chat, are you working or not? Have you found this ruthless guy's stream yet? Forget it. He'll send a gift to Ank first, so they don't accidentally kill us. As he spoke, a carnival rocket launched in Ank's stream. But Ank paid it no mind. Indeed, Ank never thanked any gifts during streams, never asked for donations, and even bluntly told viewers, don't send me gifts. Not to mention, she occasionally spent her own money on the latest phones as fan giveaways. As the heiress of a wealthy Jiang family, Ank never needed to profit from streaming gifts. This confidence and ease were ingrained in her bones. Only a few kind-hearted viewers thanked PDD on her behalf. Thanks for the carnival, teacher Piao. Oh, I forgot, Ank doesn't look at gifts. PDD slapped his forehead in annoyance. How could he forget that? This young lady was famously indifferent to gift streaming purely for fun. Finally, a comment appeared. That ruthless guy's Douyin ID is the same as his game ID, Jiang Feng. PDD quickly searched for Jiang Feng, clicked into his stream, and without hesitation sent a carnival, its golden effects instantly dominating the screen. Jiang Feng stared at the golden effects popping up in his stream, and directly thanked. Thanks for the carnival, PDD. PDD. Is it really the lewd pig? I mean, teacher Piao. Saucy pig. Jiang Feng's casual address caused PDD to freeze for a moment, his expression instantly becoming complex. As his wealth and status had risen, few people around him still used such a nickname. But at this moment, he had no time to dwell on it. His fingers flew across the keyboard, typing in the bullet comments, "It's me, it's me, it's me." Jiang Feng stared at the bullet comments, and memories from his past life flashed through his mind. PDD. Jiang Feng knew him all too well. He was the principal of LOL's Huangpu Military Academy, and could even be called the principal of Delta Force's Huangpu Military Academy. Hao Yin and BBFPS were both recruited by him as his Zilong, before they became famous, signing into his guild. Their subsequent rise to the top tier of streamers needed no further elaboration. In his past life while playing PUBG, Jiang Feng had once been PDD's Zilong. Later, due to various circumstances, PDD retired from streaming, while Jiang Feng competed on the professional stage. After that, they gradually lost touch. But Jiang Feng had always been grateful to PDD. It wasn't just because of PUBG. When Delta Force later gained popularity, PDD had specifically advised him to switch to it, insisting that the game was destined for greatness, and that Jiang Feng had a bright future playing it. Unfortunately, back then he was trapped in a low point, missing that golden opportunity. By the time he pulled himself together and made the switch, the streaming ecosystem was already fully established, leaving him no choice but to eke out a living as a carry player. But then again, if he hadn't collapsed from overwork while doing carries, how would he have had the chance to be reborn? PDD casually sent another carnival gift. Jiang Feng expressed his sincere thanks, then asked, "Brother Lu, what brings you here?" Jiang Feng was a bit puzzled. He was just a small streamer on his first day of broadcasting. Even if PDD had an eye for talent, how could he have noticed him so soon? Jiang Feng looked at the red wolf and my Xiaowen lying prone on the screen and suddenly realized. His tone was laced with disbelief. "No way, Brother Lu. Those two lying on the ground. They're not you and your teammate, are they?" PDD felt a bit embarrassed. "That's right, it's me." "Ah, what a small world. Stop looting. The ones on the ground are PDD, give their gear back." Jiang Feng called out as he swiftly dropped his own looted equipment back on the ground for PDD. Chen Yulin and the other two were a bit confused. PDD's streaming peak had missed their generation. Ank, being a streamer herself, had heard of PDD but wasn't very familiar with him. Still, they both dropped their gear. PDD's face lit up with joy at the sight of his recovered equipment. Chen Xinzi also breathed a sigh of relief. The carnival gift was worth it. The next second, PDD suddenly howled, "Bro, wait, where's my ammo? Why is my M7S45 round drum mag empty?" Chen Xinzi also broke down. "Don't even mention it, bro. You just lost your ammo, but this M7 of mine isn't even my original one. Damn it." They howled in unison, "You animal." The bullet comments erupted in laughter. Jiang Feng couldn't help it. A muscle memory made him strip the ammo from any gun he picked up unless they were clearing the map. Jiang Feng glanced at the minimap. The loot drop extraction team had already left. There were 3 teams left in the CO building plus the 2 they had eliminated. They had cleared the map again. Jiang Feng said to Ank and Chen Yulin, "Let's sweep the area once more. We've cleared the map again. We'll extract after this." Just then, PDD's bullet comment popped up, "Check your private messages." Jiang Feng tabbed out of the game, and sure enough saw a friend request from PDD in his Douhai private messages along with a note, "Add my WeChat for a chat." He scanned the QR code and added him. As soon as they connected, PDD's message popped up, "Kid, got any dreams?" Jiang Feng was momentarily stunned. This familiar pitch, it was the same question PDD had asked him in his past life when recruiting him as his Zilong. He typed back, "Brother Lu, I've got dreams in spades." PDD replied instantly, "Come to my guild. Delta Force is going to blow up in a big way. Our guild is going all in on the Delta Force section. If you join, it'll give you top-tier resources. With your skills, you're guaranteed to be a hit." Jiang Feng stared at the message, knowing full well that PDD was telling the absolute truth. Delta Force was indeed about to explode in popularity, especially in this world. In his past life, Delta Force's peak was 30 million daily active users. Now, before Fengguo's rise, it already had 100 million DAU. In the future, Delta Force would become more popular than anyone could imagine, a true world-class national game. And PDD's guild had proven its star-making ability. Hao Yen and BBFPS were the best examples. But Jiang Feng had no intention of signing with a guild. With the memories of his past life and the system backing him, why would he tie himself down in a world where Delta Force's popularity was even greater? Jiang Feng politely declined, "Sorry, Brother Lu. I'm still a freshman in college, so my studies come first. I don't have any plans to sign with a guild for now. If I ever do decide to sign, your guild would be my first choice." PDD's reply was understanding. Got it. Studies come first for a student. No pressure. So how about we play a few rounds together? I may not stream anymore, but I still have some influence. I can help you gain some followers." Jiang Feng replied with a smile. "No problem, Brother Lu. But there's still that issue. I'm in college and the dorm lights go out at 11. I'm not sure I can match your night-owl schedule." PDD chuckled at that. This kid really was his fan, knowing all about his late-night habits. He typed decisively, "No problem. I'll adjust my schedule." PDD said that riding with him was risky, but riding with Jiang Feng was exhilarating and risk-free. Most importantly, he really didn't want to be chased by Jiang Feng in-game anymore. Better to be a teammate than an opponent. Riding the coattails of a pro was better than getting beaten up. Ank, no lies detected. Jiang Feng never expected that PDD would be willing to adjust his schedule just to team up with him. He knew that in his past life, this big shot was a perennial night owl who streamed late into the night. For him to change his habits for a team-up showed incredible sincerity. He immediately replied, "It's a deal then, Brother Lu. Whenever you want to play, just give me a shout." Teaming up with PDD was a win-win. The influence of this top-tier veteran could rapidly boost his channel's visibility far faster than streaming on his own. After finishing the chat and tabbing back into the game, only he and PDD were left lying prone in the CEO building. Ank and Chen Yulin had finished looting and pulled the lever. 8 people swarmed into the extraction point. Watching PDD Qinshinzi and the three squirming medics, a thought struck Jiang Feng. If he got points per kill for the Dominator title and there were 3 fans and 2 friends here then, they could be revived anyway so it wouldn't affect their extraction. Ahem, I didn't get enough kills this round. Jiang Feng cleared his throat. Chun Yulin looked puzzled. You've already wiped out 2 teams and you call that not enough? Jiang Feng, what do you know? Not getting to 12 kills is not enough. What do you know? Not getting to 12 kills is not enough. Jiang Feng said with utter conviction, then turned to the 3 medic fans. You 3 come here. Let me kill each of you once. You can be revived, so it won't delay your extraction. Ank covered her face and laughed at this. PDD and Qinshinzi watched the show and the bullet comments exploded. Whoa, someone stop him. The streamer is openly killing fans for kills. Jiang Feng, a fan's kill is a free kill. Fan, don't come any closer. I'm scared. Bullying fans is confirmed, but why is it so funny? Jiang Feng advanced on the 3 medics with his M14. While they jumped around frantically shaking their heads in a clear display of resistance. Don't come any closer. Jiang Feng felt a bit awkward himself. He tossed 3 small gold bars on the ground. I won't kill you for free. 1 small gold bar each as compensation. Seeing the small gold bars, the medic fans knew they couldn't avoid losing a life. They each picked up a gold bar and obediently lay down in front of Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was amused. These fans were really savvy, saving him the trouble of wasting bullets. He pulled out his melee weapon, and with 2 clean slashes per fan swiftly secured 3 kills. The bullet comments went wild. The fans must be crying, selling a life for 1 measly gold bar. Jiang Feng, in business honesty is the best policy. Fan, no. What are you doing to my butt? Jiang Feng stared at the screen as the 3 medics were revived. He murmured to himself, his eyes suddenly lighting up. It seems like S2 doesn't have the life-buying station or the trade bridge yet. Maybe I could. Wow, youth is truly something else. At 6 in the morning, the first ray of dawn slipped through the curtain crack, landing on Jiang Feng's face. He opened his eyes almost instantly without a hint of drowsy reluctance. His reborn body was vibrant and blazing, untouched by late nights, prolonged sitting, and intense gaming. Every breath felt light and effortless. The sudden death of his past life struck like a heavy hammer, making Jiang Feng realize that health was the foundation of everything. In his previous life, before the age of 30, his wrists were calloused, his face perpetually broken out, his back stiff as an iron board, and his neck often ached unbearably. Even the elderly man doing morning exercises downstairs had more vitality than him. Now, with a new life beginning anew, he must not repeat the same mistakes. Jiang Feng treasured this hard-earned chance at rebirth. A happy college life starts with morning exercise. Jiang Feng carefully lifted the blanket, afraid of waking his 3 roommates, and tiptoed into his sportswear, and the moment he opened the dorm door, the damp cold air of Hangzhou in December rushed in, carrying the fresh scent of morning grass and trees. Jiang Feng couldn't help but shiver. Truly the magical damage of the south, a cold that seeped into the bones. The first thing he did after leaving the dorm was, of course, open the Delta Force mobile game to harvest his rewards. The Trick MAS2. Zero Armor Battlefield Medical Kit Resonant Ergonomic Grip 7. 62 by 51 mm M62 ammunition. Collected, then craft another round. The campus living area was quiet in the early morning. Jiang Feng jogged along the stone path toward the track, his steps light, his heart pounding vigorously in his chest. A long-lost sense of vitality spread through his limbs like a tide. As he ran, he let his mind wander, contemplating the past, present, and future. After yesterday's fierce battles in the game, and his initial experience with streaming, Jiang Feng had recovered some memories from Season 2. From a future perspective, the overall skill level of Delta Force players in Season 2 was indeed not high. First, the game hadn't exploded in popularity yet, with few top-tier players transitioning from other genres. Second, the game was still in its infancy, and everyone was still figuring out the mechanics. Armed with mature strategies from a later era, he was a complete top-tier guardian, delivering a crushing blow. Especially after yesterday's collision with PDD Jiang Feng and Ank Chun Yulin started another round of intense combat. With lights-out time approaching, Jiang Feng played extremely aggressively. No thinking, only fighting, filled with the beauty of raw numbers. He became a bulldozer of the space zone, equal opportunity, wrecking every squad. Live teaching what it means to clear the map at lightning speed, who is the most European man in space, and what defines the boldest playstyle in Delta Force. Engage on sight. Jump and fight. In previous rounds, his armor hadn't even been scratched, but this one round alone used 3 armor repairs. The audience was thrilled, and his viewership peaked at 3000 before he went offline. But Jiang Feng knew this wasn't the norm. Most of the 3000 viewers were brought in by Ank's influence, and how many would stay was uncertain. Yet, for a newcomer on his first day streaming, it was an incredibly lucky start. Unfortunately, the title Prodigy wouldn't appear until Season 3, so he couldn't replicate Lin Shu's rise path. But rebirth is an unbeatable path. Why rely on others? He glanced at his dominance points, 975. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng directly acquired editing expertise. On Douyin live streaming, while live content is important, short video traffic is also essential. The two top streamers Lao Feiyu and Yang Qijia both followed the path of using videos to boost their streams. Jiang Feng declared he wanted it all. Both videos and streaming, and both had to be strong. With high-quality videos and impressive live effects, Jiang Feng knew he could do so much. Later-era viral trends like possession style and poverty alleviation style hadn't been tried yet. Especially with the Season 3 update, the emergence of leg hit builds and shield characters would allow him to ride a massive wave of traffic. And the life-buying station and trade bridge he recalled from yesterday hadn't been invented yet. That's right. Season 3 was when the 3x3 safe container became widely accessible. In Seasons 1 and 2, players hadn't fully grasped Delta Force and didn't realize the importance of the 3x3 safe. In Season 2, who hadn't experienced the pain of not having a 3x3 safe and being unable to extract valuable loot. Especially since Season 3 lowered the difficulty of the 3x3 quests, many players attempted them for the first time. P.S. The 3x3 quests in Seasons 1 and 2 were truly infuriating and difficult. Once players started the 3x3 quests, they would taste the designer's malice. As the saying goes, before doing the 3x3 quests, they thought, complete the 3x3 and enjoy a blissful season. After actually finishing the 3x3 quests, what a terrible game, I don't want to touch it anymore, countless players lamented. Isn't doing the 3x3 quests forcing idiots to kill? And those annoying collectors, who can understand the pain of completing all other tasks but being stuck by a few rare small gold items. Especially the later meme, Lost Contact. An emo girl. The easiest thing in the world is losing contact. Delta Force players. Bullshit, have you ever done Lost Contact? So when Jiang Feng's streaming platform grew large enough, he could rally everyone in the new season to use the trade bridge and life-buying station for a painless 3x3 completion. Wouldn't that be wonderful? The future holds great promise. Jiang Feng whispered under his breath, facing the morning light, a burning ambition surging in his chest. Reborn, I must become the pinnacle #1. Morning exercise shouldn't be too intense. Jiang Feng simply jogged 5 kilometers at a leisurely pace, then turned back and headed straight to the cafeteria. To be honest, Hangzhou really had no culinary delights, and their university cafeteria food was utterly mediocre. Jiang Feng simply had a bowl of knife-cut noodles, then packed 3 servings of steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and tea eggs to bring back for his roommates. Everyone up, time for morning self-study. Look what your dad brought you. Going for a morning run so early, Fengzi, have you been possessed? Chun Yulin sat up in bed looking at Jiang Feng with sleepy eyes. Wow, Feng dad. My old man. Chun Dexing rolled out of bed with a thud. The 3 roommates pounced on the breakfast, eating voraciously. Jiang Feng, as the doting father smiled, contentedly pulled out his phone, opened the camera, and shot a short video of the 3 wolfing down their food. In the frame, their mouths were greasy hands clutching buns and tea eggs with the messy dorm in the background. The caption read, Father's love is like a mountain, with tags like college life and game streamers daily. Posted with 1 tap. Chun Dexing mumbled while eating a bun. Fengzi, I've already upgraded your department to level 3 yesterday. Let's continue tonight, a few more nights, and it'll be almost level 4. Jiang Feng waved his hand. A brother to no rush. I'll handle the space zone missions myself. Just help me with the longbow and damn ones. Those are your strong maps. Too bad I didn't get any oil for you yesterday, but no big deal. We have no class this afternoon, so we'll keep trying. After breakfast, the 4 rushed to the classroom. The school had mandatory morning self-study for freshmen. On the way, they chattered about everything under the sun, sneakily glancing at passing girls. Even in the bitter cold of December, there were plenty of young women in short skirts and coats prioritizing style over warmth. Especially since their school was a finance and business college with a male-to-female ratio of 3:7, there were quite a few beauties. Jiang Feng joked and laughed all the way, a smile plastered on his face. This was a campus vibrancy he had never experienced before. Youth campus life. Priceless. The morning self-study classroom was noisy. No one was really studying, just chatting about games and Jiang Feng and his friends arrived early, grabbed a back row table for 4 and sat together. No one was studying. They all chattered about yesterday's matches and bragged to classmates nearby. Jiang Feng quietly opened his computer and started editing videos. He had to admit the system's editing expertise skill was incredibly useful. He edited videos with practiced ease. Yesterday's stream had great content and there was a lot to edit. It wouldn't be finished in a short while. Jiang Feng felt a bit overwhelmed. Plus, Tuesday morning was packed with classes. College English and computer fundamentals. He definitely couldn't understand the lectures, but as a freshman skipping class wasn't easy. Since he was a computer science major, he simply brought his laptop to class and edited videos there. Meanwhile, in another classroom, Ank was somewhat distracted. She rested her chin on her hand, staring at the empty Douyin chat box on her phone. No new messages. Why hasn't he come asking for my WeChat yet? Ank pouted, poking the screen, her cheeks flushing slightly, a hint of grievance in her heart. You fool. Ank muttered into her phone. Her roommate Chan Zishi, sitting to her left, had long noticed her absent-mindedness and teased. Kiki, what are you staring at your phone for? Did you lose big playing Delta Force again last night? Ank had moved out of the dormitory in her sophomore year and bought an apartment near the school to avoid disturbing her roommates during her live streams. Yet, she still remained close with them. When not streaming, she returned to the dormitory to stay, covering all the snacks and such. Absolutely not. Ank quickly retorted, but was exposed by her roommate Meng Xian on the right. You don't play the game, so you didn't watch Ank's stream yesterday. Our Ank yesterday. What nonsense are you talking about? Just as she started, Ank, both shy and annoyed, covered Meng Xin's mouth and glared at her. The three young women immediately burst into a playful scuffle, their melodious laughter drifting out of the classroom. Meng Xian was also a Delta Force player, originally only playing the large-scale battle mode. After watching Ank's stream, she got hooked. Now she tugged at Ank's arm and pleaded, "Next time you play with that tough guy, bring me along too. He'll just follow your lead and promise not to disturb your couple time. You little flirt, say that again and I'll sew your mouth shut." Ank, blushing, slapped her hand away, but Meng Xian covered her mouth and laughed. "I think it's you whose heart is in turmoil." After the horseplay, Chan Zishi was busy texting her boyfriend and Meng Xian had already started gaming with hers. Only Ank, sitting in the middle, propped her cheek on her hand and stared blankly. She had never cared before when watching her roommates date and show off their relationships, but now she inexplicably felt a twinge of envy. Ank secretly refreshed Jiang Feng's Douyin homepage and saw that he had posted a short video titled, "Bringing Breakfast for the Rebellious Son." The number of likes was still rising and the comment section was full of teasing, but there was no reply for her. "You idiot, wanting to date with an attitude like that. Stay single forever." On the other side, Jiang Feng had just finished his morning classes and couldn't help stretching. He looked at the edited video of his first match on Pubu and nodded with satisfaction. 47. 5 million double hearts on Pubu, the BGM for Love Wrong played twice. Jiang Feng couldn't help humming, "All winter long no one can speak of the north wind's pain. I never thought I would do this. Never loved so I loved wrong." A 47. 5 million Pubu extraction, a double heart in 1 round plus Wang Liham's Love Wrong. I ask you, how could this not go viral? Fengzi, what song are you singing? It sounds pretty good. Chun Yulin, sitting next to him, leaned in and asked. You'll know when you watch the video. Jiang Feng smiled mysteriously, put away his laptop, and headed to Building C for his college English class. On the way, he casually opened the Douyin backend, and his gaze fell on last night's streaming revenue. Yesterday's earnings were actually 18232 yuan. That was enough to buy a top-tier set of peripherals. As for a high-end computer, the price of over 30000 yuan was still out of reach for now. He needed to save more. Jiang Feng also saw the soaring view count and the list of private messages. In just 1 hour, the Bringing Breakfast for the Rebellious Son video had already garnered over 1000 views, which was quite impressive for a newcomer. The comment section was mostly filled with yesterday's viewers, all leaving messages urging him to post game videos and asking if he would stream today. Jiang Feng selectively replied to a few. The private messages in the backend were also varied, some seeking romance, some poaching for guilds, and even some asking for money. Jiang Feng glanced at the profile of a girl who wanted to date, or her videos were all heavily edited and filtered with makeup so thick it blurred her features. Tisk, not even close to Ank. He muttered, then suddenly slapped his forehead. Damn, how could I forget Ank? As his first benefactor plus his boss and the big sister in his livestream room, how could he forget to ask for her WeChat? And brother Feng Qingyang, these were all his benefactors. Jiang Feng opened the chat window and privately messaged several big brothers and sisters. He first clicked on Feng Qingyang's private message and typed, Brother Feng Qingyang, thanks for your support yesterday. Is it convenient to add WeChat? In the future, I'll let you know in advance about new streaming gameplay. After sending, he hesitated for a few seconds before clicking on Ank's homepage. His gaze was instantly captivated by her videos. Whoa, those long legs, that breathtaking figure, those curves, that perfect balance of slim and full. Truly gifted, 1 in a million. Jiang Feng couldn't help exclaiming. Ank was so stunning that she even made an illiterate like him start using fancy words. Chen Yulin's head suddenly popped in from the side, his eyes lighting up. Isn't she gorgeous? Ank is the best. Next time you play games with her, save me a spot, please Feng dad. Well see. Jiang Feng replied dismissively, inwardly cursing his past self for being blind. Such a high-quality treasure goddess, and he hadn't even followed her, which made yesterday so awkward. He opened the private message box and typed, "Ank, thanks for the gifts and the traffic yesterday. Is it convenient to add WeChat?" The message sent successfully and instantly showed as read. But several minutes passed without a reply. Jiang Feng muttered, "What's going on?" Read but no response. In another classroom, Ank was going crazy. Why did Douyin have to add a read feature? The moment Jiang Feng's message came through, she was staring right at the chat box, so it immediately showed as read. Didn't that basically tell Jiang Feng she had been waiting for his message? Ank blushed deeply, buried her face in her arms, her heart pounding wildly. It's over. Will he think I have a crush on him? No way. Absolutely not. She agonized for a long time before finally squeezing out a reply, trying to save face. I just happened to open your chat box and saw your message. Ank forced a dignified recovery. Jiang Feng replied instantly along with a cute emoji of a tilted head smiling. Ank's cheeks burned. I was actually going to ask if you needed a computer. I saw you streaming on a laptop, and the picture was a bit blurry, which affected the streaming quality. I'm saving up to buy a top-tier one. Jiang Feng replied honestly. I happen to have a set I've phased out 4090-9800X3D. If you want it, I can give it to you. Since we're close, I can send it over this afternoon. When Jiang Feng saw the message, his eyes went wide. A 4090-9800X3D. This setup was more than enough to stream Delta Force even at max graphics. He teased. Whoa, are you asking me to be a kept man? That doesn't seem right. I'll just buy it at market price. If you insist on paying, then I won't sell it. Ank blushed. What did Jiang Feng mean by kept man? She only thought his stream was too blurry and affected the viewing experience. Jiang Feng said, All right then, I'll graciously accept. Once I use your computer, I'll take you to many chicken dinners. Beside him, Chun Yulin was already wailing. Bro, how are you even chatting with Ank? And she's giving you a 4090? He stared at Jiang Feng's phone screen, his face full of pain and grief. His brother deserved good things, but not this good. Jiang Feng said, Don't talk nonsense. I bought this, and we've played games together. It's perfectly normal to add each other on WeChat, right? Then why won't Ank add me on WeChat? I'm her die-hard fan. Chun Yulin's resentment was strong. Don't overthink it. Ank is just kind-hearted and beautiful. It doesn't mean she's into you. Jiang Feng hadn't thought about it that way before, but Chun Yulin's words planted a seed of doubt in his mind. But recalling that during yesterday's stream Ank had indeed said, not considering dating for now, he set the thought aside and just regarded her as a helpful teammate. Ank had already sent a message asking for the address. Jiang Feng quickly replied, Just use flash delivery, shipping paid on delivery. Thanks, Miss Kiki. The price was a steal. Ank practically gave it to him for just 10000. You want a real kind soul? Jiang Feng couldn't help but marvel. He casually opened a shopping app and started picking out peripherals, keyboard, mouse, headset. All ordered according to the models he was used to in his past life, no need to deliberate. After a moment's thought, he added an electric scooter to the cart for getting around campus, much more convenient than walking. Chun Yulin watched him order at lightning speed, even more envious. Fengzi, you've hit the jackpot. For 1090 plus top-tier peripherals plus an electric scooter. I'm so jealous. Jiang Feng laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Say that, and it's not like I wouldn't take you on the scooter. Jiang Feng couldn't help the smile spreading across his face. Life after rebirth was going as smoothly as if he had cheats, charging full speed toward the goal of being the top Delta Force player. Of course, for now his task was still editing videos. Finally, I'm almost done editing. After finishing his college English and introduction to computer science classes in the morning, Jiang Feng had also completed his video editing. Editing was no less taxing than attending lectures. Jiang Feng stretched, glanced around the classroom, and smiled with satisfaction. Good, hardly anyone was actually studying. Jiang Feng turned to his three rascal roommates and urged, Did you guys pay attention in class today? Damn it, you two CS players, stop blocking my card draws. Zhang Jindong, busy rolling for cards in his game, retorted without looking up, You weren't listening either. I was building my career. Jiang Feng replied, his tone unyielding and righteous. You rascals. If you don't study hard now, how will you solve the exam problems later? If you can't do them, who am I supposed to copy from? Besides the PUBG video, Jiang Feng had edited 4 other clips that morning: a guide on the 2-draw system for mid-control modification codes for the M14 and M7, a montage of highlight plays, and a tutorial on tactical techniques including flexible use of tactical stance, a guide on PK and regular peeking, and various jetpack skills for the Wyvern character. He had recorded the voiceovers during the break going to the hallway stairwell to read his script. The half-hour break was just enough time. To be honest, his livestream from yesterday could have yielded far more video material, but he only picked the best highlights and left the rest for clip channels. Although there were none yet, he knew there would be soon. The bell rang on time and university professors never dragged on. The moment it stopped, the 4 brutes from dormitory 214 sprang up and bolted out. Let's go, let's go. Today we're having the grilled chicken and pork cutlet combo rice. The food in the school cafeteria was barely edible. No one would eat there unless their wallets were as clean as their faces at the end of the month. There was a fast food restaurant run by a kind northeastern auntie downstairs from the dorms offering delicious and affordable meals. Their grilled chicken and pork cutlet combo was simply unbeatable, and a long line always formed in front of the shop during mealtimes. Brother, to get me a portion too. Extra spicy. My 4090 has arrived. I'm going back to the dorm to build my PC. Jiang Feng shouted as he ran towards the dormitory. His 3 roommates watched his back, cursed him in unison as a traitor, but obediently went to queue up. Just as he arrived at the dormitory building, a delivery guy was already waiting there holding a large box. The delivery guy kindly helped carry the box into the dorm. Jiang Feng made a point of opening and inspecting it on the spot. It was expensive electronic equipment and he had to confirm everything was fine before signing for it. When the box was opened, it contained not only the 4090 PC but also a 4K 240Hz monitor along with a camera and microphone. Delta Force wasn't very demanding on refresh rate. Resolution was more important. Since the game's graphics were inherently blurry and grainy, a higher resolution effectively solved this problem. Personally, I use 4K resolution and many people feel 4K is more comfortable. However, most current streamers and pro players use 1080p. It's a matter of personal preference. Anyway, I can't see enemies clearly at 1080p. Whoa, didn't he say it was just the 4090? This is way too much. Jiang Feng was puzzled internally. He owed a huge favor now. He quickly took a photo of the unboxed items and sent it to Ank, captioning it, "Wow, everything arrived. The monitor and peripherals are top-notch, thank you so much." He also added a heart emoji sticker. Ank replied instantly, "Glad it's useful." Jiang Feng didn't waste any time and started setting up the PC. After powering it on, he found the system had already been reset and was clean. Ank had even thoughtfully pre-installed Delta Force. Downloading it on the dorm's slow campus network would have taken nearly half a day. By the time he finished installing his editing software and streaming tools, his roommates had returned. Chun Dexing handed him the grilled chicken and pork cutlet combo rice. Chun Yulin circled the PC, feeling a pang of jealousy. No way, Ank is way too good to you. Not just a PC but also a monitor, microphone, and camera. Are you really living off her? Jiang Feng wolfed down his rice. The grilled chicken with spicy sauce was delicious, but nothing tasted as good as being supported. Too bad Ank didn't want a relationship, or otherwise how sweet that would be. His phone suddenly buzzed. It was a WeChat message from PDD. "Bro, what's up this afternoon?" Jiang Feng was genuinely surprised. PDD, a night owl, was actually up this early. "Coincidentally, I have no classes this afternoon." PDD, "How about we hit aerospace?" Jiang Feng replied with an okay, and the other immediately sent a YY channel number. Jiang Feng started his stream, opened Delta Force, and YY then turned to his roommates. "We might have to farm together tomorrow. I'm playing with PDD today." His roommates had no objections. The 3 of them gathered around ready to eat lunch while watching Jiang Feng play. "I'm using a camera today, so watch your image," Jiang Feng reminded them. Tuesday afternoons were for club activities, so the entire school had no classes. Chun Yulin, "I shared your stream link in our class group chat. I said you were a Delta Force pro and they didn't believe me. Today I'll show them." Chun Dexing chimed in. "I've watched so many streamers and none of them have skills as good as Fengzis. Even if Fengzi doesn't become a top streamer, he can definitely make a living from Delta Force." Zhang Jindong nodded in agreement. "Definitely. With Fengzis looks, he could easily be a face streamer, let alone his skills. Look how he charmed Ank yesterday." The brothers spoke one after another, sincerely discussing Jiang Feng's future, without a hint of jealousy. Jiang Feng felt a warmth in his heart. He turned around and said, "I feel like Delta Force is going to blow up in popularity. And this game isn't just for aggressive streamers. You guys could try becoming Delta Force content creators too. Seize your spot now before it gets huge. If you make something of yourselves, it'll be way better than finding some ordinary job later." Before going live, Jiang Feng pointed out a clear path for the 3 of them seize their place in Delta Force before it explodes in popularity. Achieving something would be far better than looking for a job later. He pointed out a clear path for his 3 brothers before the stream started. But since the broadcast time was approaching, he didn't have time to go into detail planning to thoroughly plan their future paths later. Jiang Feng clicked the Go Live button. Within moments, dozens of people flooded into the stream and the comments started flying. Wow, why didn't you say anything about going live this afternoon? A surprise attack, huh? Streamer, you should at least set up a group, so you can remind us when you go live. Who would have thought right after lunch there's a Haji Feng stream to watch? What a beautiful thing. Whoa, there's a camera now, folks. Finally, we get to see Haji Feng's stunning good looks. So he really is a college student. Are those three big goofs behind him his roommates? Everyone stay on the same platform. I know it's hard, but that's an order. Hubby I'm here. New viewers are in for a treat. Before you stands the strongest player in aerospace. Jiang Feng smiled and greeted the camera. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a new streamer and inexperienced in many ways. Please bear with me and I apologize in advance. I'll set up a fan group later and notify everyone before each stream. Don't worry. By the way, today's equipment is sponsored by Lady Ank. Let's all give a round of applause for Lady Ank first. This afternoon's program is aggressively attacking aerospace with teacher PDD. If you haven't followed yet, hit that follow button. You won't want to miss the highlight plays. Jiang Feng logged into YY and was immediately caught by PDD as soon as he entered the channel. Bro, I watched your last match yesterday. It was insane. My mouth was wide open the whole time. I couldn't close it. Even cheaters aren't as flashy as you. Jiang Feng didn't hold back his arrogance and replied with a smile. Brother Lu, you're wrong there. An ordinary cheater really can't beat me. Chun Shinzi squeezed into the channel at that moment, letting out a sly chuckle. Brother Lu, I'm here. Piggy sounded a bit exasperated. Whoa, why are you here? I knew you got up early this afternoon just to duo queue with Jiang Feng. Chun Shinzi teased. You pretended to have afternoon plans, but I caught you. And you didn't want to bring me. No way, I want in on this carry train too. PDD sighed. Hiya, I was planning to invite Hao Yin and enjoy being protected by 2 Imperial guards. Bringing a dead weight like you means we'll have to rely on Fengzi alone. Hey, it's not like we can't kill a single person. Even if we're both bots, with Fengzi being this strong, he can still carry us. Let me tell you, Fengzi. Chun Zinza's tone shifted to serious praise. That play of yours yesterday really stunned me. At first I thought we were up against a hacker. That oppressive feeling, hiya, it was too strong. But Brother Lu and Brother Xian are really strong too. I was just operating on the edge of my seat. If I hadn't gotten lucky, I might not have beaten you guys. Returning courtesy with courtesy, Jiang Feng smiled and returned the compliments. The group burst into laughter in the YY channel, the atmosphere lively and warm. While the three were exchanging praises on the other side of the screen, Ank was staring intently at Jiang Feng's live stream, her face dark enough to drip with anger. After sending him the PC, she had been happily waiting for Jiang Feng to invite her to play Delta Force together. Not only did he not send a single WeChat invitation, but he had immediately teamed up with PDD to aggressively attack aerospace. Ank felt both angry and wronged, a wave of disappointment washing over her. The line of people chasing after me stretches from Hangzhou to Paris. How can I compare to this stinky pig, using my PC to play games with someone else? Esports, Chan Shimmy. Go on, play. I'll let you play. Ank grabbed her phone, her voice filled with gritted teeth ruthlessness. She quickly dialed a number, her voice urgent and sharp. Get me your 2 best enforcers from the shop. Now, immediately, right now. Log into the game. They have to be ruthless and strong. I'll pay double. Hanging up, she stared at the smug grin on Jiang Feng's face on the screen, a vengeful curve forming on her lips. Today I'm going to snipe you until you question your existence. Hello boss, this is FPS from Dongdong Esports. I specialize in Weilon and Red Wolf. Aggressive yet steady, capable of carrying and pushing. Hope you have a great time at Dongdong Esports. Hello boss, this is Wang Zhongzhong from Dongdong Esports. I specialize in Weilon and Red Wolf. Can hold positions or break through, play stealthy or aggressive and handle strategy. Hope you enjoy your time at Dongdong Esports and get lucky every round. P.S. Both BB and Wang Zhongzhong were early members at Dongdong Esports. I don't usually use gaming companions or escort services, so I'm not very familiar, but I found their info through research, guaranteed authentic. Wang Zhongzhong was mentioned by Dongdong's boss as one of the first Delta 4-star escorts at Dongdong Esports. BB was also one and was the first specialist from Bakeshire. Later BB left Dongdong Esports due to a relationship, became Zilong at PDD and later gained fame in the Shuangzi Cup. At this point in time, he's still an unknown gaming companion at Dongdong Esports. Not sure why a relationship would make him quit the companion service. In the voice call right after BBFPS and Wang Zhongzhong's introductions, Ank tapped the table lightly with her fingertips, her tone icy. This order isn't kills or loot. It's a sniper order. Don't worry about me. I don't care if I die or eat or drink. I just want one team dead. Ha! A sniper order. BB and Wang Zhongzhong were both stunned. They'd been at Dongdong Esports for a while handling orders for kills, escorts, and practice, but a sniper order targeting a specific team was a first. But remembering boss Lu Sudong's repeated warnings, that the customer was special, don't ask too much, or brush them off, do everything to satisfy their demands, they held back. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Ank's mouth. That's right, a sniper order. I'll double the base companion fee plus a bonus 3000 yuan for each elimination of my designated target. 3,000. BB got excited instantly. Boss, you're generous. He rubbed his hands, eyes gleaming with excitement. Wang Zhongzhong, whose livestream was just starting out, was more cautious. Boss, can I ask who we're sniping? Ank replied, PDD Chan Xinjai and a small streamer named Jiang Feng. Ank enunciated each name, her gaze fixed on Jiang Feng's stream. The main target is that Jiang Feng. PDD and Chan Xinjai are just his teammates. Deal with them as a side task. Wang Zongzhong's heart sank. Chan Xinjai and the small streamer were manageable, but PDD wasn't just any streamer. He was a veteran in the streaming circle and the boss of Xiaoxiang Guild. Sniper his team. Could that cause trouble? If PDD held a grudge, not only his fledgling stream but his entire career in the circle could be at risk. Ank added calmly, don't worry, I'll personally explain to PDD. The main target is that fool Jiang Feng. Hearing Ank's assurance, the two had no more worries. BB patted his chest. Don't worry, boss. Today I'll make sure that Jiang Feng can't even recognize his own mother. He'll die as soon as he gets off the plane. The warrior had few words but plenty of drive. Ank's attention was entirely on Jiang Feng, her mouse hovering over the start button, ready to match with him simultaneously. If fate allows, let me match with you again and vent my anger. Brother Lu, brother XN, ready, I'll start matching. Oh, and bring me 10 AW bullets. This is a new account, completely empty, not even one AW bullet. I'm relying on you guys. Jiang Feng shamelessly turned into an AW vampire. PDD shouted. Hear that, Chan Xinjai? Bring Fengzai 20 AW bullets. If you hitch a ride, you pay the fare. Chan Xinjai was annoyed. You're always squeezing me. But bringing Fengzai AW. I'm happy to. Jiang Feng promised. Brother Xian, rest assured your investment will be worth it. The three prepared and set off for the space center. As the character selection screen appeared, PDD suddenly bellowed, Mighty Dragon. Present. Why are you shouting so loud? Chan Xinjai was startled. Fengzai always yells when he picks Weilon and enters the map. What's wrong with me learning? Though PDD had an escort, he didn't pick a boss operator. He still had a heart for flashy assaults. Fengzai, your Weilon is awesome. I'll play Weilon this round. Teach me on the spot. No problem. Chan Xinjai picked my Xiaowen. Seeing the team lacked a smoke operator, Jiang Feng countered with Red Wolf. Weilon showed off yesterday. Today I'll bring something new. Jiang Feng smiled and pressed confirm, mimicking PDD's tone with a shout. Cunning Wolf. Present. The first red skin in Delta Force belonged to Red Wolf, perfectly matching the line, I'm deadly handsome. So even before the possession playstyle emerged, Red Wolf was a highly popular operator. As they say, handsomeness is forever. Weilon had its moment yesterday. Today let's see Red Wolf's showtime. The livestream chat exploded. No. I came specifically for Weilon. Why switch to Red Wolf? Red Wolf fans rejoice. Finally waiting for Haji Feng to play Red Wolf. Notes ready. Honestly, isn't Red Wolf weaker than Weilon? Bullshit, Red Wolf is the best. Look whose red skin it is. Only bad players, no bad operators. Haji Feng could dominate with a bee while you'd be a worm, even with Weilon. That hurts, bro. Jiang Feng glanced at the chat and patiently explained. Actually, Red Wolf and Weilon are about equal in my eyes. Each has its strengths, both high-ceiling operators. Jiang Feng patiently elaborated. Weilon's jetpack crouch makes him a point breaker with insane mobility, extremely high ceiling in short-range encounters. Red Wolf's skill set is more versatile, smoke hand cannon, speed boost, healing. A true hexagon warrior. Offense-defense rotation plus passive slide. A skilled Red Wolf can drive you crazy. As the twin stars of the Empire, Red Wolf and Weilon dominated appearance rates in various bounty and challenge tournaments in the later era, proving their strength. Even after repeated nerfs, they remained in the T0 tier. Notably, in the later Qinzhai Cup, Red Wolf's appearance rate surpassed Weilon's. As players improved, Red Wolf's ceiling was further developed. Fengzai, why don't you have the red skin for Red Wolf? PDD knew Jiang Feng was playing on his own account. Poor student, no money. Life was hard. Jiang Feng sighed. After this round, I'll gift you one. PDD was as generous as ever. Thanks, boss. You're awesome. Amid laughter, the game loaded into the map. Landing point Uruen. Tisk Uruen. Jiang Feng frowned, immediately recalling unpleasant memories. Almost simultaneously, Ank's game interface loaded. She repeatedly compared the map task in Jiang Feng's stream, confirming it was identical. They'd likely matched into the same game. We've matched this round. Ank's voice was cold as ice yet excited. It's up to you too. Don't worry, boss. Leave it to us. Well, make sure this kid never wants to play Delta Force again. BB promised, thumping his chest. Turn off all streams. Ank gave Jiang Feng one last glance. We want screen watch. Pure skill to crush them so no one can say we won unfairly. Upon landing at the second checkpoint, PDD immediately began to push Chun Xian, hurry up and open the card. Oh, making me do it again when you have the most assets. Chun Xian grumbled but yielded to PDD's authority. Clearly the two had yet to face true hardship, their minds set only on swiftly passing the second checkpoint to reach the core zone, already divvying up supplies. Chun Xian set up the sniper cover. He'll take the first floor of the blue room and the black room. Feng, you search the second floor of the blue room. Once done, we rush the chief executive directly. Jiang Feng frowned but said nothing to stop them. The second checkpoint in Season 2 wasn't too formidable. Only the central control could draw fire. As long as the smoke grenades were placed accurately, they could barely push through. He also wanted to test today's match intensity. In the last round yesterday, the system's calculated intensity coefficient had already reached 1.5. Today, with Chun Xian and PDD's heavily cursed accounts, the intensity would only be higher, not lower. Beep, second checkpoint card. All three took painkillers simultaneously. Jiang Feng immediately commanded, "I'll throw smoke first, then we move." Throwing smoke at the second checkpoint was tricky. The pipe had many gaps and a careless toss could let the smoke leak through, wasting it. But Jiang Feng was experienced. He aimed at the rings connecting the pipes, counting from near to far. First he threw smoke at the fourth ring, then at the second ring. This effectively sealed the second checkpoint bridge, leaving only a tiny gap. The medic smoke was thrown the same way. The smoke grenades landed precisely, forming two thick walls of smoke. PDD and Chun Xian charged ahead, with Jiang Feng following closely, ready to breach the most dangerous position in the aerospace base. As expected, intense gunfire erupted from the central control direction. 3M7S, disregarding the golden bullets, sprayed wildly into the smoke at the trio crossing. Chun Xian, leading the way, boasted arrogantly, "Ha, shoot at your dad if you dare. See if you can take me down." Brave words aside, he took plenty of hits. His six-piece armor shattered in seconds. Just as he was about to leap off the bridge at the end, a fatal bullet struck his chest. Chun Xian was knocked down midair, landing on the ground in a comical pose. PDD was in worse shape. As a corrupt official, he also wore six-piece armor, but it was a flimsy version with only 50 durability. It was long pierced, and after a few golden bullets, PDD collapsed on the bridge just 1 meter short of the finish. "It's over, we're done for." PDD screamed in despair. His movement speed plummeted after falling, and that 1 meter became an insurmountable chasm. If he were finished off on the bridge with no cover, there would be no saving him. Jiang Feng, being at the back, had all enemy fire focused on PDD and Chun Xian, leaving him untouched and in perfect condition. Seeing PDD collapsed on the bridge, Jiang Feng's eyes sharpened as he shouted, "Brother Lu, I'm coming to save." Just as PDD was in utter despair, Jiang Feng executed a sliding jump carry, pulling PDD up and leaping off the bridge, reaching the other side safely. A divine intervention. Holy crap. That was epic. Absolutely epic. Chun Xian and PDD were stunned by the move. The chat exploded. What kind of move was that? How can you carry someone while jumping? It's a jump carry. Just press jump while carrying a teammate. But Hajifeng's execution, especially the sliding jump carry, is much harder. Don't try it at home. I'm going to practice this in the training ground. Tonight I'll show off in front of my squad and blow everyone away. Whoa, is there a clipper? Get this clip out now. I need to watch it on repeat and learn. Who understands the redemption in this moment? You can always trust Hajifeng. Saving the team from the brink. Honestly, if a teammate saved me like that, I'd wanna marry him. Gay is gay, no need to sugarcoat it. PDD's emotions were on a roller coaster as he screamed hoarsely, "Save me quickly." But Jiang Feng had already started reviving Chun Xian. With 2 down, he prioritized the one with higher combat ability. Clearly, in Jiang Feng's eyes, Chun Xian was stronger than PDD. Right, saving me is the smart move. I'm more useful than Brother Lu. Brother Lu, wait until I'm up, then I'll save you. PDD showed no embarrassment. His survival instinct overrode all else. Save him first, I'll keep watch. Don't rush even after you're up. The third boss has opened the bridge. They might come. Jiang Feng's face was stern as he heard the sound of the eastern area drawbridge opening. Note the sound of the eastern drawbridge opening is very loud. At the start, except for the west and dormitory central control, it can be heard from most positions. Central control can't hear it. but can see it from the second-floor balcony. Damn, is crossing the second checkpoint a crime? Feels like half the map is coming after us. PDD and Chun Xian were filled with despair, trapped in a narrow area with enemies on both sides. A hopeless situation. But Jiang Feng remained calm. Such a minor scene was just routine for the second checkpoint in his past life. Crossing the checkpoint, being chased by the central control bosses, it was all coming back. The classic outer field chaos, the second checkpoint meat grinder mode activated. Surviving meant clearing the map. Fortunately, Luna hadn't been buffed yet, or the barrage of gadgets would have been overwhelming. Jiang Feng revived Chun Xian and spoke rapidly. Brother Chun, don't heal. Save Brother Lu first. The central control team is closing in and the third boss is on the way. No time to waste. Chun Xian immediately crouched beside PDD to start reviving him. At this moment they had to save their teammate before the central control and third boss teams encircled them. If they healed first, the enemies would hear the revive sound and not give them a chance. Distance-wise, the central control team was closest, while the third boss team would take a while to arrive via the bridge. The central control team, having spotted their two down members, would surely rush forward aggressively. Jiang Feng stood on an air cargo container, a vantage point that allowed him to see both the central control and the third boss approaching forces. As expected, the central control team was impatient. A wyvern slid down the zip line and jet boosted forward, completely separating from his teammates. That's exactly the opening I need. Jiang Feng's eyes were sharp. He switched to the AWM, jumped and locked onto the wyvern. Bang! The crisp gunshot cut through the air and the wyvern fell. The chat exploded. That sniper shot says, "Good night, kid." What perfect timing. Saving the team again, Jiang Feng. There's still the third boss team closing in. It's still tough. Jiang Feng used the AWM to take down last night's days. When he tried to jump snipe and finish the kill, the wyvern's teammates arrived in time, firing preemptively to suppress Jiang Feng's position and cover the wyvern's retreat. Though he didn't finish the wyvern, Jiang Feng had achieved his goal, suppressing the central control team's advance and buying time for his teammates to recover. Strictly speaking, the position at the end of the second checkpoint bridge had an advantage in a firefight with the Blue Room's front corridor. The real threat was the third boss gun line. Once the third boss pushed forward to secure the gun positions on the half-step platform by the Water Room and Blue Room, the narrow area at the end of the bridge became a death trap with no cover. Jiang Feng could hear the footsteps of the third boss team pushing forward. This team was skilled, just as he predicted. They were heading for the key gun positions. A little-known fact in Season 2, the time for the eastern drawbridge to lower hadn't been shortened by the developers yet. It was about 4 seconds longer. Note, before the Season 3 update, the eastern drawbridge took about 14 seconds to lower. After the update, it was about 10 seconds. Those 4 seconds are the insurmountable gap for you. Take it up with the developers. Activating the exoskeleton. Feng's eye steady now. Wait for me, I just got up and am healing. PDD was like a startled bird. Chun Xian's eye also advised. Timing. Some timings flash by in an instant. A noob misses the timing, while the expert seizes it, creating the perfect opportunity. Jiang Feng trusted his judgment. He absolutely could not yield his position. Doing so was tantamount to a slow suicide. He must take the initiative. Jiang Feng caught sight of a shiny African heart behind a box on the half-step next to the Blue Room. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng threw a smoke grenade. A thick wall of smoke instantly rose, severing the threat. Then Jiang Feng quickly rushed to the Water Room's entrance, executing a swift scissor jump, quickly assessing the situation inside. With just a glance, there were 2 people in the Water Room: Old Hay and Uluru, who had just reached the bottom of the Water Room due to a 4-second delay and had not even come close. If given another 4 seconds, they would definitely reach closer. Uluru could seal it with a cement board, throwing fire and grenades, and Jiang Feng and the others would be badly hurt. Unfortunately, this version's planner did not grant them those 4 seconds. Lao San just had to lie down obediently. Did he really think he could ambush 2 masters? Jiang Feng sneered inwardly. In the blink of an eye, he performed another jump and sidestepped the Water Room's entrance. His M14 immediately unleashed a furious barrage at the 2 below in the Water Room. Jiang Feng used the M14 to take down I Am the Milk Dragon. 6 sets. A thought flickered through Jiang Feng's mind. After knocking one down, he did not hesitate to retract his weapon. His wrist flicked to adjust his angle, and like a slippery eel, he vanished from the Water Room's entrance. Uluru collapsed instantly. The remaining Old Hay, just raising his gun to fire, found Jiang Feng had disappeared again, left bewildered and dumbfounded. Jiang Feng could have taken out both of them directly, but on the opposite side there were 6 sets, and there was a chance of resistance. Jiang Feng was not keen on losing his status. Jiang Feng immediately performed another scissor jump to bait their shots, and his opponents seemed to have gone into overdrive, raising their guns and firing wildly. As if this would give them a semblance of safety, little did they know they were already trapped. As soon as Old Hay ceased fire, Jiang Feng seized the fleeting moment to reload, jumped once more, and accurately aimed at the last remaining opponent. The M14's bullets poured out, taking him down immediately. Jiang Feng used the M14 to take down I Am the Milk Dragon. He didn't miss a single shot, swiftly dismantling Lao San's ambush, and at that moment the smoke he had thrown earlier had yet to dissipate, with his ultimate ability still delayed for 30 seconds. P.S. The initial duration of Red Wolf's ultimate is 25 seconds. Killing increases it by 5 seconds. And killing a drone restores 30 health points, while killing operators restores 50 points, not counting assists. The smoke lasts about 8 to 9 seconds, meaning that if Red Wolf uses smoke to save, the smoke's duration is insufficient to cover the entire rescue process. At this moment, Chan Xianzai and PDD had just stabilized their status, both instantly stunned. Not bro, while we were healing and repairing armor you killed 2 more. Isn't this ridiculous? My god, this person is terrifying. They had originally thought they were doomed, but in the blink of an eye they felt like they were alive again. Only they knew the disparity. The number of viewers in the live stream had already reached 4 digits. It was not the 2,000 from an encore, but over 1,000 viewers genuinely attracted by Jiang Feng's skill. Just arrived. Is this a live stream for selling hacks? Watching PDD and Chan Xianzai's perspectives is too boring. I still want to see the strong man. Not bro, how come you play Red Wolf like a ghost? Tutorial, tutorial, tutorial. Important things need to be said 3 times. In the midst of battle, killing amidst the mortal realm. Not Jiang Feng. Are you really a master? Ha ha ha, this is my classmate. I'm going to their dorm to watch live. Jiang Feng had no extra words and spoke into the microphone in a deep voice. Did you see that box I marked? Cover me. Behind the box at the half-step next to the blue room, the last remaining person had lost his teammate's support, becoming a lamb for slaughter. Triple grenade launcher. Jiang Feng aimed at the location, launching 2 triple grenades. The enemy seemed to have given up, struggling, hiding behind the box and absorbing the full damage from the grenades. Jiang Feng used the triple grenade launcher to defeat I Am the Milk Dragon. Team wipe. Overload mode, 31 seconds. Wow, this person is too terrifying. I didn't even react before a whole team was wiped out. PDD's emotional value was at its peak as he slammed the table and shouted. The scariest part is that this person didn't lose a single drop of blood. Oh my goodness. Chan Xianzai couldn't help but marvel. PDD suddenly became curious. How old are you, Fengzai? Jiang Feng casually replied. I was born in 05. The young people nowadays are really too exaggerated. Lugo, you are 14 years older than Fengzai. It's only normal to be a bit worse. Nonsense, even if I'm older I still have skills, alright. I just can't compare to a prodigy like PDD, unwilling to admit defeat, turned to Jiang Feng, who was standing on the aviation box, and said, So Fengzai, give me a chance to perform. Jiang Feng stepped aside and PDD immediately climbed up, mimicking Jiang Feng's actions, jumping and saying, Where did that little brat, who just shot me in the control center, go? Dare to compete with me? Let me show you the strength of the #1 solo player in the national server back in the day. The next second a crisp gunshot rang out and blood erupted from PDD's head. In the sky, Tianshang by Yujing used the AWM to knock down I Have a Big Head. PDD was knocked down and revived, and then a blinding smoke grenade sealed off the end of the bridge, directly cutting off their vision. Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened. Lauda is coming. Clearly the opponent was trying to take advantage of the team's reduced numbers, using smoke to force their way across the bridge. Most critically, there was still the team in the control center eyeing them hungrily. Xangu, cover the blue room side. Jiang Feng decisively commanded. I'll handle Lao Das team. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Feng's screen glitched twice in quick succession. The control center and Lao Das team simultaneously activated their ultimates. Almost instantaneously, 2 tiger crouch grenades fell from the sky, launched from the second teammate and the blue room's blue car, but their landing points coincided, exploding upon impact. Chan Xianzai had no time to evade, taking the full brunt of both tiger crouch grenades, collapsing to the ground. It's over. I've been hit by the tiger crouch. His voice was filled with despair. Jiang Feng held his breath, entering an intensely serious mode. At this moment his ultimate ability had only 9 seconds left. Heavy footsteps approached simultaneously from the second teammate's bridge and the blue room corridor, essentially putting him in a 1v6 deadlock. He tightened his grip on the mouse. Chan Xianzai was beyond saving, but he could buy some time for the control center team. Jiang Feng immediately tossed a smoke grenade towards Chan Xianzai's position and slid behind the first white box, ensuring he wouldn't be caught in crossfire from both sides. He aimed at the second teammate's bridge. Sure enough, the female medic's drone flew over the bridge, closely followed by 2 flash drones. Jiang Feng chose not to fire and reveal his position. Instead, he quickly backflipped. When he pulled his view back, Wei Long and Mai Xiaowen jumped down from the second teammate's bridge almost simultaneously, with Wei Long even using jet propulsion in midair to widen the distance. There was no time or space for Jiang Feng to maneuver. It was purely a test of marksmanship. Jiang Feng precisely locked onto my Xiao when pulling the trigger in a frame and 2 shots took her down. Jiang Feng used the M14 to knock down Sure Air Cheng Wu Lu. As Wei Long landed, he immediately aimed at Jiang Feng, unleashing a furious barrage with the M7, puncturing Jiang Feng's armor and causing his health to plummet, fortunately killing my Xiao when triggered his ultimate ability's healing, and with a quick flick, he turned around locking his aim on Wei Long and several precise shots took him out. Jiang Feng used the M14 to take down Tianshang by Yu Jing. 6 sets of divine power. Jiang Feng's health was at its lowest with only 3 points remaining. If it weren't for killing my Xiao when triggering his ultimate healing, Jiang Feng would have already been taken out by the well-coordinated duo of my Xiao 1 and Wei Long. PDD watched Jiang Feng's perspective, not daring to breathe. But the crisis was far from over. The control center team had arrived. Ningjing Sol used the M7 to knock down code 408. Chan Xian Zai was taken out by the smoke attack from the control center team. Chan Xian Zai reported in despair. 3 of them all in my face, they're coming to rush you. The 3 marched heavily towards Jiang Feng's position, not giving him a moment to recover. Looking at Jiang Feng with only 56 health points left with all armor shattered, Pitidi was already in despair, starting to review. My, I shouldn't have been so rash. Shut up. Watch my moves. Jiang Feng shouted coldly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, although he was in dire straits without health, armor, or teammates. But remember, courage is your strongest weapon. Watching PDD and Chan Xian lying on the ground, the footsteps of the 3 from the central control room were close at hand, yet Jiang Feng let out a soft sigh of relief. Though his helmet was shattered and his health was a mere 56 points, eliminating Lao Da's squad had completely resolved the crisis of being caught between 2 fronts. Now he only had to face the central control team Hedon. As for the female medic from Lao Da's team, she was still hopping in place at the second bridge endpoint. Likely a boss. Although the area at the end of the second bridge was narrow, 3 large white crates stood there, enough for him to circle and maneuver. The central control trio gave Jiang Feng no respite. Lao He deployed a stun drone on the spot. This ultimate was overpowered, reducing movement speed and ADS speed, even impairing hearing and distorting the screen. Most annoyingly, it also slowed weapon fire rate, having the odds of winning a gunfight. Fortunately, the area was relatively open. Jiang Feng decisively leaped, and with a precise shot from his M14, he destroyed the stun drone midair. But that shot fully exposed his position. Lao He instantly primed a grenade. My Xiaowen threw a flashbang, and Wei Long tossed C4 to the rear point. Their coordinated use of equipment was a textbook example of team play. What a solid team! Jiang Feng's mind flashed with the thought. He had planned to wait for them to push using the crates to circle and exploit weaknesses, but the opponents clearly weren't giving him a chance. At that moment, they made the optimal move. Wei Long and my Xiaowen rushed forward, while Lao He suppressed with equipment. He could no longer passively hold his position. He had to take the initiative. But both sides had gun lines locked down, leaving no opening. Then it'll go from above. Jiang Feng's gaze locked onto the first large crate at the second bridge endpoint. Beside this large crate was a half-height small crate, the only one that allowed climbing to the top of the big crate. Jiang Feng tossed his last smoke grenade, placing it predictably at the corner of the opponent's crate, just in front of Wei Long and my Xiaowen, instantly cutting off their line of sight. The opponents were indeed cautious. Wei Long threw C4 into the smoke, and Lao He's grenade followed, closely targeting the rear point. Boom! The grenade exploded near Jiang Feng, not dealing full damage but reducing him to a mere 14 health. Yet Jiang Feng felt not fear but elation. An opportunity had arisen. Jiang Feng acted decisively, using the sound of Lao He's grenade to mask his climbing. With 2 consecutive climbs, he stood firmly atop the crate. He had guessed correctly. Jiang Feng's heart leaped with joy. The timing was perfect. The opponents never expected him to climb this exposed crate, and they hadn't set up a high-angle gun line. From his elevated position, Jiang Feng had an excellent view. He saw Lao He priming a grenade in the back. Their eyes met, and Jiang Feng could almost see the shock on Lao He's face. A situation he had never anticipated. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng aimed his M14 at Lao He and took him down with 2 shots. Jiang Feng used M14 to knock out Fando Hua Yuan Yo Yi Yi. Overdrive mode 6 seconds. His ultimate, with only 1 second left, was unexpectedly extended by 5 seconds. The healing mechanism activated instantly, sharply raising his critically low health bar. With Lao He down, the opposing Wei Long grew frantic. As the C4 exploded, he jet boosted through the smoke. Lao He had reported Jiang Feng's location before being eliminated. But Jiang Feng was prepared. He didn't linger on the crate. Instead, he slid off the other side, repositioning behind it. Wei Long's preemptive fire swept the crate's top, but didn't even graze Jiang Feng. Seizing the fleeting moment, Jiang Feng jumped out from the gap between two white crates, his crosshair locking onto Weilong, who was still aiming at the high point. Another exposed back. The bullets from the M14 roared out and Jiang Feng effortlessly finished Weilong. Jiang Feng used M14 to knock out Ningjing de Ling Hun. Overdrive mode 8 seconds. The instant he took down Weilong, Jiang Feng snapped his wrist, performing a 90-degree flick to aim at the crate's corner. As expected, my Xiaowen was just jumping out to fire, directly colliding with his crosshair. Jiang Feng used M14 to knock out Hana. Team wipe. Overdrive mode 12 seconds. His health slowly returned to full. At this point, the combat medical kit in his chest rig was still 99 new with 800 durability untouched. One ultimate eliminated 3 teams. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. PDD and Chen Xin's eyes were wide, their hands clutching their heads in utter disbelief. Lying on the ground, they had witnessed Jiang Feng's entire 1v6 battle. Their eyes were filled with awe, and for a moment they couldn't utter a word beyond expletives. Suddenly a commotion of footsteps and exclamations erupted behind Jiang Feng. Startled, he took off his headphones and turned around to find the dormitory packed with people. Besides his 3 roommates, there were 7 or 8 classmates from the neighboring dorms. Those who hadn't gone to club activities had all been drawn in, cramming the already small room. Everyone stared at the screen, their eyes filled with amazement, as if seeing Jiang Feng for the first time. Awesome, 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 awesome. Holy shit, Jiang Feng, you're not being honest. Last time I asked if you played, you said you were too bad to play. Are you pretending to be weak? Bro, is that even humanly possible? Chun Yulin said smugly. I told you Fengzi is an unbeatable master, didn't I? Zhang Jindong quickly waved his hand to maintain order. Keep it down. Fengzi is still streaming. We'll talk after he's done. Everyone silently put a finger to their lips and continued watching Jiang Feng play. The stream chat exploded. Gift effects flooded the screen and bullet comments densely covered it. Too bad I'm uncultured. All I can say is holy shit. For this play I've got 6 words: holy fucking shit. Guess how many reports the streamer will get. Perfect, absolutely perfect. No gun skill, pure tactical thinking wins. From now on, the second bridge endpoint shall be called Jiang Feng's Dragon Point. This spot is brought to life by him. Holy shit, is Red Wolf this overpowered? 1 ultimate through 3 teams. Strongly demand a nerf for Red Wolf. Nerf your mom. Maybe it's the streamer himself who's overpowered. With strategy and skill, same old question, is Haji Feng the strongest in Delta Force? My KD on secret difficulty is 4-3. After watching this 1v9, I feel like a total noob. Has anyone counted how many seconds Haji Feng's Red Wolf ULT lasted? And how much health it recovered? Come revive me. PDD shouted, his tone full of excitement. Hold on, there's still one more. Jiang Feng said, not rushing to revive them. He walked to the second bridge. The opposing female medic boss was still hopping in place, carrying a devour bag, her gaze at Jiang Feng filled with despair. Your protection is pretty mediocre. Jiang Feng commented with a smile. The next second, just as he was about to shoot and finish the boss, the female medic suddenly turned into a crate and quit the game. What the hell? Jiang Feng was stunned. PDD and Chenxen chuckled. That boss was scared off by Fengzi. 666. I'd quit too if I were him. Fengzi is terrifying. Jiang Feng's heart ached. Losing a kill meant losing domination points. My domination points. After PDD and Chun Xian were revived, they didn't even heal and rushed straight to the loot packs. Good gun, bro. 1 pack each for the 3 of us. Jiang Feng shook his head with a smile. Truly 1 less in a fight, but 2 more at the table. Meanwhile, in the same game as Jiang Feng, Ank had spawned in the dormitory. FPS was lying prone in the dormitory building, listening to the relentless gunfire from the second bridge, and couldn't help asking, Kiki, can we go to the second bridge now? It turned out that although Nku had closed Jiang Feng's livestream, she still saw the spawn point information. Team 2. To ensure a fair duel, Nku ordered the 2 escorts to remain still in the dormitory, casually eliminating the team from West University that had not activated their cards. Kiki, we've been lying here for quite some time, BB said a bit helplessly. Although we have figured out that the streamer spawned in Team 2 this time. But the gunfire has been going on since the start of the game. Normally, we should have gone over to mediate by now. Just call me boss. Nku corrected BB's way of addressing her with an indifferent tone. This was the real Nku. She was always aloof and distant with strangers, showing no unnecessary emotion. She glanced at the in-game timer. Nearly 5 minutes had passed in the 30-minute match. BB was right, waiting any longer was indeed unreasonable. Alright, let's go then. Wang Zhongzhong, who was also feeling a bit bored, said. Speaking of which, Teacher Piao and that streamer's team, they won't have been taken out by other teams in Team 2 early, right? That definitely won't happen. And Ku denied without a second thought, her tone resolute to the point of being unusual. She herself couldn't quite explain where that certainty came from, and after a pause she added, "Even if they really were killed, I still promise to give you 3,000 yuan. BB became excited, controlling the red wolf filled with the power of 9 dragons eagerly rushing towards Team 2. "I hope that streamer holds on strong until I can get there to take them out." Wang Zhongzhong controlled the thunder dragon charging ahead. Unlike BB, he was a veteran of Dongdong Esports, a gold-tier companion player, and had been pointed out by Nku a few times, so he knew her relatively well. Once a companion player who had played a few games with Nku thought they were familiar enough to ask to add her WeChat, only to be directly kicked out of the team and replaced. Though this young lady appeared polite and easygoing, she was fundamentally cold and proud, maintaining a polite distance from everyone. Yet this time she actually spent money to hire them to snipe a small streamer, and even waited 5 minutes for the sake of fairness. One must know that love and hate seem opposite, but they are actually of the same origin, because one cares. Wang Zhongzhong was puzzled. Could it be that she was being forsaken? Considering Nke's looks, figure, and background, if she truly was being forsaken, he could only say that Jiang Feng was quite a character. No one knew that Nku, who followed behind, had feelings far more complex than she appeared. Did she really snipe Jiang Feng just because he didn't take her to play the game? Not entirely. What threw her off balance was that feeling of loss. Nku had been the center of attention since she was young, and she had never been unable to obtain what she desired, accustomed to being pampered and cared for. When she invested but received no response, that sense of loss and disparity was not something upbringing could erase. She was holding back a surge of energy, wanting to prove to Jiang Feng without him, she could still find someone to play Delta with, and she was even stronger. At this moment Jiang Feng, PDD, and the others from Team 2 were already feeling dizzy from the loot. "Oh my god, brother, these people are so fat, they're practically oozing oil." Chun Xinzai opened a bag looking blissful, as if he were moaning. "Chun Xinzai, you are not allowed to eat from that bag." PDD immediately stopped him. "Why not? What's the reason?" Chun Xinzai protested. "Because you haven't done it. You also went down with one shot right at the start. At least I provided information to Feng Zai. I brought Feng Zai in. Without me this round wouldn't have happened. Is that reason not enough?" PDD argued confidently. All right, if you're not eating then you're not eating." Chun Xinzai reluctantly yielded. "I just don't believe you can eat all these bags by yourself." The bullying continued and Chun Xinzai chose to eat the leftovers. The bags of the 3 teams totaling 9 players were all filled with goodies except for the boss. When PDD opened 3 boxes in a row, they were all filled with top-tier gear. PDD couldn't help but exclaim, "This 1v9 scene is truly legendary, taking down a full team in the Black Room." To be honest, when we were being squeezed between the 2 teams earlier, I was genuinely desperate. PDD put away his joking demeanor, his tone filled with emotion. "I was already prepared to take the blame. I never expected Feng Zai to single-handedly annihilate both teams. The most crucial part was that Feng Zai hadn't even taken a hit, effortlessly playing with the last team." Chun Xinzai couldn't help but marvel. Just routine operations, routine operations. Jiang Feng waved his hand with a light smile, his tone casual. The live chat flooded with comments like, "Versailles," and "showing off." As a veteran in esports, PDD had played Delta for quite some time, and had teamed up with many experts. Watching Jiang Feng's performance reminded him of someone. Faker from LOL. Right now Jiang Feng was just like Faker during the S3 to S5 period, clearly on a different level from other players. That kind of dominating performance and timeless understanding of the game was simply a dimensionality reduction strike. As the principal of the esports Huangpu Military Academy, PDD genuinely felt a fondness for talent. Although he had been rejected by Jiang Feng once before, he couldn't help but speak up again, throwing out a highly tempting offer. "Feng Zai, are you really not considering coming to my side? They'll give you ins level streamer contract right away, an extra 500,000 signing bonus, and it'll help you set up a dedicated management team. You won't have to worry about anything, just focus on streaming Delta. I guarantee you will reach the top of the segment within half a year." Upon hearing this, Chun Xinzai's eyes widened in disbelief. Having been in the industry for so long with the reputation of New York's rich kid and fox kid, he was only on an A-level contract. There were hardly any who could get an S-level contract from Lugu, and they were all top-tier streamers known across the internet. Did Lugu really think so highly of Jiang Feng? The onlooking dorm mates couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, looking at Jiang Feng with wide, shocked eyes. They were all freshmen just starting college. Who would have thought that a classmate next to them would have a chance at a 500,000 signing bonus? They suddenly had a more intuitive understanding of Jiang Feng's strength, their gazes towards him becoming somewhat complex. How could one compare with 9 years of excellence? Jiang Feng, however, remained calm and smiled, sincerely refusing. "Thank you so much for your kindness, Lugu, I truly appreciate it." But I am still a freshman now and my main focus needs to be on my studies. I want to have more freedom in my streaming and don't want to be bound by too many rules. PDD, as an experienced person, sensed Jiang Feng's refusal was polite but firm, and he didn't press further, smiling to ease the situation. It's all right. Fate can't be forced. Whenever you change your mind, feel free to come find me. Even if you don't, we can still happily play games together. As the three chatted and laughed, they quickly finished off the loot of 9 players. PDD changed his helmet and earned 5 million, while Jiang Feng also got 3 million. Even though Chen Xinzai only scavenged some leftovers, he still had nearly 1 million. Let's head to the core area and grab a bite. The other 2 teams are probably still in West University and the dormitory, otherwise they wouldn't have taken so long to come over to mediate. PDD's gluttony kicked in, and he prepared to charge into the blue room to eat. But in the next second, a crisp sound of an AWM bullet shattered the tranquility and PDD fell to the ground. Gu Xi used the AWM to knock down "I have a big head." Jiang Feng reacted like lightning, immediately calling out, "Taboom!" from the direction of the central control bridge. He executed a slide and jumped to dodge behind the blue car, just stabilizing his position when the second AWM bullet flew past the edge of the car. Fortunately, he had excellent gaming habits, always moving close to cover, which prevented him from being instantaneously taken out. PDD's luck wasn't too bad either. He had fallen behind cover just in time, and the opponent had no chance to finish him off. "I'll cover the gun and go look for an opportunity to revive." Jiang Feng calmly arranged the tactics, but his heart was filled with doubt. It was almost 10 minutes into the match. How could there still be a team guarding the central control bridge? Shouldn't they have long since entered the core area? Behind the cover of the central control bridge, and Ko looked at the knockdown prompt and instantly realized. That's right, that's PDD's ID. The one facing Jiang Feng's team. Although she didn't understand why the one playing the Thunder Dragon wasn't Jiang Feng, it didn't affect Nk's excitement. BB became excited. It's a good thing they aren't dead. Don't be careless, that Jiang Feng on the opposite side is very strong. And Ku reminded coldly, her tone carrying a hint of unnoticeable entanglement. Strong. He hasn't faced me yet. BB said dismissively. As a top hunter in Apex, the Delta Demon had his own pride. Jiang Feng. What a nobody, I've never heard of him. Wang Ge, let's move forward together and kick them out. Boss, just watch us. A long-awaited showdown finally officially commenced in front of the blue room. Jiang Feng glanced at Chen Xinz's position behind the white crate. A cramped cover with little room to maneuver. His voice turned grave. This spot is unsalvageable. We have to fight now. The situation was dire. PDD had fallen behind the steps before the blue room. Due to the height difference, those on the central bridge couldn't finish him off, but the flat terrain made it impossible to revive him. Smoke grenades were useless. Over the voice chat, PDD remained silent. Lying on the ground with only 1 life left, he chose to trust Jiang Feng after their previous 1v9 comeback from certain defeat. Jiang Feng jiggled his aim, leaning in and out erratically like a twitch. The stream viewers complained of dizziness. This peek, later perfected by Haoyan, was an extremely safe method for left-hand peeking. Though annoying, this peek only baited sniper shots without gaining intel. His figure flickered at the crate's edge, but his peripheral vision caught a clear sight. The central bridge was empty. No one holding the high ground. Jiang Feng was puzzled. Any decent team would leave a sniper to lock down the high point, pinning Jiang Feng and Chen Xinzi, while the other 2 flanked from the sides. An overwhelming advantage. Just then, PDD frantically marked, "All 3 enemies have left the bridge and pushed forward. 2 are facing Chen Xinzi, 1 is on me. They didn't finish me. They're that aggressive." Jiang Feng was momentarily puzzled, but instantly realized an opportunity. Then a cold mechanical voice rang in his mind. The long-absent system notification. Detected encounter with peak player BBFPS in match. Triggering limited-time mission, ascend the summit eye. Jiang Feng's pupils contracted. BBFPS. In a future life, he was recognized as one of the strongest Red Wolf players, especially after winning the Shuangzi Cup, just before Jiang Feng's transmigration, rising to unprecedented fame. Ironically, BBFPS was originally discovered by PDD himself. PDD had watched BB's highlight video of a 1v3 against Linshu Woelo and Xiangsu and decisively hired him as his personal ace, recruiting him into the guild. In the future, when BB won the Chinza Cup, PDD showered him with gifts at 3 a.m. Together, BB and Haoyan cemented PDD's reputation as a talent scout. Yet in this life, the ace PDD had cherished had now personally taken him down. Truly, the ace had turned into a traitor. Jiang Feng suppressed the smirk tugging at his lips, focusing intently on the system panel to read the mission details. This was his first limited-time mission. Ascend the summit eye. The path of kings is paved with bones. Above the summit eye alone reigns supreme. As the Delta Force Overlord you must crush the spines of all challengers and claim the Soul Crown. FPS, the future strongest Red Wolf user, is the touchstone fate has chosen for you and an obstacle you must shatter on your ascent. Two wolves meet on a narrow path. Who is the true alpha? Mission objective: defeat FPS with absolute strength. Mission completion will be calculated based on your duel performance. Time limit: only 3 engagements. Base reward: 2,000 domination points multiplied by completion rate. 100 completion. 2 wins out of 3 reward out-of-match luck card max X1, temporarily boosts your out-of-match luck to full 7 stars upon use. 150 completion clean sweep reward, visualized pity system, X1 tired of empty loot, from intense battles, turning top-secret missions into leaks. No more anxiety. Your safes will no longer yield useless junk but your pity value. After each poor container drop, the pity value accumulates. Upon use, it drastically boosts the next container's drop rate based on stored pity. Our slogan: fulfilling your dream of rare loot. 200 completion flawless victory reward free, attribute point X1. Hidden reward conditions: unknown reward unknown. The rewards were absurdly generous. 2,000 domination points as a baseline plus the luck card visualized pity system free attribute point and a mysterious hidden prize. Jiang Feng's heart raced. The visualized pity system practically guaranteed a red tier item, and the free attribute point was crucial. Every point above 95 required an astronomical number of domination points, but all of this hinged on Jiang Feng defeating BB ideally with a flawless victory. Yes, he was confident he could beat BB even considering a clean sweep. If it were the future BB who had mastered every Delta Force mechanic and perfected the Red Wolf, Jiang Feng might have been wary. But how long had BB been playing Delta Force now? Had he fully adapted to jump peeking? Did he know the optimal distance to jump from cover to minimize exposure? Had he mastered the timing of the Red Wolf's long and short slides? Had he gotten the basic scissor jump down? What about the forward scissor jump? And the more advanced jump peek into scissor jump? How much of that had he grasped? Delta Force was a high-mobility FPS with mechanics fundamentally different from other games. A saying circulated among players: bad habits from other games become good habits in Delta Force. Even top players from other games had to start from scratch, painstakingly refining their movement and game sense. Jiang Feng wasn't arrogant. In his eyes, the so-called Delta Force experts were riddled with flaws. Mere toddlers just learning to walk. The current BB was worlds apart from his future peak. Even against the future BB at his prime, Jiang Feng would have dared to fight despite his hand injury. How much weaker was this unseasoned BB? Right now, Jiang Feng was the undisputed ceiling of the current Delta Force meta. What did it matter if other players grew and adapted later? A defiant smirk curled on Jiang Feng's lips as he thought to himself, sorry, I have a cheat. System allocate stats. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. Time to test the caliber of today's top Delta Force players. Shinga, hold your position even if you take damage. Pin them down on my left. Just deal some damage and buy me time. Even if you fall, I'll handle it. Trust me. They won't get past me until I'm down. With the enemy pincering from both sides, if Chan Xinzi could hold the line behind the white crate, for a moment Jiang Feng could exploit that fleeting window to dismantle their crossfire, denying them a simultaneous push. On the other side, Ankh followed BBFPS as they advanced from under the bridge. As they rounded a container to push forward, she spotted Chan Xinzi, holding the angle behind the white crate. Both reacted instantly, ducking behind the crates under the bridge to avoid exposure. BB, controlling the Red Wolf, jiggled with small peeks to bait shots. Chan Xinzi eventually couldn't resist and leaned out to fire, but BB countered with a jump peek, shredding Chan Xinzi to a sliver of health, forcing him back into cover to heal. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng was locked in a standoff with Wang Zhongzhong behind the blue car, unable to assist. Wang Zhongzhong was slippery, refusing to engage Jiang Feng directly, instead waiting for BB to break through, or baiting Jiang Feng into a reckless push that would leave him vulnerable to a sniper shot. The positional disadvantage handed the initiative to the enemy. BB and Wang Zhongzhong seized the chance, tossing a tiger crouch hand cannon precisely at Chun Xinzi's feet. Then they boxed him in one, covering each side of the crate, trapping him completely. The space behind the white crate was too small to escape the explosion. Chun Xinzi had no choice but to break toward Jiang Feng's blue car. The moment he emerged, Wang Zhongzhong's AWM landed a perfect shot, dropping him instantly. Love drinking cola used AWM to knock code 408. Chun Xinzi closed his eyes in despair. It's over. The stream chat erupted. Welcome to the long-running drama, teammates in the red, me in the red. How many 1v3s is this now? I'd be cursing if I were him. You two are treating Haji Feng like a punching bag, falling at every turn. I'd be mentally broken by now. In this situation, all I can say is glory. Jiang Feng remained calm. Given PDD and Chen Xin's skill level, this high-tier lobby was indeed a nightmare. With positions fully exposed, a 3v1 seemed like a sure win. BB exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Wang, whoever kills Jiang Feng gets the 3,000 bounty." Wang Zhongzhong smiled faintly, saying nothing. As a wyvern, he could just jet boost in and finish with an AWM. Ank also relaxed. There was no way Jiang Feng could turn this around, right? Maybe she could even steal the kill. Ank glanced at the screenshot key on her keyboard. If she killed Jiang Feng, she'd capture the moment and boast about it. Regardless, Jiang Feng was as good as dead. His dog tag was hers for the taking. The three had already claimed victory in their minds, each plotting their own agenda, celebrating prematurely. The three of them were not blindly arrogant to be so confident of victory. Jiang Feng's position had been completely locked down. The blue vehicle he was hiding behind was a tiny piece of cover offering almost no space, while the three of them formed a perfect encirclement. Especially Wang Zhongzhong and BB FPS, both were top-tier protectors, their raw skill undeniable. In such a desperate situation, anyone would think Jiang Feng was doomed to lose. No matter how you looked at it, the battle was 3 against 1. The advantage was theirs. They didn't even bother to finish off the downed PDD and Chen Xinzai. Wang Zhongzhong and BB FPS were completely fixated on the 3,000-point bounty for the kill, and Ank's grin was harder to suppress than an AK. She was already fantasizing about how, after getting Jiang Feng's dog tag, she would casually send a screenshot to him on WeChat, pretending to say nonchalantly, "Oh, what a coincidence. We ended up in the same match. How did you get killed by us?" The words sounded dripping with sarcasm, but just thinking about how it would choke Jiang Feng up filled her with immense satisfaction. "I built your PC, yet you're playing games with others." Jiang Feng's dog tag must become the most prominent permanent fixture in her collection. Jiang Feng's gaze was resolute. He had a reason he could not lose. It wasn't just to complete the timed mission. More importantly, his innate competitive spirit would never allow him to surrender under such circumstances. Even though the situation had deteriorated to this point, surrounded by 3 experts, he showed no trace of panic. At that moment, the YY voice channel was dead silent, the atmosphere as heavy as a funeral parlor. DD and Chen Xinzai were filled with guilt, silently watching the barrage of comments on Chen Xinzai's stream. The screen was flooded with accusations. "Neither of you are human. Pure war criminals. Does your function need to kill more? You can't even hold onto a coattail properly. You can't even hold a position properly. How are you a streamer?" Even their own fans couldn't help but feel sorry for Jiang Feng, let alone his roommates and classmates behind him, all with looks of regret. One man standing as an army pulling off such maneuvers. It could only be called glorious. No one spoke, but the heavy pressure on Jiang Feng was palpable to all. But Jiang Feng was not one to succumb to pressure. In his past life on the professional battlefield, he was known for his iron nerve. The more desperate the situation, the calmer he became, never afraid to take the blame. "I can still make a play, just mark the spots for me." Jiang Feng's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable force, abruptly cutting through the dead silence of the voice channel. PDD and Chen Xinzai snapped back to reality, surprised that Jiang Feng hadn't given up yet, and quickly marked the locations for him. Although the 3 were eager to snatch the kill, their coordination was eerily synchronized, their pre-aiming precise. The moment Jiang Feng showed himself, they would unleash a hail of bullets. Even if Jiang Feng took one down, he would be heavily damaged, leaving him easy prey for the other 2 to finish off. The blue car was no place to stay. No room to maneuver, no way to make a play. With precise marks from PDD and Chen Xinzai, Jiang Feng pinpointed the enemy's positions. He threw 2 smoke grenades to block their vision, then backjumped and fired his hand cannon to delay their pursuit, before rotating to another blue car on the blue slope. Jiang Feng deliberately took the shortest inner route, but Wang Zhongzhong, true to his top-tier protector status, used his intuition to fire through the smoke, landing a few shots on Jiang Feng and reducing his level 6 armor's durability by half. Still struggling. "No smokes, no hand cannon. What are you going to do now?" BBFPS sneered. In his eyes, Jiang Feng's resistance was futile. He might as well give up and save everyone time. "Pursue," Wang Zhongzhong said steadily. "I hit him a few times through the smoke. Oh, he's in bad shape." The 3 waited for Jiang Feng's hand cannon to explode, then charged through the smoke toward the blue slope. Ank's female medic activated her ultimate, sending a swarm of crystalline drones rapidly up the slope. "Tagged him. Got him big time. Charge straight in. He's behind the blue car." The formation adjusted instantly. Wang Zhongzhong and Ank pushed from the right side of the blue car, while BBFPS activated his ultimate and flanked from the left pincer, attacking Jiang Feng with no room to breathe. At this moment, Jiang Feng had no ultimate, no smokes, no hand cannon. Seemingly at the end of his rope. But he still had Red Wolf's core most vital skill, the slide. A passive ability brimming with infinite potential. Now let me show you the true limits of Red Wolf. Jiang Feng gripped his M14, suddenly jumping to the right, spotting Wang Zhongzhong and Enk in midair. Wang Zhongzhong chuckled. He's right in front of us, daring to jump at both of us. It's just a desperate last gasp. Just wait for death. No way. Wang Zhongzhong's M7 locked onto Jiang Feng, ready to fire, but the next second the Red Wolf, who had leaped into his view, smoothly slid back behind the blue car, even managing to land 2 precise shots on him during the midair jump. A jump into a slide. Interesting, but that's about it. Wang Zhongzhong was slightly surprised, but still dismissed it. But the next second the system announcement rang out. Jiang Feng, using his M14, knocked down Love Drinking Cola. FPS hadn't even fired a single shot before being taken down by Jiang Feng. His face was full of shock. What the hell? Wasn't he right in front of you? He had just heard Jiang Feng jump at Wang Zhongzhong, so he dared to take a wide flank, but how did he suddenly appear right in front of him? He was completely stunned, unable to react, and was precisely eliminated by Jiang Feng's M14. Wang Zhongzhong was also utterly shocked. Isn't he Red Wolf? He can't jet back like Viren, so how could he cover such distance and suddenly appear in your face? The downed FPS quickly communicated with his teammates. Forget that for now. I didn't hit him, but he got hit by Enk's ultimate. He has no time to use a syringe, so his health must be low. Wang Zhongzhong had now reached the top of the blue car and used his dash jet to try and flank Jiang Feng from behind. But as he rounded the corner, he only caught a fleeting glimpse of Jiang Feng's back. Jiang Feng slid downward, then suddenly made a sharp 90-degree turn, slipping back behind the blue car, perfectly dodging his line of fire. How could this Red Wolf be so elusive? Can this character even be played like this? With such high mobility, Wang Zhongzhong was getting a headache, his mind full of questions. Just as he was about to jump and toss a C4 to reveal Jiang Feng's position, Jiang Feng did a reverse jump back, activating his flashbang. A blinding white light flooded Wang Zhongzhong's screen, making it impossible to pinpoint Jiang Feng's location, and he was instantly taken down by Jiang Feng's M14. Jiang Feng, using his M14, knocked down Harry is not Potter. Holy crap! He dared to go for that timing. The situation had reversed in an instant. A 3 versus zone had become a on versus zone. The remaining Enk chased Jiang Feng relentlessly, but never even caught a glimpse of him, just eating his dust the whole way. FPS, watching from the ground, suddenly shouted, "Enk, charge now. He's out of ammo, reloading." BB frantically marked the spot for Enk. She finally caught up to Jiang Feng and immediately aimed her M7 at him, opening fire. But to her surprise, Jiang Feng abruptly stopped reloading, executing a left slide into a back-pull scissor, jumped, the movements fluid and seamless. Upon landing, he smoothly went prone, followed by another ground-hugging slide. His footwork was unpredictable. Enk was bewildered. Her M7 couldn't track the Red Wolf's erratic movements. The 45 bullets in her magazine, which she hadn't reloaded since shooting at Chen Xinzai, were now down to 36 rounds. But she had emptied them all without landing a single hit. Panicking, Enk hurriedly tried to reload. But in the brief moment she was swapping magazines, Jiang Feng slid right up to her, drew his mercy knife, and circled around her, frantically preparing for a melee kill. Wang Zhongzhong and FPS shouted from the ground, "Don't reload. Counter with your knife. He's only 1 hit away from death. Land 1 knife and he's done." But Enk was ultimately a fraction too slow. As she pulled out her knife, Jiang Feng's mercy finished her off. Jiang Feng, using mercy, knocked down Miss Coco. Team wiped. The voice channel of Enk's trio was dead silent, even their breathing heavy with defeat. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng's voice channel exploded with excitement. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Jiang Feng noticed a blind spot in the wipe notification. Miss Coco. What was going on? Before Jiang Feng could delve deeper into his thoughts, he was startled by the cheers of PDD and Chen Xinzai. "Jiang Feng, my god!" PDD shouted emotionally, his voice cracking. "You've got to admire Fengshin." Chen Xinzai said, his tone filled with admiration. "That was insane, absolutely insane. We were carried this round, no doubt about it." Their reactions weren't exaggerated. Lying on the ground, they lacked the first-person perspective and only knew Jiang Feng had won without witnessing the intricate details: the jump drag followed by a slide cancel and jump drag, the sharp slide turn and jump to dodge gunfire, and the perfectly timed flashbang for a counterkill. But in the dormitory behind Jiang Feng, chaos had erupted. Honestly, anyone who could watch Jiang Feng's 1v3 first-person perspective without getting excited was a true stoic. Jiang Feng's moves didn't just spike his own adrenaline. They sent the adrenaline of his classmates soaring too. "Holy crap! Fengshin, you are my god!" Chen Yulin leaped up in excitement, throwing an arm around Jiang Feng's shoulder, nearly toppling him from his chair. Chan Dexing stood frozen in. "So this is what it feels like to have such exhilarating control, just like when I draw a rare item." A classmate from the next dorm, one with a dramatic personality, immediately dropped to one knee, clasped his hands, and worshipped the Red Wolf god. Feng Xin, teach me how to play Red Wolf. I'll treat you to a week of cafeteria meals, breakfast and lunch on me, and even bring you bubble tea. Jiang Feng, you've been hiding your skills too well. From now on, I'm sticking with you in Delta Force. Take us to play aerospace. The most extreme case was someone who saw the live stream link Chen Yulin had shared in the group chat. After getting hyped watching Jiang Feng's plays, they skipped their club activity and rushed straight to dorm 214 to watch in person. Watching a live stream paled in comparison to the real thing. The dorm was now packed to the brim. Shorter students stood on tiptoes just to catch a glimpse of the screen, while others climbed onto the top bunk for a better view. Jiang Feng glanced at the lively scene behind him and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This was university life. To be in the prime of youth, walking alongside like-minded companions. Truly one of life's greatest joys. Just as Jiang Feng was about to say something to his roommates, he was pulled back by the desperate cries of PDD and Chen Xinjai. Save us quick. We're about to bleed out. The two spoke in unison, their voices thick with urgency. Jiang Feng glanced down at the screen. Good heavens, the health bars of PDD and Chen Xinjai were down to a sliver. Only 6 seconds left. Feng Xin. Yamit. PDD yelled frantically. I've only got 7 seconds left too. Chen Xinjai couldn't help but shout as well. Chen Xinjai had taken extra explosive damage when he was downed. Although he fell 10 seconds later than PDD, their death timers had somehow synced up. Reviving a critically wounded ally took 8 seconds and both had already used their self-revives. This meant Jiang Feng could only save one. He hurried over to their positions, facing the dilemma of choosing whom to rescue. What do I do? Who should I save? Jiang Feng asked instinctively. PDD, now in a state of heightened mental clarity, looked at the scattered loot packs, and his own pack containing 500W in value and bellowed. Shut up, Chen Xinjai. Save me first. I'm the big spender. So what if you're a big spender? Chen Xinjai retorted defiantly. You were the first to go down and did nothing but lie there. I at least held the line and bought some time. The next second, Jiang Feng's words sent a chill down Chen Xinjai's spine. Thank you, Brother Lu, for the carnival gift. Oh, Brother Lu is so generous. Wishing Brother Lu good health. I'm feeling anything but healthy right now. Save me, Feng Xin. PDD gloated triumphantly. All right. The old fox is indeed the wheeliest. Pulling out the bribery card, are we? Chen Xinjai was completely defeated, his tone dripping with resignation. Who could compete with the power of money? Still, he controlled his downed character, crawling silently towards Jiang Feng, and PDD determined to die right beside them. Brother Xin, sorry about this. Jiang Feng hesitated, no longer crouching beside PDD to begin the revival. As PDD's revival bar reached halfway with 5 seconds remaining, Chen Xinjai let out a pained cry and turned into a loot box. After reviving PDD, Jiang Feng finally had a moment to check his phone. The live stream comments were cascading like a waterfall, and the viewer count had reached 1400. I'm dizzy. Not from the streamer's plays, but from how much his perspective is shaking. Exactly. The shaky view is one thing, but I can't even follow the streamer's thought process. I thought he'd commit to the jump drag gunfight, but then he turned and slide canceled to ambush the Red Wolf. I thought he'd stop to heal after getting a kill, but he jump dragged to catch the Weilon player's timing. Blah blah blah, all I can say is I'm in awe. In my opinion, he shouldn't have saved either of them. Come on, the boss sent gifts. Thanks to Boss PDD for supporting the streamer. Feng Xin is awesome. Please teach us Red Wolf movement techniques. Hey devs, look at this guy. He's fast, can bounce and jump. How are we supposed to fight that? For those who just joined today, the streamer is also a beast with Weilon, just as good as with Red Wolf. Has no one noticed that the female medic he killed at the end has the ID Ank? Interacting with the live stream via phone was too limited. If Chen Yulin hadn't reminded him, he would have missed PDD's carnival gift entirely. Fortunately, Chen Yulin, along with his roommates and classmates, had been helping Jiang Feng thank the gift givers from behind. Their chant of, "Thank you, boss," was perfectly synchronized, and they bowed in unison after each gift, turning the whole scene into a dormitory mini-drama. Some viewers even sent gifts specifically to witness the synchronized gratitude ritual of these college students. Jiang Feng took a moment to thank the benefactors. Thank you, Sister Jixin Yunang Jirun, for the hot air balloon. Thank you, Boss Feng Qingyang, for the carnival. And to all the brothers and sisters who sent gifts, thank you for your support. Jixin Yunang Jirun, wow, little brother has his camera on today. So handsome. This was the wealthy woman who had sent him gifts during yesterday's stream. She was straightforward. While others discussed gameplay, she focused on Jiang Feng's looks. Jiang Feng dared not engage. The private messages from Jixin Yunang Jirun from last night's stream We're still there, little brother. I have 3 school district apartments in Hangzhou. You don't need to work hard. Just follow me, and you'll live a life of luxury. Attached was a selfie taken inside a Maserati. She looked well-maintained but clearly older. The symbolism of steel wool is patience and endurance. But Jiang Feng felt he couldn't endure it at all. His mouth twitched and he quickly switched back to the game interface, pretending not to have seen it. Meanwhile, in the voice chat of Ank's trio, there was nothing but dead silence. Ank stared blankly at the red evacuation failed. Text on the screen frozen in her chair, unable to snap out of it. I fired 37 rounds and didn't hit him once, and he killed me with a melee weapon while at critical health. The glow of the computer screen illuminated the disbelief clearly etched on her face. Now Ank's mind was replaying the sequence of Jiang Feng performing slide jumps and jump slides right in front of her. His elusive movements were like a slippery eel. She couldn't land a hit no matter how hard she tried, making her want to slam the table in frustration. How? How can this red wolf jump and bounce around like that? It's not fair. Delta Force designers, come out and see what kind of hero you've created. Ank clenched her teeth, her voice trembling. She slammed her palm hard on the desk. Her face was flushed not with maidenly shyness but with the red-hot anger of humiliation. Good thing she wasn't streaming or she'd be a laughingstock. Wait, she already was a laughingstock because Jiang Feng was streaming. She took several deep breaths trying to calm herself. Just as she began to settle down, her phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. Ank picked up her phone and the flush on her face spread to the tips of her ears, doubling her embarrassment. In the WeChat chat window was a screenshot of her dog tag. Jiang Feng had eliminated Coco de Shaojie with a melee weapon in the Space City secret operation. The WeChat notification pierced through Ank's taut nerves like a needle. She stared at the screenshot of the dog tag in the chat box, the words eliminated by pity glaring, painfully replaying the humiliating scene in her mind of her 37 empty shots and being knifed in circles. Before she could regain her composure, a message from Jiang Feng popped up. Jiang Feng. What a coincidence, I ran into one of your fans during a game. They specifically used special symbols, and the ID is exactly the same as yours. Jiang Feng. Ha ha ha, this person is terrible. Over 30 bullets at close range and still didn't hit me once and I knifed them. Isn't that hilarious? Ank's cheeks burned as if she could fry an egg on them, but she expressionlessly typed 3 words and "It's me, Jiang Feng." The atmosphere instantly turned awkward and Jiang Feng didn't send any more messages but retracted his previous ones. And Ku stared at the typing indicator in the chat box, feeling an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Surely he would comfort her a bit, right? But what she received was a triple whammy. Jiang Feng. Ha ha ha, if you're bad just practice more. Jiang Feng, your escort is not that great. Jiang Feng. Also, I saved your dog tag. Ah. And Ku could no longer hold back, throwing her phone onto the sofa and grabbing a nearby cushion to beat it, her cheeks red enough to drip blood. That was the top-tier protection in Dongdong esports. BB and Wang Zhongzhong are recognized as top experts. Obviously, it's you who's too much of a supermodel. Suddenly 4 words flashed in Ank's mind. Talented but immoral. She angrily picked up her phone, sent a meme of a cat holding a knife, and quickly typed in "Ku, just wait for me." Then she immediately switched to the team voice chat, her tone filled with barely contained indignation. What were you two doing? I hit my ultimate and you two couldn't even beat them 2-1. It wasn't just Ku who was fuming. BB and Wang Zhongzhong were also boiling with anger. Self-proclaimed the best protection in the Delta, the experts among experts, they were unexpectedly kicked aside by an unknown streamer. Wang Zhongzhong quickly apologized. Sorry boss, that was our mistake for this round. Moreover, the opponent is very strong. After saying that, Wang Zhongzhong fell silent. Although he mainly played as Wei Long, he was familiar with the Red Wolf and had never seen anyone play it like that. The sliding and jumping rhythm was outrageously fast, making it impossible to predict his position. BB's mindset was even more explosive. Facing Jiang Feng made him feel powerless, like a toy being toyed with, and he even died without firing a single shot. He was the main player of the Red Wolf and knew it too well, yet he was filled with confusion and helplessness. I feel like this person definitely has issues. This person's sliding and jumping connections are too smooth, not something a human can achieve. And the timing is just perfect, as if they know exactly what you want to do. The more someone knows about the Red Wolf, the more they would feel Jiang Feng's gameplay was absurdly perverse. And Ku expressionlessly said, I can guarantee this person is definitely clean. It's not that hard to admit others are strong. If you can't understand their gameplay, just visit their stream and send a gift for some advice. They will definitely teach you. On the other side, in Jiang Feng's live stream, more and more people were discovering that the final female healer was Ku. The comments flooded in like a waterfall. I checked and Kes stats are not hidden. The female healer who got knifed last game is her. What a fate colliding again. Including yesterday's 2 games, this is the 3rd time, right? laughing to death, getting knifed after missing over 30 shots at point-blank range. This isn't Kess' biggest black history in her career. If I capture Nku 7 times, will something happen? It's a pity Nku isn't streaming, otherwise we could see her breaking down again. She was quite cute when she cried last time. It must be a special fate colliding every day. Isn't this a match made in heaven? Jiang Feng ignored the comments. Joking around privately with friends was one thing, but publicly humiliating someone was disrespectful. At this moment PDD had already been licking the loot for a long time. And Ku Wang Zhongzhong and BB's loot were all quite rich, stuck at the upper limit for sniper battles, not only bringing 6 sets but also M7 and AW with red armor repaired and various injections filled to the brim. Wow! So fat I can't fit it all in. PDD exclaimed while licking the loot, the excitement akin to enjoying a lavish banquet, leaving Chen Xinzai drooling. Chen Xinzai's attitude changed slightly, pleading, Lu Gu, you've eaten so well, can you help me carry a gun? PDD, without looking up, continued licking the fragrant loot, coldly rejecting, I can't carry a thing. It's okay Xinzai, I'll help you carry. Jiang Feng cheerfully controlled his character towards Chen Xinzai's box. It doesn't matter if we lose this round, I'll make sure you eat next round. Chen Xinzai instantly perked up, his tone filled with gratitude. Still reliable Feng Zai. Love you moi. Just as Jiang Feng was about to lick the loot, his phone vibrated again. It was in Kess' WeChat message, still the meme of the cat, holding a knife followed by 2 sentences and "Ku. You won this round, consider it your good luck. The last shot wasn't my cat bumping into my mouse. You would have died long ago. Next round I will still target you, just wait and see. And Ku. I'm already bad, it doesn't matter if you took my dog tag, but if I kill you and get your dog tag, I will definitely pin that video for 3 months. And Ku quickly found an excuse for herself. The ragdoll cat lying on the sofa tilted its head, looking innocent. Meow. 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 Jiang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Such a good opportunity. His limited time task required him to confront BB 3 times. He was worried about waiting for the next encounter, but now Nku actively brought BB to him. It was like a pie falling from the sky. He might just be able to complete the task today. Jiang Feng quickly replied, Jiang Feng, it's a deal, double happiness. Jiang Feng, remember not to change your escort, especially that one who plays Red Wolf, very strong. Jiang Feng didn't check WeChat again and finished licking the loot with PDD. This team has guns in their loot. After killing 1 team and adding the 3 teams we killed, a total of 5 teams have died. This round cleared the map. PDD, the strength is really high. All these people have fully modified guns. Chen Xinzai asked sourly, how many did we eat? PDD smacked his lips. Not too many, just about 10 million. This round's intensity is really high, but they are indeed all rich, all fully modified guns, so satisfying. Jiang Feng also finished with earnings reaching 7 million. What a pity Xinzai, if you were here it would have been great. There are still a bunch of guns left that we can't take. Chen Xinzai looked at the scattered parts and guns on the ground, his heart bleeding. PDD and the others hadn't even picked up parts worth 30000. He silently opened Douyin and started sending out coins. If there's a choice next time, he must send first. Lu Gu, you go eat in the blue room, black room, and with the president. I'll go get the buoyancy and centrifuge, and while I'm at it, I'll clean up the outside. After eating, we'll quickly withdraw for the next round. After saying that, the two parted ways. Jiang Feng scavenged buoyancy and centrifuge. Aside from a few small golds and a pocket watch, he found nothing substantial. No loot is the fate of a full attack. The Delta's loot rate. At this moment Jiang Feng wanted to acquire the visualized minimum guarantee. Even more. With this divine artifact, who would fear bad loot? Insurance yields Horn's Heart of Africa Shard 1. Jiang Feng turned and ascended the buoyancy corridor, switching to AW to educate the live audience. The buoyancy room's medical station is basically a glass house. Standing in my position using a high-powered scope, I can directly see if there's loot inside. There's a probability here. Just as Jiang Feng opened the AWM with a 7x scope, his pupils constricted sharply, and he was instantly frozen in place. What did he see? On the hospital bed lay a white figure quietly with a screen, a square outline, both rigid and gentle, radiating a shimmering white light. This was the second most beautiful figure in the Delta. Holy shit! A chorus of expletives erupted from behind Jiang Feng. His roommates and classmates collectively gasped, contributing their share to global warming, then swarmed around him in layers, pressing so tightly that not even a drop of water could seep through their eyes, practically glued to the screen. Miss Ventilator, did she just pop out so effortlessly? My dear Revival Ventilator, why aren't you resting in my stash and instead showing up here? A square shape with a screen. It's a centrifuge, we're saved. This was a phrase that often broke players' hearts with scams in the past life. But now it's Season 2. The centrifuge hasn't even launched yet. A square shape with a screen is 100% a Revival Ventilator. The 9-slot red, sealing the ultimate dream of every Delta Force player. Chun Dexing's head was practically glued to the screen, nuzzling the revival ventilator like a lovesick fool, muttering under his breath, 10 million. 10 million. Why do you have such incredible luck? But when you play with me, you can't even find a drop of oil. Chun Dexing's resentment soared into the sky. It's heartbreaking when you don't get loot yourself, but a brother's successful haul is even more gut-wrenching. As a material for exchanging the GTI weapon case and upgrading the warehouse, the revival ventilator peaked at a value of 11 million, its rarity, rivaling the heart of Africa. Even when its price dropped to 7 million in later eras, it remained the white moonlight in every player's heart, especially in this era before the tier of the ocean appeared and the price of armored vehicle batteries hadn't skyrocketed. How many people had scoured every map and found the heart of Africa without ever glimpsing the shadow of a ventilator? Even in Delta Force fanfiction, it was granted absurd abilities like resurrection, showcasing its lofty. The barrage in the livestream had gone wild. Viewers could accept Jiang Feng's kills, but his loot finds truly stung. Where's the class counselor? I'm not feeling well. I want to have a tug-of-war between my neck and the rope on the beam. What the hell? You said aggressive pushes don't yield loot, so why can a rat player like me never see one, while he gets a revival ventilator from an aggressive push? The streamer's drop rate is something we can only envy. Stick it in your pocket quick and don't say a word, otherwise that pigskin bully PDD will shamelessly beg you for it. But no one noticed that Jiang Feng, who should have been overjoyed by the loot, had no smile on his face. In fact, his breathing was labored. Until he pressed the tab key, everyone understood. His card pack didn't have a buoyancy room medical bay card. You think I don't want to take it? Jiang Feng said with some anguish. Holy shit. The roommates and classmates let out another expletive, but the tone was completely different this time. Their faces twisted. Damn lips, don't you dare laugh. Seeing it but not being able to take it is worse than not seeing it at all. The livestream barrage instantly changed its tune. The previous envy and jealousy all turned into roaring laughter. Developer, we gave you the drop rate, but you couldn't use it. You may have lost a 10 million revival ventilator, but you saved 320000 on a room card. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha, class counselor, you don't need to come. I feel great now. I told you not to look without a card and now it hurts, doesn't it? The farthest distance in the world is not between life and death, but that I see you and have no room card. Agony is a tiny room card, the streamer is outside, and the revival ventilator is inside. Ha 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 ha. The streamer, turning into a literary master, relentlessly trolled everyone's emotions. Ank, watching the stream, breathed a sigh of relief. Almost let him get away with it, but the next second her face changed instantly. No. If she hadn't missed her shots and killed Jiang Feng, this revival ventilator would have been hers. And she had a card. Ank's face immediately fell, mirroring the heart-wrenching expression Jiang Feng had just worn. Jiang Feng muted his mic and sighed. Stop going on about the streamer's drop rate. All the red items on the map are loaded the moment you enter the raid. If you really want to talk about drop rates, it's more like the drop rate for all players in this raid. Jiang Feng slapped his own hand hard. Damn hand, why didn't you bring a card? You couldn't spare a measly 320000 for the cheapest card. Don't look without a card, and now I won't be able to sleep tonight. Ask Brother Lu if he has a card. Jiang Feng opened his mic and was about to call out Brother Lu, when he was interrupted by Chun Xinzi. Chun Xinzi had been watching PDD's first-person perspective, but when he heard some commotion on Jiang Feng's voice channel, he switched over and saw the revival ventilator through Jiang Feng's 7x scope. Oh, his eyes lit up instantly. Holy cow! A revival ventilator! But the next moment his spirits deflated. He was already dead, so even if a red item spawned, it had nothing to do with him, especially since the team had that blood-sucking bully PDD. Seeing that Jiang Feng hadn't moved for a while, he knew there was no room card. A flash of inspiration struck, and he deliberately interrupted Jiang Feng. I say Brother Lu Fengzi carried the team this round. He's the #1 hero. And you, a player who coasted the whole way, just ate the boss yourself without even leaving a card for Fengzi. Isn't that too much? PDD in the voice chat let out a sheepish laugh. My bad, I forgot. Fengzi really did a great job this round. He deserves a card. Next round, I'll definitely let Fengzi eat the boss. Seeing PDD take the bait, Chun Xinzi pressed on. That's not sincere at all. Next round is next round. Even if the boss is gone this round, can't you at least open another card for Fengzi? Jiang Feng instantly caught Chun Xinzi's intention and played along. Brother Xan, it's fine. Even though I went 1v3 multiple times, turned the tide, saved the team, and got 12 kills, the credit belongs to everyone. PDD was completely backed into a corner and waved his hand magnanimously. Alright, I'll guarantee Fengzi the eroded gold rose and throw in a vector skin. What do you say? In real life, PDD was generous with money and never hesitated, but in the game he would haggle over a single half. Chun Xinzi pressed harder, revealing his true intention. That's still not sincere. How about this? Open a buoyancy room medical bay card for Fengzi. That card isn't expensive. Opening it costs just over 30000. Just a token of appreciation. PDD agreed. Why didn't you say so earlier? No problem, I'll open it for Fengzi right now. Chan Xinzi quickly added. Since it's for Fengzi, you won't take anything that drops inside, right? PDD declared passionately. What are you saying? Am I that kind of person? I said it's for Fengzi, how could I take it? PDD thought to himself, the buoyancy room medical bay is the cheapest card in the spaceport, only 320000. What good loot could it possibly have? He even made a vow, absolutely won't take it. If I go back on my word, let me get hit by a truck and play SM with the lightning goddess. At this moment, the livestream viewers and the classmates behind Jiang Feng couldn't hold it in anymore, staring at the screen as PDD, controlling his character, leisurely opened the buoyancy room medical bay card for Jiang Feng. Beep, PDD even held the door open for Jiang Feng, saying in a generous tone, Fengzi, go in and take whatever you want. It's all yours. The next second, PDD's eyes bulged wide, pupils dilating, and his piercing scream echoed through the headset. No deal. PDD's gaze was fixed intently on the gleaming white resuscitation ventilator on the hospital bed. His eyes lit up as if he had just discovered the Imperial Seal. His soul seemed to be drawn away. The promises he had so confidently made earlier were already forgotten, cast into the far reaches of the galaxy. His body moved uncontrollably forward, step by step, slowly approaching the ventilator. No man can resist the allure of the Imperial Seal, nor can any Delta Force player resist the charm of the resuscitation ventilator. Especially in Season 2. When players had limited game time, they had rarely seen such a high-value red item. PDD walked step by step toward the resuscitation ventilator. Chun Xinjian said in a low, eerie voice, If you go out, you'll be hugging Lady Luck. PDD's steps abruptly halted, as if hitting a pause button. But seeing the ventilator so close, he took another small step forward. Chun Xinjian continued to taunt, his tone even more provocative. Playing SM with the electric mother, huh? So many people are watching in the stream. Yair yo. PDD broke down on the spot. Chun Xinjian, you set me up running a pig butchering scam on me, right? PDD's voice grew fainter and more distant in the headset, clearly indicating he had left the computer. Coincidentally, PDD and Chun Xinjian were living together recently. PDD didn't waste words and went straight for physical confrontation. A few seconds later, Chun Xinjian's headset exploded with pig slaughter-like screams. Brother Lu, I was wrong. Brother Lu. I yamit. PDD. A lowly in the game, a dongjua in reality. Said while dodging attacks, they'll make you screw me over. I haven't even gotten the resuscitation ventilator yet. Wrong. Wrong. No next time. You think there's going to be a next time? No one could hold it together anymore. Truly a veteran streamer, the entertainment value was off the charts. Jiang Feng himself couldn't help but laugh, and the dormitory behind him erupted into a chaotic mess of laughter. Whether it was Jiang Feng's stream or Chun Xinjian's, the barrage of comments flowed like a waterfall, all filled with ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, mutual destruction. PDD snatched Chun Xinjian's hope of survival, and Chun Xinjian set a trap to ruin PDD's resuscitation ventilator. Chun Xinjian is still too naive. At this moment he should shout, Chris, close the door. I can't live anymore. Haji Feng played for 2 days and got 2 hearts and a resuscitation ventilator. I have to ask, I've been playing since Season 1. Almost 200 hours. Where's my heart? In the end, Haji Feng still wins. Qin Shihuang touched an electric wire. Profit to the max. After the card protection time passed, Chun Xinjian was still wailing. Jiang Feng walked over, stuffed the resuscitation ventilator into his backpack, and the profit soared to 1800W. Collectible item resuscitation ventilator obtained successfully. Jiang Feng deliberately opened his backpack to give the ventilator a close-up. The stream instantly filled with question marks, followed by a barrage of envious and jealous comments. His roommates and classmates immediately gathered around, pulling out their phones and snapping photos, just like that day when Chen Dexing and the others photographed the heart of Africa. Click, click, click. Socialites, group buy hotel rooms, male college students, group buy resuscitation ventilators. It was estimated that Jiang Feng's social media feed would be flooded with photos of this ventilator tonight. Jiang Feng also took a photo with his phone and sent it directly to Enk. Jiang Feng, how did you know I got a resuscitation ventilator today? Jiang Feng was clever, also capturing Enk's dog tag in the photo. On the other end, Enk saw the message and instantly turned red with fury. Enk, just you wait for the next round. What a satisfying haul. After everyone finished taking photos, Jiang Feng opened the remaining containers. From the medical kit, he pulled out a 2x2 item. He initially thought it was a blood pressure monitor, but after spinning it for a long time, it turned out to be a ventilator. A 4-slot small red ventilator, a treasure. This round was a jackpot. Got both ventilators perfect. The barrage of question marks came faster. Do you even play? Do you even play? Do you even play? Where's the psychological counselor? I'm not feeling good. The psychological counselor isn't feeling good either. The wind is strong on the rooftop. You'll have to queue. Is there any manufacturer making a small Haji Feng doll? From now on, when I play Delta Force, I'll put it next to my computer. Not for Haji Feng skills, just for his dog-like luck. Same request, but I want a 1/1 scale Haji Feng doll. Are you planning to use that 1/1 doll for legitimate purposes? The barrage flowed endlessly, and the stream's viewer count reached 2,000. The fan group membership had already exceeded 100,000, and the follower count was climbing rapidly, nearing 200,000 in no time. It was truly a heavenly start. For context, even Lin Shu, a well-known PUBG player transitioning to streaming, only had a few hundred viewers at the beginning. The most amusing part was that Jiang Feng glanced at the barrage and spotted a bunch of alumni gathering. Wow, it's really Jiang Feng. When did you become so good? I think I've run into you on campus before. I wanted to ask for your WeChat, but you were too handsome up close, so I didn't dare to approach. Senior sister is noob, junior brother carry me. Jiang Feng, I like you, go out with me. I'm Jiang Feng's classmate. Jiang Feng doesn't look as good on camera. He's even more handsome in real life. Welcome Jiang Feng to join the Zhejiang Gongshang University Esports Club. I'm the vice president. Selling streamer course schedules for $5. Master the streamer's routine, supervise the streamer's broadcasts. You're selling Jiang Feng's class schedule. I'm selling Jiang Feng's daily photos. Any female fans in the stream? Geez, so many alumni in the stream. The ones selling class schedules and daily photos are absolute demons. College students are just too creative. Jiang Feng couldn't help but cover his face. He glanced at Chun Yulinchen Dexing and Zhang Jindong, wondering if these guys would sell his bed photos. If they did, they'd have to give him a cut. Jiang Feng felt that with his current fame, it wouldn't be long before the school admissions office came knocking. Little did Jiang Feng know his fame on campus far exceeded his imagination. The stream link that Chun Yulin forwarded to the class group had already spread widely, even reaching other universities in the Shasha University town, like the neighboring Hangzhou Normal University and the nearby Zhejiang Sci-Tech University. By then, Chun Xinjian and PDD had finished their scuffle and returned to their microphones. Jiang Feng suddenly spoke, his tone very generous. Brother Lu, how about this? Since you opened the card, I'll split the resuscitation ventilator with you, 3/5 for you. PDD's eyes lit up instantly. Yair Yo Fengzi has a conscience after all, even sharing the ventilator with me. But how do you split 3/5? You can't cut this thing. Jiang Feng didn't respond. Instead, he controlled his character to drop the just-picked ventilator on the ground and pointed it out to PDD. Brother Lu, look, ventilator. 3/5, no problem, right? PDD fell silent. At least it's red. PDD was initially taken aback by the breathing machine on the ground, but then his face broke into a smile as he picked it up. Having a breathing machine, even if it's not a revival one, is still good. Little Hong is also red. Delta players prioritize anything red and can adapt to the situation. The two didn't waste any more time. After finishing up, they headed directly to the evacuation point. This match was truly lucrative. PDD scored 11.2 million, while Jiang Feng was even more outrageous, raking in 18.9 million after obtaining the revival breathing machine. Handcrafted African heart treasure. Jiang Feng was also quite pleased. Chun Xinzi looked at the pile of parts at the evacuation point and couldn't help but ask, Luga Fengzai, how much did you both score this match? Upon hearing this, PDD deliberately teased Chen Zinz's mindset. Oh, not much, just a casual 11.2 million. Jiang Feng paused and said, I'm not bad either, 18.9 million, that's about 1.5 African hearts. Oh dear, my mindset is shattered. Chun Xinzi slumped back in his chair, feeling dejected. Clearly it was a game for three, but while others evacuated with millions, he was left with nothing. Jiang Feng comforted Chun Xinzi. It's okay, Xian Go. In the next match you can score more. I brought your gun and 6 heads with me this time. Jiang Feng had always been like this, wanting to minimize the losses for friends who didn't successfully evacuate, making them feel a bit better. Those little rewards didn't matter. No matter how expensive the coin was, it couldn't compare to the value of friendship. This principle had never changed in his past or present life. Comments flooded in benevolence and righteousness. Fatty, evacuate now. Watching the screen display the message evacuation successful, along with the mechanical heart lung achievement, Jiang Feng felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, more refreshing than drinking iced red tea in the summer. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind, ding, calculating the dominant points from the last match. Match intensity coefficient 1.6. Material dominant points 302. Kill dominant points 192. Big Red dominant points 160 total obtained 654. For dominant points. Currently you have a total of 919. For dominant points. Keep up the good work. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. He had just finished swapping for the editing proficiency skill book, leaving him with only 265 dominant points before this match, and now he had directly gained 654. This was truly delightful. Getting closer to the second stage of development. Awesome. It's definitely a high-pressure match. Regardless of how green it is, at least the equipment is good, the drop rate is high, and the system's match intensity coefficient is high. Jiang Feng smacked his lips. For a match with a strength of 1.6 in S2, it only made him sweat slightly. Although there was a chance of failure, as long as he played seriously and didn't encounter something unexpected, the evacuation rate remained reliable. The players in the current Dark House matches were still too inexperienced for Jiang Feng. They hadn't grown enough, and the technical details were still lacking. It couldn't compare to the Dark House matches from later. In the later Dark House matches, even without hacks, it was still intense with various potato grenades and unpredictable players. As for the system's determined match intensity of 1.6, Jiang Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Based on his own feelings, he had roughly figured out the system's determination logic. 1.0 was the normal intensity for peak delta ranked matches. 1.5 was likely for Dark House matches where all matched players were highly skilled. As for the legendary encrypted matches, which was the Big Red matches, not because the drop rate was higher than the Big Red, but because there were many red players in the match, the intensity coefficient was likely around 2.0. System, can you display the match intensity directly in the game in the future? That way I can be mentally prepared for it. Jiang Feng asked in his mind. After assessment, the host's request is reasonable. The match intensity will be displayed in future matches. Jiang Feng silently gave the system a thumbs up. A system that could adapt was a good system. Jiang Feng suddenly became curious about the intensity coefficient of professional competitions. If professional players competed against each other, how high could the intensity coefficient reach? In his past life, the Delta professional competitions were poorly organized with all sorts of bizarre and shoddy formats that no one watched, purely a waste of the game's popularity. But in this life, the popularity of Delta far exceeded that of his past life. Not only were domestic players going crazy over it, but overseas players were also flocking and making it a global phenomenon. If the professional competitions in this life didn't succeed, it would truly be a lost cause. However, thinking of the planning team filled with people who only knew how to undermine from within nothing was surprising. P.S. How can changing the competition format make it more entertaining? Does anyone have any ideas? Feel free to leave comments for discussion. However, all of this was still too far away. Jiang Feng was currently more focused on the upcoming official events, the Big Red Cup and the Streamer Peak competition. Both events were highly anticipated and had made many streamers famous, while some others had faced setbacks. Unfortunately, these events were still a bit far off in the timeline. As he was pondering, he glanced at the barrage in the live stream, instantly overwhelmed by the screen filled with comments about cross-dressing. 30 days, 3 billion. It has been 2 days and the assets haven't reached 100 million yet. Why not cross-dress early to entertain everyone? Cross-dress, cross-dress, cross-dress. Hockey Feng, stop struggling. 3 billion is impossible. Cross-dress early to succeed. Hee Feng cross-dressing ready to take off. This 30 days, 3 billion challenge was a gimmick Jiang Feng set up to attract viewers when he first started streaming. Streaming turned out to be much smoother than Jiang Feng had imagined. The skills he honed in his past life and his understanding of Delta were far ahead in the present, making his gameplay highly entertaining. Regular players could enjoy watching and learning techniques at the same time. It was truly unparalleled online. The momentum of his streaming took off too quickly. This gimmick wasn't even needed and instead became a tool to Jiang Feng casually opened his personal information. After this evacuation, his assets reached 88 million, with over 30 million in cash. The speed of making money was already quite fast, but after 2 days he still hadn't reached 100 million. It's no wonder the viewers were skeptical about his challenge and started urging him to cross-dress. Do you really think the streamer can't do it? It's only the second day. Why the rush? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow at the microphone. A mere 3 billion in 30 days is absolutely nothing. I can only say that the mountain man has his own clever plans. His roommates and classmates behind him immediately joined in thumping their chests in front of the camera, assuring, "Don't worry everyone. If Jiang Feng ends up going back on his word, for the sake of our class reputation, we will definitely help him fulfill his promise. You are all wonderful classmates. Let's get this done. Remember to choose a maid outfit. It must be white silk. White silk can roll away. Black silk is the real deal. I want to see Hockey Feng cosplaying as Xiaomai. I want to see Hockey Feng in a bikini. Why can't he wear both?" The outrageous comments were still. Jiang Feng secretly chuckled. Today's Delta players were still a bit naive. Who said you had to earn HFI coins by playing the game? He had simpler ways to make money. Jiang Feng opened WeChat and sent 2 messages to include Jiang Feng. Your 2 escorts currently don't have enough account strength, making it hard to match them together. Let them use their own accounts. That way, with our strength, we should be able to enter the same Dark House match. Jiang Feng, I will match at 1 p.m. Beijing time, so pay attention to the time. And Ku replied with a cat holding a knife emoji. We are serious. Just wait and see. Jiang Feng and Ku both didn't mention the issue of peaking, trusting that the other wouldn't do such a thing. After sending the messages, he shouted in YY, Lu Gu, that last team of fat boys is coming back to deliver equipment to us again. PDD was stunned for a moment and scratched his head. Wasn't that last team from Inke's side? How come they are coming to snipe us? Exactly. Jiang Feng teased with a smile. Lu Gu, you aren't scared, are you? Scared of what? PDD slammed the table and shouted vigorously. We have General Jiang Feng, what is there to fear? What Lu Gu said makes sense. In the next match, I'll choose a female doctor. And Lu Gu can pick my Xiaowen to assist you, watching you slaughter everyone from behind. Leave it to me. Jiang Feng waved his hand confidently. At the same time, he glanced at his time-limited mission, his expression becoming serious. In this match, he had to give 100 of his strength. For the tempting system rewards, he had to endure some hardships. Meanwhile, Ku wasn't idle either. Since she had already exposed herself in Jiang Feng's livestream, she simply opened her own stream openly. Watching the barrage filled with phrases like, pity the fermented tofu, queen of empty guns, and captured Ku fly by, Ku took a deep breath and asked in the voice channel, I'm streaming this match. If we lose it'll be quite embarrassing. Do you two have confidence in winning? BB and Wang Zhongzhong immediately made a military pledge, their tone carrying a sense of determination. We were careless last match. We absolutely will not fail this time. We will definitely take down Jiang Feng and the others. At 1 p.m. Beijing time, Jiang Feng and Ku clicked the match button simultaneously. Ding! Match successful. The system notification almost simultaneously appeared in both live streams, and the loading screen popped up on the screen. At this moment, the system's cold mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. Match intensity for this round 1. 8-inch. 1. 8. 1. 8. The intensity of this match was even higher than the last, brushing the ceiling of the black room and approaching an encrypted lobby. It was exactly what he wanted. Jiang Feng kept taking deep breaths, drawing in more oxygen to keep his brain at peak excitement. Then he stood up, flexed his wrists until his knuckles cracked, pulled his chair forward, and pressed his face almost against the screen. The bullet comments all noticed Jiang Feng's seriousness, a stark contrast to his previous relaxed, half-reclining gaming state. Looks like Haji Feng is really getting serious. Even I have to step aside when serious mode Haji Feng is activated. Activating ultimate full-power Feng mode. Tremble spaceport. Who doesn't want to show off a little in front of a woman? Especially someone as exquisite as Ankh. I've got your back, Haji Feng. Get the hell out of here. Our Haji Feng is just streaming and playing seriously. It has nothing to do with that woman. On the character selection screen, PDD locked in the medic and Chun Xinjai picked my Xiaowen. They both clearly understood their role support and don't hold the team back. Even with the medic providing smoke cover on the team, Jiang Feng hesitated for 2 seconds before locking in Red Wolf, an exceptionally versatile operator. Based on his past life experience as a 1v2 carry in a match of this intensity, you should treat it as a solo queue. Don't expect anything from your teammates. Focus on playing your own game and eliminating everyone. This approach yields a higher win rate. After all, in gaming, once you think you have backup, it's easy to let your guard down and miss details. Activating the solo queue mindset, on the other hand, forces you to maximize your mechanics and game sense. Haven't you heard, when teammates fight, I play dead? When teammates die, I'm the king. Maybe the problem is that without your teammates dying, you don't know what to do. Furthermore, as a former top-tier Apex Predator, the later BB was known in the scene as the ultimate Red Wolf main. If his analysis was correct, the hidden reward for the limited-time mission depended on whether BB was beaten fair and square. What could be more convincing than defeating him using his own signature operator? Thinking about the system's hidden reward, Jiang Feng couldn't help but rub his hands together. If the standard reward was already 200, the hidden one must be off the charts. This round, they landed in the dorms. The stream's bullet comments exploded instantly, the screen flooded with match together. As for the spawn point, there were all sorts of guesses. This was exactly what Jiang Feng had deliberately instructed. Even before the map had finished loading, he had told the chat, just spam random spawn points, the more chaotic the better. Truth mixed with falsehoods, falsehoods mixed with truth. If someone watching Ankh's stream deliberately posted the correct location in the bullet comments, it would be drowned in a sea of fake information, turning the truth into just another lie. Jiang Feng only cared about one thing in this match: fairness and goddamn fairness. He wanted to win openly and decisively, leaving everyone convinced. The dorm spawn point was a good location for both rat players and aggressive teams. Although later eras had all sorts of memes about two members flashpointing the dorms or even Lao San flashpointing the dorms, most of them were just jokes. Except for West Campus, which could barely be considered a central control point. Flashpointing the dorms from other locations had low rewards and high risks. No one did it except for Madman, happening maybe once in 10 matches, so this didn't affect the value of the dorms at all. For rat players, the dorms were lucrative. They could start looting right upon landing. Besides guaranteed pots, there was a top-tier glass room that could spawn an Heart of Africa out in the open. If they were lucky, looting the dorms could net them 1 or 2 million, allowing them to extract immediately. For aggressive teams, the tactical options were numerous, offering both offensive and defensive flexibility. Especially now, the habit of West Campus and dorms flashpointing each other hadn't formed yet. That's right. In S2, West Campus teams mostly played it safe, using keycards to open doors or circling around the bridge to enter the core. Teams in the dorms also just buried their heads in looting, aiming for a peaceful coexistence. Everything changed with the S3 nerf to the Red Wolf's hand cannon. The S3 season update nerfed both the Red Wolf's hand cannon and the Viren C4. The Red Wolf's hand cannon fuse time went from 2.5 seconds to 3 seconds. The 88-meter precision strike technique was developed, meaning a Red Wolf in the dorms could instantly blast open the West Campus gate at the start of a round. From then on, the love-hate relationship of West Campus and dorms flashpointing each other became the norm. In high-pressure lobbies, if both spawn points had players, only one team could make it out alive. Truly a pair of star-crossed lovers. Jiang Feng landed, immediately switched to his knife and shed his armor. With a fluid slide jump, he rushed towards the platform like lightning. This is another lesson from Feng. Everyone watch and learn carefully. Today's lesson is dorms flashpointing West Campus version 1.0. The reason it was version 1.0 was simple. The mind games between spawn points were like a 1,000-layer cake. You make a move, I counter, and it keeps evolving. Right now, West Campus had no awareness of countering a dorm's flashpoint, so it was naturally version 1.0. Later, when West Campus starts counterpeaking the dorms, Jiang Feng would teach version 2.0. By then, the players would have to thank him. A player's awareness, tactics, and mechanics are honed through countless matches of mutual mind games. But no matter how they strategized, Jiang Feng would always be at the top. Jiang Feng's one-year lead in Delta Force awareness and experience, combined with his already top-tier gaming skills, made it a foregone conclusion that he would dominate in S2. This aggressive ahead-of-its-time playstyle seemed completely out of place. PDD and Chen Xinjai were just about to start looting. PDD had even opened a space container. But as soon as they heard Jiang Feng, they quickly followed. Chen Xinjai shouted as he ran, "Yar. Feng is so aggressive, I love this style. Just go for it." PDD, "Shut up, Chen Xinjai, don't distract me from the lesson." In S2, dorms and West Campus weren't locked in their love-hate struggle yet, so there were no deep mind games. Jiang Feng glanced at the dumpster, saw no one peeking, and knew it was secure. If there were players at West Campus this round, their fate was already sealed. Remember my path. In 22 seconds, I'll be able to hit the people at the West Gate. I'm giving them the express spaceport treatment. Jiang Feng expertly climbed the billboard fence, used the second-floor partition board for a jump, his body precisely landing on the outer railing. Then, with another climb, he reached the vending machine on the second-floor platform. Finally, he leaped onto a beach umbrella. His field of view instantly opened up, giving him a perfect view of every move in West Campus. The entire sequence was as smooth as flowing water, honed through countless repetitions, full of aesthetic beauty. And at that moment, the in-game timer read exactly 22 seconds. The bullet comments flooded the screen with "learned it" and "taking notes." This was a starting route they had never imagined, still aggressive, still flashpointing. Feng's understanding always surprises me. I've already picked up my notebook to take notes. Last time I learned mid-control flashpointing 2 members from Haji Feng, I already made over 10 million half coins. You can really learn things from watching Haji Feng. You don't even need to learn his aim. Just studying his rotations and map logic is infinitely rewarding. It really was exactly 22 seconds. How many rounds of spaceport did it take to figure out a route this efficient? It looks so simple, but it would take me ages to find my way there. Looks like West Campus is in for a rough time. Haji Feng, you're a menace. First you turned 2 members into a prison, and now you're doing the same to West Campus. Jiang Feng paid no attention to the bullet comments. He switched to his AWM and swept his scope. Sure enough, 3 people were sprinting across the open ground of West Campus towards the blue car, planning to use a keycard to enter the core area. For a West Campus team to run behind the blue car at the start, it takes a normal operator 23 seconds, or 20 seconds for a Viren using his ability. These three had absolutely no awareness of a flashpoint counter running across the open ground without cover. To Jiang Feng, they were just sitting ducks. Jiang Feng's superior game sense gave him a 1-second advantage. And that single second could decide life or death. He aimed his AWM at the Red Wolf, his crosshair locking on instantly. His finger gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! A crisp gunshot tore through the silence of the spaceport. A system notification popped up. Jiang Feng used AWM to knock down Douyin BB FPS. What a coincidence. Not only did they crash into each other, but they were also assigned to the same dormitory, and the Shida pair, these star-crossed lovers. A destined script for confrontation maximizing the live stream's entertainment value. The bullet comments were also thrilled. This is the real live teaching in the peak Black House matches. I can only say that viewers watching today's stream are blessed. Suddenly I feel a bit sorry for Ank's team. They are clearly top-tier players, but they ran into Haji Feng and have no way to fight back. Better skill, better understanding, more proficient moves. What can you use to compete? Suggestion for Ank and his team: just quit the game and admit defeat gracefully. Dong Dong Esports invites you to join. The crawling speed didn't allow BB to reach behind the blue car at all. Crack. Jiang Feng pulled the bolt on his AWM, fired another shot, and precisely headshot BB to finish him off. A smile curled at the corner of Jiang Feng's mouth and his heart surged with joy. In the second round, he had defeated BB without taking any damage, only one step away from achieving 200 mission completion. The decision to prioritize sniping Red Wolf was indeed correct. This round was already firmly in hand. As for why Jiang Feng was so confident, those who often flash rush Shida from the dormitory know that if you use an AWM to take down and finish one person before Shida can open their card, Shida's winning chance approaches 0. The logic is simple. The only cover in front of the West Gate card scanning point is a single blue car. Before the gate opens, the terrain is as narrow as an alley with nowhere to hide. If the dormitory trio had many damage-dealing items like Luna Uluru and Lao Hei, he wouldn't dare imagine how miserable Shida's team would be. On the other side, PDD was still struggling with the billboard. Taking this route for the first time can indeed lead to mistakes. But PDD clearly had cold legs. He had fallen off 3 or 4 times and still couldn't climb up the platform. However, that didn't stop PDD from blurting out, "Nice. Good shot." Chan Xinzi also turned into a cheerleader. "Wow, I've learned from this live lesson. Teacher Feng is too professional." Those who understand know that when you have a powerhouse on your team, and you can't provide value in the match, you need to provide emotional value. If you don't even have emotional value, then a graceful farewell is in order. Jiang Feng calmly directed his teammates to take positions. "Brother Lu, Brother Xian, it's okay if you're slow. Just get on the platform and provide covering fire for me. Leave the rest to me and watch how I handle them." Meanwhile, BB stared at Jiang Feng's ID, completely doubting his existence, utterly stunned. 2 rounds. 2 entire rounds. He had been beaten without any ability to fight back. In the first round, Jiang Feng used Red Wolf's mobility to feint east and attack west, catching him off guard. That was understandable. At least there was some strategy involved. But this round, he had followed the routine Shida route, planning to scan his card and enter the core area, only to be downed and finished from the dormitory area before he even touched the gate. Is this how the game is played? Flash rushing Shida from the dormitory at the start? Our Delta Force isn't like this. BB felt that all the games he had played before were a waste. The price of this tuition was heavy. BB tugged at his vest, feeling a bit hot. "Papa Smoke, cover me, I can be saved." "You can't be saved now," Wang Zhongzhong said decisively. "Scan the card first. After scanning the card, we'll see about saving you." As a top-tier player, Wang Zhongzhong had a clear judgment of the situation. At this moment, the best choice was to scan the card, open the gate, and create an escape route to dodge gunfire and grenades. Now it was just him and Ank behind the blue car. If they recklessly tried to save BB and got pushed by Jiang Feng, it would be a free kill. Only by opening the west gate and entering the core area would they have cover to hide behind and a chance to counterattack. If they didn't scan the card, the two of them would be trapped behind the blue car. Even if they revived BB facing covering fire and grenades, they would have nowhere to hide. Against Jiang Feng, that map-clearing machine, there would be no way to survive. As long as the Green Mountains are there, one need not worry about firewood. This was a strategic retreat. BB also came to his senses and stopped talking. Wang Zhongzhong's judgment was correct. So Wang Zhongzhong held the angle while Ank popped smoke and scanned the card. Wang Zhongzhong switched to his AWM, his hand holding the mouse, slightly sweating. He wasn't sure if he could hold his ground. "Jiang Feng." Wang Zhongzhong muttered to himself, the hand on his mouse, sweating slightly. Where did this ruthless player come from? The west gate slowly opened and Jiang Feng instantly saw through their intention. Clever but useless. No one is getting away today. Jiang Feng popped a painkiller. He had been rushing to seize the timing at the start and hadn't had time to take one. Now he did. Then he jumped off the platform unconcerned about his injured leg. He couldn't take the stairs. The enemy could hold the angle from there. Jiang Feng advanced along the cover, not exposing any part of his body. Brother X and Brother Lu just cover the blue car from left and right. Don't worry about trading kills. As long as he could lock down the enemy's position, he would handle the rest. But as soon as he finished speaking, a system notification appeared in the top right corner. Half soldier used Bison SMG to knock down I have a big head. What kind of super aggressive bot is this? PDD's exclamation pierced through the headset. Chun Shinzi couldn't help but open his mic excitedly. Wow, Brother Lu, what are you doing? Are you an actor hired by the enemy team? Even as PDD's underling and employee Chun Shinzi was extremely angry. How could you get knocked down by a grunt at such a critical moment? Isn't that ridiculous? What's the difference between that and one of the parties suddenly getting diarrhea during a summit between two heads of state? Failing at the critical moment. The bullet comments instantly turned red hot, flooding the screen with blood pressure maxed. Having a teammate like this is a real blessing. Having a teammate like this atones for all the sins of your past life. Watching this made my blood boil. Haji Feng, you should scold them. I can't take it anymore. They are purely a liability. Haji Feng didn't even flinch. Is this also part of your training, Haji Feng? Too terrifying. PDD quickly apologized. Sorry, but this bot is really super aggressive. My helmet and armor weren't even damaged and it killed me in a few shots. My bad. Jiang Feng didn't blame PDD. Super aggressive bots were normal in Super Black House matches. Chun Shinzi said anxiously, "I'll revive Brother Lu first. Fengzi, maybe you should fall back and we can play it safe. Reviving takes 10 seconds. Healing takes 5 seconds. In a Black House match where every millisecond counts, where do they have time to waste like this? Play it safe." Can't be safe at all. Jiang Feng made a decisive decision. It's fine. You revive Brother Lu. I'll go put some pressure on the enemy. Fortunately, this move was so bizarre that the enemy probably wouldn't expect their teammate to be knocked down by a grunt. This was an information gap and he needed to exploit it. Jiang Feng advanced along the flower bed. Originally he had planned to use grenades combined with crossfire to secure the win, but now he had to change his strategy. European-style dry peak hidden clash. Tip of the needle against the point of a wheat. Abandon all thoughts, return to instinct. It all came down to gun skill and reaction time. Jiang Feng immediately fired the hand cannon he had intended to use for a decisive blow, forcing the enemy out of their position. Then he threw a smoke grenade onto the open ground to block vision, injected a stimulant, and directly dry peeked across the open ground. A slide jump into an aerial aim, charging forward, completely abandoning the pursuit of a perfect damage-free play. There was only one word: reckless. At this moment the west gate was wide open. Wang Zhongzhong, who had originally planned to let Enk smoke and rotate, heard footsteps and suddenly had an idea. That map-clearing machine on the other side, which never made mistakes, seemed to be out of sync with his teammates. He tentatively peeked a few times. There was no one holding an angle on the platform. It was just Jiang Feng recklessly dry peeking. Too arrogant. Wang Zhongzhong's temples throbbed. Peeking from cover against someone dry peeking in the open. Anyone who has played an FPS knows what a huge advantage that is. It was like a Wild West duel where the opponent allowed him to hold a half-body shield and even let him shoot first. This wasn't an invitation to a gunfight. It was pure contempt, or rather confidence. Wang Zhongzhong was both angry and thrilled. He switched to his AWM, took a deep breath, and said, "I will kill you this time." He quickly peeked out, his finger already on the fire button. In his scope, he saw Red Wolf sliding and jumping in the air. As he adjusted his aim, ready to fire and take him out midair, his screen instantly went dark. Jiang Feng used AWM to headshot and knock down Douyin Wang Zhongzhong. A flash of gunfire striking after he had fired but arriving first. The opponent was like a tiger tank, directly smashing through him. Hidden, feeble and drained, Wang Zhongzhong collapsed into his chair, his spirit completely broken. His knocked-down character remained motionless, his face full of blankness. I didn't even win that. BB was also silent. He had watched Wang Zhongzhong's entire perspective, sharing his joy and anger. Now he felt the same, left with only deep helplessness. The opponent was like a perfect all-rounder, completely shattering the pride of his top-tier hunting team. What do I do? Ank was like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, trembling all over, hiding behind the blue car, without even the courage to peek. No one in the world knew Jiang Feng's terror better than her, because she was the only person in the world who had been matched with Jiang Feng 4 times. Suddenly the footsteps stopped. Wang Zhongzhong, who had been knocked down but not finished by Jiang Feng, spoke with difficulty. He switched to his knife. What does he mean by switching to a knife? Ank's voice instantly turned tearful, her heart utterly shattered. Last round he had chased her with a knife, and now this round he was doing it again. Ah! He wants to knife me again. Jiang Feng, you're inhuman. Bibi and Wang Zhongzhong clenched their fists until their knuckles turned white, their faces flushed with rage. To see their boss toyed with so openly was like a scene from a movie. They were utterly helpless, useless escorts. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, thought simply adding a bit of entertainment to the stream was nice. As for the victim Ank, who told her to come and snipe him, this would teach her a lesson. Jiang Feng's stream chat was in hysterics, the barrage scrolling like a carnival, too brutal. Kicking the top escort like a stray dog. That's Wang Zhongzhong on the other side. When I meet the streamer, a nobody by the roadside. When a top escort meets the streamer, a nobody by the roadside. So I the top escort. Perfect. Dong Dong Esports, contact me. Even nobodies have different postures, you know. Bro, tell me how I can learn that shot of yours. Just jump first, then aim, then shoot, right? I go pressure the enemy, I win. I'm soaked really. 7 captures of Ank 47. Knife him. Knife him. A Sigma male never surrenders. Nice. Good shot, bro. 1 pack each. PDD and Chan Xinzi shouted in unison. PDD, having just healed, had missed Jiang Feng's godly play entirely, but he licked his lips, finding it satisfying. An edge observer with no damage taken, not a single golden egg fired, his helmet and armor in mint condition. This round was a profit without loss. PDD felt a secret thrill. Zilong had been great before, but this Lu Bu today was unparalleled. Chan Xinzi saw the teasing in the stream chat. You two might as well just die and let us watch Feng's plays properly. You're useless alive anyway. Chan Xinzi immediately retorted. What do you mean let us die? Don't talk nonsense, chat. We're alive but no different from dead, okay? Feng sees someone, Feng kills them all. Our existence might just give Feng more pressure, letting you see even more brilliant plays. Isn't that right? Exactly, PDD chimed in. If I hadn't invited Feng to play, he might not even be streaming this afternoon. Apologize. PDD and Chan Xinzi pressured the chat in unison. The stream chat burst into even more laughter. Ha ha ha, you've got no shame. That time I was the ornament on Feng's thigh. Are these two brothers giving Feng a weighted training session? Meanwhile, Jiang Feng was having a blast. He switched to his knife and chased Ank, who was holding a gun, around a blue car. She fled, he pursued, she couldn't escape. Calling it a cat-and-mouse game wasn't quite right. A more fitting analogy was an emperor blindfolded chasing a beauty. Ank was in despair. He really wants to knife me. Jiang Feng is inhuman. Ah, what do I do? I don't want to be knifed. Think of something. Ank was live streaming, and even though she had just started, her viewer count quickly soared past 50000. The stream chat was also enjoying the spectacle. Just yesterday they were happily playing together, and today they had collided in a match. Who knew if this wasn't some kind of roleplay they were engaging in, and they were just part of it? Where's your money, power? Didn't you just buy your way onto Feng's team with gifts yesterday? Go send a few super gifts as tribute. Useless escorts, a humiliated streamer. Kill but don't torment Amitba. What? Haven't watched for a bit, and the 7 captures are already at 4. Ank, why did you have to mess with that bastard Jiang Feng? Bibi and Wang Zhongzhong remained silent, especially Wang Zhongzhong, who was still down watching his boss being. A warrior may be killed but not humiliated. Ank finally couldn't take it anymore. She switched to her M7. Ready to go all out against Jiang Feng. She would rather be shot to death than knifed. Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed with anticipation. He slide-tackled behind the blue car, dodging Ank's first volley. Switching guns, Exoskeleton activated. A mischievous grin curled at the corner of Jiang Feng's mouth. He used scissor jumps to bait Ank's shots, his movement so fast that Ank's aim couldn't keep up. Soon Ank's M7 had only 25 rounds left in the magazine. She had improved, landing 2 hits on Jiang Feng, but it was useless. Ank was about to reload when she heard Jiang Feng's footsteps closing in. Jiang Feng, you bastard. Ah, I'm done. Ank slammed her mouse and quit the game. Quitting meant she wasn't knifed. Jiang Feng stared at Ank's loot box, stunned. The scene felt familiar. His mouth twitched, a mix of helplessness and regret washing over him. His domination points. A 1.8 match intensity coefficient, a full 18 domination points. The bird had flown the coop, the domination points within his grasp were gone. But the stream viewers were thoroughly entertained. A streamer with strategy skill and entertainment value. Where else could you find one like this? The viewer count surged toward 300,000, partly because Ank had started streaming and he was drawing some of her audience. Ank was truly a good person. Jiang Feng sighed. She sent him quests, half-mium coins, computers, and even viewers. All that was left was to send herself. The stream chat was non-stop. Occasionally some of Ank's knights would denounce Jiang Feng's behavior, but they were quickly drowned out. Gifts kept pouring in. Thank you brother Feng Qingyang for the super gifts. 5 super gifts. His roommates and classmates immediately stood up and bowed in unison shouting, wishing the boss good health and immortality. The authenticity of a college streamer was palpable. There was no perfectly synchronized professional team, but the down-to-earth liveliness made the audience feel a sense of connection. Authenticity was key. Jiang Feng thanked the gift givers one by one. A gaming streamer wasn't a beauty streamer. There weren't many big spenders. Most fans were just regular folks offering companionship. Jiang Feng knew well that gaming streamers didn't rely on gifts for income. Fans were the foundation. Whether they sent gifts or not, they were all benefactors. There was no reason to favor the rich over the poor. The trio happily looted Ank's team's packs. They had entered the map with minimal gear, but the loot was incredibly rich. Fully loaded, each of them walked away with 3 million. Just then a rhythmic gunfire echoed from a distance. Bang, 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 bang. Ha! Jiang Feng was taken aback. Was he hearing things? This was the secret signal he had arranged with his viewers. He never expected to run into a fan in a high-intensity match. Whoa! Someone's shooting. PDD was startled, snapping into combat mode. Don't panic, that's a secret signal between me and my viewers. Jiang Feng explained with a smile, then fired back a shot in the same rhythm. PDD teased. Oh, Feng's a big streamer now, running into viewers even here. Chen Xinzi said half seriously, half jokingly. When Feng becomes the top streamer in Delta Force, don't forget about us brothers, and give us a leg up. Jiang Feng laughed. Bro, don't tease me. In front of the most legendary pig in League of Legends, how dare I call myself a big streamer? Back in the day, PDD's viral meme song had taken the internet by storm. His peak popularity was something Jiang Feng couldn't match now. As for Chen Xinzi, if memory served, when his contract with Douyu expired, he would jump to Douyin. He might indeed be able to help out. Before long, a trio, My Xiaowen, Red Wolf, and Old Black, rushed over. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, without a word, they dropped their helmets, armor guns, chest rigs, and backpacks in unison, then lay flat on the ground staring at him motionless. PDD was dumbfounded. Wow! Feng, what have you trained your viewers to do? They strip the moment they see you. Have you been secretly beating your fans? The stream chat was in hysterics. That's right, Jiang Feng secretly beats us. Standing before you is the boss killer, the bane of escorts, the fan-bullying Jiang Feng. Guess if Haji Feng will make the viewers each give him a kill. He'll bet a pack of spicy sticks he will. Jiang Feng's face burned as he saw this comment. Truth be told, he had actually considered it. Having the 3 viewers take turns letting him kill them for some domination points. His face flushed and he shouted into the stream, slander. You're slandering me. I clearly said that the little rats would beg for mercy by offering their helmets, armor guns, and gear. When did I ever say viewers should do this when they meet me? It's like I've been bullying viewers. Get up, put your gear on, and don't you dare strip. There was a delay in the livestream, and after a few seconds of hesitation, the viewer quickly put the gear back on. Only Old Black was hopping around in panic. Jiang Feng took a look and saw that his gun was gone. PDD shouted loudly, Chen Xinzi, give the viewer his gun back. This is Feng's viewer. Chen Xinzi reluctantly took out the gun and handed it back to the viewer. I just wanted to see how the viewer modded his gun, nothing else. As he handed over the gun, he couldn't help but complain, why bring a PP-19 in here? It's not even good. The live stream chat instantly exploded with sharp comments. Didn't you see? These 3 are all wearing old man's helmets coming in with budget gear. I seriously suspect they're just here to freeload off Hafeng. Next time don't queue into Hafeng's game like this, okay? You're not a fan trying to see the streamer, you're trying to leech off him. This is really annoying, like emotional blackmail. When a streamer meets a fan, they can't kill them and have to give them stuff, right? This kind of person is just disgusting. This is truly disgusting. Queuing into a streamer, signaling to get recruited just to split half coins. Don't they think about how hard the 3 billion challenge is for the streamer? Official statement: this viewer is not a fan of Hafeng. We hereby disavow them. Jiang Feng, however, didn't mind. Running into fans meant he was getting popular. Half coins were just on his own account anyway, sharing some with a viewer was no big deal. He waved his hand, his tone sincere. Don't talk about the viewer like that, okay? Meeting in the game is fate. If they want to eat, let's eat together. Do I really care about a few half coins? From now on, if any of you run into me on my own account, I'll share with you too. Jiang Feng shifted the topic, but we have to play fair. There are other squads on the map. If we stick together now, it's considered teaming. How about this, you guys hide in the dormitory? We haven't looted there yet. They'll clear the map and signal you to come out. Then well, eat together and extract together. The viewer nodded frantically, but stood still, moving a few steps away from PDD and Chan Xinzi, marking the ground wildly beneath their feet. You want me to come over alone? Jiang Feng walked over and saw the three of them frantically dropping items. What the hell? Rolexes. It wasn't just 1 or 2. Each of them dropped 6. Not only that, but they also took off their helmets. Jiang Feng saw they were all full durability old man's helmets. Finally, each of them pulled out 20 rounds of AW ammo, a total of 60 rounds neatly arranged in a row. The sight was more stunning than 120 renminbi thrown on the ground. The only tradable Tier 6 helmets and armor in Delta Force were the old man's helmet and the young master's armor, both extremely expensive. Unless someone was deleting their account or making content, no one would buy them from the market to wear. Especially the old man's helmet. Took up for slots and was worth nearly 3 million on the market. Its value per slot was second only to the Revival Respirator and the Heart of Africa. As for the AW ammo and Rolexes, Jiang Feng quickly calculated. 20 rounds of AW were worth nearly 1.7 million and 6 Rolexes were almost 1.2 million. Combined, that was nearly 3 million. It perfectly maxed out the 3 million in-game value cap for the Zero Dam map. Note, the in-game value cap for Zero Dam in Season 3 was 3 million. So bringing in all this stuff was the game's limit, not the viewer's limit. Turns out the viewer was there to help him with his 3 billion challenge by donating supplies. Jiang Feng was stunned. His throat bobbed as he swallowed hard. Don't do this, guys. My eyes are getting watery. Seeing him not move, the 3 viewers started hopping anxiously, waving their arms and frantically marking the ground. Pick it up quick. PDD and Chan Xinzi came over too. When they saw the red AW ammo and the full durability old man's helmets on the ground, they were also stunned. What the hell? What's going on? Wow, what kind of god-tier viewer is this? PDD and Chan Xinzi were so jealous they didn't want to speak. This was the value of having fans. This heartfelt gesture was something no expensive carnival could match. I'll kowtow to you guys. Jiang Feng made his character crouch and stand, repeatedly bowing to the viewers like a married couple. The livestream chat instantly changed its tune. I misjudged the viewer. I apologize. Sorry. That's right, this is our Hafeng fanbase. All about loyalty. Wow, they're actively donating because they're afraid the streamer won't complete the 3 billion challenge. You guys, no. If Hafeng finishes the challenge, how will we see the cross-dressing? So selfish. If you like the streamer, send gifts. If you give half coins, what about the cross-dressing? Politely watching the stream. No donations allowed. The important thing is, the chance of matching with Hafeng isn't high. If they didn't match, all this gear would be wasted. That's over 5 million. Forget half coins, I wouldn't burn that much even with ghost money. This is a true fan for sure. The bond can't be measured by 5 million half coins. In the middle of this touching moment, an impassioned song suddenly blasted out. My old father, the person I love most. Jiang Feng turned his head sharply to see Chun Yulin holding up his phone at max volume, swaying his head, slightly, his face full of emotion. Feeling everyone's gaze, Chun Yulin looked innocent. Don't you like this song? I have more. Always asking from you without saying thank you. This drama queen Chun Yulin started it, and the classmates beside him joined in the chorus. The dorm instantly turned into a massive concert venue. Time, slow down. Jiang Feng covered his face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. His goofy roommate and dramatic classmates. College life was great and the content was absolutely top tier. The live stream chat, however, was in hysterics, flooded with ha 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 and Godfather. The 3 viewers across from them were even swaying their heads to the music, while frantically marking the ground, urging Jiang Feng to pick up the loot. Alright, I want refuse then. Jiang Feng didn't hold back anymore. He picked up the items and his haul instantly jumped from 3 million to 19.81 million. He was skyrocketing. Once I clear the map this round, it'll give you guys one. A wave of question marks floated across the chat. Jiang Feng quickly explained, don't misunderstand. I mean, if I still have a life after clearing the map, it'll let the viewers kill me and take my dog tags. The chat went even crazier. If I remember correctly, Hafeng hasn't died once yet. Oh my god, that's right. It's insane. How many consecutive extractions on Zero Dam has that been? Clearing the map every time and never dying once. Breaking news. A male streamer on a certain platform sells his first time for money, trading his body for an 8-figure donation. The viewer bragged afterward, this money was so worth it. I feel like Hafeng's dog tags would be more precious than the Heart of Africa. If I had Hafeng's dog tags, even if my warehouse was overflowing with Hearts of Africa, I'd sell the Hearts of Africa and keep Hafeng's tags. Jiang Feng continued, besides that, I'll give each of you a knife skin. No, I'll give each of you a 648. He had just glanced at his bank card. After buying Ank's computer and other odds and ends, he had a little over 2500 left. Sending 3 648s was more than enough. Now lie down in a row and let me see your IDs. The three viewers instantly understood. They lay down, presenting their backs to Jiang Feng. Using his knife, Jiang Feng stabbed each of them, once killing them. Perfect. Viewer IDs secured, domination points secured. The chat was having a field day with the memes, a mutual exchange. So jealous. Next round I'm going to queue into Hafeng too. Hafeng's cross-dressing support group solemnly warns queuing is fine but no donations. A streamer, no, a streamer, gentle, I am dead. I seriously suspect Hafeng only offered knife skins as an excuse to get 3 kills. Viewers, remember to send me the kill screenshots in a private message. Jiang Feng turned to the most composed Zhang Jindong and instructed Jindong, keep an eye on my private messages later. Find these 3 guys and get them their 648s ASAP. Don't delay. Now you guys hide in the dormitory and wait for me to clear the map. 3 stream fans bounced cheerfully toward the dormitory. Jiang Feng meanwhile sorted through the information spawned in the dormitory. This round it was hard to gather full intel, but he could now confirm the movements of 2 teams. The team from West University Ank had already been wiped out as expected. The fans arriving so quickly at the start likely meant they spawned in the central control area. At present, the positions of the 3 teams were largely figured out. According to the aerospace formula, on the side of centrifugal force and buoyancy, unless someone came from the launch zone, it should be empty. And since it was Season 2, before the bridge collapse incident, teams from the launch zone mostly rushed straight to the Black Room. Coupled with the fact that they had been hopping around with the fans at the West Gate entrance for so long without anyone coming out to fight, it was highly probable that centrifugal force and buoyancy were unoccupied. But to be cautious, Jiang Feng was about to call Chen Xinzi to use his ultimate to scan the nearby area. The moment his fingertip touched the map, Jiang Feng halted in his tracks. The CEO's safe mission had vanished. There's a team at the CEO's office, let's go. PDD was baffled. Fengzi, how did you know someone was at the CEO's? I didn't hear a single gunshot. Jiang Feng explained rapidly. There was a safe mission at the CEO's office earlier and it just disappeared. Someone must have accepted the mission and started it. Everyone should pay more attention to the map in the future. Mission info and extraction point info are all public. If you're observant enough, you can dig out extra intelligence from this data. It might even work wonders at critical moments. Of course, in classified operations, only the high-value safe missions, benchmark missions, and extraction point info were worth noting. This little trick wasn't very useful in aerospace. After all, the CEO's office was a high-risk zone, basically assumed to. But in the Season 3 classified map of Barkash, this technique was extremely practical. You could use the tower top mission and the flying squirrel extraction to determine if the fight inside the tower had finished and move to the top. Playing Barkash when outside the tower, always pay close attention to the safe missions and flying squirrel extraction inside. Basically, once the mission is taken and the flying squirrel is used, assume the fight inside the tower is over and the champion has emerged. In Season 2, my Xiaowen's ultimate could only scan twice. Chen Xinzi activated his ultimate and pushed forward, confirming the buoyancy corridor was clear. Jiang Feng felt reassured and strode swiftly toward the CEO's office. Reaching the buoyancy corridor, he could hear the sound of the CEO's safe mission. Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened as he slowed his pace. If the team at the CEO's office wasn't careful enough, with all 3 huddled together opening the safe and no one watching the angles, then a single ambush would leave them all silenced. The logic was simple. The sound of the safe mission, combined with the footsteps of bots in the hall, would greatly disrupt your hearing, making it easy not to notice someone right in front of you. Jiang Feng immediately switched to bot-like footsteps, making his steps light and fragmented. They had arrived a bit late. The safe was almost finished being opened and the bots had now moved into the CEO's office and the outer hall. With no bots interfering, the risk of exposure was greatly reduced. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out in the hall outside the CEO's office. It was the sound of a Wyland C4. This was followed by a few bot gunshots, then a jetpack sound, and finally the death cry of a bot, after which all went silent. The Wyland had used his skills and was now healing. Jiang Feng's gaze hardened. Now was the time. Activate the exoskeleton. Jiang Feng executed a sliding jump, aiming midair at the healing Wyland. The M14's fire erupted, a torrent of fierce power pouring down like a storm. Jiang Feng knocked down fish that loves to meow with the M14. He didn't bother finishing the Wyland, charging straight into the CEO's office without pause. The other 2 were still opening the safe and might not react in time. This timing was exploitable. Jiang Feng burst into the CEO's office in an instant. As he predicted, Luna stood before the safe, only just reacting to the Wyland's warning. As she turned to draw her weapon, she met the blinding flash of Jiang Feng's M14 and was knocked down without even a chance to resist. Jiang Feng knocked down, protect my noob teammate with the M14. One more left. Jiang Feng's peripheral vision caught sight of a Mai Xiaowen lying on the ground, either stunned or slow to react, motionless. He raised his gun 2 shots to the head, cleanly taking the kill. Jiang Feng knocked down Don't Drink Cola anymore with the M14. Team wiped. By now PDD and Chun Shinzi had just entered the CEO's room, both reacting mechanically. "Honestly, nice shots, 1 pack each." Jiang Feng chose my Xiaowen's pack and began explaining while looting. When doing the safe mission, the task sounds and bot noises heavily affect your hearing. People often don't notice others approaching. The best method is 1 person opens while 2 watch the angles, maximizing safety, then distribute based on numbers. The stream chat flooded. True that learned it. Next time I'll let my 2 regulars cover while I open. Opening the safe is first come first served. Letting 1 person open means you won't get any good loot. The CEO's safe mission in aerospace was manageable, but when Season 3's classified bark ash drops, trying to open the safe with all 3 together will just turn you into a mysterious delivery window. Confirmed. Jiang Feng suddenly noticed something odd about the scattered loot on the ground. There was a golden egg and a little red. What was this? A flash of insight hit Jiang Feng as he looked directly at the safe. Sure enough, at the very bottom, there was an infantry fighting vehicle. Jiang Feng instantly turned into Conan, stroking his chin as he analyzed. If I'm not mistaken, this might pulled out an IFV and wanted to stash it in the safe, but there was no room. So she tossed the little red and golden core from the safe onto the ground to make space, but before she could grab the IFV, I killed her. The stream chat erupted with laughter, the screen filled with schadenfreude. Poor my, I totally relate. I've been killed like that too. LOL, maximum loss. I'll go buy a pack of smokes later, not taking the stairs or the elevator. Already adding that Mai as a friend, just want to interview her mood right now. Killing and then twisting the knife. You're a devil. Jiang Feng happily stashed the golden egg, little red and IFV into his backpack. In the spirit of reciprocity, he decided to give this IFV to the earlier stream fans. IFV? What IFV? Chun Shinzi leaned in, staring blankly at Jiang Feng, inspecting the IFV. Fengzi, where did you get an IFV? What? Fengzi got an IFV. Didn't this team already clean out the CEO's office? PDD perked up instantly at the mention of an IFV. The pigskin bully was online. Jiang Feng recounted his deduction process, but the other 2 had been too busy licking packs and eating happily to hear his analysis earlier. Seeing PDD's dazed stare, Jiang Feng smirked and said, I plan to give this IFV to that team of fans from earlier. They gave me so many good things, this is my repayment. Brother Lu, you're a veteran. Wouldn't you do the same? PDD said awkwardly, right, reciprocity, should give it to the fans. PDD grumbled a bit. Ha 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 ha. Chun Shinzi burst out laughing. PDD's attempt to become the pigskin bully had failed, completely preempted by Jiang Feng. PDD snapped in embarrassment. Xiao Hu, what are you laughing at? Just then Zhang Jindong, holding Jiang Feng's phone, leaned in and said, we got in touch with that fan team. There's a problem. They got killed. What? Jiang Feng furrowed his brows, feeling his blood pressure rising. It should have been a safe dormitory. How could something go wrong? A fan said the situation is complicated and urgent. They want to call you on Douyin. Do you want to answer? Zhang Jindong asked with his mouth, but shook his head slightly where the camera couldn't see. Jiang Feng understood his meaning. As a streamer and a public figure, receiving calls from strangers during a live broadcast must be approached with caution. A moment's carelessness could lead to being framed and banned. However, after a brief contemplation, Jiang Feng was willing to take the risk, thinking that sending him so many Hafu coins must mean they were true fans. Unwilling to let his fans down, Jiang Feng connected the call and turned on the speakerphone, but his finger hovered over the hang-up button. He believed that, with his reflexes, there wouldn't be any issues. On the other end, they were unaware that the call had been connected. Several girls' voices were chattering excitedly. Do you think Fenggu will answer our call? Of course he will. Fenggu is so generous with his fans during live streams. I'm so nervous. Just thinking about talking to Fenggu makes my hands shake. Don't push me. Let me get closer to the phone. Jiang Feng gently cleared his throat. Hello? Wow. He answered. He really answered. Fenggu im Xiaomai. Fenggu im your fan. My roommate and I are fans too. Im Lao Hei. Let me say a few words. Fenggu, I love you. Im Hong Lang. Laughter and playful banter could be heard from the other side, with the sound of chairs moving in the background. The girls' dormitory had turned into a fan meeting scene. Hello everyone. Jiang Feng didn't expect to have such true fans after just 2 days of streaming. He softened his tone. Thank you for your love and support. But you mentioned something happened. You should be safe in the dormitory. How did something go wrong? Let me speak. Let me speak. After a burst of playful noise, a girl with a slightly fast-speaking pace took over, her voice still tinged with excitement. Fenggu, I'm Xiaomai. Here's what happened. All 3 of us in the dorm are your fans. Tonight we specifically timed our entry into the game to coincide with your announcement, just to see if we could match up with you. And we really matched up. My goodness, what a coincidence. Another voice couldn't help but jump in, filled with the excitement of successfully chasing a star. Zhang Jindong quietly reminded Jiang Feng beside him. Get to the point, get to the point. Oh right. Feng Go, you told us to stay in the dorm and wait for you to clear the map, so we obediently did. I was searching for the room 3, and then I caught a glimpse through the window. It seemed like there was a hack, but my card had already been maxed out, and I forgot to recharge it, so I hurriedly called my roommate over to open it. Yes, that's me. Feng Gu, I'm the Lao Hei. Lao Hei's voice was cheerful and lively. Don't interrupt. I'm the leader. Let me talk. Xiaomai, clearly the leader of the dorm after schooling, Lao Hei continued. I didn't call my roommate to open the card just for fun. At that moment, a group of people suddenly burst in and knocked down my 2 roommates, then cornered me inside room 3. They didn't kill me. They just acted as if they wanted me to save my teammates. I thought I had encountered good people who wouldn't attack us because we are poor. But after I saved them, that team of 2 long-pointed guns at us, forcing us to open the door to room 3. I think they're hackers. Definitely hackers. Otherwise, how would they know what was happening inside? Lao Hei added. Don't interrupt. If you do, I'll cut you off. Wah, I also want to talk to Feng Gu. Lao Hei unexpectedly started to act cute. I also think they're hackers. The third voice, the roommate playing Hong Lang, spoke softly. I was shot dead directly before I could react. They knew my location without any visibility. Thinking the dormitory was safe, I didn't expect my friend to be in danger. Jiang Feng fell silent, his brows furrowing tighter. In other words, the friend was attacked because they followed his instructions, encountering a hacking team and then meeting with disaster. At that moment, he keenly sensed soft footsteps outside the president's door. Jiang Feng's expression turned serious. This unexpected group had arrived just in time, his voice calm yet icy. Wait for me for 5 seconds. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Feng slid out, activating a flash, while aiming his M14 at the 3 stealthy intruders outside the president's door. Jiang Feng seemed to see astonishment on the faces of these 3 individuals. He used the M14 to take down the last rays of sunlight. Then Jiang Feng landed seamlessly into a zombie jump. The precision of the M14 unyielding. Jiang Feng used the M14 to take down Xiao Huang from Bichibao. Jiang Feng used the M14 to take down the sad snail noodle. Team wiped. In just 5 seconds, an entire squad in full gear was completely dismantled while the armor on him shattered. Jiang Feng let out a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat better. Continue. The bullet screen exploded. Stealth team, I seem to have come at the wrong time. Hockey Feng, you came at just the right time. Bro really thinks stealth can't be heard by others. The punching bag is here. It has both Hafu coin value and emotional value. Perfect. Stealth team, don't vent your anger on me. On the other end of the phone, an even higher decibel cheer erupted. Wow. Hubby is so handsome. Wow, hubby is amazing. 5 seconds to wipe out the entire team. This is worth it. The girls' voices were filled with pure excitement and admiration, completely forgetting the earlier deaths, and the sadness of missing out on the African heart, only electrified by witnessing their idol's brilliant performance. Later we resolved not to give in. Anyway, the equipment is all yours, Feng Gu. Our lives are worthless. As fans of Feng, we will never compromise with hackers. Right? The 3 of us directly took out our knives to attack them, forcing them to act. A noble sacrifice. Lao Hei's words were filled with pride. So Feng Gu, you should retreat quickly. That team is most likely hackers, don't worry about us. The composed Hong Lang was somewhat worried about Jiang Feng. We don't mind. Really? Yes. Also Feng Gu, you don't have to give us 648. You just started streaming and don't have much money. Just buy some skins for yourself. It's a pity we couldn't get Feng guest card. What a subtle regret from the girl, like a bullet hitting Jiang Feng's brow. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, his emotions complex. I didn't kill Bo Run, yet Bo Run died because of me. Should I blame him? Or should I blame my friend? If blame is to be placed, it can only be on those hackers and the parasites who enable them. PDD and Chan Shinzai, however, were getting excited. Wow, the dormitory is hacked. That hacking team has no cards. Can we sneak over to open it? Even if we get killed by the hackers, it's still worth it. Jiang Feng poured cold water on them. The hackers think the same way. In the eyes of hackers, you're just a moving matchstick. They're waiting for you to open the door, then kill you to take your heart. Don't think about it. We can't take that heart before wiping out this team of hackers. PDD and Chan Shinzai calmed down, their intelligence kicking in. Yuru, how do you fight against hackers? And now turning off the internet is useless. 5 minutes of evacuation time is enough for hackers to kill us several times. Unless we go in with a package drop. PDD grew more frustrated, starting to curse. Yuru, these hackers are really disgusting. Even a mantis would trigger their passive if it went to their homes. No matter what, we can't let this gear go to waste. How about this Feng Zai? You go drop the package and the things we can't take will grab and jump into the water. If the hackers are brave enough to come into the water, let them try to lick my package. After saying that, PDD turned off his mic. The limits of live streaming clearly prevented this old streamer from fully expressing himself. With his friend dead, Jiang Feng had lost the heart to distinguish right from wrong. Even if they dropped the package this round, Jiang Feng could still earn nearly 8 million, but he would never be the coward who shrinks back. So what if they are hackers? Who says hackers can definitely beat me? Should I avoid their sharpness? Jiang Feng sneered, his eyes revealing a sharp glint. The youthful spirit is an irreplaceable thing, and he happens to be young. Who would avoid my sharpness? The barrage of comments instantly ignited shock. A streamer comes clean. I'm invincible, even cheats have to kneel. Are you telling me a human-shaped cheat isn't a cheat? 666. Not even pretending anymore. I was already curious who would win between a cheat and Fengshen. Finally the showdown. Logically dropping the bag and retreating is best, but who cares about logic in reality? Just go for it. Fengshen is a real man. Youth without recklessness is wasted. Am I the only one noticing Jiang Feng actually has 3 diehard female college fans? That guy really lucked out. Win or lose, it's an honor. Everyone spam the gifts to send off Fengshen. Gift effects began bouncing across the screen, countless in number. For a moment, the naive college student behind Jiang Feng bowed, so much he nearly turned into a banana. Chun Yulin, I can't take it. I can't bow fast enough, there are too many gifts. From now on, I'll only bow for gifts over 100 bucks. The barrage didn't mind. Instead, they roared with laughter at the panting college student. Brother Fenqingyang sent another carnival. Fenqingyang beat the cheat and he'll send more. Go for it. Even the big spender got emotional. Clearly everyone was infected by Jiang Feng's spirit. Even if they didn't think head when they supported him, willingly paying for the courage to challenge the cheat. Justice will prevail. PDD and Chen Xen were also inspired by Jiang Feng's desperate resolve. Damn it, let's go all out. If we actually kill the cheat today, I'll brag about it for a year. Feng, just tell us what to do. One word. Jiang Feng's voice calmed, carrying a hunter's focus. Wait. Jiang Feng was all too familiar with playing against cheats. In his past life as a bodyguard in Delta Force, had run into 3 or 4 cheats in 10 matches a day. On the space base map, there was only one place best for dealing with cheats, the CO corridor. The terrain was narrow, gunfire concentrated, and gadgets were more effective than aim. Even a cheat could fall here if careless. Woo-woo. So touching, Feng is fighting cheats for us. So cool. I can't take it. You, hand me your phone quick. Send Feng a gift, it'll cover the cost. No need for gifts. Really no need. Jiang Feng quickly stopped them. Students had limited allowances. The thought was enough. It's fine, Feng, I still have 200,003,000 left this month. Jiang Feng was momentarily speechless. You sent 3 carnivals. This is from the 3 of us, 1 each. Jiang Feng, mind if I ask your names? Im Xiao, my call me Yun Shu. I play Red Wolf. Im He Ingtang. I'm Old Black. Im Su He. A female voice panicked. No. Im Su He, my game ID is Old Black. Jiang Feng and the others couldn't help but smile knowingly. Thank you Yun Shu He Ingtong and Su He for the carnivals, Jiang Feng said solemnly. Wishing you all more beauty and happiness every day. The barrage turned sour again. Haven't killed the cheat yet, and he's already a sugar mommy killer. Where's the mental health rep? I'm not feeling it. Did Jiang Feng really luck out? You all say Jiang Feng is an FPS prodigy. Wrong, he's a sugar baby prodigy. Ank sent 4 carnivals. Ank. Still support you killing cheats, cleaning up the game. Ank's comment seemed casual, but anyone could see those 4 carnivals were meant to outshine the 3. Talk about being too obvious. The barrage trolls started spamming jealousy, love triangle, and more drama. I love it. Jiang Feng smiled. Thanks to Boss Ank for the 4 carnivals. By the way, Feng. Yun Shu suddenly remembered something, her tone turning serious. Can I make a small suggestion? Go ahead. We don't have a fan group yet. Can you set one up? The girl spoke my mind. Your streaming times are random without a group to notify. We rely on luck to catch you. Yeah, my fan level's almost 7 and still no organization. I did overlook that. I'll set it up after the stream. The pace of Jiang Feng's streaming career in this life was faster than Head imagined. Even though he thought his plans were thorough, he couldn't cover everything. With more to come, hiring an assistant was becoming urgent. The assistant had to be someone he trusted, most steady, good-tempered, and not seeking the spotlight. With that thought, he glanced at Zhang Jindong quietly watching beside him. Feng, so many of us really like you. He Yingtang's voice was sincere. Even though you've only streamed briefly, some people you know after a few times will be lifelong companions. We secretly started a super topic for you on Weibo. So he added a little proud. Besides us, there are several other sisters. Feng, can you register a Weibo account? Well, cheer for you. Super topic. Career fans. Jiang Feng was stunned. He hadn't expected a super topic. Only 2 days of streaming in this life and it already existed. He felt a moment of daze. In his past life as the FPS prodigy, everyone watched had a super topic too, but after his fall the vast topic lay empty. Super topics were deeply tied to fan culture. The esports circle in his past life had already become fanatical. If he truly wanted to reach the top, these might be indispensable. Moreover, in this world Delta Force had terrifying popularity. The status and influence of a top streamer might rival those of entertainment's biggest stars. Was he reborn just to be a Lin Shu Pro Max? No disrespect intended. Open your horizons. With over 100 million Delta Force players in this world, why couldn't they elevate a top streamer? Why couldn't he dream of being a top streamer? Even if top streamers get criticized, who doesn't envy them? Fame and fortune. Besides, he had real skill. Did those top streamers really have singing or acting talent matching their status? If they can be top streamers, why can't I? Jiang Feng's thoughts raced and clarity dawned. Weibo and Bilibili official accounts should be managed simultaneously. This life was different. He had to broaden his horizons. Thanks for the reminder, Jiang Feng said firmly. I'll get it done soon. Also about the dog tags I promised you. I can't give them because of your heroic sacrifices. He shifted with a smile. But later I'll queue up with you in normal longbow mode. I'll make it up, one each. Wow, that's awesome. The 3 girls cheered in unison over the call. Yun Shu's voice floated with happiness. Feng will always support you. We're from Donghua University in Shanghai. Contact info is... Jiang Feng moved swiftly, instantly hanging up and clearing his throat into the mic. Brother Jindong will handle the queue-ups and 648 compensation later. The barrage was flooded with question marks. Hogging it all to yourself, huh? I had my pen ready. Jiang Feng, you. 666. That hand speed's only used to block fans. Jiang Feng ignored the barrage's condemnation, refocusing on the game. The trio held the floating corridor and faint footsteps came through their headphones. Just as Jiang Feng was fully focused on aiming, gunfire erupted from the opposite side. Dida dad ada. 2 long 3 short. A secret signal. Jiang Feng frowned, saying, you are already cheating yet you still want a signal. No dignity left. PDD suddenly had an idea. Should we send a signal back to lure them in and take them out? The comments flooded in supporting the idea that when it comes to cheating there's no need for any code of honor. Yes. Lure them in and beat them up justly. This is the episode that supports backstabbing justice the most. That's right, he's cheating. Why would we talk about credibility with him? However, Jiang Feng shook his head, his voice calm. He's already cheating, or are you sure that if we send a signal, he won't just take us out first and leave one alive to force us to open the dorm door? Moreover, he's already cheating and even abandoned his floating. Do you trust his credibility? In this day and age, even the signals of a rat must be carefully discerned to avoid being a food rat or a backstabbing rat. You can't trust the signals of a cheating dog at all. Still, as I said, trust me to play normally. There might still be a chance. Jiang Feng did not respond to the signal from the other side. Don't go straight against them. They are cheaters and you won't hold up. Jiang Feng advised the 2 while he didn't dare to expose himself, either not even using his fart KE technique. The reason was simple: if both opponents were cheaters, even if he didn't expose his head or chest and only showed his but 1 shot from an AWM would take 90 health points. 2 shots for 180 health, which he simply couldn't withstand. But this didn't faze Jiang Feng at all. He executed his unique finger peek technique. As seen here, Jiang Feng controlled the red wolf standing behind the cover, pressed F2, and made a provocative gesture. The red wolf mimicked the action, extending a finger out from behind cover. The moment the finger extended, bang, bang, the sound of 2 AWM gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. Jiang Feng's health bar plummeted instantly. The damage from an AWM hitting the limbs is 40, 2 shots equal 80 points, just enough to avoid an instant kill. This was precisely the purpose of testing with the finger peek. PDD and Chun Xinzi reacted quickly. The female medic immediately used her ultimate, while my Xiaowen tossed a flashbang to prevent the opponent from charging in. The opponent's eager offensive was temporarily suppressed. Jiang Feng's heart sank. How could someone who cheats be so cautious? But he was basically sure that both opponents were cheaters and they had extremely high automatic trigger parameters. As for whether they had an aimbot, he hadn't tested that, but it was very likely belonging to a high-intensity cheat with strong lock-on and full trigger pull. One cheater could be dealt with. Two well-coordinated hyperamateur cheaters made the chance of winning nearly zero. The comments also reflected the despair. Learn something again. Fengshin always manages to pull out things I don't know. Treasure streamer I'm following. Oh no, two cheaters. How are we supposed to fight? Sai, let's just jump off. At least it's an honor. The supplies sent by the female doctor shouldn't fall into the hands of cheaters. While Jiang Feng was healing, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Perhaps the key to breaking the situation lay in the strong lock. Jiang Feng asked solemnly, Exine Gulugu, do you trust me? PDD and Chun Xinzi immediately replied, What kind of question is that, Feng Zai? We definitely trust you. Good. Jiang Feng spoke with determination. Then next, no matter what I say, you must not question it at all. You must follow my orders immediately. The two exchanged glances. Although filled with doubts based on their absolute trust in Jiang Feng, they nodded firmly. Good. We'll follow all your orders. All right, let's do it this way first. Jiang Feng began to arrange. Exen, go take off your helmet and throw it over to me. He marked a spot on the ground beneath his feet. Then Lu Gu, you stand here. He marked another spot in an open area in front of the cover. Arrangements complete. Exine Gu, peek around that corner. Be careful not to expose too much to ensure that after falling you won't be directly taken out and just be able to crawl back. Huh? Chun Xinzi was taken aback. Was he being sent to die? Isn't it supposed to be that with more people we have greater strength against cheaters? He suppressed his full of doubts and followed the orders. Lu Gu, as soon as Exine Gu falls, immediately pick him up. Then carry him to the spot I marked and don't move one bit. The rest is up to me. Jiang Feng designated a position for PDD which was completely exposed outside the cover. PDD and Chun Xinzi exchanged confused glances, completely unable to understand what Jiang Feng was planning. This didn't seem like a strategy against cheaters at all. They even doubted whether Jiang Feng had gone crazy under pressure. The comments were filled with skepticism. Jiang Feng didn't explain. He simply reiterated, Let's go, trust me. Chun Xinzi followed suit, peeking his small head out. Bang! The fully charged electric arrow shot down the target, codenamed 408 using an AWM. PDD immediately rushed forward, picked up the fallen Chun Xinzi, and stood at the position Jiang Feng designated like a living target. Sure enough, the opponents began to advance. 2 shots from a tiger crouch cannon were thrown over. Jiang Feng activated the Red Wolf's ultimate while shouting to PDD, Lu Gu, don't move at all. The next moment, both cheaters used their jets simultaneously, a double imperial pull. The two didn't even have an aiming process. While spraying in the air, the M7 in their hands erupted with tremendous firepower, dense flames, and deafening gunfire. However, a strange scene occurred. Jiang Feng did not fall. Even PDD, who was treated as a target, only lost a small chunk of health. As the two cheaters opened fire, Jiang Feng stood behind PDD and fired back the bullets from the M14, accurately spraying out. Jiang Feng used the M14 to take down the fully charged electric arrow. Jiang Feng used the M14 to take down the indifferent 2G Red Wolf. Both cheaters fell. What's going on? PDD and Chun Xinzi both exclaimed in the voice chat. Especially PDD when the two cheater dragons approached him with the gun muzzle almost touching his mouth. He thought he was surely dead. But when the bullets hit him, blood splattered, yet they caused hardly any damage. The comments were utterly shocked. Is this what a cheater looks like? No way, what's going on? Did the cheaters buy fake cheats? I seem to understand a bit, but not quite sure. Jiang Feng didn't have time to say much. There was still a boss left on the opposing side. A justice had to be served. Even if the boss escaped and dropped the package, this match wouldn't count as a success. Lu Gu, you support Exine Gu? I'll go kill the boss on the other side. At this moment, Jiang Feng's ultimate still had 25 seconds left. He immediately entered rapid pursuit mode, racing towards the floating staircase. The female medic boss obviously didn't know how to play. While fleeing, she slowly climbed down the floating staircase. When Jiang Feng reached the top of the staircase, she had just reached the floating roller shutter door, crouching and attempting to sneak out. Jiang Feng jumped down directly towards the staircase, firing in midair, and killed this fleeing boss with a precise headshot from the M14. Justice from the heavens. He landed safely, grabbing the last rung of the ladder without falling. Jiang Feng used the M14 to take down AI Chi Li Jia. Team wipe. All 5 teams eliminated, clearing the map again. But a hint of sadness arose in Jiang Feng's heart. The map is cleared. But unfortunately, the water friend still died. The comments were too busy to mourn, frantically spamming, quick, go to the dorm and get the heart. African heart. Do you have dragon ears? At this time, PDD had already helped Chun Xinzi up. The two were excitedly chatting in the voice chat. Although they had no idea what had just happened, it didn't stop them from wildly taking credit. Killing 1 cheater can be bragged about for a year. Killing 2 cheaters, wouldn't that be bragging for 10 years? It doesn't matter whether it was them who killed them or whether it was their team. Damn, we finally became useful. Who dares to say we're a burden again? Exactly. Major contribution. After the excitement, PDD couldn't contain his curiosity and asked the question everyone wanted to know, Feng's eye just now. How come those cheats didn't kill me? Did the game have a bug? Though no one could answer correctly, the update continued. Facing the probing questions from PDD and the barrage of comments, Jiang Feng finally revealed the answer to the mystery. Jiang Feng's voice came through the microphone steady and clear, causing the rolling comments to pause for a few seconds. I previously tested with a finger PK, and the parameters of this team are astonishingly high. I am basically certain that they are using a trigger combined with a lock head. To be honest, facing two top-tier parameters in a normal fight as an ordinary person, I definitely wouldn't stand a chance. The barrage paused, then began to scroll. Ordinary person. Versailles. At this moment, I need to explain a game mechanism to everyone. Jiang Feng paused to focus everyone's attention. After a teammate falls, the game still retains their physical model. That means, when you carry your fallen teammate, they can block bullets for you. PDD and Chun Xian looked at each other, seemingly realizing something. This creates a wonder. Jiang Feng's tone carried a hint of playfulness. When you carry your teammate, and they lie on your shoulder, they just happen to block your head. At this point, if the enemy wants to shoot you, they can only hit your lower body. And the opponents have strong lock heads which are designed to automatically aim at the head. So, Jiang Feng chuckled lightly. When the two opponents spray bullets, Brother Liu is at close range, they must be aiming for Brother Liu's head, but Brother Liu has Xian Gu and all the bullets hit Xian Gu instead. That's why Brother Liu barely lost any health, while I was able to turn around and take them out in an instant. This kind of playstyle specifically counters high-parameter cheaters. It doesn't work against normal players. After all, cheats lower intelligence without adding wisdom. Jiang Feng had a thought in his heart. The system determined a match intensity of 1:8, which greatly aided his judgment of the opponent's cheating strength. PDD and the barrage suddenly understood. The live stream fell silent for a second, then the barrage erupted like a volcano. Battle of wits at its peak. Oh wow, so that's how it is. A fallen teammate becomes my level 7 armor. Our beliefs are united. Don't underestimate our bond. Damn, this plot seems familiar. The first fallen becomes a soul ring, then revive my beloved. Shocking. For victory, a certain streamer actually used a teammate's body as a shield. Jiang's brilliant strategy brings peace to the world. Cheaters provide free wood. Cheat author time to update the code. Did you hear that? My wind brother says you cheaters aren't trying hard enough. Go home and practice. So satisfying, you really made my day. What a thrill. You've got gifts now. PDD sighed in relief, wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Yaru. Fengzi, your understanding of this game is truly terrifying. PDD. Yaru. Fengzi, your understanding of the game is spot on. Chun Xian was also excited, filled with a mix of dread and thrill. As long as wind is here, there will be no accidents. The number of viewers in the livestream had already surpassed 4000, and the video content had yet to ferment. It was purely attracting viewers, drawing in PDD and Enk. As for Chun Xian, in a few days, his viewer count would likely surpass him. Gift effects continuously flooded the screen. Brother Feng Qingyang kept his promise, sending up 5 golden carnivals in a row. So refreshing. Always taking from you but never saying thank you. A song father dedicated to everyone. With too many gifts, he couldn't bow properly, so Chun Yulin simply led his classmates in a grand chorus, singing father from beginning to end. The small dormitory instantly transformed into a KTV filled with the vibrancy and clarity of youth. The style of the barrage also changed. Watching Jiang Feng's stream, I see not just the Delta but also I once had a group of like-minded friends, but after graduation, we are now scattered across the world, hard to reunite. To buy osmanthus flowers and drink wine together, it's never like the youth of our days. Stop talking, brothers, I'm paying back the $500 I owe my roommate right now. One thing at a time. Look at you acting impulsively. The chorus of 214 attracted more classmates to watch. Now in 214, even standing space was getting scarce. Chan Dexing chuckled, saying, I think we should start charging admission for our dormitory in the future. Chan Yulin chimed in, what admission? Just charge for bed space. Charging by bed. As Jiang Feng's streaming grew larger, perhaps a famous spot would emerge. Dorm room 214. All 4 beds were filled with people. PDD and Chun Xian had never been to university, watching the scene with envy. However, they were enjoying their food. Resources in the black room were indeed plentiful. Jiang Feng had come up once during the explanation of killing cheaters, but he only opened a bag, not taking a gun. PDD was about to call out to Jiang Feng. Fengzi, don't be shy about eating. Why open a bag and not take a gun? PDD turned to look at the map. Jiang Feng's icon had already appeared outside the signal blocking zone, half a map away from them. What the hell? Heart. PDD slapped his head, having so much fun killing cheaters and looting he forgot about the heart. PDD struggled and cautiously asked, Fengzi, do you have a heart? Fengzi, do you have a heart? Yes. Jiang Feng replied blandly. I got all the hearts from the aerospace base during the last match. This time, I collected all the hearts from there. The aerospace base has a total of 12 hearts. A 12-slot heart bag can hold them all. PDD fell silent. Although he had some contribution, everyone knew this match could win 9 parts of the credit belonged to Jiang Feng. He pondered how to ask for the heart. The barrage had already seen through his thoughts, sending comments in Chen Xin's livestream that PDD would certainly see. If you have any shame, don't ask. You are shameless while I still have dignity. If you ask, well-cut ties. In front of Fengzi, you are not some tyrant, you are just a little piglet. Jiang Feng ignored these. While running, he had already opened the music player. A gentle yet slightly melancholic melody flowed through the live stream. The north wind blows harshly, shedding the leaves. Accompanied by the music, the scrolling barrage gradually slowed down. Jiang Feng arrived at dorm room 3. Without hesitation, he used the heart to open the glass room where the African heart which sparked all the conflicts lay quietly. Jiang Feng picked it up and turned to look for the boxes of his friends. One by one, Jiang Feng carefully moved their boxes together, placing them in front of the flower bed. Then he took out 2 Veron dog tags, one for the female doctor. Those were the death certificates of 2 cheaters, and he solemnly placed the 3 dog tags in front of the 3 boxes. I have not broken my promise. Jiang Feng's voice was soft but clearly reached every viewer's ears. I said I would avenge you. I have done it. He gently placed the dazzling African heart right in the center of the 3 boxes. African heart, the largest diamond in the world, dazzling and brilliant, symbolizing eternal love. Jiang Feng slowly recited the description of the African heart, then paused. People often say diamonds are eternal, but in fact diamonds do not last forever. Eternal is love. The heart is mine and it is also yours. We share it together. Jiang Feng picked up the African heart, beginning to inspect it, the priceless diamond turning in the sunlight. The light refracted brilliant and resplendent. I want to tell you, hearts are not precious. Jiang Feng's voice was extremely serious, solemn. Your affection, your trust, your support, these are what are truly valuable. Thank you all truly. Stop, Master Feng, don't say any more. My eyes are about to leak tears. Lucky to have followed a streamer with such righteous values. Love it, love it. Oh no, he's coming for my wallet. What else is there to say, bro? I'll send you all my pocket money this month. Saved some secret funds, won't tip the female streamers anymore. Remember, this being good at Delta Force is the least impressive of Brother Feng's strengths. Just watch Jiang Feng smile faintly and grab $200 from my phone. That's not what I meant. Jiang Feng said, laughing and crying at the barrage of comments. But in the next second, the livestream room was flooded with carnival effects. You sent 1 carnival. Yunshu sent 5 carnivals. Yuha sent 1 carnival. I'm crying. Feng Gu, I love you. We've sent you all our living expenses for the month. This move stunned the other viewers. The bullet comments were speechless. Everyone was just talking big, but you female college students actually sent the gifts. When female college students have gold coins, they really go all out. The god of aerospace. No, the god of money grabbing. Take my advice, Fengshen, put on a suit, line up your roommates behind you, and let's go PK. Wouldn't that earn more than gaming? Jiang Feng stays silent, silently unleashing his signature move. The one-word circle. Thank you, Yunshu Suha and He Ingtang, for the carnivals. Thank you, thank you. Jiang Feng thanked them while examining the African heart, a symbol of their friendship. But his tone then turned serious, even a bit domineering. I really don't mean for you to send gifts. Especially you 3. You're college students who haven't earned your own money yet. Don't ever send gifts like this again. After saying this, he immediately turned to Zhang Jindong, who had been quietly helping, and gave a stern instruction. Jindong, keep an eye on it for me. Write down their account IDs. If they send large gifts again in the future, just blacklist them. Be good to yourselves. I don't need you to send me gifts. His forceful tone didn't offend the fans. Instead, it made the barrage of comments even more excited. He's so warm, I'm crying. This is someone who truly protects his fans like his own. Sisters, calm down. We need to be long-term supporters. Don't scare Fengshen away. After clearing the map, the game reached its end. Jiang Feng was too lazy to search for more supplies. He already had gear gifted by the 3 female students and had picked up 2 M7s, with no room left to carry anything else. He solemnly picked up the dog tags of his 3 viewers one by one. Opening the TAB menu, an eye-popping number appeared on the profit panel, 38. 24 million. Chan Dexing stretching his neck to see the number stared wide-eyed, almost drooling, crazy. Is this how you play the game? Am I playing a fake Delta Force? Awesome Fongo. The classmates watching in the dorm were also impressed, letting out a burst of exclamations and applause. Meeting viewers, killing cheaters, obtaining the heart 38. 24 million was a reward for the brave. The audience in the livestream room was also green with envy. This one game of yours is worth a whole day of mine. The third heart, I can't take it anymore. 2 yesterday, 1 today. Are you speedrunning to become the Diamond Tycoon? An unlucky person who hasn't seen a single heart since season 1 passing through. Pass it here. Pass it here. I just want to snuggle into Feng Feng's arms and take a deep breath of his good luck. Seems like inhaling luck, but it's actually a legendary lungful. Just inhale the luck, don't go any lower. On the other side, PDD and Chen Xinjai had almost finished looting the core area. Because of the supplies from his viewers, Jiang Feng's backpack had no room for guns. He only took 2 fully modified M7s, leaving the rest of the fully modified guns for PDD and Chen Xinjai. They also made a killing, each earning over 10 million, putting them in high spirits. Lonely people listened to sad songs. PDD hummed a victory tune. Just to find the happiness we once had. Chen Xinjai joined in the rhythm, feeling overjoyed. However, human nature is inherently foolish. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chen Xinjai couldn't help but ask, Fengzai, how much did you make this round? Jiang Feng replied calmly, not much, just a small profit of 38. 24 million. How much? Chen Xinzhai's voice instantly cracked. He suspected his ears were playing tricks on him. 38. 24 million. Jiang Feng kindly repeated. A dead silence lasted for 5 seconds in the YY voice chat. Then came the crisp, loud sound of a slap, clearly Chen Xinjai slapping himself hard, followed by his heart-wrenching wail, I deserve to die. 38. 24 million. He had thought Jiang Feng's earnings would be high, but not this high. Over 10 million was certainly satisfying, but when a teammate earned 38. 24 million, it suddenly seemed insignificant. This profit really isn't my doing. It's the work of the viewers, Jiang Feng added sincerely. Without the supplies from the viewers and the heart they found, I couldn't have earned this much. Successful extraction. 15 kills. Extracted with 38. 24 million. A heart lasts forever. The system's settlement screen froze, and this battle record was destined to become another legend in the livestream room. There was so much material to edit from this round. Jiang Feng could already foresee the birth of a viral. At the same time, the cold mechanical voice of the system echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. Ding. Calculating the dominance points from the previous round. Match intensity factor 1. 8. Material dominance points 688. 3. Kill dominance points 270. High value loot dominance points 223. 4. Cheater elimination bonus points 108. Total dominance points earned this round 1289. 7. You currently have 2,209. 1 dominance points. Keep it up. A huge windfall. Joy surged in Jiang Feng's heart, and he immediately asked internally, what exactly is the cheater elimination bonus? Extra match reward 30 bonus points for eliminating a cheater, 50 bonus points for deciphering a Mandel brick. Jiang Feng couldn't help but rub his hands together, feeling that dominance points weren't so hard to earn after all. Ding! Detected that the host engaged in obtaining supplies through abnormal game channels during the previous round. This is a one-time warning. If a similar situation occurs next time, dominance points will be deducted. The smile on Jiang Feng's face froze. This system really didn't allow him to exploit any loopholes. Ding! Limited time mission reward issued. 100 completion reward out of game. Luck card maxed X1. This round had been full of twists and turns. Jiang Feng only then remembered that counting this round he had successfully killed BB twice. Jiang Feng rubbed his hands together. The last time the system had given him a new book welfare in-game luck card, that round on the ordinary map had been incredibly satisfying. The 47.5 million extraction record remained unbroken. He wondered what surprise this out-of-game luck card would bring. Jiang Feng checked the item description. Out-of-game luck card max durability 1010. After use, the host's luck value for the next in-game draw will be maxed out to 7 stars. Jiang Feng understood. This was a gacha luck card. However, the draws in Delta Force were mainly for red skins and brick skins. Red skins cost 11000 vouchers for a guaranteed drop, while brick skins depended on wear and pattern, with top-tier ones selling for tens of thousands. For Jiang Feng, now over 1,000 yuan was nothing. Even a top-tier brick skin worth tens of thousands had limited appeal. Just then, PDD, satisfied and content, spoke up in the voice chat with a generous tone. Oh, by the way, Fengzai, I said in the first round I'd get you a red skin. and then chase a brick skin, but I got busy and forgot in the second round. The bullet comments reminded me now. Come on, let me scan the code for you. The red skin for Red Wolf and the top-tier Srank Medusa and Prism skins. They'll get them all for you today. Today's entire bill is on young Master Lu. As if a pillow arrived just when drowsiness struck, but before that Jiang Feng had matters to attend to. His tactical division was the first to reach level 4. A level 4 combat division could redeem A.G.T. item case. Its 9x10 space wasn't vast, but it could store any item. Jiang Feng decisively purchased A.G.T. item case, then placed the Heart of Africa from the previous round and the 3 tokens from the female students inside. The Heart of Africa sat in the center, surrounded by the 3 tokens exuding a ceremonial vibe. A single bullet comment in the livestream instantly caught Jiang Feng off guard. Cyber Spirit Hall. Jiang Feng couldn't help but cover his face. What's Cyber Spirit Hall? This is a cyber Valhalla dedicated to commemorating the bond between me and my fans. This heart and these tokens. I will never sell or move them. This case will never be organized, just to preserve these warm moments in the game. As Jiang Feng finished, the lively Chun Yulin suddenly chimed in. Ah, the bond of friendship, higher than the sky and broader than the earth. If you think about it, artificial intelligence can't replace human idiocy. Chun Yulin's fitting background music. AI take notes. The dormitory erupted in laughter, and the livestream comments flooded with, ha ha ha. Jiang Feng waved his hand with a smile and continued. In the future, whenever I encounter fans and stories unfold, I'll add them here. I call it Cyber Valhalla. The comments kept playing along. Cyber Valhalla isn't straightforward enough. I suggest calling it cyber storytelling. I want to crash into the streamer too. I want in. Jiang Feng glanced at the comments, recalled the system's warning, and said seriously, let me make it clear up front. Don't send me supplies in the game anymore. First, earning half coins is easy for me. The spaceport is like an ATM, accessible anytime. But you all are different. Earning half coins is a struggle for you. Do you really want to haul cement at the dam just to support me? Second, the 3 billion challenge is a promise I made when I started streaming. A man must keep his word and rely on himself, even if it means cross-dressing in the end. No shortcuts. Thank you for your kindness, and thanks to the 3 female students for their gifts. No more from now on. Jiang Feng clasped his hands together, sincere. Just then, the 3 female students each gifted a pair of sunglasses, clearly heeding Jiang Feng's words. Yun Shu Yu, he bro, stop being sentimental. I really have no living expenses left, and you want let us gift. How about we? The ellipsis teased curiosity, and the comments exploded. What's with the ellipsis? I don't want the ellipsis, give us the details. Suddenly a comment popped up. Why can't Ank's token be placed here? Jiang Feng was taken aback. To be honest, Ank hasn't sent me any supplies, right? The comments immediately countered. The streamer must have amnesia. Ank has sent you supplies 4 times. Don't mind whether she sent them after failing to kill you. Just ask if you ate them or not. You ate them with gusto. After eating supplies, you ate traffic, then gifts. Failing a snipe is still a kind of collision, isn't it? In a way, Ank deserves to be in here more. Fun fact, the streamer's startup funds were sponsored by Ank. You're stubborn even after taking her stuff. On the other side, Ank, watching the stream, was utterly crushed. She turned to Pressure BB and Wang Zhongzhong, gritting her teeth. I've decided. Kill Jiang Feng once and he'll give you 100,000. Got the confidence. But Wang Zhongzhong and BB had lost their earlier excitement, remaining silent. After a few rounds, they knew Jiang Feng's strength all too well. Heat-in confrontation was hopeless unless they ambushed him. Even if the bounty was 100,000 or 100,000, it was still 0 if unattainable. Jiang Feng was speechless. Stop joking. Ank is also a streamer and somewhat my benefactor. She definitely wouldn't want to be in here. Anyway, let's get to the main event. It's time for the lottery. In the voice chat, PDD was already impatient, urging, Fengzi, what's up? Don't you trust your brother Liu's skills? I trust you completely. You dropped tens of millions on a game like Xuanhuan. Jiang Feng suppressed a laugh, feigning reluctance. Brother Liu, this isn't right. How can I let you spend money? What's the big deal? PDD declared generously. I'm putting it out there today. It'll help you complete your skin collection. It's not over until you get in steer. You're the top tech player in Delta Force. How can you not have top-tier skins? PDD had been thoroughly entertained by Jiang Feng today. Whether he ate much or little didn't matter, the thrill was real. 1v9 a cheater snipers. The twists and turns were gripping, and Jiang Feng's performance was too impressive. In 2 games, he pulled off countless godlike moves. Jiang Feng was the dream version of PDD himself. The emotional payoff was immense. Come on, send me your QR code. Let me top up 5 648s first. Jiang Feng opened the shop and the comments predictably flooded with, let me. He covered the QR code and sent it privately to PDD. Moments later 648s arrived. Jiang Feng, should I start with the Gilded Rose? The comments streamed like a waterfall. Go. Love watching the streamer draw. First pull gets a red skin passing by proudly. P.S. All 3 of my red skins came from pity pulls. Damn cockroach under the XXX. Jiang Feng didn't hesitate, the first draw only needed 1 ticket. Jiang Feng clicked to draw, the animation played and his classmates behind him shouted excitedly, come out. A red wolf phantom flashed, the golden rose scattered in the wind, and the view burst into a corridor of gun-barrel roses. No matter how trash the cockroach under the Gilded Rose, as the first red skin was undeniably high quality. Sadly, at the end of the corridor beneath the crossed twin guns, there was no red wolf. First draw gave a name card. No rush, it's just the beginning. Jiang Feng wasn't too excited about the guaranteed red skin at 1100 draws. He clicked for the next draw, aiming for a quick finish. He lacked enthusiasm, but the audience and his classmates were more excited than anyone, glued to the screen, their emotions rising and falling with each result. And Jiang Feng drew at lightning speed, skipping only the animation. Everyone's emotions surged, and when the 7th draw didn't hit, everyone knew it was over. The 8th draw was guaranteed, so where was the surprise? Jiang Feng quickly finished the 8th draw, and the Red Wolf Gilded Rose was finally unlocked. He equipped it immediately and shouted into the mic, thanks to Brother Lu for sponsoring the Gilded Rose Red Wolf. Everyone type Brother Lu is generous on the screen. Comments floated by with, Brother Lu is generous. Chan Yulin, already well practiced, turned to the classmates behind and said, come on, always asking from you, ready, go. Everyone was skilled, and the chorus of Father rose in unison, almost like a choir. This routine delighted PDD immensely, with a choir-like momentum that made him overjoyed. Haha, draw, keep drawing. The brick skin is the main event. Drawing for the brick skin, Jiang Feng finally straightened up with more anticipation. Unlike the guaranteed red skin, the brick skin, though guaranteed in 75 draws, had nuances in quality and wear. Some hit the jackpot on the first try with the system-given brick and key for a perfect steer, while others spent tens of thousands without getting one. In his past life, Jiang Feng had seen Chun Zhe pull 96 M7 prism assaults with only one being a non-steer top. If chasing template quality and wear limits, bad luck could cost hundreds of thousands without success. Jiang Feng didn't waste time. Season 2 had 2 brick skin pools, Medusa Victor and Prism M4A1. The skin quality was decent, not comparable to later M7 and Tenglong, but still passable. Jiang Feng clicked into Medusa and started with a 10 pull. The result was a mix of blue skies, white clouds, and a bit of purple, creating an awkward scene. No worries, try again. The classmates behind remained enthusiastic. Poor students had never seen such a lottery scene live. 5 minutes later, Jiang Feng finished the last 10 pulls. The classmates behind were already worn out, losing the initial excitement. The reason was simple: PDD's 648s of triangle coins were all used up. Only 3 skins came out. 2 from Pity and 1 at 60 pulls, essentially the same as Pity, making a perfect set of 3 quality grades. The comments were in hysterics: stinky, 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 stinky. Not taking this. Finally seeing where the streamer falls short of me. Jiang Feng laughed and shifted the blame. Brother Lu, did your top-up come with a noob luck curse? PDD was stunned. Was there such a reversed logic? Don't worry, I have a way to test luck. Jiang Feng clicked the Delta Force logo in the bottom left corner of the map. Many didn't know, but this was the contact icon for GTI headquarters. Clicking it calls headquarters. Click multiple times and eventually it shows a successful connection, sending resources that can be collected from the mailbox. It sends supplies from level 4 eggs and golden helmets to the heart of Africa, all possible. Jiang Feng decided to show everyone the power of max luck. He silently used that max out-off-game luck card, his eyes sharpening. Come out. His fingertip lightly tapped the communication button. Short on support supplies, contact me in time. Check your mail. The reward was sent. Jiang Feng immediately opened the mailbox, and the next second everyone was stunned. Headquarters has received your call and is allocating the following combat supplies to aid your subsequent operation. The moment Jiang Feng opened his email, the live stream seemed to freeze, with bullet comments pausing for a full 3 seconds before a torrent of question marks erupted like a volcanic explosion, nearly drowning the screen. At the bottom of the email, a heart of Africa with a binding tag was glaringly visible. Holy shit! A synchronized gasp erupted from dorm 214, its volume echoing through the hallway. Jiang Feng could even hear the sharp intake of breath behind him. Such terror. Chun Dexing, who had been drinking water, nearly spat it out, choking and coughing. There's a way to get a heart of Africa like this. Feng, why didn't you say so earlier? Move aside, move aside. Chun Dexing, no longer caring about the stream, pushed through the crowd and squeezed back to his computer. He was going to open a Heart of Africa too. Jiang Feng looked at Chun Dexing's expectant, flushed profile, hesitating to speak. To be honest, the odds of getting a heart this way were even lower than in the game. The bullet comments exploded. 2 hearts in an hour. 1 in game, 1 outside. Are you even playing? Haji Feng, I'm asking you, is the producers something big? If not, I'm going to. Bro, you just got a heart in the game and now calling headquarters gives you another one. Are you someone who lacks support? The one lacking support is clearly me. Is this reasonable? Is this even reasonable, mom? Producer, ill curse. Ha ha ha, I used to laugh at Haji Feng's bad luck, but it turns out the clown was me. Don't call me anymore, the class counselor has already jumped. PDD and Chan Xinzhao were watching Jiang Feng's stream. PDD's voice cracked in the voice chat. Yaryo? Feng, what kind of luck is this? Getting a heart in the game was one thing, but getting one from headquarters. What kind of nonsense was this? Chan Xinzhao was speechless. Only the sound of him slapping the table could be heard. 38. 24 million is one thing, but giving away a heart for free. Feng, with both skill and luck, you really deserve to die. The two said nothing, just kept calling headquarters. A minute later, their cries of despair came through. Yaryo, just some bullets. That's like throwing scraps to a beggar. The bullet comments were no longer full of don't take it like during Jiang Feng's lottery. Now the screen was flooded with take it, take it. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, won't you give me a Heart of Africa? Jiang Feng himself was a bit stunned. He knew the system items were outrageously powerful, but when a Heart of Africa actually appeared so casually in his email, the impact still made his heart race. He smiled and said to the stream, brothers, what do you think of this wave? Brother Lu, it's not that my account is bugged, it's that the points you topped up carry some bad luck. I don't believe it. This is a fluke. PDD said, unconvinced. If you're so good, use the remaining 3 chances. If even one is red, I'll admit it. Fine, Jiang Feng agreed readily. Then he used the max luck card 3 more times, exhausting all 3 calls to headquarters. At that moment, the durability of the external luck card max dropped to 610. It was time to reveal the results, but Jiang Feng suddenly hesitated. He had gotten carried away in the heat of the moment, not considering the consequences. What if the system was too generous and dropped 3 more Hearts of Africa? How would he explain that? Jiang Feng thought, Jiang Feng really didn't cheat. The bullet comments were impatient. I told you to open the email, you deaf. Open it, I want to see. Can't wait, can't wait. Jiang Feng steeled himself, then suddenly felt playful. He clasped his hands together and prayed. Heavenly gods, I trade 1 centimeter from my stream viewers for a red drop. At first everyone thought it was a joke, no one paid attention. Until Jiang Feng opened the email and everyone felt extremely uneasy. The first email appeared, a bound rocket fuel. The bullet comments instantly wailed. Ha ha ha, hilarious, I'm a female fan. Heavenly gods, contract activated. I didn't agree. Haji Feng, give me back my 1 centimeter. Jiang Feng held back a laugh and opened the second email. A bound G.T.I. Satellite communication antenna. Question marks flooded the screen again. Ah, my little brother. Give me back my little brother. It's over, it's sunk in. No worries, it's only a 10th less. Sigh, 2 centimeters short, can't use it as a belt anymore. Wind, great immortal, please withdraw your divine power. The viewers were genuinely panicked. The probability of getting a red from calling headquarters was so low, yet Jiang Feng got 2 in a row. Even a staunch atheist would have to doubt and take a look down their pants. Jiang Feng's grin was harder to suppress than an AK. Get the likes to 10 million, and I'll make a wish, trade 10 centimeters from the viewers for the last one to be red too. The stream's likes were only at 1 million, a far cry from 10 million. But the next second the likes skyrocketed at a rocket-like speed. PDD was clicking, Chan Xinzhao was clicking, and even the classmates behind Jiang Feng were frantically clicking. They were in the stream too. The bullet comments quieted down temporarily, leaving only a few female fans giggling. Hurry up, you dead hands. Save private little brother. I'm clicking with my little brother. A few minutes later the likes broke 10 million. Amidst a chorus of urgings, Jiang Feng opened the last email. A bound resuscitation ventilator. Well, the system items were indeed powerful. For supplies, all red, covering all the core materials for upgrading the Special Operations Department. Holy shit, it's really red again. I'm numb now. I just want to know when my 8 centimeters will grow back. The defense of little brother has been a resounding success. This drop rate is insane. It's all because of PDD's points. I get it now. Next time I don't get a drop, I'll come and click one. At that moment Chun Dexing let out a mournful cry. How come you got 4 reds in a row, and the most expensive thing I got was a fossil. Ah, cruel heavens, why are you so unfair to me? PDD and Chan Xinzhao managed to squeeze out a sentence after a long while. Wind god, I bow to your luck. PDD was still doubting his existence. Is it really that the points I topped up carry bad luck? I don't believe it. Feng, send me the QR code, let's continue. I refuse to believe I can't get a drop. The bullet comments swarmed. Pig butchering scheme. PDD is more hooked than when he's pulling for his own account. PDD forgot his own special chant, Fujian roasted mouse. So jealous, the upgrade materials for the Special Operations Department are ready. The bullet comments urged him to upgrade the warehouse, but Jiang Feng shook his head with a smile. Upgrade the warehouse. Impossible. Do you know what the most precious thing in Delta is? Hearts? Not really. It's this. Jiang Feng pointed at the binding tags on the rocket fuel and satellite dish. You can get 100 hearts, but try getting a bound fuel and dish. The bullet comments finally caught on. PDD also realized. I get it. In Delta, only items bought from the trading post have binding tags and fuel, and dishes can't be listed. You have to loot them yourself, and looted ones have no tags. Holy shit. Your dish and fuel are invincible. In his past life, among the hundreds of millions of Delta players, Jiang Feng had seen bound fuel and bound dishes, but never both at the same time. For collectors among the wealthy, the allure of such items was extraordinary. Not a limited edition, yet harder to obtain than one. PDD grew more unconvinced. They all say the points I top up don't drop anything, that I'm just a sacrifice for you. I won't accept it. Send me the QR code. Today won't end until I get a top-tier grade. Should we just forget it, Brother Lu? Jiang Feng initially teased PDD with a hint of showmanship, but seeing PDD's sincerity, he felt a twinge of guilt. 648 top-ups had already been sunk in, and judging by the momentum, if no top-tier rank appeared, PDD would likely keep going all the way. Though dozens of 648s were nothing to PDD, one couldn't be so unscrupulous. This wasn't about bullying an honest man. Moreover, a top-tier rank was never something to force. With bad luck, even 100000 wouldn't guarantee it. Jiang Feng calculated inwardly, deciding to use the out-of-game luck card when the time was right. Since others treated him with sincerity, he couldn't just fleece them like a fool. The out-of-game luck card could only be used in Delta Force just for pulling skins. He might as well use it. He couldn't help but fantasize. If only this luck card could be applied to other games. As far as he knew, top-tier equipment in Fantasy Westward Journey could cost tens of millions. If the luck card could be used there, it would be a direct jackpot. Unfortunately, it couldn't. Jiang Feng also knew that the next skin to be released was for the SCR, which was utterly lackluster. Poor skin quality and the weapon strength was equally underwhelming. Even by the S8 season of his rebirth, the SCAR remained a bottom-tier gun. Before he could dwell on it, PDD's 10,648 top-ups had already arrived. In truth, Jiang Feng could vaguely guess PDD's thoughts. As a perennial streamer and guild boss, PDD's vision far exceeded that of ordinary people. He clearly saw the potential in Delta Force and also recognized Jiang Feng's potential. Today's invitation to team up seemed like a request for protection, but in reality it was a gesture of goodwill. Those familiar with PDD's gaming style knew that when playing with Zilong, he would always snatch the red items. But today, Jiang Feng's Revival Respirator Heart and Infantry Fighting Vehicle model, PDD didn't take a single one. PDD was here to build a good connection. Naturally, Jiang Feng didn't want to let PDD suffer a loss, and had already formed a plan in his mind. For now, it was time to draw the lottery first and see how his luck fared. If nothing good came out, he could still use the luck card later. He glanced at the steadily rising viewer count in his livestream. Audiences indeed loved watching streamers gamble, especially when they hit the pity timer and looked frustrated. Too bad I'll have to disappoint you. I'm a man with a system. Let the draws begin. Perhaps his earlier luck had been exhausted. Jiang Feng hit the pity timer 10 consecutive times in the M4 pool, with the best result being only a top-tier rank. Jiang Feng let out a soft sigh, deciding to try one last time. If still nothing, he would use the luck card. 10 pull activated. The Mandel bricks spun rapidly on the wheel, and suddenly one of them emitted a golden glow. Finally, something beyond the pity timer. A translucent M4A1 slowly materialized, its body interwoven with black, red, and silver hues. The metallic components gleamed with a cold luster, exuding a cyberpunk-like sharpness and ethereal quality. Top-tier template. A spark of hope rose in Jiang Feng's heart. If it were a top-tier rank, that would be a jackpot. Then the data panel popped up. ID 0003131313. Rarity top tier. Grade S 0. 00295143. Wow. Golden Legend. Finally a hit. The template, grade, and rarity. Almost everything was maxed out. Wow. Finally got it. PDD was even more excited than Jiang Feng, a top tier among top tiers kid. You either get nothing or you hit the jackpot. The barrage exploded instantly. This kid really struck it rich. Wow, this skin is gorgeous. Just check the market, a top tier rank with the same template is priced at 9999999. This kid really hit the jackpot. Not that jealous. I've already gotten over 10 of these. It's about time for a top tier rank. Jiang Feng casually modified the M4A1 and went to the shooting range to inspect the skin. Truly stunning. Jiang Feng couldn't hide his joy. This was drawn purely by luck without relying on the system. He decided not to waste any more time. Switching to the Medusa pool, he used the luck card. Watch me pull a miracle in a single draw. A flash of golden light streaked by. A victor blazing with fiery crimson suddenly burst into view. The gun seemed coated in hellish magma with scarlet and flame, yellow intertwining, as if it might spew scorching lava at any moment. Even the metallic parts glowed with a sultry dark red sheen. ID 0002333333. Rarity top tier. Grade S 0. 0028351112. Unstoppable. Stunning. Jiang Feng never expected the system to be so generous, granting a top-tier rank with the Hellfire template. Unlike the M4, the forgotten bottom tier of the current version, the victor had firmly held the T0 throne during the rise of the leg meta in Season 3. With an ultra-short TTK and armor-ignoring flesh rounds, even a full set of M14 armor was like paper before it. Some veteran players from Season 3 still feel a phantom ache in their legs at the sound of the victor's gunfire. Not bad, pretty good. Jiang Feng gave a sincere compliment, frantically inspecting the Hellfire Medusa in the shooting range, growing more satisfied with each look. Just pretty good, PDD said with sour envy. His original intention was to help Jiang Feng collect a full set of top-tier ranks, but did it have to be this top tier? The barrage erupted again. Pure dumb luck. Absolutely dumb luck. I'm sucking it in hard. How does the streamer have such good luck at everything? You think reincarnation isn't luck? This FPS talent, this face. All gifts from the heavens. Whoa, I, a non-aficionado, am genuinely jealous. Finally done with the draws, Jiang Feng stretched his arms. As a warrior, gaming didn't tire him, but the lottery had truly drained him. All set thanks to Brother Lu for sponsoring the skins and red gear. Jiang Feng silently equipped the eroded rose skin on Red Wolf. Even though he had seen it countless times in both lives, it only grew more beautiful with each glance. I look damn handsome. Enough with the empty words. PDD laughed. If you really want to thank me, how about gifting me a heart next time? The African heart was a rare find. No matter how expensive the skins, he could buy them with money, but the heart. Money couldn't buy that. No problem, Brother Lu. Jiang Feng agreed readily, already planning to use the luck card to help PDD snag a top-tier K416 skin later, as a gesture of returning the favor. Jiang Feng spoke into the camera. Is Ank around? Viewers, help me pass a message. Tell Ank to enter the spaceport at 1420 Beijing time. I miss her so much in the spaceport. The viewers, ever the troublemakers, immediately ran to Ank's livestream to relay the message, though by the time it got there it had already been twisted. Ank was practicing in aim lab at the moment. As the saying goes, sharpening the spear before battle won't make it dull, but for a player who struggled even to hit small targets, it was just self-comfort. Jiang Feng said, "Hell, enter the spaceport at 1420 waiting for you to crash and deliver supplies." Jiang Feng said, "Don't come if you're not loaded." He's not used to bland fare. Zhuge Feng said, "He's waiting to capture you for the 5th time." And Lang's brilliant plan always ends in losing assets and face. Ank watched the barrage without much reaction. She had been streaming long enough to know that relay messages were always twisted. Of course, it was also partly due to being numb to losses. Third round, third time's the charm. She pressured BB and Wang Zhongzhong in the voice channel. Confident this time. Yes. Wang Zhongzhong and BB's voices sounded far from confident. They had some confidence, but not much. At 1420 Beijing time, Jiang Feng and Ank clicked the match button simultaneously. Ding! Match found. The system notification appeared in both streams almost simultaneously, and the loading screen popped up on their monitors. The system's cold mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. Match intensity 1-9. A difficulty of 1-9, slightly higher than the last round. Jiang Feng pondered. That meant there were still cheaters in this match. On the character selection screen, it was the same lineup as before. PDD as the female medic Chen Xinzi, as Mai Xiaowen, and Jiang Feng chose the newly acquired Red Wolf skin. Jiang Feng picked up an alcohol wipe, meticulously cleaning his keyboard and mouse, arranging them in the most comfortable position, and pulling the monitor closer. He closed his eyes, took several deep abdominal breaths, and gently massaged the connection between his right wrist and thumb, the location of the tendon sheath. This was a habit he had developed during his professional gaming days in his past life. Before every major tournament he would use this method to quickly enter a combat state. Especially the tendon sheath on his right hand, which had suffered severe injuries from overtraining in his past life. Rubbing this spot now felt like a ritual, a reminder to cherish this undamaged body, and especially to value the opportunity of rebirth. The time-limited mission to defeat BB without taking damage has been completed twice. Jiang Feng opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. Only one more time remains. There can be absolutely no mistakes. He had fully entered the zone. The once bustling classmates behind him had fallen silent, everyone holding their breath as they watched Jiang Feng. They could sense that this usually easygoing roommate was now radiating a chilling focus and pressure. The game finished loading. Not long after entering the map, the bullet comments started flooding. Collision. Collision. The count to 7 captures of Ankh is about to reach 57. Of course, following Jiang Feng's earlier instructions, the bullet comments provided both true and false information about enemy positions, never revealing specific details. Their spawn point for this round was terrible. They spawned in Prison 2. The position was extremely bad. With Prison 1 ahead and Prison 3 behind, they were in a pincer situation from the start. Especially in the S2 version where the prison terrain hadn't been reworked, Prison 3 dared not lower the bridge easily, and Prison 1 couldn't snipe the second team or flash rush the central control at the start, so they could only turn around and target their fellow prison brothers. It was highly likely to be a three-way brawl in the prison zone, with Prison 2 often caught in the crossfire. Truly a miserable fate. This was also why the developers had to modify the Prison 1 terrain and speed up the bridge lowering in the S3 update. Without buffing the prison zone, it was simply unplayable. The prison zone in later versions was already tough enough, but the S2 prison zone was a prison on top of a prison. As a spawn in Prison 2, they had to scout and find enemies cautiously at the start. Upon landing, Jiang Feng switched to his knife, having already planned a route in his mind. Brother Lu, brother XINU2, check Prison 1. I'll check Prison 3. Call me if there's any activity, and I'll support immediately. In a 1-9 difficulty blackroom match, it was almost an encrypted match. They could only rely on area control. After Jiang Feng held his position for a while, PDD and Chun Xinzi relayed information, heard gunfire from the second team's side. Seems like Central Control is sniping the second team. Io, who taught Central Control to snipe the second team. Why is everyone doing this now? Jiang Feng rubbed his nose. This probably wasn't his doing, right? He had only been reborn for 2 days. Little did he know that after Jiang Feng sniped the escorts at Ankh Point from Central Control yesterday, those surviving escorts had also started sniping others, and the technique spread like fission. At least now, in higher-tier aerospace matches, crossing the second team's bridge already required smoke cover. You didn't see anyone from Prison 1, right? Jiang Feng thought for a moment the Prison 1 team might have gone to third party the second team's fight. Let's move directly and see if we can get a third party on the third party. PDD and Chun Xinzi led the way. Jiang Feng stopped watching Prison 3 and followed his teammates. At this point, the central gap in Prison 1 hadn't been opened yet, leaving only the prison gate or the baseline gap as exits. The baseline gap was too narrow, and there was a high slope above where enemies could hide. Unless they had complete information, no one dared to take that route. The trio chose the prison gate. Jiang Feng had just arrived behind the blue car near the gate when he heard a burst of rapid gunfire followed by Chun Xinzi's scream, "Damn, there's a potato mine here, scared me. The Prison 1 guys didn't go to third party, they're ambushing us here." Single Farewell used M7 to knock down code 408. The close range one is an old black behind the big crate on the lawn, a female medic behind the blue car, and I haven't seen the other one. Despite PDD quickly deploying smoke, Chun Xinzi was knocked and then eliminated. Worse still, PDD's position was also terrible. He was lying by the railing near the prison gate with almost nowhere to hide. Jiang Feng could only console himself it wasn't a 1v3 endgame but a 2v3 endgame. Moreover, the enemy's positions had been revealed, so the death wasn't entirely in vain. "Brother Lu, your position is bad. Focus on self-preservation first," Jiang Feng said calmly. "They'll take care of the one near the big crate on the lawn first." Central Control and the second team had already exchanged fire, and the remaining enemies from Prison 1 were probably hiding near the rockery. With his ultimate ready, Jiang Feng activated Red Wolf's ultimate using 2 smoke grenades to precisely block both ends of the blue car, completely cutting off the enemy's vision. Jiang Feng took the initiative, vaulting onto the prison jump pad and firing 2 triple-round hand cannons towards the area behind the big crate on the lawn, forcing the close-range enemy out of cover. The enemy's coordination was also good. The female medic behind the blue car quickly replenished the smoke. Even though the hand cannons forced the enemy out of cover, Jiang Feng couldn't secure the kill. But it didn't matter, if you're in the smoke you also lose vision. Jiang Feng took the opportunity to push forward. Just as he was about to slide jump and peak, his movements suddenly froze. He stood still, unable to move, only able to rotate his view and aim down sights. Jiang Feng pounded the keyboard, but there was no response. The keyboard was broken. Jiang Feng said in a deep voice, his tone devoid of panic, only cold statement. The keyboard he ordered was still on the way, so he had to use the free Shuangfian membrane keyboard, but it had stopped responding with no feedback no matter how he pressed. Jiang Feng silently cursed the unscrupulous computer seller. The situation was extremely dangerous. Jiang Feng had intended to slide jump and peek the old black behind the big crate, but due to the keyboard failure, he hadn't executed the jump and was now standing in completely open ground exposed to enemy fire from all sides. Moreover, he couldn't use any abilities, nor could he heal or reload. Quick! Take the keyboard off my computer, Chun Yulin shouted to his classmates. But Jiang Feng's desktop was under the desk and the dormitory was packed with people, leaving no room to even open the desk panel. There was no way to swap the keyboard quickly, and they might even accidentally knock off other cables in the rush. Everyone quiet, Jiang Feng commanded coldly. I need to hear the information. Instant silence fell around him. The smoke in front of him was about to dissipate. PDD asked urgently, should I replenish the smoke? No, Jiang Feng replied steadily. If you replenish the smoke, the enemy will throw utility into it. PDD was under immense pressure. He tried to peek to relieve some pressure for Jiang Feng, but as soon as he showed himself, he saw a flash of a figure at the rockery gate. Lazy Cat used Scar H to knock down I have a big head. PDD put on a pained expression and said the last my Xiaowen is at the rockery gate. My bad. PDD's voice was bitter. The microphone fell into a long silence. Another 1v3. But this time Jiang Feng had no keyboard. The movement skills he once prided himself on were all unusable. He stood in place like a stationary target. At this moment he could only rely on three things: his mouse, his aim, and his reflexes. Jiang Feng steadied his crosshair at the center point of the three enemies, which was the blue car. Although he wasn't using a sniper rifle in this desperate situation, he could only aim at the center and flick to the sides. This wasn't gambling, it was trust in himself, a challenge to his limits. Jiang Feng could even hear the sound of the enemy behind the big crate on the lawn healing. Here they come. The person behind the blue car peeked first. Jiang Feng flicked his aim in a single frame, and the M14's bullets roared out, landing one headshot. Unfortunately, the enemy was wearing a 6-set armor and retreated quickly, escaping with low health. At this moment, the M14 magazine had 25 rounds left. The sound of the female medic repairing armor came from behind the blue car. The person at the rockery gate pulled out their line of fire. Like playing whack-a-mole, Jiang Feng flicked his aim again in a single frame, precisely suppressing the enemy and forcing them back into cover. Jiang Feng's M14 now had 19 rounds left. His helmet and armor were now only half health. Then the old black behind the big crate on the lawn couldn't hold back anymore. He activated his ultimate and made a wide peek. Jiang Feng first shot down the stun drone overhead. The moment he heard the footsteps, his crosshair snapped back instantly. As the old black leaped out of cover, Jiang Feng's tracking was like a shadow, his crosshair glued to the old black's head, bullets pouring out like a waterfall. Jiang Feng used M14 to knock down single farewell. First one. Coming out simultaneously with the old black was my Xiaowen from the rockery gate. My Xiaowen was slightly slower, but by then the barrel of her Scar was already aimed at Jiang Feng, firing wildly. Jiang Feng executed a 90-degree extreme flick, not even releasing the fire button. In an instant his crosshair locked onto my Xiaowen's head, and the M14 bullets carved a cold arc through the air. Jiang Feng used M14 to knock down Lazy Cat. Second one. At this point the M14's large drum magazine had only 3 bullets left. The ultimate's health regeneration slowly raised his health from 22 to 72 HP. But his helmet and armor were completely destroyed. Now only the female medic behind the blue car remained. Jiang Feng stood still. He was not a target. He was a turret. He was not a fish on the chopping block. He was the butcher. The dormitory was dead silent. The stream's bullet comments froze. Everyone held their breath. A margin of error of only 3 bullets. And the enemy was wearing a 6-set armor. If they repaired their helmet and armor, Jiang Feng couldn't take them down even with 2 headshots and a body shot. He had to land all 3 shots on the head. The conditions were extremely harsh, the chances incredibly slim. Everyone's hearts cried out, was the miracle that was about to be born due to the keyboard malfunction going to be nipped in the bud here? The next moment the female medic's swarm of drones roared in, blanketing the area. Jiang Feng's maximum health was continuously reduced. He squinted, his crosshair as steady as a rock, firmly aimed at the center of the blue car, ready to flick to either side at any moment. The final gamble. Only 3 shots away from a miracle. No one dared to make a single sound. The world fell silent in an instant, as if the entire universe had been frozen in place. Everyone in the dormitory held their breath. The live stream comments nearly stalled. The two on voice chat had muted their microphones. All eyes were fixed on the screen. The world focused on you. Jiang Feng's health dwindled under the drone's assault, dropping from 70 to 60, until it reached 55. Jiang Feng was completely absorbed, as if utterly cut off from the world around him. Only 4 things remained in the universe: himself, the crosshair, the blue vehicle, and the enemy behind it. "Show yourself and you're dead," he murmured under his breath, his tone carrying an unprecedented certainty. At this moment Jiang Feng was in a state of perfect unity of mind, and while reaching the pinnacle of his competitive form. Time crawled by second, fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. His hand gripping the mouse was as steady as a rock, completely undistracted. The female medic behind the blue vehicle clearly realized that prolonging the standoff would only make things harder once her ultimate ability's effect wore off. Now, a figure suddenly peeked out from the right side of the blue vehicle. The instant the opponent revealed themselves, Jiang Feng snapped his aim, the crosshair magnetically locking onto the enemy's head. His fingertip gently squeezed the trigger, and the crisp crack of the M14 rang out. The remaining 3 bullets in 0.2 seconds roared forth. Bang, bang, bang. Before others could even see the opponent's figure, the elimination notification had already popped up. Jiang Feng used M14 to knock down Zijin Xiaoyan. Team wipe. Phew. The moment the team wipe notification appeared, the sweat on Jiang Feng's forehead condensed and slowly fell. The breath he had been holding finally released in a long, satisfying exhale. Even he himself was a bit dazed. Was this a play I could make? If it were his past life, he would never have been able to do it. Images flashed through Jiang Feng's mind like a lantern show, every near-miss shot in his past life, the trophies that slipped through his fingers on the award stage, the nights after his injury, when he could barely hold the mouse, the disappointed looks from fans in the stands. All the regrets and grievances dissipated like smoke after that single shot. He leaned back in his chair, his back already soaked with sweat. I did it. I am no longer the Jiang Feng of my past life. A sense of relief washed over Jiang Feng. Gazing at his healthy right hand, a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Keyboard malfunction, a 1v3 on the spot, 3 bullets, an impossible counterkill. He had broken through his own limits. The doubts and lack of confidence born from past setbacks vanished completely. The last vestige of suffocating frustration buried deep in his heart for years. The bitterness of the talented but unfulfilled youth of his past life, the future star who missed his peak due to a right-hand injury, was finally and utterly dispelled. He was no longer the regret, living in the shadow of the past. He had truly merged with the self of this life. Ding! System notification: a hero is revealed in turbulent times. A steadfast pillar is seen amidst raging storms. Winning a gunfight more extreme than the extreme, a match victory even the system could not predict. Congratulations on breaking through your own shackles. Your marksmanship attribute has been upgraded to 89. The system is proud to have a host like you. Holy shit. Fengshen. How can you even make a play like that? I kneel before you. Fengshen. Take me as your disciple. Dormitory 214 erupted. Behind Jiang Feng, a full-blown celebration had begun. His classmates behind him raised their hands high, bursting into thunderous cheers. Chen Yulin leaped up and hugged Jiang Feng, nearly knocking him off his chair. Chen Dexing pounded the table in excitement, making the water cup on it tremble. Zhang Jindong adjusted his glasses. His eyes behind the lenses shone with astonishing brightness. A miracle had descended upon the prison zone. The god of the prison zone, an army of one. They had witnessed the greatest heroism, the most extreme individual performance. The live stream comments instantly exploded, a dense wall of text nearly drowning the screen. This is what it means to beat you with one hand tied behind your back. Not just one hand, but a whole keyboard too. Shuang Fian, come here and take the blame for your crappy keyboard, forcing my beloved streamer to make that play. A forced play that turned out amazing. Does Delta Force have aimbots too? He's spinning. Someone stop him. Black Hawk, God of War, watch and learn. An iconic moment, absolutely iconic. Everyone stand up. Group photo for the memories. So cool. I must see a clip of this tomorrow and replay it 100 times. Whoa, this is my beloved streamer, never lets me down. Tomorrow I will visit the comments section of every video and proudly leave I was there. The big streamers are crying. My man is too awesome. Take me. On the voice chat, PDD and Chun Xinzhai unmuted their microphones, already incoherent. Yar yo. Eh. Feng, what kind of monster are you? Keyboard broke. Standing still. 3 bullets. Am I watching a sci-fi movie? I thought the previous plays were the limit, but you keep shattering expectations. Too insane. Not human. Dong dong dong. A sharp knock on the door suddenly rang out, followed by the dorm matron scolding. What are you all doing in there, my little ancestors? Keep it down. I thought an earthquake was happening downstairs. Oh my god, you're all too crazy. I'm going to have to call your advisor. The celebrating students instantly fell silent. Hearing that the advisor would be called, they reluctantly began to leave. Chun Yulin quickly ran over to the dorm matron, pleading softly. Meanwhile, Zhang Jindong swiftly replaced Jiang Feng's keyboard with Chun Yulin's, a Razer mechanical keyboard that was usable. Chan Dexing noticed Jiang Feng's slightly trembling hand but said nothing. He knew that this usually composed classmate was far from calm inside at this moment. After the keyboard swap, Jiang Feng quickly used healing items to restore his health. The most astonishing thing was that after his 1v3 counterkill, PDD, who had been down far away, still hadn't bled out. Brother Lu, hold on. I'm coming to save you. Jiang Feng ran toward PDD's position while glancing at the livestream comments. The comments were still immersed in the afterglow of the previous play, scrolling endlessly. Razer, come and pay up. Give my beloved streamer an endorsement fee. That was so cool. If I could make a play like that just once, my life would be complete. A real man should be like this. I could turn that video into a QR code and have it engraved on my tombstone. Streamer, check your DMs. Can I make clips of your stream? Rational discussion. Jiang Feng is definitely the current skill ceiling of Delta Force, right? I think so, no cap. While reviving PDD, Jiang Feng responded into the microphone. Make whatever clips you want as long as you don't take things out of context or maliciously slander. Jiang Feng then said seriously, I, Jiang Feng of Delta Force, give everyone permission to edit my videos. Everyone can make clips of my content. Relying solely on self-posted videos has limited reach. The two videos Jiang Feng had uploaded at noon, one about Pubang's 4750W and a weapon code modification guide, had yet to break 10,000 likes. However, Jiang Feng was not in a hurry. The spread of a viral video takes time to settle. For a new account with 0 followers, having this level of attention was already a phenomenal start. All that remained was to wait patiently. As the saying goes, let the bullets fly for a while. Moreover, the peak of Delta Force's treasure hunting craze had not yet arrived. The days ahead were long. Jiang Feng pulled PDD and Shan Xinzi to their feet, and the trio swiftly divided the loot boxes. The players in the darkroom were indeed well equipped: a fully modified SAR, 2 fully modified M7 SI, 2 sets of Tier 5 armor, and a female medic with Tier 6 gear. Battlefield medical kits and stimulant syringes were scattered all over the floor. This squad really isn't afraid to invest in gear, using such high-quality equipment as decoys, and they cost me a life. I can't wrap my head around it. Chan Xinzi muttered while repairing his armor. Everyone has their own playstyle. As long as they aren't cheating, anything goes. Jiang Feng explained with a smile. His gaze swept across the livestream chat, where viewers were still spamming about the arena's champion, discussing the intricate details of his moves. He briefly recapped into the microphone. That squad made a clear mistake. They could have all pushed me at once, but instead they came at me one by one, and I took them down one by one. That's a cardinal sin in aggressive play. Maybe because they saw I was the last one standing, they grew arrogant, thinking I couldn't turn the tide. Jiang Feng paused, his tone turning serious. You can never let your guard down until the word squad Many matches go like this: you take down 2 opponents early, get overconfident, assume the last one is easy pickings. You stop communicating, stop using utility, and rush in one by one like fools, handing over your kills. Until the squad is wiped, there's no room for complacency. The chat flooded with agreement. So true. I've done that before, thought I had it in the bag and got reversed. Got it. Just go for the 3rd kill and it's secure. Genius. Discharged. The gunfire from the central control and the second squad had long ceased, and they hadn't come to intervene. Jiang Feng deduced the two teams had likely finished their fight and headed straight for the core zone. He wasted no more time. Let's move. Into the core, heading for the CEO. Just as the trio rushed toward the CEO's location, the livestream chat erupted with a single dense barrage. Ank and their team ran into cheaters. They're pinned down at the CEO. In watching Ank's stream, the enemy is blatantly locking on. No shame. Reporting to Commander Feng, your Corporal Ank needs urgent backup. Cheaters. Jiang Feng frowned, but given the match intensity of 1-9, even higher than the last round, encountering cheaters was almost inevitable. His only worry was whether BB and the others could hold out until he arrived to save them. What if they died before he got there? Then how would he complete his timed mission? Speed it up. Head for the CEO. Ank's team ran into cheaters. If we're late, they'll be wiped. PDD and Chun Xinzi were also riled up, thrilled by this unexpected twist in the match. Another chance to slay the immortals. Fighting players was nothing compared to taking down cheaters. What a thrill. 5 minutes earlier in the dark room, Ank's team was looting the area. Ank was still shaken. That central control squad startled me earlier. They started shooting at us right from the start. I thought it was Jiang Feng's team at central control, and I almost thought we were doomed again. Clearly Ank's team had spawned at the second squad point and had been targeted by central control from the beginning. The chat flooded with responses afraid of losing, and you still go to the second point. No memory. These days the high-intensity second point is impossible to survive. Someone at central control always shoots at you. So annoying. The root of all evil, Jiang Feng. He started this nasty habit of central control shooting at the second point from the get-go. Now when I go to the second point I can't even get a single kill. BB curled his lip, a hint of disdain in his voice. That central control squad had terrible aim. Definitely not Jiang Feng's team. Just a waste of our time. Wang Zhongzhong analyzed. I feel like in this match no one can kill Jiang Feng except us. Instead of hunting him all over the map, let's head to the CEO and wait for him there. Ank and BB had no objections. They trusted Jiang Feng's skills. He wouldn't lose to some random team. Then we'll meet at the CEO. They quickly looted the dark room and headed straight for the connecting corridor. As they neared the CEO's entrance, intense gunfire erupted from inside mixed with the sound of footsteps. They're already at the CEO too. Ank paused, instinctively slowing down. In a normal match, as the Demon Duo and the twin stars of the Empire BB and Wang Zhongzhong would have charged in to take on the CEO squad. But this match had Jiang Feng. If that squad was him, rushing in would be suicide. Both of them grew cautious. I'm on Wylone. Let me peek to see what we're up against. Just as Wang Zhongzhong was about to move forward, BB stopped him. Forget it, let me handle it. BB, controlling the Red Wolf, focused intently. Your jet has a cooldown. My scissor jump has no cooldown. Let me take a look. As a fellow Red Wolf player, BB, who came from Apex's top-tier ranks, wanted to prove that his Red Wolf skills were among the best. BB slid around the corner of the corridor, catching a glimpse of two operatives firmly positioned behind cargo shelves in the CEO hall. Just as he tried to backflip into a scissor jump to retreat, the enemy's gunfire erupted, bullets hitting his head with pinpoint accuracy. No deviation at all. BB collapsed instantly. Holy crap! Is it really Jiang Feng? Wang Zhongzhong's eyes widened in shock as he saw BB taken down in a single shot. It's not Jiang Feng. It's cheaters. BB said from the ground, his voice laced with disbelief and fury. Two of them locked onto me. Jiang Feng is just one person. This is definitely cheating. Fortunately, the backward jump had already been triggered. Though he was killed midair, BB managed to retreat behind cover, avoiding an immediate finish. Before the words, faded gunfire rang out against the wall. Damn, they're locking through the wall. Not even trying to hide it. BB said grimly. If I'm not mistaken, it's 3 Wylones. They're probably all cheaters. The trio's hearts sank. 3 cheaters with maxed out parameters. How could they fight that? They didn't even have a chance to revive. Would they be taken down by cheaters before even meeting Jiang Feng? Just then, intense gunfire and explosions erupted from the floating corridor on the opposite side. Another squad had also made their way to the CEO and had run straight into the cheater squad. The cheaters, seemingly enraged, temporarily abandoned their suppression of Ank's trio and turned to engage the floating corridor squad. The sounds of tiger squats and C4S echoed back and forth. Quick, while they're fighting, revive BB. Wang Zhongzhong immediately called for Ank to help. The gunfire quickly subsided. The floating corridor squad was easily taken out by the cheaters, but it bought enough time for Ank to revive BB. BB was successfully revived, but the trio's brows were furrowed. 3 cheaters with maxed out parameters, how could they possibly win? After finishing off the floating corridor squad, the cheaters pushed forward to face Ank's trio, brandishing their AWPs with arrogant bipods, moving restlessly and probing aggressively. They were clearly waiting for their tiger squat cooldowns. Once ready, they would charge in force. At this critical moment, rhythmic gunfire came from behind the corridor. Data, 2 long bursts, 3 short, clear and unmistakable. The chat exploded. Commander Feng has arrived. The reinforcements we called for are here. Let's unite to take down the cheaters. Justice will prevail. All legitimate players of the world unite and overthrow the cheating scum. Ank saw the chat and understood the situation. In the face of cheaters, personal grudges had to be set aside. They had to stand together against the cheaters. Ank responded to the signal and a message from Jiang Feng arrived on WeChat. Jiang Feng, you 3 come to the YY channel. Brother Liu's channel number is XXXXXX. The trio quickly joined the YY channel. As soon as they entered, they heard Jiang Feng's voice tinged with anticipation. I heard you ran into cheaters. How many? What parameters? BB was taken aback. Why did Jiang Feng sound excited rather than worried? 3 cheaters, all Ylones, maxed out parameters. Excellent. Jiang Feng's voice was filled with undisguised excitement. Each cheater was worth 30 dominator points. Then let's figure out how to take them down. As your commander, may I lead the operation. How strange the world was. 2 squads originally set to clash had formed a temporary anti-cheater alliance. The atmosphere in the YY channel was somewhat subtle. After all, intentionally colliding with Jiang Feng, they had been thoroughly defeated twice. And Ku, however, was doing fine, almost ready to be taken down 7 times, adjusting his mindset the quickest. Wang Zhongzhong and BB truly felt the awkwardness of seeing the victim, especially since Jiang Feng had specifically come to rescue them only to be taken down together. Their opponent had quickly transformed into a teammate fighting side by side, leaving both of them at a loss. By the way, Ku, thank you for your computer. You're welcome, Jiang Feng replied in a calm and natural tone. It's really good and smooth. Of course, Ku couldn't help but smile at Jiang Feng's gratitude, a hint of pride in his tone. That's a top-tier 4090 setup perfect for playing Delta. Indeed, it was very smooth when I got stabbed. Jiang Feng added with a hint of dark humor. He was quite familiar with Ku and knew he was someone who could take a joke. Jiang Feng, you are unbearable. Ku instantly broke character, his gritted teeth voice coming through the microphone, causing others in the channel to chuckle quietly. The awkward atmosphere quietly dissipated, successfully breaking the ice. Jiang Feng glanced at the barrage in the livestream and read one aloud. Among these people you have the least experience and the least popularity. Why should you command? As if. PDD immediately rebutted Jiang Feng. Just because you single-handedly took down an entire team of hackers. Just because Feng Zai is the best player here. What's the problem? Hey, some of the barrage comments are too excessive. This is about taking down 3 hackers, not child's play. Ku chimed in, I agree that Jiang Feng should be the commander. BB and Wang Zhongzhong remained silent, but their silence was a form of tacit approval. While it is said that there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts, they could not deny Jiang Feng's skills, which were far beyond their own. It was a maturity that transcended the understanding of the current version, akin to the mechanical precision of a deity, far too advanced for the skills expected at this stage of Delta. Jumping, positioning, skill connections, all filled with a sense of fluid beauty, as if this was the optimal solution for Delta. The ones who understand you best are always your opponents. After 2 collisions, Jiang Feng's gaze became clear, and even during the 3rd match there was a sense of alertness, as if the grass and trees were all soldiers. The fact that they dared not directly take advantage of the information gap against the president's team was proof. If you are a Tang person, you see me like a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky. If you are a master, you see me as a tiny insect observing the vast sky. The foolish question, while the wise are already learning. Most of the barrage was cheering, but there were also dissenting voices. It's wrong to hack. Are you saying illegal teaming is okay? You 3 top players teamed up to play together. What should other players do? What you're doing is no different from hacking. Jiang Feng directly dismissed such remarks as nonsense. Get the cause and effect straight, his voice calm and clear. If the 3 strong opponents on the other side weren't playing games at all, our 2 teams wouldn't have teamed up. After taking down this team of hackers, we will play as we should. The barrage was also criticizing those barking dogs are clearly hackers. Look at how agitated they are. Don't mind them, justice will prevail. Oh my, will I have brothers join me to hunt hackers together if I use a secret signal in the future? A good gaming environment is built slowly like this. As a pioneer, Jiang Feng felt it was his duty. Feng's, I don't pay attention to those people, Chan Xinzai said. Let's talk about what we should do specifically. Alright, Jiang Feng entered commander mode, his tone steady and powerful. Next, I will assign a number to everyone. Make sure to remember your number clearly. Ku, you are number 1, Xinzai number 2, Lu Gu number 3. You 3 are the front line. BB, you are number 4, I am number 5. Wang Zhongzhong, you are number 6. We 3 are the second line. The final tactic is for the 6 of us to form 2 lines and synchronize our advance. Let's go all out against them. Understood? It's like the Tianji horse racing strategy. The weak ones go first to draw fire. Now we're even using military tactics to deal with hackers. How tough has Feng Gu made us? I feel like the 36 stratagems might be the best plan. Is it a strong pull? The 3 opponents are fully equipped hackers. It's still tough to deal with. PDD asked, Commander, can't we use the back attack strategy from the last game? It's hard to replicate, Jiang Feng analyzed. In the last game, the opponents wanted to leave alive and were somewhat relaxed and lenient. This game is different. The 3 hackers on the other side see our 6 matchstick men here, and will definitely be extra cautious. The defense against back attacks from hackers is quite simple. Just adjust the priority of target locking. We can only go hard this time. Jiang Feng paused. Everyone can see numbers 13 are meant to be the meat shields. They are destined to fall. And Ku PDD and Chan Shinzai said firmly, "We will obey the arrangement. If we can draw fire, that's our contribution." Jiang Feng nodded and then addressed Wang Zhongzhong and BB. "So the heavy burden of this mission rests on. We absolutely cannot waste ammo. We must not squander the opportunity our teammates have given us. Do you have confidence?" Wang Zhongzhong and BB fell silent, feeling the weight of trust, then nodded seriously. "Yes. Good, then I will arrange the specific tasks." Jiang Feng began detailing the deployment, knowing that the hackers on the other side wouldn't dare to rush in due to their numerical disadvantage, giving them ample preparation time. Number 1, before charging, you need to unleash your ultimate move. I will tell you when. Then when I shout charge numbers 1, 2, and 3, you all rush forward together and go prone. Number 3, after going prone, unleash your ultimate move. I don't require you to shoot, just hit your ultimate move. As long as you rush out and go prone without blocking the gun line behind, that's a victory. Did you understand? Understood. The 3 answered in unison. Good, next are the tasks for our second line. BB, after hearing my command, synchronize with numbers 1, 2, and 3 to rush out. We are the Red Wolves. I will take the first position. I will slide and jump for more distance. You just slide and make sure our gun lines do not overlap. Before charging, we need to throw our hand cannons at the feet of the opposing dragons to pressure their gun positions. If we can delay their firing by a second or 2, that's a victory. Do you understand? BB nodded seriously. Understood. Number 6, your task is somewhat special. You need to execute the Tiger Squat at the moment we charge, pressuring the opponent's gun positions, then output with your jetpack. Is there a problem? No problem. After the arrangements, everything was in order with each person's positioning, equipment, and gun lines taken into account to the limit. Everyone trusted Jiang Feng even more, feeling that they might really stand a chance against the 3 hackers. Jiang Feng suddenly said, "By the way, in Kuo, can you swap your full durability 6 headgear with me?" Jiang Feng had earlier been in a 1v3 situation in the prison area with all his helmets shattered, but his 6-head cap was intact. And Ku paused at his words, but still swapped the 6-head gear with Jiang Feng, mumbling softly, "You always bully me. All right, now the task is deceiving the equipment. We can't just rush in recklessly. The 3 opponents are dragons, 3 tiger squats, and 6 C4S. If we don't deceive the equipment, rushing out is useless. We can't just get shot without tricks. The equipment could wipe us out. Listen to my command. When I say charge, the 6 of us will move forward together, but do not step out from behind cover. The goal is to deceive their equipment. Shinzai, remember to throw the flash. Although the flash doesn't work on hackers, at least it puts psychological pressure on them. 3, 2, 1, charge." 6 people rushed forward together, their momentum impressive. The opposing dragons indeed reacted, deploying 2 tiger squats and 3 C4s, with explosions occurring one after another. We succeeded in deceiving them. Everyone was revitalized. Everything was going according to Jiang Feng's plan. The hackers on the other side looked at them as if they were matchstick men, and this information also frightened the opponents. Let's do it again. 3, 2, 1, charge. This time the opponents deployed their last tiger squat, but only threw 2 C4s, keeping 1 in hand. Jiang Feng knew the hackers had wised up. Further deception would be meaningless. To strike while the iron is hot, then to fade, then to exhaust. The decisive moment is now. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, making the final pre-battle mobilization, his gaze lingering momentarily on Chan Shinzai, who had only 1 life left. Some of us may die, but we are doing something meaningful. We will handle the hackers that the planners can't manage. We will purify the environment that the planners cannot clean up. At this moment, Delta, which had not yet caught fire, did not have as many hackers as it would in the future, and Nku and the others had not yet felt the pain of hackers personally. Jiang Feng had experienced the period when hackers were rampant in his previous life, and knew all too well the devastating impact hackers had on Delta and the fervor of Delta players. It was not just unfairness in data, it was a trampling on the enthusiasm and hard work of countless people. To satisfy one's selfish desires, destroying the happiness of countless others. That is the greatest sin of hackers. For Delta, for all those who love this game, for all the players who have been harmed by hackers. Jiang Feng's voice rose. Brothers, confirm your numbers and tasks one last time. In the channel, 6 voices sounded in succession, firm and powerful. Number 1, Nku in position. Number 2, Chan Shinzai in position. Number 3, PDD in position. Number 4, BB in position. Number 5, Jiang Feng in position. Number 6, Wang Zhongzhong in position. Throw the equipment. Nku unleashed his ultimate move, and Jiang Feng and BB fired their hand cannons. Drones filled the sky, soaring and dancing, while the hand cannons roared as accompaniment. Jiang Feng's voice suddenly rose. Charge. For Delta. In the next second 5 figures dashed out from behind cover. Wang Zhongzhong executed the tiger squat jetting forward. Originally battling individually, the players now exhibited the passion and momentum of a grand battlefield. This scene would eventually be recorded in the annals of Delta history, becoming a shared memory and inspiration for the players. Everyone did what they had to do. Ankh had just unleashed the medic's ultimate ability, charging out without a second thought. Before she could even hit the ground, a bullet from the cheater's lock-on instantly downed her. Chun Xinzhao followed closely, meeting the same fate as the locked-on bullets struck him down. Kai Zhouduolian used an M7 to eliminate code 408. Even though 2 wyverns had been forced back from their firing positions by the abilities without firing a shot, the sheer firepower from a single cheater was terrifying, instantly taking down 2. Ankh bit her lip hard, silent, her eyes fixed on her teammates still fighting. PDD successfully unleashed the medic's ultimate, then immediately went down. He wasn't dead. The enemy's firepower momentarily faltered. This was the opening bot with Jiang Feng and BB pushed out simultaneously, their gun barrels locking onto the last wyvern, who, unaffected by the abilities, was still holding an angle. They unleashed a torrent of fire, instantly eliminating him. Jiang Feng used an M14 to down Kai Zhouduolian. My ultimate hit too. PDD's voice carried a hint of excitement. In a split second, they traded 2 fallen comrades for 1 cheater. The remaining 2 wyverns cowered behind cover, afraid to show themselves. The situation seemed deadlocked, but the initiative had silently shifted. Wang Zhongzhong's wyvern still had 2 C4 charges. This was the key to breaking the deadlock. Wang Zhongzhong. Jiang Feng's voice was a low command. Both were masters. Wang Zhongzhong understood instantly, precisely tossing 2 C4 charges behind the cover where the wyverns were hiding. The opposing wyvern reacted belatedly, throwing out his last C4 charge, which landed right in front of the downed Chun Xinzhao. Chun Xinzhao instinctively threw himself onto the C4, as if he could absorb the blast. Everyone was giving their all. The decisive moment had arrived. "I'll go left, you go right." Jiang Feng's order was sharp as a blade. This was the hard-won opportunity bought with 2 teammates. Every second felt like an eternity. The air solidified and every breath was audible. Wang Zhongzhong and BB felt their heart rates spike, their fingers gripping the mouse, turning white, terrified of making the slightest mistake. There was no way the 2 wyverns could endure the full damage of the C4. The C4 damage hadn't been nerfed yet. They had to jet out within 3 seconds, and during the first half of the jet they couldn't shoot. This was the fleeting window of opportunity bought with their comrades' lives. From behind the crates on the left and right, the 2 wyverns' jets printed out in unison. Jiang Feng tracked them, his crosshair locked onto the head of the enemy on the left. A headshot was mandatory, or otherwise the enemy could pull out his gun upon landing and instantly kill him. To his surprise, this wyvern didn't know how to cancel the landing animation by switching weapons. Cheating noob die. Thanks to his recently improved marksmanship, now at 89, Jiang Feng, with his flawless tracking, managed a risky headshot elimination. The enemy only had time to fire 2 shots. Jiang Feng used an M14 to down Shu Bu Chi Zhou B1. Those 2 shots were both headshots, dealing 70 points of damage to Jiang Feng. Then the C4 exploded, dealing another 11 points, instantly dropping Jiang Feng's health to a mere 19. Chun Xinzhao was finished off by the C4, eliminated as he only had 1 life left. Ankh was caught in the blast, her health also critically low. On the other side, BB was instantly downed by a lock-on headshot. Wang Zhongzhong was also at half health, holding his angle tightly. They're very weak. Helmets and armor are shattered at most half health. Wang Zhongzhong called out urgently. The remaining wyvern was clearly skilled, using a weapon switch to cancel the landing animation mid-jet. After instantly downing BB in the air, he immediately moved to another piece of cover. Even with their precise aim, they couldn't instantly eliminate this fully geared wyvern. Can't let him heal. In this exchange, Jiang Feng and BB had traded their condition for 1 cheater and had severely wounded the last. They absolutely could not let victory slip away. Push him. I'll go first. PDD gritted his teeth and shouted. The downed BB struggled to crawl, trying to use his body to block the cheater's line of sight and restrict his movement. The cheating wyvern had just fired 2 shots trying to finish off BB. PDD, Jiang Feng, and Wang Zhongzhong, the last 3 standing, seized this fleeting moment and surged forward in perfect sync. Zhu Bao wa 4000 used an M7 to down, wa Uluru now die. Team wipe. This cheater was killed by Wang Zhongzhong. But it didn't matter anymore. The cheaters were all dead. The CEO's hall was in shambles, the death boxes of 3 cheaters, Chun Xinzhao's box, and the downed bodies of BB, Ankh, and PDD. The battle was brutal, yet the victory was honorable and thrilling. In the voice chat, after a brief silence, an eruption of mixed shouts, laughter, and meaningless cries of triumph filled the air. Holy crap! We won! We actually won. PDD's voice was distorted with excitement filled with incredulous joy. 3 cheaters. 3 maxed-out wyverns. We killed them. Holy shit. We did it. We 6 are the strongest squad in Fenghua. Chen Xinzhao was equally incoherent. Mission accomplished. Glad I didn't miss. Wang Zhongzhong said, his back drenched in cold sweat. BB was also ecstatic. Awesome. Awesome. We're so awesome. Ank said nothing, but her rapid breathing came through the microphone, as if one could see her clenched fists and glistening eyes. The live chat exploded. We are the champions. More hype than a boxing match. Justice always prevails. I didn't dare blink. I really didn't dare watch. I was terrified they'd lose, but I'm so glad they did it. Punishing cheaters is everyone's duty. No wonder they're my favorite streamers. Good thing each team had one person standing and everyone except Xi and Go could be revived. At that moment PDD was down, but had good health, while BB and Ank only had a few seconds left on their revival timers. It was another Sophie's choice. Jiang Feng didn't hesitate. Wang Zhongzhong, use your jet to revive Ank. He'll get BB. He sprinted to BB's side, performed a slide jump to get behind him, and hoisted the nearly expired BB onto his back. Jiang Feng had a million reasons to save PDD first, or even pretend he didn't know that carrying an enemy could also extend the revival timer. If BB lost a life, he would have 20 less max health. In future firefights, this might be the edge Jiang Feng needed to win an exchange. But he didn't. Between winning the game and sportsmanship, between personal gain and the bond forged in shared bloodshed, he made his choice. The chat was completely moved by this scene, flooded with messages of respect and tears. This is the real Delta Force. Rare to find true brothers like this. Respect, true respect. Jiang Feng carried BB until Wang Zhongzhong had revived Ank and caught up. Then he gently set BB down. Wang Zhongzhong began reviving BB. Thanks, BB said after a moment of silence. I'm your teammate after all, Jiang Feng replied with a smile. Jiang Feng turned to revive PDD, glancing at Chen Xinzhao's box. Too bad X and Go got finished off. Chen Xinzhao wasn't upset at all. Instead, he was overjoyed. Having these cheaters as company on the way out, I die a worthy death. After everyone was revived and healed up, Jiang Feng returned Ank's level 6 helmet to her. Thanks for the helmet. Without it, I might not have beaten that cheater. Ank silently picked up the helmet without a word. The 5 of them instinctively refrained from looting the 3 cheaters' boxes. The cheers in the voice chat gradually subsided, replaced by an oppressive, suffocating silence. Because there was still a battle to be fought among them. Allies one moment, opponents the next. This stark contrast pained the viewers. Why can't you just leave together? Why does it have to be a fight to the death? Because they are streamers. After a long silence, BB and Wang Zhongzhong said, well, leave the voice chat then. Goodbye, go easy on us. Jiang Feng said with a smile. They mutually pulled back, retreating to the flotation and black room corridors. There always has to be one winner in the game. Standing on the buoyant corridor with PDD, Jiang Feng brushed his fingertips across the keyboard, fully aware that in a fair duel against the CEO, the odds of defeating Ank and her team were slim. Ana versus 3 against the current Peak Guardian and a future Peak Guardian. Truly treating the opponents as... The first 2 victories came from the enemy's underestimation, allowing for a divide and conquer tactic, and the second from an advanced understanding of the map to secure positional kills. But this time it was a genuine test of raw strength. Winning would be difficult, and defeating BB without taking damage was nearly impossible. Yet Jiang Feng felt no regret for saving BB earlier. When carrying him on his back, the thought of finishing him off to complete the mission never crossed his mind. He had tasted victory and defeat, but never cowardice. He had known glory and decline, but never baseness. Come on, this is what makes it interesting. Jiang Feng murmured to himself. Competition was about surpassing oneself and challenging limits. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, BB gripped his mouse, holding back a thought he had to voice. How about I just observe? Their side lost brother Xin, so they're down a player. It's only fair if we're also one short. But the words died in his throat. He was the escort and had to follow the boss orders. BB admired Jiang Feng's skill and integrity. If the roles were reversed, facing a dedicated escort sent to take him down, he might not have carried the opponent to prevent their death as Jiang Feng did. One mistake won't count as throwing right. BB mused. This life was given by Jiang Feng. Dying to a cheater is worse than dying to him. Besides, brother Wang Zhongzhong has our backs. Little did he know that Wang Zhongzhong had also lost his will to fight. The adrenaline from taking down the cheater had barely faded, and now he had to turn against his comrade in arms, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. He glanced at BB's Red Wolf and silently thought, with BB covering us, a little mistake on my part shouldn't be too much. Meanwhile, Ank was thrilled, feeling that the time for revenge had finally come. No sneak attacks this time, no foolishly feeding one by one. 3 against 2. Surely we can win. She turned to BB and Wang Zhongzhong, her voice full of anticipation. BB, Wang Zhongzhong, don't you think so? The two exchanged glances. Should be fine. The chat unanimously supported Ankh. Revenge and redemption are at hand today. After killing Jiang Feng, take his dog tag too. Ankh glanced at the chat and said confidently, I don't get why everyone's saying the opponent is Jiang Feng, as if this CEO match is doomed for us. Anyway, you look at it, 3 against 2. Advantage is mine. Feng, what's the plan? Well, follow your lead. PDD's voice snapped Jiang Feng back to reality, brimming with trust. Well, adapt on the fly. In standard CEO hold positions, there was no real strategy beyond item and aim duels. After both sides had their ultimates ready, Jiang Feng fully charged his 9 dragons power and fired a warning shot. The final battle of the space match was fought fair and square. Jiang Feng decisively shed his helmet and armor, charging straight into the CEO hall. He bet the opponents wouldn't jet forward for position immediately. Right on cue, without hearing the wyvern's jet, he seized the crate cover in the hall center, switched to his AW, and firmly aimed at the black room corridor exit. The next second, a red wolf dashed out. It was BB. He attempted a scissor jump to bait a straight shot, but whether due to distraction or a slip in speed, his movement faltered. The scissor jump turned into a slide jump, exposing his entire body to Jiang Feng's AW crosshair. Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't hesitate. The AWM's shot rang out with a muffled roar. Jiang Feng used AWM to knock down Douyin BB FPS. PDD reacted, instantly finishing off BB. The numbers were now 2 versus 2. They made a mistake. PDD shouted excitedly. Jiang Feng continued, aiming, his heart racing. I know. Taking down BB without taking damage. The mission seemed within reach. Hey, BBU. In the opposing voice chat, Wang Zhongzhong's tone was conflicted, feeling betrayed. BB quickly admitted fault with exaggerated sincerity. My bad, I messed up. Sorry boss, you don't have to pay me for today's session. My apologies. Wang Zhongzhong stared at BB's fallen body with a complicated gaze. Was it really a mistake? Wang Zhongzhong didn't believe it at all, but he couldn't call it out. Now what am I supposed to do alone? His mind was a whirlwind of mixed emotions. Ankh panicked too. Can I smoke and carry BB back? It's tough. Wang Zhongzhong swallowed the words, looking at BB's position. Far from the wall corner, cover hard to retrieve. But the next second Wang Zhongzhong changed his tune. You smoke and he'll try to carry him. How you'll carry him? Ankh asked in surprise. Do you know the jump carry? This spot's too far. Without a jump carry, well, get shot through the smoke and can't bring him back. Right, BB? BB quickly agreed. Yeah, right. We need the jump carry. Fine, I don't know how to jump carry. You do it and he'll cover. Ankh said. Ankh threw a smoke and Wang Zhongzhong, peeking, fired a random tiger crouch shot before stepping into the smoke to prepare the jump carry. The sound of carrying echoed and Jiang Feng instinctively fired an AW shot through the smoke. Jiang Feng used AWM to knock down Douyin Wang Zhongzhong. It's over. Ankh's mind went blank. How did it go from advantage to being the last one standing? Wang Zhongzhong's voice carried a hint of frustration. Damn, the opponent was too accurate, hitting me through the smoke. Sorry boss, I messed up and he'll waive today's fee too. Then what do I do? Ankh was stunned. Wang Zhongzhong and BB stayed silent. Ankh heard footsteps growing closer, her hands trembling from panic as she retreated toward the stairs. But Jiang Feng's Red Wolf had already activated its ultimate, maxing out speed, and in an instant he was at the bulletproof glass. Ankh saw Jiang Feng on the other side of the glass. He had put away his M14 and pulled out the Mercy folding knife, which snapped open with a flash dazzlingly sharp. He's switching to the knife again. Ankh cried out in despair. He's not human. The chat was in hysterics. Ha, 7 captures, 5 out of 7. A corporal is a corporal, a commander is a commander. When a corporal tries to rebel, being humiliated by the knife is the consequence. Oh, Ankh, stop fighting him, you can't win. Don't give him more attention. Could just play on your own. He doesn't show any consideration for a girl. What a toxic guy. She instinctively pressed SC, her mouse hovering over quit game. A warrior would rather die than be humiliated. But the 5th capture seemed inevitable. Wang Zhongzhong and BB quickly said, Don't panic boss, he dropped his gun. Ankh looked and saw Jiang Feng's Red Wolf on the other side of the glass, tossing all his gear. Gun, backpack, vest, helmet, onto the ground. The Red Wolf stood still, shaking its head left and right, brandishing the Mercy. He wants to duel with knives. Maybe we can win a knife fight. Jiang Feng smiled, controlling his Red Wolf to shake its head, confident that Ankh would understand his intent. Come on, knife fight. Ankh hesitated for a moment, then a surge of defiance welled up. I can't beat you in a gunfight, but am I scared of a knife duel? Bring it on. I'll fight you. Ankh threw her helmet, armor, gun, backpack, and vest to the ground, gripping the Mercy and waving it at Jiang Feng. Like the knife duels in the final circles of PUBG or APX, regressing from firearms to cold weapons. A unique romantic ritual in FPS games. Ankh rejoined PDD's YY channel. Come on, knife fight. Think I'm scared? Her words were bold, but her voice trembled slightly. Jiang Feng chuckled in response. The 5th capture, you know. Ah, 5 captures. You are 2 less than 7 captures. Suddenly PDD was struck by a fit of song, his demonic voice echoing through the YY channel. Stop singing. Ankh snapped. Who says I'm definitely going to lose? Her words came out feebly, lacking even her own conviction, as the barrage of comments was filled with mocking ha-ha-has. No one truly believed she could beat Jiang Feng in a knife fight, but losing a knife fight was still more dignified than being knifed while holding a gun. Alright, I'll be the referee. I'll fire the shot and you start, okay? PDD switched to an M7 and fired into the air. Bang! The match begins. Before the words faded, Ankh held down the left mouse button, her Mercy weapon swinging wildly, darting forward and back. I'll fight you to the death. Watching Ankh flail her blade, Jiang Feng recalled a phrase from his childhood, playing Crossfire, melee dog, hold down left click and never let go. Unfortunately, Ankh wasn't wielding a melee sword. In knife combat, it was all about controlling position, managing distance, and timing your strikes. Honed by his past lives' Crossfire sessions, Jiang Feng feared no one in a knife fight. The Mercy had a 3-strike combo, fast, slow, with ranges of close farthest. The 3rd strike had an absurdly long windup. Just exploit the gap between the 2nd and 3rd strikes and you could capture Ankh without taking a scratch. Jiang Feng shifted his steps lightly, precisely controlling the distance, waiting for the lull after Ankh's 2nd strike, then darting in for a quick slash before retreating. So effortlessly it seemed like he was toying with her. After just a few exchanges, Ankh's health dropped to the kill threshold. Panicked, Ankh screamed, spun around, and fled down the stairs. But after running for a while, she heard no footsteps chasing her. Stop running. Wang Zhong's voice suddenly rang out, tinged with amusement. Jiang Feng is dead. Ankh didn't even look back, continuing to run. Dead? Wasn't the map cleared? Who killed Jiang Feng? Did PDD help me out? Ankh was completely flustered, her mind in a daze. No. He was kicked from the match by the system. BB said, laughing helplessly. Following their prompts, Ankh glanced at the top right of her screen. A line of red text was clearly visible. Jiang Feng has been removed from the match due to an abnormal environment. Ankh was ecstatic. After a half-second pause, she raised both hands in victory signs, her scream nearly tearing through the YY channel. I won. I wasn't captured 5 times. Ha ha ha. Jiang Feng looked at the ban notification on his screen, his expression calm. Dear operator, your game environment and behavioral data are abnormal. To protect your account data security, your account has been frozen. Please check for anomalies or network environment issues. Do not use third-party plugins or applications while playing the game. Unban date 2024-1218-144357. UID 8935629957. Finally, this was the reward from Delta Force for dominating the Black Room matches. Yes, that's how Delta Force works. Play well and you get tossed into Black Rooms, dominate there too and you get a short ban. Just a certification of a pro player. He just never expected his first death in this life within the game to be at the hands of the system. Onadi ban was a hassle, but better than 3 days. Jiang Feng consoled himself bitterly. But then he realized if he kept getting short bans, 2 days of play for 1 day banned, his challenge of 3 billion in 30 days would become 3 billion in 15 days, meaning he'd have to earn 200 million a day. At the thought of wearing a dress, Jiang Feng's lips curled in bitterness. Had he really trapped himself? At that moment, a few discordant comments appeared in the barrage. I knew he was too good, he must be using cheats. If even 2 top-tier streamers like Wang Zhongzhong and BB can't beat him, what else could it be but cheats? Is he the hope of CNFPS? Jiang Feng didn't need to act. Other viewers in the stream started firing back. This is a Onadi ban, not a 10-year one. Use your brain, haters, okay? Clearly you're all noobs. Get reported enough and you get a short ban. Don't you know that? So many big streamers don't call him out and 2 top-tier streamers don't say he's cheating. And someone at your level is trying to judge cheats. This is what they call a pro certification. If a skilled streamer plays on their own account for a week without getting banned once, they're not a real skilled streamer, understand? Ha 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 ha. I won. Ha ha ha. No 5 captures. Meanwhile, Ankh, having escaped the fate of being captured 5 times, was immersed in excitement. Ankh quickly walked over to Jiang Feng's loot box and started looting. Items from his chest rig rolled out one by one: red armor, repair kits, gold eggs, but Ankh ignored them all. There was something far more important to take. At 144357 on December 17, 2024, Jiang Feng met an unexpected demise in a top-secret operation at the aerospace base. Jiang Feng's dog tag. Ankh immediately stuffed it into her bag, her face beaming with a smile brighter than if she'd found in heart of Africa. See that, see that. Jiang Feng's dog tag. This must be his first one, right? Ha ha ha. Jiang Feng's first time is mine. She rapidly changed her stream title to 7 captures of Jiang Feng 17. The barrage went wild. 7 captures of Jiang Feng. Are you crazy or am I? By the time you capture him 7 times, hell have captured you 700 times. Does that dog tag count as your kill? You've truly mastered a QS victory philosophy. She's gone mad. Ankh has been driven crazy by Jiang Feng. Ankh argued confidently. I don't care. If I picked up the tag, it's my kill. Never mind whether he was kicked out by the system or not. I'm asking you, wasn't he right in front of me? Didn't he die while we were having a knife fight? In Jiang Feng's stream, the barrage kept scrolling. Go to Ankh's stream. She's gone crazy. Jiang Feng clicked into Ankh's stream and saw her title: 7 captures of Jiang Feng 17. With a face like the granny from the subway meme, he sent a comment. Oh no, does this count as a capture? Ankh shook her head, her tone smug. I'm asking you, is your dog tag in my bag or not? Did you die right in front of me or not? Jiang Feng shook his head helplessly. Whatever makes you happy. She really did pick it up, and he was just one slash away from finishing her. The barrage instantly filled with shipping comments. Fighting is affection, scolding is love. If you don't fight or scold, you don't love. Love so deep you kick with your feet. I ship this couple. I bet if you offered Ankh and Heart of Africa for that dog tag, she wouldn't trade. Bro Lou, I can't continue today. My account got a short ban. Jiang Feng's tone was apologetic. PDD shook his head, unsurprised. Today was already thrilling enough. We had a blast killing 2 cheaters in 1 game. Wow, those 3 games were more exciting than my previous 300. And your plays were too insane. It'd be weird if you didn't get banned from reports. If I were your opponent, I'd have worn out the report button too. Chun Shinzi chimed in. Exactly. You dominated the black room and killed cheaters. Who else would the system check but you? Just as he finished, special effects exploded across Jiang Feng's stream. Wanfeng Zai sent a Galaxy Carnival. Kiki Jaren sent a Galaxy Carnival. The barrage immediately reminded him these are Ankh's big spender fans here to send medical fees. Jiang Feng was stunned for a moment, then broke into a smile. Was this really happening? If he'd known, he would have let Ankh kill him a few more times. Just then, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. To win without battle is the pinnacle of strategy. Ending achieved, conquering with skill, winning with virtue. Hidden reward conditions met. Time-limited mission complete. Mission completion rate 300. Hidden rewards unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have received 6,000 dominance points. Item, visualized pity system, gold 1 free attribute point, and the hidden reward fate card red. The mystery of the hidden reward was finally revealed. A fate card, and of red quality. It looked absolutely amazing. Jiang Feng quickly opened the fate card's description. The cold and imposing mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind, still lingering. Ding. Calculating the points for the last match. The match intensity is 1. 9 A resource domination points 0 A kill domination points 133. Major red domination points 0 A kill. Reward points 114. Total domination points earned this round 247. Ding. Detected that the host has created an unreplicable legendary scene, which will deeply influence the future game ecosystem, granting an additional reward of 1,000 domination points. Currently you have a total of 9,456. 1 domination points. Keep up the good work. With domination points in hand, the world is mine. Jiang Feng couldn't suppress his excitement. This was the richest moment since his reincarnation. 9456 domination points. This means he can exchange for a second development card. He sneakily glanced under the table. Second brother. Big brother has made it. Jiang Feng curiously asked, Brother Tongzi, are you referring to the legendary scene where we work together to kill the hacker? Please comprehend it yourself. The system's response remained succinct. Jiang Feng pondered, considering the legendary scenes he had executed in the past 2 days. Each moment was stunning enough to shock anyone in S2S Delta. Especially during the keyboard malfunction, the war god in the prison made a triple kill. Even if given another chance, he might not be able to pull it off again. However, when it comes to influencing the future game environment and ecosystem, it could only be that moment of 6 players killing 2 hackers. If he could make players resent hackers and reduce the number of people choosing to cheat, even if he was kicked out by the system, it would still be worth it. Unfortunately, such legendary scenes are rare. Relying on this to earn domination points is impossible. With his thoughts settled, Jiang Feng finally turned his attention to the red grade item that made his heart race, and the details of the Red Destiny card. Instantly unfolded Red Destiny card, where the heart desires all wishes will be granted, all thoughts will come true. Consuming domination points, one can write a command to specify changes in the delta for the future which will take effect upon the seasonal update. The difficulty of the changes determines the consumption of points with a minimum of 50000 points and no upper limit. As the dominator of the delta, you control not only your own fate. Our delta actions. Sob. What will the future become? My ability. Jiang Feng's pupils constricted and his heart raced. Words manifesting as laws. This is no mere item. It is a weapon of causal law. Even if it can only be used in the game, its value is limitless. You must know that in this life, the delta, besides having a popularity that far exceeds the previous life, has an update schedule that aligns perfectly with the past. Reborn, he understood better than anyone the hidden dangers lurking beneath the prosperity of the delta. Cheating runs rampant and is hard to eradicate. Guardians are at odds with ordinary players. The matchmaking mechanism is a sham, utterly unfair and unequal, and so on. The problems are countless. As a game that relies on searching, fighting, and retreating, if one cannot find anything, cannot win, and cannot escape, isn't that just absurd? If this continues, the delta will inevitably face disaster. The 10-5 incident will eventually unfold. And even if Jiang Feng becomes a top-tier streamer, what good would it do? He cannot influence those planners who don't play games only seeking profit. But now the system had given him the opportunity to turn the tide. The Destiny card. With this weapon in hand, his killing intent arose. Jiang Feng finally understood the meaning behind the system's name, Delta Dominator System. Not only dominating his own fate, but also the fate of the game. He was reborn. Was it merely to achieve personal success? When one succeeds, they should benefit the world. Jiang Feng felt an overwhelming surge in his heart. He had found a more meaningful cause. He wanted to create a fair world for all the players who love this game. 50000 domination points. Originally feeling a bit wealthy, Jiang Feng suddenly felt like a pauper. But there was no trace of discouragement in his eyes. He would grind for it. 500 points per game, playing 100 games. Saving the delta was a duty he could not shirk. For himself, for the delta, for all the players who love this game. Since he needed to quickly earn domination points, he had to come up with an efficient way to earn them. He eagerly began to wish, I want a future delta without hackers. The cold mechanical voice sounded system prompt. This wish requires 1000000 domination points. Insufficient points, please continue to work hard, host. Ha! 1000000. But Jiang Feng glanced at the ban information in front of him. Being banned for a day made it difficult to earn domination points, and there were hindrances. How could he improve the delta working with this group of pests? He silently thought, change the planning team for the delta. System prompt. This wish requires 50000 domination points. Insufficient points, please continue to work hard, host. Then change to a planning team that can make the delta thrive. System prompt. The scope of this wish is too broad, requiring 1000000 domination points. Insufficient points, please continue to work hard, host. As expected, one cannot find loopholes. Jiang Feng chuckled. It seemed that saving the delta required steady progress, and there were no shortcuts. He then asked, Tongzi Dad, can I earn domination points by playing someone else's account? Yes, the game matches you personally participate in can normally settle domination points. Got it. Jiang Feng sighed in relief. He could just switch accounts tomorrow and continue grinding. With over 9000 domination points at hand, he didn't want to waste them and directly exchanged for a gold second development card. Congratulations, host, you have obtained gold second development card 1. Use it immediately. Please customize your body development data. A three-dimensional model of his body instantly appeared in Jiang Feng's mind, allowing him to choose the parts to grow based on his current physique. For instance, he could increase his arm span or leg length, and most importantly, without hesitation, he directly maxed out the most critical part. Jiang Feng pulled the adjustment bar all the way down, finally reaching the average level of his peers. Old Feiyu was 78. From now on, please call him Herba Feng. P.S. The fun fact, a 500 milliliters Coca-Cola bottle typically has a height of 16.5 centimeters and a diameter of 6.5 centimeters. He then opened his phone to search for the human golden ratio and began making precise adjustments. setting the upper and lower body proportions with the navel as the boundary to 1:0. The golden ratio. After some adjustments, his naked height was fixed at 185 centimeters, with every proportion from head to toe, from shoulder neck to limbs, aligning perfectly with the ultimate standard of human aesthetics. He was a walking template of the golden ratio. If he were to be a nude model, he could astonish artists, making them gasp and kneel in awe. Perfect. Tongzi Dad, you are my god. The gold second development card has been activated. Your body will gradually transform over 3 months. Please ensure to supplement with quality protein and nutrition, maintain adequate exercise, or it will affect the development effect, and the system bears no responsibility. So meticulous. Jiang Feng decided to open a shopping app later to stock up on supplements and buy protein powder. He glanced at the time and saw it was already past 3 in the afternoon. His mind was filled with plans to save the Delta, leaving no thought for his live stream. He spoke into the microphone. Oh, it's almost 3 o'clock and my account is banned. There's nothing to play. Today's live stream ends here. I'm a bit tired. I just finished class and have another class tonight. I'm off. See you. The comments instantly exploded. You just started streaming and you're leaving already? Are you even human? Your schedule says your evening class starts at 6:30. Take my advice, don't go to class. Don't let studying interfere with your future in the Delta. The reactions in the comments were immense. Jiang Feng pretended not to see, and was about to end the stream when suddenly the live stream room erupted with dazzling special effects. The barrage erupted into chaos, with cheers flooding the screen and elevating Feng Qingyang to the status of a savior. The big shot is making his move. This is a true leader. It has to be Brother Feng. The streamer only broadcasts for 2 hours a day. That's too much. You're the one to set things right. Brother Feng. Feng Qingtian. Jiang Feng watched the barrage, shook his head with a wry smile and said, since Brother Feng Qingyang has spoken, I'll stream a bit longer. Brother, don't send any more gifts. I'll wrap up by 4 o'clock. Deal. As the saying goes, in wealth one indulges, in poverty one bends, in power one yields. Such is a true man. But Jiang Feng wanted to say that staying wasn't really for those few galas. Feng Qingyang, who had been with Jiang Feng since his first stream, when he was still a nobody with only 7 or 8 viewers in his room, had sent him gifts and brought in popularity. This was his true friend. Honestly, I'm a bit tired now and don't feel like playing Delta Force anymore. Jiang Feng rubbed his forehead, not even having time to examine the free attribute points and visual guaranteed rewards from the system. After 3 consecutive high-intensity rounds battling top-tier escorts and fighting against cheaters, his mind and body were pushed to the limit. He paused and added, let's just relax. I'll practice my aim and chat with everyone. How about that? With that, Jiang Feng opened Aim Labs and directly selected the most basic 6-shot, also known as the 6-target. For those bros who want to improve their aim, try this. It's free and effective. If you can get a score of 100,000 on this, your aim will definitely reach a new level. This is the most basic aim training, testing precision. If you can score 100,000 on 6-shot, your aim will surely improve. Jiang Feng was curious about his improved aim after reaching 89. He took a deep breath, his fingers resting on the mouse, instantly entering a focus state. The crosshair seemed magnetized, darting between the 6 targets with fluid movements, eliminating the orbs in a seamless, dazzlingly fast display without any hesitation. 30 seconds later, the score appeared on the screen, 171312. This score didn't even crack the top 100 on the leaderboard. It just showed that the FPS community is full of hidden talents, with countless heroes like fish in a river, never lacking in gifted individuals. The current highest record was over 40,000, with the first and second places both above 40,000, far ahead of the third places 21,000. But the first and second were scores farmed by scripts. The world record was actually 212495. Honestly, if you watched the replay of the third place, you'd even suspect they were using cheats. This was essentially the peak of human shooting ability, though many specialized in practicing this mode. The barrage instantly split, mixing skepticism and awe. Is that all? Not even in the top 100. Needs more practice. The first place has 40,000. Wow, the streamer casually hits over 17,000. That's talent. I've practiced for over a year, and my best is just over 12,000. If you haven't played this, you see the streamer like a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing at the moon in the sky. If you have, you see him like a mayfly beholding the heavens. Exactly. Only those who've played this know the true value of the streamer's score. I haven't played, but it seems easy. I'll download it. Ultimer, you finally pulled out the burning art. Jiang Feng completely ignored the barrage's debate. Let them play it themselves to understand what a score of 170000 meant. For context, in his past life, the retired CS pro player Dankying score was under 1000. Jiang Feng was already very satisfied. He remembered clearly that after his hand injury in his past life, his highest record was just over 130000, and even uninjured it was around 160000, never touching the 170000 mark. The improvement of 89 points in the aim attribute was indeed immediate. Since his rebirth, the system had only provided numerical visualization and item rewards, never directly enhancing combat power. But the system's numerical visualization firmly stabilized his lower ability limit like a powerful line in web novels, once proven forever proven, never again suffering from performance fluctuations. What delighted him even more was the ease of wrist movement and the freedom of arm motion, a peak state he hadn't experienced since his hand injury in his past life. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up and he decisively adjusted his sensitivity to 1000 by 4. Let's try high sensitivity, he explained with a smile to the viewers, restarting 6 shot. This time Jiang Feng's aim style changed noticeably. The crosshair moved faster than before like a blur across the screen, but accuracy dropped significantly. After 30 seconds, the score appeared. 159332. The score dropped, but Jiang Feng smiled even brighter. This was his original style, a playstyle that could maximize his extreme reaction speed. In his past life after the hand injury, his aim couldn't keep up with his reaction speed, forcing him to lower sensitivity and compensate with slow, precise, steady methods. This transformed him from fast and accurate to fast and empty, burying his once proud reaction advantage and making him mediocre. For reference, XDD and Lin Shu at 800 by 3, Hao Yen at 1600 by 1. 6. Mad 98 at 2. 2 by 800. 4 by 1000 was undoubtedly high sensitivity. And anyone who's played FPS games knows the potential of high sensitivity. In this life, Jiang Feng was determined to pursue the upper limit. Low sensitivity ensures your lower limit, making aiming and recoil control easier, but it can struggle with sudden movements or extreme multi-angle pincer attacks. High sensitivity, however, lets you spin like a top, avoiding the sluggishness of turning a ship, especially in a game like Delta Force with high mobility. A natural advantage provided your aim keeps up. In this life, an aim of 89 points was far from his limit. With a healthy body to support him, there was no need to compromise by pursuing the lower limit. What he wanted was the reachable peak of the upper limit. Just as Jiang Feng was focusing on adapting to the high sensitivity, a golden effect flashed across the stream. The head of Dongdong Esports sent a gala. Then a prominent barrage appeared. Dongdong Esports head, interested in joining our esports team. We can discuss terms. Jiang Feng responded with a smile. Thanks for the gala from Dongdong Esports, but am not considering being a companion or escort for now. Appreciate the recognition. His streaming career was off to a smooth start with support from big shots and love from the audience. Why would he tie himself down as a companion or escort? As if in a chain reaction, no sooner had he thanked Dongdong Esports than another gala shot up. Jianan Trading Company sent a gala. Streamer, check your DMs. Jiang Feng gestured for Zhang Jindong to hand him the phone. He glanced at it, and sure enough, it was a request for collaboration from the trading company. These companies had sharp noses. It was only his second day streaming, and with a bit of popularity they were already on him. Jiang Feng replied in the DMs, thanks for the support, but am not taking trading company collaborations for now. This kind of deal relied on the streamer's personal reputation, and without proper vetting he wouldn't easily risk tarnishing his own brand. Just then the barrage noticed something unusual. Wait, why do I see so many familiar faces in the stream? Is I Love Broadcasting no one actually here? Lin Zhongyu is here too. All the notable Delta Force streamers on Douyin are here. What's going on? Jiang Feng finished thanking the gifts, and was deeply focused on his high-sensitivity training in aim labs, when he suddenly sensed the barrage of comments refreshing at an absurdly fast pace, the dense text nearly covering the entire screen. He glanced subconsciously and froze instantly. The IDs in the livestream room were all familiar. Wang Zhongzhong, BB Lin Zhongyu, Nan Bowen, and Meyer. Oh, and even the station master is here. These were the top-tier streamers from the ancient era of Delta Force. In later years, as the game exploded in popularity, the streaming scene underwent several major reshuffles, with many being phased out and gradually fading away. But at this S2 juncture, each one of them was a formidable force in their own right, collectively dominating nearly half of the Delta Force streaming circle. An understatement it was not. Lin Zhongyu, who would later vanish without a trace, and the station master, who would eventually face utter disgrace, were at this moment top-tier streamers on par with Baze. The barrage had already erupted, the screen flooded with cries of a dream collaboration and a once-in-a-lifetime event. Holy crap! Wang Zhongzhong, BB, and Qingfeng are all here. So many skilled streamers. Are they here for a martial arts summit on Mount Hua? A martial arts summit. Although my favorite streamer is here too, purely in terms of skill, I recognize Jiang Feng as the Wang Chongyang of this gathering. The catalyst for all this traced back to a core group chat of Delta Force. About 10 minutes earlier in a private group accessible only to top-tier streamers, major club leaders, and elite players, Wang Zhongzhong suddenly DBB. Wang Zhongzhong BB, you're not being honest, man. Your acting was top-notch and you sold me out just like that. BB bro Chuan, don't slander me. That was a pure mistake. And besides, didn't I believe in your skill to cover it up? BB, besides, you weren't bad either. I don't need to explain what that back jump move was all about. Wang Zhongzhong, enough. With you dead, how could I possibly take him on alone? The head of Dongdong Esports happened to be online and chimed in. Did you two settle the match? That was fast. Did you slaughter the opponent? He'll explain it to PDD later, so he won't mind. Head of Dongdong Esports, but this way PDD will see your strength. Maybe he'll invite you to play next. Wang Zhongzhong. BB. An eerie silence fell over the group. Head of Dongdong Esports. Wang Zhongzhong, it was a slaughter, all right. We were the ones getting slaughtered. BB won. We lost fair and square. Head of Dongdong Esports. You're joking, right? Two top-tier players like you getting wrecked by a newbie. BB, I wouldn't have believed it either before I faced him. But there really are such monstrous talents that descend from the heavens. Head of Dongdong Esports, holy crap, that's insane. What's his skill level? The group fell silent for a few seconds, then two serious evaluations popped up. BB, if we are top-tier protectors, then he is a heaven-defying protector. No exaggeration. Wang Zhongzhong agreed. At the end, when I tried that back jump in the smoke, I was certain he could predict my movement. The reaction speed and anticipation were beyond what any normal person could possess. BB, anyway, am convinced. His Red Wolf play is better than mine. BB, am still curious how in that first round he managed to jump lock onto you, and then instantly shift to jump lock onto me. Wang Zhongzhong, am more interested in that flashbang of his. It seems to have some real technique. Logically, I shouldn't have missed my shots. BB, how about we go ask him in his live stream? Wang Zhongzhong, let's go. Their conversation was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the dormant group chat. These top-tier streamers usually fought their own battles, but they occasionally crossed paths in high-intensity matches, and were well aware of Wang Zhongzhong's and BB's capabilities. For someone to make these two demon-level protectors eat dirt and get dominated, what kind of strength must that be? A rookie streamer? More like a monstrous newcomer. A heaven-defying protector. Stronger than top-tier. Let's go check him out. And thus the scene unfolded. The cream of the Delta Force streaming circle in S2 surged en masse into Jiang Feng's newly launched stream, jacking the live viewer count to over 100,000. Jiang Feng never expected that breaking the 100,000 viewer mark in this life would come so abruptly. BB, being a straightforward guy from Shandong, didn't waste words upon entering the stream, and directly sent a sports car. BB FPS, I've got a question. In that blue car play 1 second you were jump locking onto Bro Chuan, and the next how did you instantly teleport like jump lock onto me? Jiang Feng promptly closed AIM Labs and said with a smile, hold on, let me pull up the stream recording. Well, review the video. It'll be clearer. He deftly retrieved the stream replay, dragged the progress bar, and precisely pinpointed the crucial moment of the 1v3 at the blue car, enlarging the footage. The blue car blocked your line of sight, so you didn't catch my full movement. Actually, the maneuver is quite simple. Jump lock out, pull back, slide into cover, then chain into another jump lock. You just need to execute the transitions quickly to achieve 2 jump locks in 2 seconds with a significant distance between them, catching the opponent off guard. This move wasn't particularly high-end in theory. BB could probably figure it out after reviewing it himself. Jiang Feng simply laid it all out plainly. BB understood, but knowing was one thing. Executing such smooth transitions in the heat of high-intensity combat was a different beast altogether. Wang Zhongzhong sent a sports car and a barrage followed. Wang Zhongzhong, what the hell was that flashbang of yours? I clearly fired, but not a single shot hit you. Jiang Feng instantly sat up straight, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Now this was something worth discussing. The flashbang technique gained traction starting from S3 with the rise of the leg shotgun, and later updates halved its duration. Even so, it remained a tool for skilled players, significantly boosting their dueling win rate. Even by the later S7, plenty of players still hadn't mastered the flashbang's usage, and in the current S2, its value had yet to be recognized. He dragged the progress bar again and froze the frame right after killing BB when he turned and jump locked while flashbanging to take out Wang Zhongzhong. In the video, Wang Zhongzhong didn't land a single shot, while Jiang Feng would have died from just 1 hit. Look here, everyone. I activated the flashbang while jump locking, then immediately hit the ground as I landed. Bro Chuan, blinded by the flash, couldn't see my prone movement in his field of vision and kept shooting at where I originally stood. All empty shots. Wang Zhongzhong, so that's it. No wonder I couldn't hit you no matter what. Wang Zhongzhong caught on instantly. A true expert's understanding was indeed sharp, seeing the close combat value of the flashbang at a glance. Lin Zhongyu, this is too overpowered. Isn't it like having an active 100 accurate flash grenade from my Xiaowin? Jiang Feng nodded with a smile. Exactly. This was the imbalanced beauty of the flashbang. It hadn't been nerfed yet, boasting a full 2-second flash, and you could even activate it before jumping. The other streamers in the room suddenly had an epiphany. From now on, going into close combat without a flashbang would be a massive disadvantage. In no time, the streamers started sending gifts, all sports cars, a sincere gesture. Jiang Feng scanned the gift-sending IDs in the barrage. Nan Bowen Wang Zhongzhong BB Meyer. Where's the station master? Alright, playing it this way are we. The barrage also chimed in with learned comments. Delta Force Academy is now in session. Lesson 1. I'm actually classmates with all these streamers. Such an honor. I want to run for class president. Teacher Feng, I sent sunglasses. Sunglasses. Then the teacher won't remember you. Having gotten their answers, the streamers left satisfied, likely heading off to test the flashbang in real combat. But even after they left, a few thousand viewers remained, stabilizing the room at around 7000. After this ordeal, Jiang Feng had thoroughly made a name for himself in the Delta Force streaming circle, no longer the unknown newcomer. He could even claim to be the pioneer of the flashbang technique without any issue, a title enough to earn him a decent living. But Jiang Feng's ambitions stretched far beyond that. He sought to be known by all under heaven. With Jiang Feng's Delta Force Academy, the overall skill level of players in this era would far surpass that of the previous timeline. Jiang Feng continued answering questions from the barrage, discussing map point understandings and the tactical interplay between the dormitory and the western building. But while reviewing the stream recording, whether intentionally or not, Jiang Feng repeatedly played back the clip where the widespread circulation of Ank's spectacular blunder. Wasn't that, in a way, a form of capture? Jiang Feng practiced his shooting while responding to questions from the barrage, even though some inquiries seemed quite basic in his eyes. The crisp sound of mouse clicks intertwined with the interactions in the live stream, and time flew by swiftly. He glanced at the time in the lower right corner of the screen, noticing it was 5 minutes before 4 o'clock, and immediately said, "I'll answer one last question for everyone, and once I'm done, well, call it a day." The barrage instantly flooded the screen with messages pouring in densely. Jiang Feng quickly scanned through and picked a message that was both interesting and representative. "I downloaded the aim labs you recommended, and this 6-target training is so difficult. I want to know what other ways there are to quickly improve my gaming skills aside from just practicing shooting. I don't want to be an average player anymore. I want to become a top-tier player." "That's a good question." Jiang Feng stopped his shooting practice, straightened his body, and took on a serious tone. In FPS games, shooting skills are the foundation of foundations, much like the foundation of a house. But having just the foundation isn't enough. You also need a framework and decoration. First is awareness. This concept can sound profound or simple, but it's really about your overall perspective and information processing ability. For example, being able to anticipate the enemy's position and intentions and knowing the priorities during a chaotic battle. That is awareness. Improving this isn't difficult. Just play more games, review replays after each match, and see where you misjudged or missed information. Your awareness will improve rapidly. Many people don't review their games, just like how students don't organize their mistakes. Finding errors during the review phase and learning from them is the best way to improve. Next is map understanding. This also requires frequent play, imprinting the map in your mind, which will make gameplay feel natural. Then there's movement skills, which are just as crucial as shooting skills, especially in a game like Delta where mobility is. Lastly, specifically for Delta, Jiang Feng's tone became increasingly serious. As a search and destroy game, each match in Delta has its inherent value. You can go full glass cannon or play conservatively. If you truly want to improve, you must demystify the half coin and equip yourself to fight and strategize. The half coin is just a cold number. Using it to enhance your skills is what truly matters. Once your skills improve, earning half coins will become second nature. Jiang Feng's advice was very practical, covering anticipatory aiming, positioning, shooting, hand-eye coordination, and reaction speed, though he had yet to delve deeper. However, as long as fans can accomplish what he mentioned to an 80 level, they will undoubtedly be skilled players, even eligible to escort and earn extra income. Take Jiang Feng for instance. His shooting skills aren't the most elite, but his understanding of the game is exceptionally advanced, completely dominating in the current S2. Combined with top-notch movement skills and unparalleled reaction speed, he can navigate the black house of S2 with ease, crushing opponents until their Dao hearts shatter. If everyone catches up to his gaming understanding, his current strength would only feel like he could barely match an average player like Hao Yin BB. But he has his own tricks. My current achievements are all thanks to my hard work and systematic improvement. When players in S3 and S4 generally improve their gaming understanding, he will have already become a numerical anomaly with all skills maxed out, a true human cheat code, unbeatable. In summary, talent determines your ceiling, but the vast majority of people still haven't touched their limits. Practice more, review more, and think critically, and you will certainly improve. After saying this, Jiang Feng waved at the camera. That's it for today. Thank you all for your company and gifts. As the live stream screen turned black, the data analysis page popped up in the background. Acquired sound waves 841452. New followers 22030. Peak online 15,123. Your likes exceeded 100 of other streamers at the same level. This data would leave the MCN's operations team in shock. A newcomer who had just started streaming for 2 days, gaining over 22000 followers in a single session with a peak online count exceeding 15000. Their follower conversion rate and activity level were ridiculously high, truly a chosen one of the streaming world. With 840000 sound waves, after deducting platform shares and taxes, he would pocket nearly 35000. His previously empty wallet instantly swelled, and Jiang Feng stretched lazily, unable to suppress a smile. For him, this was just the beginning. Seeing Jiang Feng finishing the stream, a few roommates gathered around. Their gazes towards him were complex. Yesterday's livestream, everyone had yet to realize Jiang Feng's transformation and potential. But in today's livestream, Jiang Feng became famous in one battle, making his 3 roommates aware of his true skill level and the bright future of his streaming career. Chen Yulin circled around Jiang Feng, who irritably said, "What are you doing? If you have something to say, just..." Chen Yulin pulled out a crudely made talisman and slapped it onto Jiang Feng's forehead. Evil spirits. Jiang Feng tore off the talisman, glaring at him. "You ungrateful brat." Chen Dexing shook his head and said, "We 3 unanimously feel that you've been possessed. This is completely different from before." Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. "Nonsense, I will always be your father." Without wasting time, Jiang Feng called Zhang Jindong. "Jindong, hurry up, we need to set up a fan group, and we should also create accounts on Bilibili and Weibo. We can't keep our fans waiting." Jiang Feng had little energy to handle these operational matters, so he simply handed them over to the reliable Zhang Jindong. "Brother Dong, I'll leave these to you. I trust you to handle it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jindong immediately set down his things and nodded readily. "Don't worry, I've got this. Fan group, account registration, and subsequent operations, I'll take care of it all." Both are smart individuals capable of achieving great things. Zhang Jindong understood that Jiang Feng wanted to train him for an assistant role in the future, which would surely pay off. The two quickly got to work setting up the fan group. In just a few minutes, completing account registrations for Bilibili and Weibo, as fans began trickling into the group with notification pings echoing. Jiang Feng reminded, "Also, please keep an eye on my Douyin private messages. Don't worry about the MCN messages, just let me know if there are any business offers. You should also register a WeChat and Douyin account. I will include your contact information in my Douyin bio." Zhang Jindong began to get busy. Seeing this, Jiang Feng confidently took out his phone, but was startled by the flood of messages that popped up as soon as he unlocked the screen. WeChat messages exploded. Even the usually quiet class group was flooded with over 99 messages, a slew of messages tagging him. Proud of the livestream link shared by Chen Yulin, perhaps he was only somewhat known in the Douyin Delta section, but in the class group he had become a rising star. With a gentle tap on the agree button, Jiang Feng imagined Chen Yulin's reaction as he put down his phone. If it were Chen Yulin, he would definitely boast to his buddies for a long while, fantasizing if the class flower secretly had a crush on him and concocting a grand campus romance drama in his mind. This guy is suited to write novels. After passing through, Jiang Feng didn't send any messages, waiting for the class flower to express her intentions. Leaning back in his chair, he leisurely opened Fang Ningxu's moments. Speaking of which, in the few days since his arrival, he had been preoccupied with adapting to the new environment and worrying about grades on the first day, and today he was fully focused on live streaming and editing videos without even properly seeing what the class flower looked like. The first post, in her moments, "I want a heart." The second post, "I want a resuscitator." The third post, "Why is my drop rate so low?" The fourth post finally carried some cheer, so happy that the absolute ban has finally been lifted. She even included a screenshot where she had consumed 200W. The fifth post, "Woo my oil. What internet addiction, girl. This is a severe addict in the Delta." Jiang Feng quickly scrolled down, bypassing posts about picking up trash. A picture of her in Hanfu instantly caught Jiang Feng's eye. In the photo, Fang Ningxue stood by Westlake, adorned in an elegant song-style Hanfu with the golden rays of the sunset illuminating her hair, outlining her soft features. A gentle smile graced her lips, her eyes curving gracefully, exuding an ancient yet pure aura. She may not be stunning at first glance, but the more one looked, the more comfortable it became, radiating a sense of peace and harmony. As shown in the picture, wow, a woman of grace, truly deserving of being the class flower. Just as he finished looking at her moments, a WeChat notification sounded. Fang Ningxu's message, the text didn't convey much tone, but was very serious. "Ningjing Shui, I notified you about the statistics class schedule the day before yesterday, and you still haven't submitted it." Immediately following was another message, "Playing games every day, have you forgotten about important matters?" Seems like she is here to question him. After his rebirth, there were too many matters to attend to. He completely forgot about the statistics class schedule, and also forgot that this class flower was the class academic committee member. He quickly replied, "My bad. I got caught up, I'll submit it now." Jiang Feng found the screenshot of the schedule and sent it over in a few seconds. He received an OK sticker from Feng Ningxue, simple and efficient. Just as Jiang Feng thought the matter was settled, another message popped up: received. But you seem to be playing games quite well. That short sentence, devoid of any expression, instantly set off an explosion among his 3 roommates, who had been watching the whole thing. Chen Yulin leaned closer to the screen, anxious for Jiang Feng. Reply. She praised your gaming skills. Hurry up and invite her to team up. What if sparks fly, right? Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. This class flower was an internet addiction girl, a severe addict in the Delta, currently in a state of craving for HFI coins, and had even watched his live streams. Even if she had no interest in Jiang Feng himself, could she have no interest in HFI coins? Isn't this a case of feigned indifference? Jiang Feng wasn't falling for it. This class flower was playing tricks, but Jiang Feng wasn't going to be deceived. Jiang Feng casually replied, "Thank you. Do you understand what it means to tease?" Jiang Feng tucked his phone back into his pocket, his tone irritating. "Forget it. I can't explain this to you, you little sycophant." "Who are you calling a sycophant?" Chen Yulin exclaimed. "I'm so hungry." Jiang Feng rubbed his stomach, realizing that it was likely the start of his second growth spurt. His body had to undergo transformation within 3 months, reaching a height of 185 centimeters with a golden ratio, figure naturally requiring a considerable amount of energy. "Let's go, we'll treat tonight, let's go eat at the buffet. Wow, our father is generous." Chen Yulin's expression changed instantly, and Chun Dexing and Zhang Jindong also perked up, their eyes sparkling. "What about class? Forget about moral education." As Chen Yulin spoke, he went next door to shout, "Yao Tao, the 4 of us aren't going to moral education tonight. If the teacher calls roll, you help us answer." Yao Tao was currently playing Dota 2 and gave a middle finger as a sign of agreement. Seeing his sons so happy, Jiang Feng felt delighted. Isn't earning money as a father meant to spend on his sons? A group of them confidently walked out of the dormitory. Their university was situated quite well, with the Qiantang River to the east, Baolong Plaza just a 5-minute walk to the west, Hangzhou Normal University to the north, and a residential area to the south. A bit further east, they were also near Jiangsu Zhejiang University of Finance and Economics, Jiangsu Zhejiang University of Technology, Jiangsu Zhejiang University of Media, and Hangzhou Dianzi University. This area was entirely a university town, hence the name Cannon City for Xia. One can only say that those who understand will understand. Jiang Feng first took his 3 foolish sons to Baolong, walking into a beautifully decorated gym. He went straight to the front desk and spoke decisively, "Find your person in charge. I want to get a membership that allows me to bring 3 extra people. Ask if that's possible." The gym adjacent to the university had different rules from ordinary gyms and had long understood the needs of the student demographic. The person in charge quickly came over, smiling. "Are you looking to work out with your roommates? We have a business card that allows bringing 3, but it's slightly more expensive. Just tell me how much." Jiang Feng was too lazy to beat around the bush. After some haggling, he finally got the card for 4888 yuan. Chen Yulin and the others looked at each other, confused. "We didn't plan to work out." "I want to work out, so you all have to accompany me." Jiang Feng patted their shoulders, gently persuading them. "Just think about it. When you all develop 8-pack abs and an explosive physique, how many girls will be surrounding you then? But that's too expensive. Let's split the cost for the card." Jiang Feng shook his head. "Just 4,888. Money is the hero's courage." In his past life, even if he didn't reach his expectations, he lived in the era of esports explosion, earning millions as a professional player and support player. Spending money is naturally different from that of students. "Let's go, we're going to eat at the buffet." Jiang Feng hailed a taxi, heading straight to the upscale buffet restaurant he had been eyeing. Upon arriving, when Chen Yulin and the others saw the price of 488 yuan per person on the menu, their eyes widened instantly. Chen Yulin tugged at Jiang Feng's shirt, his voice trembling. "Wow, are we really eating at such an expensive place? This is enough for my weekly living expenses." His voice shook. "Dad is treating, what are you pan—" Jiang Feng casually chose a seat by the window, flipping through the menu. "This is just the cheap one. The most expensive set is 1888. Eat to your heart's content. Make sure to help Dad recoup the costs." The 488 yuan set included M9 Wagyu sea urchins and sweet shrimp, which was already quite a luxurious configuration. The reason Jiang Feng was so generous was that he wanted to reward himself for his successful livestream, and also to thank his 3 roommates for their understanding. Over the past 2 days of streaming, they had been packed in the dorm, but they never complained, fully cooperating with him, and even helping to enhance the livestream effects, all of which Jiang Feng noticed. The 3 roommates, who had never seen such a scene, were still taking photos and posting on moments, while Jiang Feng was already digging in. He was truly starving. An hour later, Chen Yulin and the others were already full slumped in their chairs, unable to move, while Jiang Feng was still focused on eating a tall stack of plates piling up in front of him. Bro, your appetite is ridiculous. Chen Dexing stared in shock. How come I never noticed you could eat this much before? Jiang Feng mumbled an answer, continuing to stuff Wagyu into his mouth. He had anticipated that the second growth spurt would consume a lot of energy, which is why he specifically chose a buffet, fearing it wouldn't be enough. Just then, a man in a suit walked over with a server. Chen Yulin instantly became nervous, whispering, "Oh no, you ate too much. They won't kick you out, right?" Jiang Feng shot him a glance. "Have you read too many Dragon King novels? What level of buffet is this? Do you think they would kick a customer out for eating too much? You should focus on getting rid of that rotten persimmon on your phone." The suited man approached their table with a polite smile. "Hello, sir, thank you for your generous support of our restaurant. May I ask how you find our dishes and service?" "Pretty good. The ingredients are fresh and there's a wide variety." Jiang Feng wiped his mouth and casually replied. "It's like this." The suited man smiled. "We would like to take a photo of you for restaurant promotion. In return, your meal with your friends will be free of charge. How does that sound?" Jiang Feng's eyes lit up and he nodded immediately. "Of course." The server quickly took out a phone and snapped a picture of Jiang Feng with his towering stack of plates. For a high-end buffet restaurant, having customers eat their fill is the best publicity. Jiang Feng flashed a peace sign for the camera. He was happy, and the restaurant manager was happy too. On this long night, what should four men do after being well-fed? Jiang Feng looked down at his feet, a smile creeping onto his lips. It's the perfect time for some foot action. Switch the batch. Jiang Feng lounged on the sofa, his tone indifferent as he waved his hand dismissively. After the first group of masseurs left, Chen Yulin tugged at his sleeve, his ears burning red. It was clearly his first time in such a place, and he was so nervous he didn't know where to put his hands or feet. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate? I thought the ones just now were pretty good." Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. "Look at you, all shy and awkward. The moment the masseurs see you like that, they'll definitely half-heartedly go through the motions. I didn't switch the batch because I was dissatisfied. It's purely a reminder. We're here to spend money, not to be taken for a ride. Got it? Watch and learn. You don't know a thing." In his past life, Jiang Feng had stepped into the professional arena early. Though he wasn't old then, the people and events he had encountered far surpassed those naive, clear-eyed college students. Their life experiences were on completely different levels. Before long, the manager brought in 4 new masseurs. Jiang Feng gave them a quick glance, didn't ask for another change, and nodded to signal they could begin. During the massage, Chen Yulin watched Jiang Feng's composed demeanor and couldn't help but remark, "It really feels like you've become a different person. I hardly recognize you now." "Turning the tables, huh?" Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. "Am I not your good dad anymore? Stop joking, seriously." Chen Yulin dropped the playful tone, his voice turning earnest. "I really envy your skills, and I envy that you've figured out your path so early. I feel like if you become a streamer, you'll definitely make a huge splash. Let me correct you. It's not will make a huge splash. It's already happening. Right now beside you is the #1 person in Delta Force, the tallest mountain, the longest river, the god of space, the tower master of Bakshi." Jiang Feng instinctively launched into a rapid-fire spiel. "Chen Yulin, stop. Space is fine, but what the hell is Bakshi? Who even plays that kind of map?" Jiang Feng just smiled and said nothing, waiting for Season 3's secret Bakshi and the 3 phantom gods to see if you'd go. Chen Dexing and Zhang Jindong were also uncharacteristically silent. While they were still figuring out college life, Jiang Feng had already set his streaming direction with a bright future ahead. This left them both awestruck and unable to stop pondering their own futures. Jiang Feng shifted the topic. "What do you guys think of the treasure hunting mode in Delta Force?" At the mention of this, the 3 instantly perked up, eyes gleaming. "Absolutely fun. It's incredibly addictive. I feel like while Delta Force's popularity is mainly in the big battlefield, if the treasure hunting mode takes off, its hype will definitely surpass the big battlefield." Right. Look at the guys in the next dorm. They've all been influenced by you to ditch the big battlefield and switch to treasure hunting. These lads had sharp instincts." Jiang Feng chuckled and dropped a bombshell. "Your father here has a few golden paths to greatness. Do you want to walk them?" In his past life, Delta Force had sustained countless content creators. Gun modding, CS gameplay, tutorials, spot guides, economic analysis. There were all kinds of creators with diverse content. Jiang Feng knew he couldn't possibly dominate all these tracks, so it was better to give his brothers a hand and ride the Delta Force wave together. He first looked at Zhang Jindong, speaking calmly. "Dong, you're the most composed and down-to-earth, but you lack entertainment value. So from now on you'll be my assistant, handling live stream operations and business negotiations. Also, you can start a daily account to document our dorm life in room 214. With my current popularity, you'll definitely get decent traffic, believe me. Zhang Jindong didn't hesitate and nodded. I believe you. None of the four in their dorm came from wealthy families. They were mostly middle class. Jiang Feng's parents were teachers. Chen Yulin's father was a deputy chief physician, and his mother an architect, and Chen Dexing from Wenzhou had a family-run factory. Only Zhang Jindong's family was relatively less well-off. As he put it, his family was quite poor when he was young. He even wore patched clothes to school. Later, during Ningbo's big development, his old hometown was in a good location and they got several houses from demolition which improved their lives. That's why Zhang Jindong was the most steady and patient of the four. Jiang Feng had already planned it out. Being an assistant was the most low-key role. Later, when taking on commercial deals, he could accept less pay and ask the sponsors to also arrange something for Zhang Jindong, helping him earn more. Then Jiang Feng turned to Chen Dexing. As for you, Dexing, there's one path that's perfect. Ammo flipping, you know? This was outside Chen Dexing's knowledge, and he shook his head. No idea. Jiang Feng patiently explained. In Delta Force's marketplace, the only items that can be resold after purchase are bullets. And bullet prices fluctuate, so there's room for manipulation just like the stock market. Chen Dexing's eyes lit up and he quickly replied. I get it. You want me to be the market maker and lead fans to trade. Jiang Feng's face darkened. Trade my ass. You'd lead the fans to collective bankruptcy. Do you think the Delta Force marketplace isn't controlled by big players? Ever seen fabricated market spikes? Real money can't be created out of thin air, but half coins can. What I mean is the prices of bullets for popular guns will definitely rise, and weekend gun reviews will cause corresponding bullet prices to skyrocket. Also, the marketplace restocks at night so you can buy the dip. Then on weekends, when player activity is highest and prices peak, you sell. Buy low, sell high. It's that simple. In his past life, Jiang Feng had seen the most incredible creator with 30 million in capital. Without playing a single game, he stubbornly traded stocks in Delta Force and turned it into 400 million. That was the greatest market manipulation Head ever witnessed. Head also seen fools who bought gold bullets on leverage at 2,400, only to be stuck for 2 months completely trapped. Chen Dexing grew more excited as he listened, his eyes sparkling. This was a path tailor-made for him. You can use my account to flip ammo. I was already worried about how to earn 3 billion, and this way it'll promote you too. Jiang Feng had long planned this. As for Chen Yulin, to be honest, he was the most entertaining in room 214. Even Jiang Feng couldn't match him. You're a natural-born streamer. Pick one direction, knife running or rat tactics, and dive deep. I believe you can make it. Jiang Feng would give Chen Yulin a boost, sharing some traffic. Though becoming a big streamer depended on fate, Chen Yulin was guaranteed to at least be a small streamer. Jiang Feng thought for a moment. If it really doesn't work out, you can stream bridge camping. Just don't call me Godfather anymore. Jiang Feng made a clean break, refusing to be roped into nonsense. Chen Yulin instantly got excited, feeling his future was bright, already imagining how Head run his stream. The three of them chatted animatedly, their faces glowing with excitement and anticipation. Jiang Feng watched his roommates, and a smile crept onto his lips. In his past life, he had fought alone in the esports scene, tasting loneliness and the fickleness of human relationships. Heaven had given him a second chance, granting him not only an incredible system and a healthy body, but also these like-minded, loyal, and reliable brothers. As the saying goes, when one man attains the Tao, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. He would never betray this bond. Together they would strive, and even at graduation there would be no sorrow of parting. Room 214, friendship never fades, forever united. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the United States, it was a bright, sunny day. On Twitch, Wraith, a well-known Delta Force streamer, had just finished a secret space match. He slammed the table, his microphone rattling as he roared, "Fuck! Why are there so many cheaters? What the hell is Delta Force's admin doing? Why don't they ban them?" Wraith threw up his hands in frustration, then ran his fingers through his hair, his face flushed red. The chat scrolled by in a frenzy filled with teasing comments. As one of the top 10 most popular Delta Force streamers, Wraith was known for his aggressive playstyle and explosive emotions, with his furious rants being his signature moments. Then he opened the web version of Douyin. After a day of aggressive play, getting killed by hackers and pissed, let's check out China's TikTok for some fun Delta Force content, or see if our Delta Force admin has any new announcements, just to lighten the mood. With the explosive popularity of China travel and the cross-platform reconciliations on certain social media, the traditional Western media's slander and defamation against the East have completely collapsed, leaving countless Western netizens filled with intense curiosity and longing for China. And Wraith, a well-known streamer in the Delta Force category on Twitch, was one of them. As a 30-year-old white male from California, this game from the East had launched his streaming career, and it also deepened his fondness and longing for this Eastern nation. He was even teaching himself Chinese, though he could only utter a few core phrases like "Nai hao, xie xie, niu bai, wachao," and wachao li ma. But he was waiting for Delta Force to invite him to the East for an event where he would shock everyone with fluent Chinese. His viewers knew his plan, but the overseas Chinese students in the chat smirked. You remember, "You're in for a treat," and "You're in for a world of trouble" mean the same thing. Whoever makes you unhappy, it'll give them a quick end, so you can be happy. Go ahead, learn Chinese. You'll be speechless every step of the way. After fuming, Wraith wanted to scroll through Chinese Douyin to cool down, a staple of his stream. It helped him find amusement and calm his mood, while also learning about the East. Okay, let's see what's interesting on Douyin today. The first video wasn't a game clip, but a scene of the People's Liberation Army conducting disaster relief. In the footage, soldiers braved the wind and rain to transport supplies and rescue civilians, instantly silencing Wraith's earlier irritation. He stared at the screen for a long while. If it weren't for the video, I wouldn't believe it. This kind of thing never happens in our country. He fell silent for a moment. Forget it, next video. Then he came across several highly abstract videos with extraordinary artistic merit. Wraith was speechless, running his hand through his hair. I really can't imagine how in a country with censorship they can create such works. Next. Without lingering, the algorithm quickly pushed Delta Force-related content. The first one was a video by Lao Feiyu, a catchy BGM paired with hilarious meme stickers and a witty editing rhythm. Despite the language barrier, Wraith was thoroughly entertained. Guys, I gotta say, this guy's videos are really fun. I'm getting hooked on the music, and I've collected quite a few of these stickers. Then his tone shifted to his usual pickiness. But well, you know what I mean. These videos are entertaining, but watching too many can lead to fatigue. And from my perspective, this guy's skill still needs work, needs to improve a bit. An overseas Chinese viewer couldn't help but comment, "This guy is the most popular person in the East. I suggest you watch your words. Bro, Feiyu isn't a skill-based streamer. There's no need to judge him by that standard." Wraith shrugged with a smile and scrolled down. Alright, next. He scrolled through several more videos, all of which were either knife-running tutorials or funny treasure-hunting clips. For Wraith, an aggressive player, these were entertaining but offered little technical value. Yet he still offered a polite comment: "East players lack aggression, but their knife-running videos are excellent. If you go broke from aggressive plays, you should check out their tutorials." Delta Force had 100 million daily active users, with overseas and domestic popularity nearly split evenly, but the preferences of players from both sides were vastly different. In China, the large-scale battlefield mode still dominated, and the traffic funneled to the Havoc Zone was mostly occupied by knife-running streamers. It's just how Chinese players are. No matter the game, a farming mindset comes first. Hoarders far outnumber those who sell expansion crates to go all out, with the philosophy of stockpile, widely delay, claiming kingship. Overseas, where players love combat and living on the edge, the opposite was true. The Havoc Zone was the absolute mainstream. European and American players have fiery tempers and prefer heat and aggression. In their matches, not looting before clearing the map has become an unwritten rule. This is the entirely different gaming content born from different cultural influences. Wraith felt today's Delta Force videos might hold no surprises, but as he habitually scrolled down, he saw a video with an opening BGM. If you were Jiang Feng, what would you do? He naturally didn't understand Chinese nor who Jiang Feng was, but the high-energy montage at the start instantly made him sit up straight, his irritation vanishing. He exclaimed excitedly in Chinese, "Finally, found an aggressive play video. Let's see the real skill level of East aggressive players." Wraith leaned closer to the screen. The video featured non-stop high-level plays. In the print room, a Wylan wiped a team with midair double shotgun blasts. Lauda was ambushed from behind, but used a jetpack to counterkill two in an instant. Just these two clips made Wraith exclaim, "Nyobai. Wow, this video has real power." I don't know what the streamer is saying, but his strategy is clear, his mechanics are sharp, and especially his reaction speed. Clearly a young player. As the video progressed, wall-bouncing tiger squats on the CEO stairs, precise C4 team wipes, extreme peak techniques, Wylan's jump-and-pull shotgun, textbook jetpack misdirection. All of Jiang Feng's highlight plays from his first stream were condensed into a visual feast. Wraith's expression gradually changed. From initial casual banter, he grew more serious, frowning one moment, involuntarily praising the next, with occasional exclamations of "wow" and "nyobai." Whenever a stunning play appeared, he would pause, rewind, and replay it repeatedly, savoring every detail. The chat exploded. "Are East aggressive players this strong? This is incredible. I almost suspect he's hacking. East players are too low-key. You've been secretly enjoying this good stuff. The East has always been low-key, hiding good things from us. Like Kung Fu, they keep sending fake masters to fool us, saying China has no real martial arts. I also think it looks like hacking. Although his strategy is clear, it's possible he's a skilled player who turned to hacks to reach this incomprehensible level. I really need the streamer's ID. I want to learn from him. Can anyone type out his Chinese ID? Search his Douyin number. It's a numeric ID, no Chinese needed. Some of those clips taken alone feel like hacks. When the video ended, Wraith couldn't help but clap his hands, his tone filled with strong, so strong. The East is full of hidden talents with masters like this. I feel him not as good as this master. His strategy and reactions are too clear. He specifically rewound to a certain peak clip and pointed at the screen. Look at his peak. Always the smallest possible angle, and his jump pull is extremely tight. This kind of detail minimizes damage taken. Positioning control is essential for high-level players, but few do it this well. And his pre-aim is clean with no wasted motion. This level of technical maturity surpasses me and even the acknowledged best players on our... Wraith was satisfied. Watching such a top-tier video was almost as exhilarating as a successful run. He liked, favorited, and commented. If he had money, he would have tipped. A master this strong must be a big content creator. He muttered as he clicked into the video author's home. The moment he saw the follower count, Wraith froze, his eyes wide. He instinctively leaned closer to the screen, his voice full of disbelief. How many? Less than 60,000. Wraith shot up from his chair, his eyes wide with disbelief. A treasure of a content creator like this has less than 60,000 followers. Are you kidding me? With such explosive gameplay and such high-quality videos, how can he have so few fans and likes? He furrowed his brows, utterly perplexed. Are we trapped in an information cocoon? There must be many more fierce players like this in China that we haven't even seen. As he spoke, he scrolled through Jiang Feng's for videos. Aside from the Pudam video, which had over 47.5 million views and had surpassed 10,000 likes, the other 3 videos had only a few thousand likes each. Compared to old Feiyu's videos, which regularly garnered hundreds of thousands of likes, this was simply embarrassing. This doesn't make sense. If his gameplay were on TikTok, it wouldn't have this kind of traffic. It would definitely blow up across the internet. Despite his grumbling, he watched all 3 remaining videos, becoming more engrossed with each one, his exclamations of awe never ceasing. Wow, is this the regular dam? Such good loot. What incredible luck. And there's a guide on modifying M7 and M14 rifles. The modifications are pretty standard. But why aren't the barrels covered in stickers? What's the point of mounting all these lights? Even though I can't understand what he's saying, these prop placements are very practical. Especially that wallbang with the tiger crouch on the spiral staircase. Wow, my hands are itching to play. I have to go for another round. Wraith rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. He casually clicked follow and sent Jiang Feng a private message. Hello, this is Wraith. Your videos are excellent. If possible, I hope you could add bilingual subtitles to the commentary. Lastly, if you feel the traffic on Chinese TikTok isn't good, you should try it on TikTok. Then he said to the chat, I hope he sees my message and takes my request seriously. By the way, are there any fans in the live stream who understand Chinese? And can someone translate his videos? I want to hear what his tutorials say. He seems to be a streamer too, right? Are there any recordings of his streams? I want to see his actual gameplay. Forget it, I can't wait. Let's start a round first. Hardcore assault on the navigation charge. Previously, when he came across videos from Chinese players, he always scrutinized them with a critical eye. But today, faced with Jiang Feng's skills, he was left in pure awe and admiration. This stark contrast surprised the viewers in his livestream and made a few overseas Chinese students in the chat feel a sense of pride. After all, Wraith was a top-tier player on the international server, renowned for his clear thinking and aggressive playstyle. There weren't many streamers he held in such high regard. At that moment, a Chinese student from the School of Cinematic Arts at the University of Southern California stroked his chin. Chunny Chen looked at Jiang Feng's profile page and murmured, He's a new streamer. Is he really this good? He was also a Delta Force player and a hardcore one at that. Like Wraith, he felt that Jiang Feng's skills were almost superhuman. Chunny Chen muttered to himself while staring at Jiang Feng's profile, a thought flashing through his mind, a badass like this, even foreigners are amazed. If I repost his videos overseas, they'll definitely go viral. No time like the present. Chunny Chen followed Jiang Feng and sent a direct message. Hello? I'm Chunny Chen, an international student at the USC School of Cinematic Arts. I want to repost your videos on YouTube and TikTok to help you attract overseas fans. They'll credit the original source. May I? Wednesday morning, the 3rd day of Jiang Feng's rebirth. It was another monotonous yet fulfilling routine: morning run, breakfast, and morning self-study. But one thing was different. As soon as he walked into the morning self-study classroom, he was immediately surrounded by a crowd of classmates. Wow! The big star is here for morning self-study. Although everyone still had sleepy eyes, their gazes at Jiang Feng were filled with novelty and admiration, as if they were looking at a celebrity. The excitement that had been brewing in the class group chat the day before had now reached a fever pitch in person. A classmate who had watched the entire livestream the previous day said in the group that Jiang Feng's livestream had peaked at over 150,000 concurrent viewers, with a flood of gifts like carnivals and sports cars. Hearing this, even the classmates who didn't play Delta Force realized that Jiang Feng was someone special. Their class had truly produced an internet celebrity. Is Delta Force really that fun? Jiang Feng, how are you so good? How did you practice? Quick, Feng God. Let me take a selfie with you. I told people in the comments that were classmates and they didn't believe me. Perhaps it was the novelty of it all, but Jiang Feng experienced such fervent adoration from his classmates for the first time. Although it felt a bit strange, he still fulfilled everyone's requests one by one. Once the crowd dispersed, a few classmates who actually played Delta Force's treasure hunting mode immediately gathered around, their faces etched with frustration. Feng God, please help us. We've lost 20 million and still haven't found any loot. Feng God, I'm spent. I watched your stream yesterday to learn the tactics, and then I blew all my half coins in the game last night. Now my warehouse is so empty even rats could run through it. Save us, please. A flash of inspiration struck Jiang Feng. His account ban would only be lifted this afternoon, and accounts with a history of short-term bans would be subjected to increased scrutiny by the system. If any abnormal data were detected, he could easily be banned again. So Jiang Feng decided to let his account cool off for a while. His classmates' requests, however, gave him a new idea, helping classmates find loot and alleviate poverty. Wasn't that perfect content for his stream? Jiang Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. Since you all call me Feng God, what else can I say? There are quite a few of you, and I only stream for 4 or 5 hours a night, so I definitely can't help everyone find loot. Hey, race the plan at 6 p.m. today. They'll post a QR code in the class group chat. You scan it to get in line. It's first come, first served. Whoever gets in, it'll help them find loot. Fair and square, what do you say? Deal. Thank you, Feng God. What Feng God? This is Feng Daddy. Feng Daddy is the epitome of righteousness. I bow to you, my adoptive father. Alright, you're all good kids. Just don't go camping the bridge. After morning self-study, the morning was packed with classes, and afternoon classes went until 3:30 p.m. Jiang Feng still brought his laptop to edit videos, but this time his 3 loyal roommates were also busy at their own computers. Zhang Jindong was managing the fan group and organizing private messages. Chun Dexing was researching bullet price trends on the Delta Force trading market, and Chen Yulin was pondering what kind of content to stream. Studio 214 was officially launched. Each of them was diligently following the path Jiang Feng had outlined. Now none of the 4 were paying attention in class. Jiang Feng couldn't help but think to himself, I really hope these 3 aren't sitting next to me during finals, or we'll all fail together. Jiang Feng skillfully finished editing today's video. Yesterday's livestream had provided plenty of great material: the blitz on West University, the 1v3 behind the blue car, the battle against cheaters, and the highlight, the prison district god of war. Jiang Feng calculated that his new peripherals and second monitor should arrive by noon. Fortunately, the dormitory was spacious enough to accommodate all the equipment. Now there would be 4 people streaming from the dormitory. At least they wouldn't disturb each other. Studio 214 livestream incubation base was officially established. Just as he finished editing the video, Zhang Jindong came over. Feng, there are a few interesting private messages in the inbox. I've sorted them out for you. Jiang Feng rarely checked his private messages, but a quick glance at the flood of messages today made his head spin. They were absolutely atrocious. People sending intimate photos begging to play together or for a date, and the most horrifying part was that they came from both men and women. It was an eyesore. There were also invitations from various gaming guilds and MSN, as well as people from all walks of life asking to borrow money. Useful information was scarce. Fortunately, Zhang Jindong was there to filter them out, saving him a lot of trouble. Zhang Jindong emphasized, there's one private message you have to see first. Someone claiming to be the content manager for Delta Force on Douyin sent you a message asking if you're interested in becoming an official contracted streamer for Delta Force. Zhang Jindong was always reliable in handling matters. He had already proactively added the WeChat contact of the Delta TikTok content manager, thoroughly inquired about the collaboration details, and now directly forwarded the electronic contract to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng quickly scanned through the contract. Its contents were largely similar to the official anchor contracts he had seen in his past life. It offered standard benefits such as traffic support from the platform and priority invitations to official events. However, 2 clauses immediately extinguished any thought of signing. One stipulated that during the contract period, and for 10 years after its termination, he must not defame Delta. The other forbade him from playing any competing games during the contract period. Jiang Feng could tolerate neither of these clauses. His momentum was currently unstoppable. He was hardly in need of such meager traffic support. As long as he continued to grow stronger, could the Delta officials truly refuse to invite him to events even without a contract? Just refuse it directly. There's no need to sign, Jiang Feng said, decisively tapping his fingers on the table. Also ask him if he can put me on a whitelist. Getting short-banned every day is unbearable. Alright, I'll ask him shortly. Zhang Jindong nodded in agreement, then added. There are also a few interesting private messages. One is in English. The sender calls himself Wraith, requesting that you add bilingual subtitles to your future videos to accommodate foreign viewers. I looked into this Wraith. If his identity is genuine, he's a major Delta streamer on the foreign server. My videos have foreign viewers, and a major streamer is asking for bilingual subtitles. Jiang Feng was taken aback, somewhat surprised. Zhang Jindong nodded. Yeah, I saw the highlight reels and tutorial videos you posted earlier. There are quite a few English comments underneath. They don't seem like spam. They should be from genuine overseas players. Moreover, Delta's popularity abroad rivals its domestic fame, especially the Warzone mode. This popularity overseas might even be higher. Jiang Feng nodded. This was one of the differences between his two lives. He had forgotten that in this life Delta's overseas popularity was in no way inferior to the domestic server. He immediately forwarded the video he had just edited to Zhang Jindong. Alright, adding bilingual subtitles isn't much trouble. I finished editing today's video. Could you add them for me? My English is completely hopeless, so I'm relying on you. Alright. Zhang Jindong agreed readily. There's another private message from an international student at USC named Chani Chen. He's requesting permission to repost your video, stating he will credit the original source to help spread your content overseas. Zhang Jindong continued. Jiang Feng nodded. He had too many things on his plate right now. He couldn't even manage the domestic scene properly, and neither he nor those around him were proficient in English. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment. His energy was currently focused on domestic streaming and content creation. While the overseas market held potential, neither he nor his acquaintances understood English, leaving him no energy to explore it for now. Allowing an international student to handle the reposting could expand his influence without requiring his own effort. A good option. Alright, send him the videos with bilingual subtitles and the stream replays and authorize him to repost them. Jiang Feng said. Oh, and let's set today's stream start time for 6 o'clock. The program will be helping classmates loot for resources. As class was about to end, Jiang Feng was pondering what to eat for lunch when his WeChat buzzed with a string of message alerts. Opening it, he saw someone had directly mentioned him in the general group for the 2024 freshmen of Zhejiang Gongshang University School of Information. CS 2402 Wang, Qinyu. CS 2401 Jiang Feng, with your skill level, you can become a streamer. CS 2402 Wang, Qinyu, did you sign with some awesome MCN and get boosted? If so, introduce me too. I can do it as well. Immediately after, Wang Qinyu posted a screenshot of his mobile game stats showing a top-secret KD of 3.7. Jiang Feng recognized this guy. Wang Qinyu from the neighboring CS Class 2 was always eager to show off and brag, whether it was playing basketball or video games. The thing was, the guy was naturally talented and decent at everything he did. If he were more humble and low-key, he could have been a notable figure in the department. Unfortunately, his mouth was too sharp. He had skill but lacked virtue, constantly taunting others. Before Jiang Feng could retort, a screenshot suddenly popped up in the group sent by Fang Ningxue. It was a screenshot of Jiang Feng's game stats: KD 76, kill-death ratio 7M, KD 76, kill-death ratio 7M. Following closely, classmates who had watched Jiang Feng's stream yesterday chimed in, posting various screenshots of carnivals and sports cars, flooding the chat. Without a single word, it was a perfect finishing blow. Perfect kill. The group instantly exploded with the screen filled with a barrage of. Even the counselor Li Rong was startled and surfaced to post a question mark. What's going on? Wang Qinyu fell silent. CS 2401 Xinyujia, no way, are there people who still don't know? Didn't Chen Yulin post the link to Feng Shan's stream in the group yesterday? CS 2401 Yang Lei, seriously, this data is just too insane. Wang Qinyu, comparing your KD with Feng Shan's, frankly it looks like a noob's. CS 2401 Chao Shumin, let's just say Wang Qinyu barely qualifies as a skilled player, but Jiang Feng is on a different level. He sits at the hacker's table. CS 2401 Chu Siyuan, everyone come watch Jiang Feng stream tonight. Feng Shan is helping us loot for resources. CS 2401 Wang Haoyang, that's right, phone is ready, just waiting for Feng Shan's QR code. I have a Huawei phone. No one has faster internet than me. CS2401 Huang Zhongfei my iPhone begs to differ. CS2401 Lu Cong my Xiaomi. CS2402 Chen Ruxiao what do you mean we're all classmates, why don't I know about this? CS2402 Wu Yanping I strongly demand the QR code be posted in the main group. CS2402 Song Zishu and Fengshen, do you remember? During military training you were on the left and I was on the right. Jiang Feng watched the group chat grow increasingly lively and helplessly rubbed his forehead. This influence had unknowingly spread from his class to the entire department. He had no choice but to surface and respond. Alright, I'll post the QR code in the main group tonight. Let me be clear up front, you need to have an account level of 30 or above, and be able to enter the extreme navigation mode, otherwise you can't play. Jiang Feng didn't mind, they were all classmates anyway. Helping one loot was the same as helping another. However, in the smaller class group, the guys who had leaked the information earlier were getting roasted. Who was the one who spilled this to the main group? Competing with 7 or 8 people is completely different from competing with 30 or 40. Damn, my loot is going to be ruined. More interestingly, many classmates who had never played the loot mode before started to consider giving it a try. With so many people playing, it should be fun, right? Not playing might mean being left out. At 6 in the evening, Jiang Feng finished working out and having dinner with his 3 buddies and returned to the dormitory on time. The 4 of them sat in front of their respective computers. Jiang Feng skillfully changed his stream title, helping classmates loot. Challenge 10 barrels in one night. Jiang Feng had pre-tested the new peripherals that had arrived, mostly the ones he used in his past life. After confirming everything was fine, he started the stream on time. Having notified his fan group in advance, the number of viewers in the stream skyrocketed rapidly. Jiang Feng smiled at the camera and greeted them in a light tone. Good evening, everyone. Today is the big Class 214 team building event. Tonight's program is just as the title says. He'll be playing on a classmates account, trio queuing with Chun Yulin and Chun Dexing, helping classmates loot. Challenge 10 barrels of oil in one night. I'll post the QR code in our School of Information main group. Fastest fingers scan and get on. Let's see who the first lucky one is today. As Jiang Feng was capturing the QR code to send to the main group, he suddenly heard a beep sound from behind him. Someone had already scanned the code. Jiang Feng turned his head to look behind him, where a furtive figure was crouched, his tools of the trade yet to be stowed away, phone still raised and aimed at Jiang Feng's screen. It was none other than Chao Xumin from the neighboring dormitory room 216. Jiang Feng couldn't hold back a laugh. Old Chao, I haven't even sent the code to the group yet, and you're already scanning it. Caught red-handed, Chao Xumin gave an awkward grin. Why not seize the moment when fortune favors the bold? Jiang Feng's dormitory was currently packed with classmates eager for the spectacle, though fewer than yesterday. Most of those playing Delta Force were stationed at their own computers, poised and ready, waiting for the QR code to appear. But Chao Xumin, ever the clever one, chose not to compete online with the rest. Instead, he came directly in person, hoping to cut through the crowd and ascend in one swift move. Jiang Feng helplessly shifted his camera to capture old Chao in the frame, then spread his hands toward the live stream audience. See this? We haven't even started and someone's already stolen a march. What do we do now? This isn't cheating or playing dirty. Chao Xumin retorted, craning his neck as he glanced at the barrage. I scanned it fair and square. No one said it had to be from the group chat, right? The livestream barrage instantly erupted, a flurry of teasing comments flooding the screen. Not that we don't scan, but we scan slowly, steadily, and with finesse. Let the prepared scan first, let the mature-minded scan first, so the early scanners can lead the late ones. See, only those who break the rules succeed. Why only classmates get to scan? What about us in the barrage? What about the fans? Don't we deserve a mention? Unfair. There's a conspiracy. Demand a redo. Release the code again. The code should be shared in the fan group too. Are classmates the only ones who matter? Aren't we fans just as important? Wind God, I'm your long-lost college buddy. I just never got my admission letter. I want in the... Why can only students from your college join the group? Is this discrimination against non-students? The classmates in the group also caught wind of Chao Xumin's slick move, and some went straight to the livestream barrage to call him out. Chao Xumin, we're all in this together and you pull this stunt. Meanwhile, the WeChat group for the 2024 cohort of the School of Information at Zhejiang Gongshang University was buzzing like a hornet's nest. CS2401, Yao Tao. CS2401, Chao Xumin, unfair. There's a conspiracy. Chao Xumin cut in line. CS2402, Zhang, UGS. CS2401, Chao Xumin, so this is how you play, huh? You'd better sleep with one eye open tonight. CS2401, Gu Jerong, anyone up for a trip to room 214 to give old Chao a piece of our minds? The message unfair. There's a conspiracy? Flooded the screen, instantly rows upon rows of it, looking as uniform as copy-pasted text. Jiang Feng even spotted their counselor Li Rong joining in the barrage. Then someone dropped a meme of the eagle-eyed guy. As if a switch had been flipped, wave after wave of eagle-eyed guy memes followed, filling the entire chat interface until it was a sea of identical images. Jiang Feng couldn't hold back his laughter. He pulled the WeChat group messages slightly into view from his secondary screen, letting the livestream audience take a look. The viewers were howling with laughter, and the barrage went even crazier. Ha ha ha, even the counselor is here for the gossip. Dragonfly Captain requests to enter. A slight sensation of weightlessness in Jinling. I've taken off feeling fine. The entire college's public enemy. Chao Shumin. Ha ha ha, I've got his name memorized. Why isn't he running? They're coming to get you. Just as Chao Shumin was about to argue further, the dormitory door burst open with a bang and 2 male students strode in, their eyes scanning like searchlights before locking onto the still stubborn Chao Shumin. The barrage flooded with comments. Dragonfly Captain has entered. Law enforcement has arrived. Justice may be late, but it never fails to show up. The 2 flanked Chao Shumin, grabbing him by the arms, as if hoisting a chick, and began dragging him out. Chao Shumin struggled and wailed. I just wanted a can of oil. What did I do wrong? I'm a Delta Force player too. As they passed Jiang Feng, one of the boys said with a straight face, Don't worry, Wind God. We're taking this line cutter away. Release the code again. The WeChat group exploded once more, this time with a new meme. A monkey tied up. It was pure entertainment gold. Jiang Feng laughed so hard tears nearly streamed down his face. All right, now there's no one behind me. I promise fairness, justice, and transparency. I'm sending the QR code to the group right now. It's all about who's fastest. With that, Jiang Feng hit send. The QR code had barely appeared in the group when it was scanned almost instantly. Jiang Feng logged in normally as the group erupted, everyone asking, Who was that fast? Is there another conspiracy? Before Jiang Feng could explain, hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway, and the dormitory door swung open again. A figure burst in like a whirlwind, phone in hand, face beaming brighter than a lottery winner. It was Jiang Feng was stunned. No way. Could it be? That's right, it's me. Chao Shumin tilted his head back, pride radiating from his face, as he shoved his phone into the live stream camera. On the screen was the successful scan page. This is what they call skill, you know. Speak, haters. Chao Shumin shouted into the camera. I declare Huawei is the best in the world. The School of Information's large group instantly flooded with a sea of question marks, threatened to overflow. The live stream exploded him again. How is this possible? You think this is a movie? You're making a king's return. Jin Chu, that's right, Huawei is the best. Jin Chu, bullshit, Xiaomi is the best. Jin Chu, you're all clowns, Apple is the real king. Jiang Feng held his forehead, laughing helplessly as he explained to the camera. I swear, no conspiracy this time. It's purely his fast reflexes and network speed. Fine, it's you. Log in. As he deftly adjusted the game settings, he added, And as for that Jin Chu, you damn troll, don't think I've forgotten. On my first day streaming, when I had that misunderstanding with Ank, you were the ones stirring up trouble. I can't take it anymore, I'm so mad. Someone give this guy a mute. What? You're at fan level 5. Not even level 8 can save you. Trolls deserve to be muted. The next second, the livestream flashed with the special effect of Jin Chu sending a Douyin no. One gift. Jiang Feng's expression shifted instantly. Oh, thank you, brother Jin Chu, for the Douyin no. One. You see, it was all a misunderstanding. Oh dear, how awkward this has turned out. Just then Zhang Jindong quietly sidled up, leaning close to Jiang Feng's ear, and lowering his voice. Feng, the fan group is in revolt. Upon hearing Zhang Jindong's recount, Jiang Feng instantly grasped the situation. The fans were disgruntled because he only played on his classmates' accounts. After all, in the late S2 era, streamers who scanned accounts and played for their viewers were seen as doting on them. This was entirely different from later times when streamers had to pay to rent accounts. Even though the title Prodigy had yet to be introduced, many fans still loved having the streamer play on their accounts. Jiang Feng couldn't quite understand this mentality. Why would anyone let someone else play on the account they painstakingly built using gear that would make the owner wince just to look at, all for the streamer's enjoyment? Wasn't this some kind of masochistic fetish? Especially if they ran into a cheating streamer, then they'd be in for a real treat. However, this account scanning culture later indirectly gave birth to the wildly popular program Poverty Relief Soldiers, which remained enduringly famous even in later generations. Jiang Feng silently apologized. Sorry, brother Yang, your show is great, but in this life it's mine. He chuckled, realizing Zhang Jindong was still inexperienced to be flustered by such a small matter. Everyone, don't worry. He'll definitely play on viewers' accounts later. How about this next time my account gets temporarily banned, I'll play on a viewer's account. The barrage went wild, then get banned quickly. Linlang Tianshang, do your thing. I beg you, treat this human aimbot like a hacker. It's unfair that anyone can join the fan group. Suggest making it a membership group or a high-level. This suggestion quickly gained widespread approval. Those who supported the streamer more deserved greater rewards. In later times, playing for prodigies was also mostly done by scanning accounts from membership or high-level fan groups. Unexpectedly, Jiang Feng waved his hand and said magnanimously, no need for such trouble. Next time I'll just put the QR code on the stream screen. Anyone watching can scan it. With me, there are no tiers, no memberships. Anyone who watches my stream is my fan. Hearing this, many immediately sent fan badges, joined the fan group, and some even activated memberships on the spot. Jiang Feng smiled, alright enough dawdling. Chun Yulin Chun Dexing joined the team. Prompts soon appeared on screen. 214 First Assaulter has joined the team. 214 First Sniper has joined the team. Good grief, with IDs like that, what am I? The 214 First Meme Lord. Chun Yulin laughed, if you say so, I won't argue. The barrage flooded with upside-down heavens. Enough chit-chat, gear up quickly and get into the game. He paused, not forgetting to promote his friends. Everyone give my two buddies a follow. Their Douyin IDs are 214 Chen Yulin and 214 Chun Dexing. And my assistant Zhang Jindong ID is 214 Butler. Hell, post updates of our daily activities. Given Jiang Feng's skill, he could easily handle solo matches. His core purpose in teaming up with them was to boost their following. They were all poor students unable to send expensive gifts or otherwise had just have fans follow the top donors. Jiang Feng began to gear up. As soon as he opened the inventory, he was shocked. Was this the inventory of an Asala grunt? Bison UZI battered level 3 armor, 220 HP packs, antibiotics, milk tablets, 60 HP syringes, level 2 bullets, and some small gold and purple items unsold, filling the entire inventory. He checked the cache, which showed a staggering 31232k. Indeed, the hoarders were the richest. Time to gear up. The 6 sets from the department mission were all at full durability, so Jiang Feng equipped them directly. But the barrage keenly noticed that Chao Xumin, sitting behind Jiang Feng, visibly twitched his eyebrows, his eyes unable to hide the pain. And a turtle backpack. Hanan. Then by a 40-slot red backpack. Jiang Feng casually clicked purchase. Chao Zumin's eyebrows twitched again, his lips tightening. The barrage caught on and found it hilarious. Who invented this hoarder? So funny, his eyebrow twitches every time money is spent. Oh, we've got a Scrooge here. Not good, not good, his face is changing. I bet this old Chao has barely played a few rounds of machine base. Did all this junk inventory and 30 million cash come from ordinary damn maps? Catching a glimpse of the barrage, Jiang Feng opened the match history. A long list of ordinary dam matches with a few ordinary longbow matches mixed in. Jiang Feng was somewhat surprised. Old Chao, you're almost level 60, and you've only played ordinary. Chao Xumin defended, so what? Ordinary is fun. Go in naked, listen to music, fill up and extract. So relaxing. If it weren't for needing oil to upgrade the inventory and a pot for stamina, I'd never go to aerospace. Good grief, what an ultimate hoarder. Lu Sun said men have two great hobbies: leading virtuous women astray and persuading fallen women to reform. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. He loved two things: persuading aggressive players to play passively and dragging hoarders into aggressive play. Jiang Feng finished browsing old Chao's inventory and clicked his tongue in wonder. Your inventory is big, but there aren't many red items. I only see a musket, a blade server, and a drone. Too few. Look at mine. I've only played 2 days and I already have 3 Hearts of Africa and 1 resuscitation ventilator. Jiang Feng knew exactly the hoarder's weakness, an irresistible attraction to big red items. Those reds, I brought them out with my heart in my throat. Indeed, Chao Xumin hesitated, his eyes filled with conflict. Then, give it a try. Let me see the drop rate in the classified zone. Alright, just watch. 1 round from me will be worth a whole day of yours. With that, Jiang Feng began to seriously assemble his weapon. M14, AW, various syringes, gold bullets. Click to purchase. In a flash, 31232k became 28826k. Chao Zumin's face changed instantly, his entire body stiffening. In his eyes, this wasn't aggressive play for red loot, it was throwing away money. A helmet-mounted camera, a military radio, a musket, and military information terminal in hand, a Rolex in the rig, a said pocket watch on the back, quantum storage for healing, and 4 sets of fossils in the safe box. And in the chest rig, those weren't various syringes. They were clearly Asala wine glasses. The mouse was about to lose it. Chao Xumin felt short of breath, gripping the back of Jiang Feng's chair tightly like a helpless father watching his meticulously raised account being ravaged by Jiang Feng. Fengshan. Those 2 words were laden with heartache, worry, and expectation. Jiang Feng waved his hand, his tone light. Don't worry. I guarantee you'll make a killing. To get a hoarder hooked on aggressive play, you must first give them a taste of success. Jiang Feng's first round would be a slaughter. Enter the map. Classified aerospace. Chao Xumin carefully instructed, my account is high intensity, so be careful. Jiang Feng clicked confirm to enter the map and saw the system's match intensity prompt, instantly losing it. Match intensity for this round 0. 65. He slowly turned to look at Chao Zuman's serious expression, utterly speechless. This is what you call high intensity. If I take a single stealthy step in this round, I lose. Jiang Feng declared, locking in the WYRM, without hesitation upon entering the character selection screen, his confidence radiating. The majestic WYRM has arrived. The live chat echoed in unison. The majestic WYRM has arrived. Chun Yulin chose the female medic while Chun Dexing selected the B medic, and they both spoke as one. The gluttonous pig has arrived. The two of them possessed negligible combat prowess, carrying no weapons. Only a devourer pack and a 24-slot gold chest rig as they entered the map. Their strategy was simple: let Jiang Feng do the fighting, while they scavenged, focusing on a high-speed aerospace raid for maximum efficiency. The chat erupted, filled with anticipation. Finally, we get to see Feng Shin play WYRM. I started following him because of his WYRM plays. Today a dream comes true. Only Feng Shin's WYRM deserves to be called the majestic WYRM. Though Feng Shin's Red Wolf is incredibly agile, the brutal elegance of the WYRM is the most breathtaking. I beg the devs to release a red tier skin for the WYRM, preferably something mecha-styled. They'll spend all my money on it. I suggest we make Feng Shin the motion capture actor. His height, build, and looks are perfect for cosplaying the WYRM. The loading screen ended and the trio landed at central control. Landing there meant only one thing: they would become the warden of the map. Jiang Feng immediately switched to his knife upon landing, swiftly removing his helmet and armor to reduce penalties, and sprinted full speed toward the door. He didn't forget to issue rapid-fire commands. You 2-1 takes the first floor, the other the second. The one on the second floor, go to the balcony first, and give me intel on whether West Main and the suspension bridge are open. 66666. They're cranking up the pressure this round. Those two players and the veteran are in for a rough time. They might end up back at the dispatch center without even reaching the core. You're being too conservative. If luck is bad, no one but Feng Shin will make it into the core alive this round. Jiang Feng quickly stepped onto a dumpster, donned his helmet and armor, and aimed at the second floor area. Let's see if anyone's foolish enough to try crossing without smoking. The chat flooded with comments. The encore second capture point. Would you stop shooting even if they smoked? Liar, you'd shoot even if they smoked. After aiming for a long time, there was no one. Instead, footsteps sounded from the zip line beneath Jiang Feng. Ha! Taking the central control zip line without swiping a card. How dare you! Jiang Feng adhered to his principle of not being stealthy this round and strode boldly toward the central control zip line. The opposing team seemed oblivious to Jiang Feng's heavy footsteps. Without even smoking, they rode the zip line one by one. 3B medics in a row. Jiang Feng was stunned. He didn't understand, but he was thoroughly amazed, then chuckled. Seriously? Crossing like that? You don't see me as a threat. What followed was a simple target practice. Jiang Feng deliberately waited until they landed on the opposite side of the zip line, before pulling the trigger, ensuring their packs wouldn't fall into the water and become unreachable. With just 15 bullets, he sent all three back to the dispatch center. Nice! Chao Shumin, standing behind him, was even more excited than Jiang Feng, jumping up and cheering. It was no different from the time Kobe and I scored 82 points combined. Jiang Feng glanced sideways at him, a hint of pity in his eyes. He had finally figured it out. Chao Zuman's account was the epitome of a newbie account. With kills like this, he was definitely getting sent to the black room. You might get the loot, but your drop rates would be gone. You could complete the 3x3 mission, but if your account was in the black room with no drop rates, the 3x3 red items would be gone. The mechanics of Delta Force were just that, infuriating. Quick, go loot the packs. Chao Shumin, oblivious and still basking in the thrill of the kills, eagerly leaned toward the screen. Let's see what good stuff those three had. Jiang Feng wasn't playing this noob lobby too seriously. To satisfy Chao Shumin, he rode the zip line over. Don't get your hopes up. From what I saw, all three were wearing old helmets. Chao Shumin grew even more excited. Old helmets. Great. Aren't they expensive? I saw your stream the other day. A female fan gave you 3 old helmets, and you said they were worth a lot. Jiang Feng opened the pack. Sure enough, it was a sub-38 durability old helmet with a 17-slot chest rig. Pure aerospace loot run gear. Jiang Feng shook his head. It's different. A full durability one can fetch a good price, but these have a durability cap below 38, they're unsellable. Chao Shumin was dumbfounded. So you're saying those 15 gold bullets were a complete waste? Jiang Feng silently nodded. Chao Shumin looked utterly confused. What? How is it that you guys playing Zero Damn Aerospace aren't as rich as us on normal Layali Grove? I can kill someone with a knife on normal and still find sellable helmets, guns, and ammo. The chat was in hysterics. Classic Zero. Damn, aerospace is worse than normal Layali Grove. What kind of godawful noob lobby is this? Throwing Feng Shun in here? Don't bully my rat brothers. Honestly, I could do well in a lobby like this. Just slaughter the green pants noobs. Jiang Feng was at a loss for words. This was still Season 2, wait until Seasons 5 and 6. When you run into a Middle Eastern-style WIRM player, they'd have nothing on them and might even reward you with a C4. Just then Chan Yulin's voice came through. Fengzi, the East Suspension Bridge isn't open and neither is West Main. Perfect. If no team spawned in the launch zone, this would be another Warden round for Central Control. Jiang Feng commanded, alright, so at most there's one team from the launch zone in the core. You two go in and loot. If you hear footsteps, run. They'll try to clear out the perimeter. Jiang Feng couldn't be bothered to hunt them down one by one. He simply stood on the Central Control Bridge and waited. The fake boss was in the garden, the real boss was on the Central Control Bridge. During the lull, he finally had time to examine the item from the limited time mission, the gold visualized pity system. Earlier, when Head passed through the Central Control building upon landing, the visualized pity had reacted, but he was too busy aiming to check it. Jiang Feng opened the item details gold visualized pity system. Whenever a container yields a poor drop, the pity value automatically accumulates. Upon use, based on the accumulated pity value, it significantly boosts the drop rate of the next container. Current pity value 101,0000. When had it increased by 10 points, he hadn't even looted any containers. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Feng recalled passing by 2 oil spawn points in Central Control earlier. Head checked and saw no oil, and the pity value seemed to have increased by 5 points each time. Could it be that checking a red spawn point with no loot also added to the pity? What about looting containers? He immediately jumped off the Central Control Bridge. There was a manhole cover and an advanced supply crate in the tunnel below, perfect for testing his theory. Jiang Feng decided to loot them to verify his hypothesis. He started with the manhole cover. It dropped 1 red, 1 green, and 1 purple item. The pity value increased by 0, 16, and 4 points respectively. Next, he looted the advanced supply crate. It dropped 1 white and 1 gold item. The pity value increased by 32 and 2 points. Jiang Feng instantly understood. So that's how it works. Just as the item description said, the worse the drop, the more the pity value increases. In Zero Dam, it seemed to be red 0, gold 2, purple 4, blue 8, green 16, white 32. With a cap of 100,000 points, theoretically looting over 300 white items would max out the pity. Jiang Feng nearly laughed out loud. Now, who was afraid of getting bad drops from aggressive plays or being screwed over by aerospace, he wished he could get nothing but white items. These weren't whites. They were fragments of the heart of Africa. The chat was baffled. A noob lobby is so magical that even a god-tier player turns into a hoarder looting manhole covers. Big dumb Feng, what are you doing? Is that something you should be looting? Go kill people already. Just as Jiang Feng was reveling in his discovery, he heard footsteps again, and soon the Central Control zipline activated once more. Seriously? Again? Jiang Feng was stunned. Is this how all noobs play the game? No strategy at all, just pure greed for loot. Close your eyes and dive in. Loot boldly when there are no footsteps and loot nervously when there are. Jiang Feng emerged from the bridge tunnel and climbed the stairs to the Central Control Bridge. As he poked his head out, the sight before him left him utterly stunned. Across from him, 3 figures, Old Black Uluru and Mai Xiaowen, were crouched beside a loot crate, frantically scavenging its contents. Jiang Feng was speechless. How could they dare to loot in such a perilous spot? With just a granny headpiece and a 17-slot chest rig, what made them so eager to feast? See this? This is a textbook example of what not to do. In an exposed position like this with no cover, even if it's a crate someone else has already opened, you don't just dive in like that. Not even with a full 6Z M14 and AW. As he lectured the livestream chat, Jiang Feng smoothly raised his M14, his gun barrel steady as a rock. The 3 opponents barely had time to react before trying to flee, but on the open flat ground there was nowhere to hide. Jiang Feng's bullets landed with surgical precision, sending all 3 back to the Special Ops Department in under 30 rounds. Another effortless target practice session. Jiang Feng used M14 to knock down Xiao Baikaiya. Jiang Feng used M14 to knock down Xiao Qingkaiya. Jiang Feng used M14 to knock down Xiao Pakaiya. Team wiped. The chat echoed in unison. I see myself in them. Why do I feel phantom pain? Watching the streamer's previous opponents, I never felt a connection. After all, I never run into players that strong. But seeing these 2 teams, it really stings. The noobs empathize with the noobs. Noobs help noobs. OL stumbled into the big league's ugly team wipe. After wiping the team, Jiang Feng remarked, "This squad must have been the boss coming straight through. Seriously? Crossing central control without clearing it, just taking the zip line over. What? What kind of tactic is that? Just then a message flooded the screen, instantly rallying the entire chat. Don't go loot the crate. Streamer, go back to the bridge tunnel and wait. Let's see how many teams die on the other side of that zip line. Jiang Feng saw the chat and couldn't help but laugh. You want me to camp and ambush people? Are you kidding? I said this round no sneaking. The chat argued back, ambushing from a crouch isn't sneaking, right? Sneaking is walking slowly, crouching doesn't count. Chao Shumin yawned and added, your absolute voyage is less thrilling than our regular dam. Just stay crouched. Jiang Feng rubbed his forehead in resignation. Fine, I'll listen to you all. Let's see how many teams in this noob lobby bite the dust at this zip line. Jiang Feng returned to the bridge tunnel. He hadn't been crouched long when clear footsteps sounded from the right. Not heading toward the central control building but toward the zip line. This time it's the dormitory team. Jiang Feng listened as the footsteps moved below with no sign of coming upstairs. Could it be? The chat had already predicted 3 more crates inbound. Sure enough, the zip line whirred again. Jiang Feng was baffled. No way. There are 6 crates piled up here. Can't you see them? And you still dare to go over? He climbed back onto the central control bridge stairs. This time the opponents had learned a lesson, tossing a smoke grenade before using the zipline to block the view. But in Jiang Feng's eyes this was futile. He fired a tiger crouch grenade straight into the smoke. At this range the tiger crouch would detonate almost instantly upon landing. Then using his jetpack he ziplined over and tossed 2 C4 charges into the smoke. Quickly finding cover and aiming, he waited for the tiger crouch's stun to wear off. The 3 figures in the smoke spotted the red C4 markers above their heads and panicked, scrambling out. Only to be locked down by Jiang Feng's M14. 3 shots per target and they all collapsed. 3 teams down. 6 crates lay neatly on the ground. 3 opened, 3 fresh from the newly fallen. When you're utterly exasperated you can't help but laugh. This time Jiang Feng didn't even need the chat to prompt him. He himself was curious how many teams would die at this zipline. Jiang Feng changed his hiding spot, moving behind a crate next to the buoy, his gun trained directly on the zipline's endpoint with no blind spots. I've been to a noob lobby before. The delta force there is pure. This kind of match is the real search fight extract. I only search you fight if you want extract or not. Jiang Feng waited a while. This time there was no zipline sound. The opponents crossed via the bridge from central control. But upon seeing 9 crates under the bridge they couldn't resist. 3 players in green pants rushed straight for the zip line under the bridge. Honestly, with 9 crates their ID have to check it out too. No lie, you can't resist that fatal temptation. With 3 crates I might pass. 6 I can hold back. But 9, I've got to see what's going on. Just as Jiang Feng was about to pull the trigger, he suddenly heard gunfire from the other side of the zip line. He paused for a moment, then realized, no way, there's another pro. The gunfire came from the central control balcony. Jiang Feng analyzed, I bet West Campus and the 3rd boss team were camping and not moving, then heard the shots and crept over. 2 teams ran into each other. What do you think? Should I let them fight it out or just end this farce myself? Jiang Feng turned to ask his livestream audience. The chat unanimously wanted to watch the show, tired of seeing aggressive plays every day. Finally get to watch noobs fight. Watching noobs brawl is its own kind of entertainment. I want to see a clumsy chicken fight. I want blood and chaos. Jiang Feng chuckled, switched to his AW sniper rifle, mounted a 3x scope, and became a battlefield reporter. Fine. I'll indulge you. Today I'm the commentator, taking you through a pure noob lobby civil war. To get a better view of both sides, he shifted to a new position, hiding near the front gate of the buoy, adjusting his angle to cover the entire battlefield. Hello everyone, Jiang Feng here, bringing you commentary on this match. First let's look at the operator lineup. The central control team has B Medic, and Veron. We'll call them Team A. The zipline team has 3 B Medics, a pure medic squad, Team B. The chat instantly started betting, throwing out jokes wildly. I'm betting 10 million on Team B. 3 B Medics are the best. They'll bet 30 million Team A wins. Nice bold move. Alright, only Team A's Veron has offensive gadgets. Team A strikes first. All 3 are firing. Gunfire roared, sparks flew, and the scene was intensely chaotic. What the heck? No one's down. Their aim's a bit off, but no big deal. Team A still has the advantage. Team B realizes this spot is bad news. 2 B medics start spraying ink, releasing a cloud of smoke that shrouds the entire zipline endpoint. Are they planning to reposition and counter, or use the smoke to escape? Jiang Feng waited a long time but saw no one emerge from the smoke. Instead he heard the sound of looting. What? They're still looting. What the heck? Jiang Feng was stunned. They were truly ignoring the risk and continuing to loot. How fat could that crate be? Perhaps they'd looted enough. 1B medic deployed a long line of smoke planning to flee toward the buoy, but the smoke wasn't long enough. It only reached under the bridge. I hear it. I hear it. Team BS3B medics are moving with heavy footsteps. Jiang Feng's commentary voice shot up. So team is Veron. Will he use a tiger crouch to suppress and push forward? If not now, when? Great Veron's making his move. That's the responsibility and choice of an assault operator. And there he goes, jetpacking onto the zipline, pushing forward. Nice move. Leaving a tiger crouch to break the point is a solid choice. Team as 2B medics stay behind to cover Veron. Good situational awareness. Veron tosses a C4 into the smoke. Smart, I did the same earlier. A wise decision. Looks like Team BS in trouble. Team BS 3B medics tank the C4 and keep deploying long smoke lines trying to sneak into the buoy. Wait, why are they walking crooked? Jiang Feng found it hilarious. He saw 1B medic following the smoke line staggering sideways, half his body exposed. They couldn't even walk straight. The chat was in stitches. The noob lobby's entertainment value was off the charts. Veron switches to tiger crouch, ready to fire it into the smoke and break the point. Hey, wait, that tiger crouch is aimed a bit off. No, why is that tiger crouch coming my way? Jiang Feng's voice suddenly faltered. He instinctively tried to retreat, but this was an instant detonation tiger crouch. There was no time to react. The screen went gray and his character collapsed. What the heck? Were they pretending to be noobs just to ambush me? Jiang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't fathom being killed in such a lobby by such a player in such a way. How long would this black mark on his reputation be spread around? While Jiang Feng worried about his future reputation, the atmosphere in a high-end office building in Hangzhou was starkly different. A middle-aged man sat behind a spacious desk, tapping his fingers on its surface, and asked his subordinate in a deep voice. How did he respond? The subordinate bowed his head, speaking respectfully. We contacted his assistant, who is also his classmate. The attitude was polite, but he said he has no intention of signing for now. Moreover, he even rejected PDD's level contract. Humph, an amateur setup. Using a classmate as an assistant. Does he know what he's doing? Mr. Gong behind the desk raised an eyebrow, but as his gaze fell on Jiang Feng streaming live on the screen, his tone carried a hint of approval. But PDD's judgment is still sharp. This newcomer is indeed no simpleton. On only the third day of streaming, the live room had a stable audience of around 6,000 viewers. A phenomenal achievement for a new streamer. Even the videos Jiang Feng considered lacking in traffic and likes were seen by Mr. Gong as high-quality content with immense potential. What great streaming content, what a unique niche, Mr. Gong remarked. Streaming from a university, creating a relaxed atmosphere among classmates and attracting fans through gaming skills. Who gave him this advice? He didn't understand gaming techniques, but he had specifically asked his contracted technical streamers. The disbelief in their eyes when they saw Jiang Feng's gameplay said it all. In Mr. Gong's eyes, it had been a long time since he had seen such a promising new streamer. With the operations and promotion support from their MSN guild, this kid could rise rapidly, potentially securing the title of Delta Force's top streamer. Unrivaled skills, tall and handsome with a good educational background. His conditions are simply too favorable. He's born to be a top influencer with limitless commercial value. If Yunmeng signs him with a little traffic boost, he'll take off immediately. The top spot in Delta Force is within reach. Even though the current star Lao Feiyu was at his peak, his live streaming quality lagged far behind his videos. Plus, being on Bilibili inherently limited his traffic. The industry unanimously agreed that Delta Force would become incredibly popular in the future. Even with 100 million daily active users, there was still room for growth. It would surpass all previous games to become a truly global phenomenon. Mr. Gong couldn't even imagine the influence and revenue potential of a top streamer born from such a game. Their guild had been tirelessly cultivating and scouting new streamers in the Delta Force niche, aiming to claim a share of this blue ocean market. Send him another contract, Mr. Gong said, his gaze sharpening with an unyielding tone. The terms can be slightly more favorable than PDD's level, but the signing period must be 5 years with liquidated damages set at 10 times his annual income. This is his last chance, he added. Better arrange a face-to-face meeting. The subordinate hesitated. What if he still refuses? Refuse? Mr. Gong sneered, leaning back in his chair. He may be good at streaming, but so what? In this business you need connections and backing. He casually picked up a file from the corner of his desk. A report of negative information about Jiang Feng. He's only been streaming for 3 days and I've already gathered this much dirt. Most of it is fake, but that doesn't matter as long as the audience believes it's true. Remember, destroying someone is far easier than building them up, especially in this traffic-driven era. We maintain all these marketing accounts and troll armies for a reason. We absolutely cannot let him rise, he said coldly. If he does and monopolizes Delta Force's traffic, we'll be left with nothing. If we can't have him, destroy him. The subordinate asked. If we sign him, what about the other guilds? Other guilds? Mr. Gong chuckled coldly. Once we sign him, other MCNs will inevitably spread black rumors online. It's standard industry practice, like containment in the entertainment world. If he survives, he becomes a top influencer. If not, he gets eliminated. But if we sign him, well, protect him. That's the power of capital. He paused, his gaze returning to Jiang Feng's cheerful demeanor on the screen. Remember, only mediocrities escape envy. He's different from Lao Feiyu. Lao Feiyu's ceiling is visible, but this kid, his potential is boundless. I hope a smart person makes a smart decision. Meanwhile, in the live room, Jiang Feng was experiencing the longest 5 seconds since his rebirth. His palms were sweating as his mind raced. Could he have spotted my full 6-piece gear set and set a trap for me? He swore he had never been this nervous, not even when facing top-tier blackroom matches or countering cheaters. As always, the streamer's misfortune was the audience's joy. Sweating. He's sweating. Fighting noobs with a tiger squat. God of aerospace. Fake god. I can't stop laughing. Getting tiger squatted as a battlefield OB, what luck. This wyvern can brag forever. I squatted Jiang Feng in aerospace. Even in top-tier blackroom matches, Jiang Feng had never looked so pathetic. Fortunately, the opposing Team A was too busy fighting 3B medics in the smoke with gunfire jet sounds and smoke explosions blending into chaos. No time for your nonsense. The tiger squat's control time ended. Jiang Feng slowly stood up, thoroughly enraged. I plan to be a war correspondent and watch the fun, but you guys are so insane you even shoot the reporter. This is no ordinary noob behavior. I must strike hard. Jiang Feng's temperature rising, he dashed down, locking onto the wyvern, still fighting in the smoke. The M14 aimed precisely and took him down instantly. Then, with a swift flick of his wrist, he swung his gun 180 degrees. Catching 2B medics just arriving via zipline. His bullets were merciless, sending them back to the operations center in an instant. Team eliminated. Now only the 3B medics remained in the smoke. They had figured it out. 3B medics with 6 smokes could theoretically create a perpetual smoke machine. No time to play with you. Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened, his ears locking onto footsteps in the smoke. He tossed 2C4S into the smoke's core, covering almost every hiding spot in the confined space. Panicked, the 3B medics began scrambling wildly, immediately revealing clear footsteps. With limited space to dodge in the smoke, their chaotic movements gave away their positions. Jiang Feng opened fire with his M14, spraying golden bullets like a water hose. Chao Xiumin, watching beside him, jumped up and grabbed Jiang Feng's arm, exclaiming, "Bro Feng, calm down. These are golden bullets. You can't waste them like this. Bro Feng, no." Chao Xiumin's scream came a step too late. Jiang Feng had already emptied the second magazine of 50 gold rounds from his M14. The last medic was taken down by Jiang Feng through the smoke. Team wipe. He had fired nearly 70 gold rounds through the smoke. The lives of that medic squad probably weren't worth the cost of the bullets. Awesome. Jiang Feng released the mouse, leaned back in his chair, his face flushed with exhilaration. 15 kills. Cleared the map in 10 minutes on Space City. You actually went all out. A set of gold rounds and a fossil. Do you know how long I have to scavenge on normal to get a fossil? Chao Xiumin's face turned pale. He grabbed the mouse to check the earnings losses. 720000, income, 0. 720000, and I didn't earn a single cent. Secret Space City is a scam. Jiang Feng hadn't expected Chao Xiumin to grasp the truth so quickly. Don't worry, there are 15 boxes here. Grab a bit from each and you'll break even somehow. The live chat was in hysterics, repeatedly mocking the earlier spectacle. He only dares to bully boosters and cheaters. If he met our Tang brothers, he'd be done for. No one mentioned 1832 on December 18, 2024. When Jiang Feng got hit by a tiger squat while spectating in a Tang match. The graveyard under the central bridge. Jiang Feng was careless while spectating and ate a tiger squat. This map clear is utterly boring. Jiang Feng opened all 15 boxes one by one, his heart growing colder with each. As expected, the richest find was a 5-piece Scar and a 4-piece Ash. The rest were half-modded AKMs with purple chest rigs. Worse than glass cannons, which at least had a fully modded gun to salvage. He rummaged through the pile of boxes, eventually scavenging the bullets, taking only the SCR Ash and a pieced-together AK fitted with a laser. He checked the earnings too. 23 million. Chao Zuman's expression softened slightly at the number. At least I didn't lose anything. Wait. Chao Shumin had Jiang Feng arrange the 15 boxes in 5 rows of 3, then stood in front and saluted. Satisfied, he took a photo. From now on, I'm someone who's cleared the map with 15 kills on Secret Space City. Jiang Feng said, now that the map's clear, let me show you the real drop rates of Secret Space City. It'll find you some oil. To Guchan Yulin, how's your looting going? Excited voices immediately came through the headphones. Wow, so rich. Private Space Cities got us food drunk on carbon. I got several golds and 3 small reds. Jackpot. Me too. My backpack's almost bursting. Space City feels like a supply run. Have you seen any pots or oil? No oil, but we each found a pot. A pot's good too. Chao Shumin perked up immediately. He was here for the oil and pot. Chao Shumin hurried over to their screens, his eyes widening in disbelief, his tone dripping with envy. Holy crap. So many reds and golds. A whole backpack of purples. You guys are way too lucky. When he saw Chun Dexing casually toss a high-precision caliper on the ground, Chao Shumin winced in pain. Man, that's wasteful. You're throwing away blues. That's a high-precision caliper, a big blue. If I found that on normal ID, stuff it in my pants. Chun Dexing said smugly. This is Space City, not normal. If it's not purple ID, coughed. Jiang Feng prepared to grab a bite at the CEO room. All right, leave the CEO room for me. There's some leftovers here. Come over and grab them later. This Space City round was boring. He was better suited for high-intensity matches, enjoying the thrill of mind games. Let's finish this round quickly. With 15 kills, the next match's difficulty would spike. Jiang Feng took the buoyancy stairs straight to the CEO room. Jiang Feng was happy to go the extra mile. He stood up and offered his chair. Come on, old Chao, the richest spot in Delta Force, Secret Space City's CEO room. You loot it and feel the real drop rate of Secret Space City. Really, Godfather? Chao Shumin scrambled into the chair like Granny Lou entering the Grandview Garden. Everything was new. The CEO room of Space City, which had only ever seen in videos and streams, was now his to explore. P.S. It's been too long since the CEO room was changed. I've forgotten the old version. Writing based on the current CEO room layout in S7. Jiang Feng was about to warn him about the half trio flamethrower shield machine gun that specialized in humbling the arrogant, but before he could speak, Chao Shumin charged headfirst into the CEO area. A miraculous scene unfolded. The flamethrower and shield soldier ignored him, completely circling lazily, while the machine gunner fired but couldn't hit him after several attempts. Jiang Feng was stunned. Had never seen anything like it. Was this the treatment of a Tang King? Too bad he wouldn't be a Tang King after this round. 15 kills all on Tang players. This round carried some heavy karma. Next season, head turn over a new leaf and play fair. Jiang Feng gave Chao Shumin a pitying look. Enjoy the last of the Tang treatment. Chao Shumin, oblivious, was thrilled to be at the CEO room for the first time. After clearing the AI, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. He opened container after container, slapping the table in joy at a small purple and shouting at a small gold. He saved the biggest free safe for last, saying the best should be saved. After a round, Chao Shumin suddenly spotted an East Bridge card on the CEO's desk. He grabbed it, triggering the inspection animation. A golden card shimmered on the screen, dazzlingly bright. Holy crap! Gold card! Gold card! Chao Shumin leaped from his chair, his hand trembling on the mouse, his voice cracking. Holy crap, is this the drop rate of Secret Space City? It's insane. No, that's the drop rate of your Tang King. A normal hoarder becomes a Secret Space City roadside. Progress 40,100. Chao Shumin grew more addicted. He found a quantum storage device in a computer. When it came to opening the safe, he was so nervous his palms were sweaty, and he entered the wrong password multiple times. As the safe slowly opened, a vertical 6-slot item appeared. In Season 2, before the Asala desk lamp, what could a vertical 6-slot be? Hard to guess. Chao Shumin carefully rotated the item out and went crazy on the spot. It's a human head bust. A human head bust. He was truly ecstatic. He jumped up from the chair, pulled out his phone to take a photo, then said to the camera, "Thank you Delta Force, thank you Secret Space City, thank you Wind God, and thank you Huawei phone for giving me the chance to scan this. Today my dream has come true." Jiang Feng couldn't help but cover his face. His classmates were all such clowns. The information school group chat was buzzing, everyone saying old Chao had insane luck. It was sickening. The core area had been picked clean. The round's earnings had hit 5.83 million. Nothing to Jiang Feng, but Chao Shumin was trembling with excitement, muttering, "I'm rich, I'm rich." Jiang Feng smiled, wanting to give Chao Shumin an unforgettable Secret Space City experience. He turned to Chun Yulin and Chun Dexing. "Give old Chao a pot and toss him your reds and golds. I said we treat the account-scanning classmate like a boss today. Chen Yulin and Chun, Dexing though reluctant, complied, dropping a pile of small golds and reds. Chao Xumin picked them up, his assets skyrocketing to 734 million. Wait, why only one pot? His eyes went wide. One pot's enough to upgrade your stamina. You want two? Chun Dexing protested. What kind of talk is that? Chao Xumin turned to Jiang Feng and said matter-of-factly, When Dad said it. Today I'm the boss. And when the boss speaks you listen, right? Jiang Feng waved his hand helplessly. Give it to him. Chun Dexing reluctantly pulled it out. Old Chao, you're on notice. Chao Xumin didn't care. He'd enjoy it first. He even left his seat, turning into a squad leader of the anti-smuggling unit, walking behind them and grabbing the mouse. Show me your backpack contents. Jiang Feng was dying of laughter. In the future, Chen Zhe would have to outwit someone to check if a teammate stole from the supply drop watching a livestream. Chao Zuman's inspection was purely physical, simple, rough, and effective. Hey, you're hiding a small red and 3 small golds. Drop them now. Old Chao, you're going too far. I'll fight you. The dormitory erupted in roughhousing and the livestream chat was in stitches. As they extracted, Jiang Feng asked, Old Chao, is Secret Space City fun? It's fun. Is Secret Space City great? It's great. Chao Zuman's face was full of bliss. The system's cold mechanical voice rang out. In the last round, with a strength of 0.65, even after brutally eliminating 15 enemies and extracting 722 million in value, the domination points were only 144. For points, the Tang faction matches weren't just boring. The domination points earned were also. However, finishing a round of top-secret aerospace in just over 15 minutes was truly a lightning-fast pace. This was precisely why Jiang Feng had specifically brought Chen Yulin and Chun Dexing, 2 professional looters. They searched quickly without delay, maximizing efficiency. Jiang Feng took a moment to glance at his 2 roommates' live streams. Although each had only a few dozen viewers online, the bullet comments were surprisingly active. Some fans even complained on their behalf about being audited and drained by Chao Xumin. It's heartbreaking to watch. All the gold and red items you painstakingly searched for were taken away by old Chao. Next time, hide them in a container beforehand, so he won't see them when checking your backpack and chest rig. Jiang Feng calculated that once he became more popular, these 3 roommates would likely be elevated to million-follower bloggers, just like Chun Zhe with He Bai and Bai Zhe with Xiao Xiaoyan, each having their own fan base. The last round didn't yield any oil, so he didn't switch accounts and continued playing. Returning to the warehouse interface, Chao Xumin was still immersed in the previous match, unable to snap out of it for a long time. 722 million. How many rounds of ordinary damn would I have to run to earn that? And you did it in just 15 minutes of aerospace. Aerospace is truly rich. High risk, high reward. It certainly lives up to its name. Is there really any risk? Jiang Feng said with a smile. Look at my last round. The enemies I encountered weren't much different from those you'd meet at the ordinary dam, right? There really is no difference. Chao Xumin nodded vigorously in agreement. Jiang Feng pressed on his tone laced with persuasion. Why keep wasting your time at the ordinary dam? You're wasting your talent. Bring your talent straight to aerospace. You're right. I've made up my mind. Chao Xumin fired up, shouted, I'm going to bring my talent to aerospace. Ordinary dam. Not familiar. The livestream instantly erupted in laughter. The decision, one of the Delta Force world. Feng Shin's tricks are endless. Who can resist that? Jiang Feng got him. Finally got him. I've memorized old Chao's ID. Bet 5 cents that, after a week of aerospace addiction, if he doesn't go broke I lose. Jiang Feng held back a laugh, stored everything back in the warehouse with one click, then quickly equipped for the next round. No delays. Efficiency is the name of the game. There are still so many classmates waiting to get on the account. Let's push hard. Jiang Feng took a moment to check the academy group chat, which was full of people cursing Chao Xumin for his bad luck, urging him to get some oil and make room. Chao Xumin, upon seeing this, actually found it amusing. He suddenly realized that not getting oil wasn't so bad. If Jiang Feng kept playing, his assets would keep growing. Who could understand this joy? It was the same operator setup as the last round, but this time the spawn point was unmistakably the second floor. Second floor? Interesting. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. The bullet comments instantly lit up the screen, filled with gleeful mockery. You like teaching people to draw the second floor from central control. Let's see how you survive the second floor. I can't even cross the second floor without smoke now. I bought the second floor card but never used it. All because of Jiang Feng. You dug your own grave. This is karma. What goes around comes around. The second floor is now a prison within a prison. Jiang Feng glanced at the comments and chuckled. The second floor in Season 2 was nothing compared to the prison it would become in later seasons, even competing for the title of the fourth most brutal position. The second floor was difficult because first it was a guaranteed spawn point, so everyone on the map knew you were there. A second, it had enemies in front, behind, left, and right, meaning any move you made would be covered. After central control finishes drawing, the big prison draws, then the second prison, and finally the third prison blocks the way. Jiang Feng glanced at the comments and couldn't help but laugh. You don't think I'm out of options? Just because I spawned at the second floor, do you? Jiang Feng's tone rose as he explained his strategy before landing. When landing at the second floor, first rule out one wrong move. Taking the central control zipline. Anyone who saw the chaotic graveyard in the last round should understand why. In the current version, if your team has a well-placed long smoke grenade, can cover the entire second floor bridge, making it crossable. But if your team doesn't have a toxic and everyone knows the second floor is a guaranteed spawn, sometimes it's better to stay still than to move. If you don't move at the start and wait a minute before smoking and crossing, no one will bother you. The reason was simple: everyone had their own tasks and no one would waste a full minute holding an angle. But the problem with this method is that you lose the positional advantage of the second floor. If enemies from the launch site and the third prison come to the black and blue rooms, you'll become the one being pinned down. This method works in later seasons because the launch site has a broken bridge leading to the centrifuge, and the third prison team is reluctant to open the bridge, so a 1 minute delay won't cost you the gunfight position. The bullet comments had no patience for explanations, all urging him to make a decision. Blah blah blah. What are you saying? You're about to land. Dare to cross the second floor. If you run into 3M7S from central control, they'll shred you to pieces. Hurry up and type in the comments. Let Haji Feng see. Type 1 if you want to see him cross the second floor, type 2 if not. Jiang Feng scanned the comments. The 1s and 2s were neck and neck. Suddenly he grinned. I'm not picking 1 or 2 this round. I'm picking 3. The comments flooded with, "And rebellious phase has arrived." Jiang Feng turned into a riddle teller. A wise man has his own plan. He said to Chen Yulin and Chen Dexing, "Dare to take a risk." The two exchanged glances, unsure of what Jiang Feng was up to. "Fengzi, just give the orders. Whatever you say." Jiang Feng smiled mysteriously. "All right. You two land at the second floor. The female medic throws 2 smoke grenades on the bridge, and then you two dance back and forth between the smokes, provoking the central control people relentlessly." "Huh? Provoke without crossing? Isn't that just feeding?" The two were dumbfounded. "This is a bit suicidal. We have no helmets or armor." Small-minded, Jiang Feng slapped the table, his tone tempting. "Think about it. Every bullet they miss costs them 4500 half coins. You two jump back and forth, make them miss 10 or 8 shots. Pure profit. And he'll make a move at the right moment to keep you safe." Chun Dexing's eyes lit up. "Let's do it. 4500 per shot. Worth it even if we die." Chun Yulin thumped his chest loudly. "Just watch my movement." The live stream instantly exploded, comments flying wildly, half skeptical and half eager for the spectacle. "Haji Feng, you with your honest face, have you turned into a variety streamer? Central control, what are these two idiots doing? I can't stop laughing. We'll soon see these two fools turned into Swiss cheese." Small-minded, he's using his teammates' bodies to test the match's intensity. Jiang Feng smiled without a word. The system had long since revealed the intensity of this match. 1. 2. A solidly high-difficulty bout. He glanced again at Chao Xumin, suddenly recalling a classic line from a Chinese Odyssey. "After clearing the map at the end, you're no longer a king. The drop rates in the Delta can never be half as good, leaving nothing but misery." Jiang Feng even imagined the scene of Chao Xumin eagerly heading to the endgame, only to be kicked to death. He looks like a dog. Little did Chao Xumin know his future fate, but at this moment he was inexplicably exhilarated. Feng Shun, go all out, slaughter fiercely. The sun rises in the east, only you are undefeated. Let's earn another 10 million in this round. It's fine even if there's no oil. Upon landing, Chen Yulin and Chan Dexing swiftly swiped their cards, and 2 precise smoke grenades sealed the middle of the Air Yuan Bridge. The two of them rushed onto the bridge one after another, starting their provocative bobbing. As expected, intense gunfire erupted from the central control direction, with 3M7S roaring simultaneously. But they hadn't anticipated that the duo wouldn't cross the point directly. Instead, they turned back and ran. Not a single shot hit. The two moved left, right, jumped, and crouched, with Chun Yulin shouting as he bounced, "Haha, 4005. 4005. Another miss." Chan Dexing joined in the antics, imitating the character Fong Tongjing. "I jump out, hey, I jump back in, what can you do about it? I jump out again, hit me, you idiot." They bounced even more wildly, but after a few leaps, Chen Yulin suddenly yelled in terror, "Damn, I'm out of stamina. Can't jump anymore. It's over. It's over. I'm almost out too." With their stamina bars depleted, unable to jump or flee, they instantly became stationary targets. Chun Yulin was struck down wailing, "Fengzi, save me. I can't take it." Meanwhile, Jiang Feng, shielded by the gunfire, had already crept like a ghost to a close point on the first floor of Central Control, his M14's muzzle locked steadily on the trash bin area. The fierce gunfire not only concealed Jiang Feng's footsteps, but also revealed the precise positions of the three enemies. "What's the rush? First smoke for self-preservation." Jiang Feng's tone was calm. He deliberately waited for the enemies to reload before striking, savoring the detail of a full magazine of gold ammo. Jiang Feng burst out with a jet, aiming his M14 at the three enemies who were engrossed in firing at Air Yuan. With precision headshots and a seamless sweep, he executed the transfer in one fluid motion. The enemies didn't even react before they fell, still fixated on shooting at Air Yuan. Chao Goyun used M14 to knock down Xiao Huangren. Chao Goyun used M14 to knock down Huazhui Guoba. Chao Goyun used M14 to knock down Zhou Ai Ri by Meng. Team wipe. In less than 5 seconds, all three lay down, sleeping peacefully. The live stream exploded instantly. This move is openly luring from Air Yuan while secretly striking Central Control, feigning east and attacking west. You're spouting rhymes, aiming for a master's degree. 666. We play Delta and you're playing Sun Tzu's Art of War. 666. First teaching how to snipe Air Yuan from Central Control, now teaching a flash strike on Central Control from Air Yuan. Right, Haji Feng, was everything part of your scheme? Jiang Feng, sorry, the tutorial you watched on sniping Air Yuan from Central Control was made by yours truly. 666. Holding back a trick in the tutorial, old man hand over the burning art. Just keep streaming, or who can outdo you? Haji Feng, you think I'm on the second level, but I'm already in the stratosphere. This trick still works now since the current bosses aren't skilled at sniping Air Yuan yet. In later versions, it's just asking for trouble. The chat kept spamming memes and the livestream's concurrent viewers quietly climbed to over 7,000. Pure organic growth without riding on ANC or PDD's traffic. What does this mean? Douyin is still pushing traffic. Jiang Feng's fame is on the verge of explosive growth. So that was your plan all along, Fengzi? Chun Yulin suddenly realized. Chan Dexing also caught on. Fengzi, you're not being honest. You used us as bait to fish, right? But tell me, wasn't it fun? Jiang Feng laughed. When you shouted 4005, you two were laughing the hardest. It was fun. Ha ha ha, they said in unison. The other classmates in the dorm joined in the laughter, and the entire livestream was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Chao Xumin rubbed his hands together. Hurry up and loot. Let's see how loaded these three are. Don't worry, fully modified M7 gear won't be bad. After being revived, Chun Yulin deliberately teased Chao Xumin. Old Chao, we should at least get half the credit for this, right? 1 pack each isn't too much to ask, is it? Chao Xumin replied naturally. That's separate matters. Fengshen said, I'm the boss. As the three bickered, Jiang Feng had already stepped onto the Central Control balcony. A familiar spot that sent the livestream into a frenzy. The warden has returned. Jiang Feng glanced at the East Crane and West Big area. All the channel cards had spawned this round. The East Crane was open and the West Big area had appeared too. Too bad all channel cards are open. I can't be the warden this round. The final battle will be in the core zone. Jiang Feng called back Chun Yulin and Chan Dexing, who were about to enter the core zone for loot. Central Control is down. East Crane enters the black room. West Big enters the centrifuge plus us, and the dorm. That's 5 teams. Information revealed. So the best move now is to go to the prison zone, gather intel on the prison bosses, and we'll have all the basic information for this round. The chat kept urging him to go to the core zone for kills, but Jiang Feng explained. Today is about helping classmates get oil. Getting oil is the top priority. And the prison zone has so many oil spawn points. Well, check them and grab intel at the same time. Those in the core zone can't run. Well, take them out in the end. He suddenly remembered that the Central Control team hadn't been looted yet, so he turned to Chen Yulin and Chan Dexing. You two loot the packs, search Central Control, then come find me in the prison zone. Be careful of ambushes from the dorm. Before leaving, Jiang Feng took a detour to check the oil spawn points in Central Control. As he reached the back area, a barrel of oil suddenly appeared before his eyes. Damn, oil spawned. Jiang Feng was stunned. Damn, oil spawned. Chao Zumin's voice lacked any excitement. Oil meant he had to log off, and he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Chan Dexing and the others were thrilled. Oil's here, old Chao, you're out for the next round. Jiang Feng picked up the oil and deliberately teased Chao Xumin. The oil you've been dreaming of finally dropped. Aren't you going to take a photo to commemorate it? After all, it's your first barrel of oil. Chao Xumin reluctantly pulled out his phone, snapped a random photo, without even adjusting the angle, and muttered, Taken, okay. Jiang Feng couldn't help but laugh at his conflicted expression, casually setting the oil down. The oil's too heavy. I'll slow down movement. Chan Dexing, you pick it up. Oh, give it to me when the map is cleared. With that, he headed straight for the prison zone, carefully scouting along the way. The fake mountain was empty, confirming that the prison boss hadn't spawned. Just then, a strange gunfire echoed from the printing room. There were still people in the prison zone, but the gunfire was odd. Not the mechanical firing of bots, nor the intense clash of two teams fighting. Instead, it sounded like a full magazine held down to the end, endless and pure noise pollution. What does this mean? Jiang Feng's pupils contracted and he was instantly shocked. Isn't this the later disturbed the public tactic? How did it emerge so quickly? I remember never telling anyone about this. He hurriedly quickened his pace and arrived to a sight that left him utterly dumbfounded. Two medics were frantically running ahead, while another medic chased closely behind, firing wildly at the ones in front. Despite being hit by so many bullets, the front ones didn't fall. They were clearly on the same team. Dude, are you playing Dark Zone? Delta has no friendly fire. The live stream chat erupted in laughter, the barrage of comments flowing even more densely than when the team was wiped. Green pants, you chase me, and if you catch me, I'll let you he. I'm a mobile player. This feels oddly familiar. Two teammates got the loot, and the last one is summoning enemies, isn't he? The three figures in green pants were frantically circling the print room, chasing one another. The one at the back emptied his magazine, then drew a knife and continued the pursuit. What deep-seated hatred is this? Jiang Feng watched dumbfounded, vaguely guessing the truth. Without further delay, he raised his M14 and fired precise shots, dropping the 2B medics in front. Wachao Dog Luck used M14 to knock down AAA rent collector Wang Jie. Wachao Dog Luck used M14 to knock down AAA building materials Zhang Ge. Seeing these IDs, Jiang Feng knew the 2B medics were a duo. The remaining B medic, still holding his knife, froze for 2 seconds, then executed a move that stunned everyone. Instead of fleeing, he ran to his fallen teammates, hoisted them onto his shoulders like packages, and trudged step by step to Jiang Feng's feet, gently setting them down. Twice he delivered both teammates to Jiang Feng's feet. Then he turned around his back to Jiang Feng and stood motionless. Is this a plea for death? I've played countless rounds of Absolute Voyage, but this is the first time I've seen someone gift his teammates to the enemy and willingly beg for death. Jiang Feng teased but still granted his wish, striking him down with a few blows and sending him back to the Special Operations Department. Wachao Dog Luck used mercy to knock down Southern Wanderer. Team wiped. Now came the moment of revelation. He opened the crates of AAA rent collector Wang Jie and AAA building materials Zhang Ge. Both had identical gear, a broken level 4 hearing helmet bot armor, and a budget G3 rifle. But both backpacks were the bot's green 15-slot packs, each containing a 12-slot item. Jiang Feng didn't inspect them immediately. Instead, he dragged both backpacks to the ground. Holy crap! 12 slots. Chao Zuman's voice trembled as he leaned into the screen, eyes wide. Brother Feng, what's in the 12-slot items? Tell me now. Could be purple armor, but in the prison zone it's more likely oil. Jiang Feng didn't keep them in suspense. He opened the backpack, the item rotating slowly. The livestream chat fell silent. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. The first 12-slot item spun out. A gleaming red oil can. The second 12-slot item spun out. Another oil can. Holy moly! 2 cans of oil. Jiang Feng couldn't help exclaiming. The prison zone actually dropped 2 cans of oil. Chao Shimin leaped from his chair, dancing with excitement. 2 cans. Truly 2 cans. Plus the one from the control room that makes 3 this round. Oh my god. Brother Feng, you're my real father. Jiang Feng then opened Southern Wanderer's crate, finding only a fully modded UZI and a purple 20-slot rig, no backpack. Clearly a knife runner. Then I think I understand, Jiang Feng said, stroking his chin as he began deducing. These 3 were likely a duo queued with a solo player. Rent collector Wang Jie and building materials Zhang Ge were the duo, while Southern Wanderer was the solo. Southern Wanderer spotted the 2 oil cans but had no backpack. The duo took them all. Furious, he used the UZI to desperately fire and summon enemies, hoping someone would kill the duo. If he couldn't have the oil, no one would. The chat agreed. No doubt the logic is sound. Detective Jiang Feng. Hilarious. You saved a 5,600 coin backpack, but lost an oil can. 3 cans of oil. Either none or 3 at once. The depths of human pettiness. If the duo had shared just 1 can with the solo honey, none of this would have happened. Jiang Feng laughed. 3 cans of oil. This round we've exceeded our oil collection mission. And we've gathered intel on all 6 teams. Now let's clear the map. The group chat flooded with messages. CS2401 Chao Shimin, you're damned. Repeated endlessly. The livestream urged Jiang Feng to take the ascension route. With 3 cans, just ascend and leave. Don't clear the map, beware of unforeseen troubles. Chao Zuman's courage instantly evaporated. Brother Feng, how about we leave? Take the ascension the chat suggests. Impossible. Jiang Feng refused decisively. How can I leave without eliminating everyone? Don't tell me you think I can't beat them. Chao Shumin quickly waved his hands. No way. You're the man who even killed a hacker. I'd never doubt you. I'm just afraid. You'll tire yourself out. Jiang Feng ignored this cowardly lizard, handing the 3 oil cans to Chen Yulin and Chan Dexing to carry. He traveled light, heading straight for the core zone. From the prison zone, explosions from the CEO direction had been non-stop. Grenade C4 Tiger squats hand cannons in endless rotation. A classic CEO building siege. Jiang Feng figured if he didn't intervene they'd fight until the end of time. The explosions pounded his skull, so he quickened his pace, moving from the black room to the CEO building, carefully clearing each spot. When he reached the black room corridor, the nearby explosions suddenly ceased. Clearly someone in the black room had heard his footsteps. Perhaps still frustrated from the last round's Chinatown match, Jiang Feng was in a foul mood. He switched to his AWM, peeked twice with minimal exposure, and instantly mapped out the enemy's positions. Only one person was holding the angle. The rest were likely still watching the CEO building. One man thinks he can hold me off. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng executed a jump peek, scoping midair with precise pre-aim. The moment the scope deployed, the crosshair centered perfectly on the enemy's head. Bang! The AWM's crisp, resonant report split the air as the bullet tore through the void. Chao Dog Luck used AWM to knock down Alexandria. A clean jump peek, pinpoint, preem, instant scope headshot. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly in under 0.5 seconds, leaving the opponent no time to react. Jiang Feng immediately pushed forward. The enemy began rotating back, heavy footsteps thundering from the CEO lobby. Clearly knowing he was alone, they planned a double-peek counterattack. Anticipating this, Jiang Feng tossed a C4 mid-jump to deny their double-peek opportunity. He kept his Tiger squat ready for any sudden developments. Jiang Feng was certain the enemy had exhausted their utility against the CEO team. True to his guess, the 2 charging players had no gadgets left. Only a Red Wolf tossed a smoke grenade to cover the downed Luna's retreat. But it was too late. The C4 Jiang Feng had thrown detonated, finishing off the downed Luna. As the smoke dissipated, Jiang Feng hurled another C4 and advanced. The enemy's footsteps clearly retreated. Now, seize this timing. Jiang Feng didn't hesitate, jetting forward with his M14 on flash mode. He spotted a Red Wolf fleeing with his back turned, and a WRM hiding behind a crate, blinded by the flash, covering his face with vision completely white. Jiang Feng unleashed his M14's firepower. The WRM, only exposing the top of his head from behind the crate, caught off guard by the flash, couldn't see clearly, and was instantly headshot by Jiang Feng. Chao Dog Luck used M14 to knock down Dumb Little Blue. The fleeing Red Wolf reacted swiftly, executing a slide jump turn to counterattack midair. But Jiang Feng had already predicted this, slightly lowering his muzzle. The bullet struck true, and the Red Wolf crumpled to the ground. Chao Dog Luck used M14 to knock down the cat that never naps. Team wiped. After eliminating the 2, Jiang Feng dashed back into the corridor, dodging the exploding C4. That C4 served 2 purposes, clearing the nearby enemy and lulling them into complacency. They thought Jiang Feng wouldn't dare advance over his own C4. But he did the exact opposite. This was how a master creates timing. The CEO siege, deadlocked for 5 or 6 minutes, was instantly broken by Jiang Feng's aggressive yet precise maneuvers. Jiang Feng was repairing his armor, wondering what the team inside the CEO building was waiting for. The barrage of comments exploded across the screen, filling it with amazement and banter over Jiang Feng's moves, the pace so fast it left one dizzy. Jumping on a C4 blast to lunge and catch the timing. I wouldn't even dare to think about that move, let alone try it. He's got way too much confidence in his aim and judgment. The intensity's real now. The enemy team's clearly a coordinated squad that knows what they're doing, but they ran into Hockey Feng, that cheat-level player. Chao Shumin cheered from the sidelines. Nice shot. Nice shot. You're the man, Feng. Jiang Feng slowly finished repairing his armor and topped off his stats, but the team inside the CEO's office remained tightly holed up. If not for the occasional grenades tossed from the door gap, you'd think the room was empty. Jiang Feng first opened the crates from the squad he just wiped to check their weapons. All single guns. Clearly they hadn't killed anyone, just stalled at the CEO's office forever until he kicked them out. Why make such a fuss over taking the CEO? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow at the camera with a grin. Today I'll show you the right way to handle the CEO. The squad I just killed. Watch the video and learn. This round's gear is your tuition. Jiang Feng walked to the CEO's door, sidestepped to push it open, and instantly backjumped, leaving no chance for the enemy to sneak a shot. As the door opened, the little bread's trigger icon flashed, but his quick backjump avoided any damage. Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat. There's an old black He switched to his AW, aimed at the sofa and boxes, and tried peeking from various angles to find an opening. But after just a few peeks through the AW's 3x scope, 3 grenades flew from behind cover, followed by 2 electric arrows bouncing off the ceiling. Damn, they're shooting electric arrows from behind cover using bounces. How steady is that? Jiang Feng was stunned, then instantly realized, wait, 2 Lunas and an old black? He immediately understood why the previous squad couldn't break in. With 2 Lunas and an old black inside the CEO's office, how could anyone push in? The next second, the CEO's door slammed shut, and with a beep, a new little bread stuck back on the door, plunging the inside into dead silence. Damn, is this kind of turtle squad already a thing in S2? Jiang Feng's temples throbbed, his frustration visibly rising. With that lineup holed up in the CEO's office, it was theoretically an unwinnable situation. And the enemy was professional. They never exposed themselves, relying solely on gadget pressure, refusing to trade shots, leaving no opportunity whatsoever. When you try to force a push, you're up against the old black's little bread, and ultimate the Luna's electric arrows, and if he'd picked Red Wolf, he could have smoked to cut off sight. If Luna, he could have harassed from range. But he'd chosen Wyvern this round. Even tossing a Tiger Squat to knock one down wouldn't help. The 3 enemies were spread out with crossfire, and it was tough to toss C4 to force them out of position. As his frustration peaked, the enemy's grenade cooldown ended, and 3 more grenades rained down, covering a huge area with no way to dodge. It was a foolin' gadget war. Hiding behind a box meant a grenade. Hiding behind the CEO's door meant another. Even if their throws were average, they had too many grenades. The barrage finally understood. Damn, this tactic is brutal. No gunplay needed. Pick double Lunas and an old black to turtle the CEO. Pure gadget pressure, not even a bullet fired, totally unbeatable. Even Hockey Feng is disgusted. This lineup is overkill for taking out other squads. This is truly hopeless. Electric arrows, grenades, little bread, and the old black's ULT. Just thinking about it is nauseating. I'm calling my squad to try this. Dare to trade a shot with me. Jiang Feng took a deep breath. Just show your face. Even glance at me. But no one appeared. When their cooldown was up, 3 more grenades flew out. Jiang Feng tried for a full 3 minutes, never saw a soul, and lost 300 armor durability. Jiang Feng took a deep breath. I can't take this anymore. I'm gonna pull the extreme ascent, pull the extreme switch, and get on the bridge. I bet they won't dare not to retreat. The barrage burst into laughter, the screen full of schadenfreude love. How the streamer just said, CO assault tutorial. Jiang Feng, dare you look at me. If you look, I don't believe your eyes will be empty. Yeah right, one look and I'd get an AW shot. You think I'm stupid? Haha, didn't see a soul but lost 300 armor durability. Earlier you were told to go ascend like it was the end of the world. Ha ha ha, the streamer's become a bridge camper now. By now the game time had hit 15 minutes. To time the 12-minute ascent. When I get on the bridge, I'll give each of you a sniper. If they turtle the CEO, I'll turtle the bridge. I'll bet I can make them retreat this round. Jiang Feng looted all 3 packs, turned and headed toward the buoyancy corridor to pull a switch at centrifuge. But as he rounded the corner of the buoyancy corridor with his knife out, 3 figures aiming their guns appeared. They were crouched barrels trained on him, and the next moment 3 gun lines opened fire, bullets raining down. Damn! Jiang Feng was startled, but his lightning-fast reflexes saved him. Instinctively, he back-jumped and retreated behind the corner. But his freshly repaired 6 armor shattered his health, plummeting to just 23 points. Inside the CEO turtle squad, outside the buoyancy potato mines, Jiang Feng instantly calmed down, but cold sweat broke out on his back. Still made a mistake. Should have accounted for another squad still alive on the field. Now wasn't the time for reflection. The moment he landed, he tossed a Tiger Squat and C4 to cover his retreat. But from his brief glance, he'd spotted a Wyvern on the enemy team. If he were that Wyvern, he'd likely use dash propulsion to leap over the C4 and Tiger Squat, catching the low health back. Jiang Feng decided to gamble, betting the enemy was a skilled player. Instead of fleeing, he set up his M14 behind the big white box at the corner. Tracking a Wyvern's propulsion up close was tough. He couldn't afford any mistakes. Sure enough, a Wyvern burst out, dashing forward over the C4 and Tiger Squat to catch Jiang Feng's back. Here it comes. Jiang Feng had anticipated it, locked on, and pulled the trigger with precision tracking. Mai Chao Dogyun took down Banbuqing Fengshang with the M14, but he still missed a few shots, letting the Wyvern fire once, hitting his arm and dropping his health from 23 to 7. The Wyvern was undoubtedly skilled, but Jiang Feng had outthought him by 1 step. Jiang Feng quickly healed. After the C4 and Tiger Squat exploded, he heard the Black Wolf's ability sound, followed by heavy, rapid footsteps. Clearly a hard push incoming. At this point, Jiang Feng had no gadgets or skills left except his propulsion. The enemy's decision was timely and their execution decisive. Life and death hung by a millisecond. Jiang Feng stopped healing at 67 health. He calmly judged that he couldn't escape. Sure, he had propulsion, but a Red Wolf speed boost would definitely catch him from behind. He had no choice but to fight. Almost simultaneously, my Xiaowen launched 2 flash drones, their buzzing piercing the air, and the synchronized footsteps of 2 enemies closed in. 67 health, 0 armor, 2 flashes in his face, 2 enemies pushing in front, and the CEO's turtle squad lurking behind. A true dead end. It was the brink of death. The barrage froze instantly, the dense comments vanishing into sparse gift effects. The classmates watching behind him held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Even the ever-chatty Chao Xumin clamped his lips, gripping his clothes, tight eyes fixed on the screen. Only by facing death could he find life. So fight. Jiang Feng's eyes hardened, and he leaped out from cover. Striking first was his only chance. Strike first. To court death and thus live. Jiang Feng harbored but a single thought: his opponent would never expect him, with merely 67 health points and 0 armor, to dare a flash and leap initiation while double flashing. This leap was both a gamble and a desperate bid, firstly to catch the enemy off guard, and secondly, he had calculated a critical time differential. From sprinting to firing, the enemy faced a 200 to 250 millisecond run-and-shoot delay, a mechanic of delta force. The average human reaction time also hovered around 200 milliseconds, which was merely 0. 2 seconds, and 0. 4 seconds was sufficient to decide life and death. He bet on the enemy's slow reaction, their utter surprise, and most of all his own marksmanship and execution to sustain this audacious, insane plan. Jiang Feng vaulted from cover, the muzzle of his M14 blazing with resolute fire and blinding white light. As expected, Red Wolf and my Xiaowen were completely unprepared for this counterattack. Their sprinting strides halted abruptly. They had assumed the wounded Jiang Feng would only cower or flee, never that he would charge forth. Then came Jiang Feng's flashbang. Both enemies' vision turned pure white. Yet the moment Jiang Feng leaped from cover, my Xiaowen's flash drone was triggered, engulfing his own vision in blinding whiteness, rendering him sightless. But he was prepared. This shot relied not on sight but solely on the positions he had memorized through sound localization and muscle memory. He had fired a preemptive shot the instant he jumped out. The aim was flawless, the crosshair locked onto Red Wolf. The M14's bullet pierced the air, striking the target with precision. Chao Goyun used M14 to knock down Hen Ni Wuchang. The instant the knockdown notification flashed, Jiang Feng's vision remained a stark white. My Xiaowen, covering her face, seemed panicked, firing wildly forward with abysmal accuracy, failing to land a single shot on Jiang Feng. At the critical moment, Jiang Feng lunged forward with a jet burst, sharply sidestepping and pulling himself behind. Midair, he switched to weapon 31. Without waiting to land, he spun 180 degrees, and guided by the direction of the recent gunfire, pulled the trigger once more. Many readers claim that the Weilong Jetburst 31 is useless, but it is indeed useful. Tests show that during the first 50 frames of the Weilong Jetburst, which is 0.85 seconds, one cannot aim down sights. If one attempts to ADS during this period, either the scope fails to deploy or repeated right-clicks cause erroneous scope toggling. The purpose of 31 is to bridge this 0.85 second no ADS window, ensuring a smooth scope deployment during the jetburst without error. As for firing early, that is not possible. Thus, the 31 maneuver is useful. It does not enable earlier firing, but it makes the jetburst ADS motion seamless and error-free. Bang, bang, bang. Chao Goyun used M14 to knock down Yuanshin Gaoshou. Team wipe. The gunfire in the corridor abruptly ceased. The moment the team wipe notification appeared, Jiang Feng's screen slowly recovered from total whiteness. His health now stood at 65 points. In the final exchange, aside from forcibly absorbing 2 flashbangs costing him 2 health points, he had not been hit by a single bullet. The live stream chat exploded. The stagnant barrage surged forth like a tidal wave, densely covering the screen. Gift effects rained down like a meteor shower. Iconic moment. One Jiang Feng, who's this random nobody? Not even a scratch on my clothes. Satisfying. Truly satisfying. Aside from the first potato mine that chipped some health, the enemy only managed to land 1 shot on Ha Jifeng in the entire frontal engagement. Damn, he's really dancing on the edge of a knife. One mistake and he'd be dead for sure. Holy crap. Blind killing 2 enemies with a completely white screen. That final 180-degree jet burst and reverse pull left me dumbfounded. The opponents were strong, but they ran into Jiang Feng. Newcomers asking if this is hacks. Let's just say your average cheater can't beat the man you're watching. I understood some of it, but there are details I missed. Haifu, hurry up and make a video explaining the deeper mind games. The dormitory erupted into chaos. Chao Xumin shot up from his chair, gesticulating wildly, nearly overturning the desk, his voice hoarse from shouting, "Holy shit, that was epic. That was fucking epic. I'm such an idiot, I actually thought you were done for Feng Shun." Chen Yulin and Chen Dexing, though far away on the bridge, had been watching Jiang Feng's screen. Accustomed to Jiang Feng's godly plays, they wore calm smiles, but their tones couldn't hide their, for Fengzi, this is just standard procedure. Other watching classmates gathered around chattering in excitement. The dormitory was filled with cheers and table thumping. Holy cow! I barely dared to breathe during that last play, afraid Feng Ge would mess up. So this is the mind game between experts. The decisions are made so fast. My CPU would have fried. Jiang Feng leaned back in his chair, adrenaline still surging, yet his fingers remained steady on the mouse. His back was drenched in cold sweat, but his eyes gleamed with excitement. He reveled in the thrill of such extreme mind games. Dopamine flooded his system, bringing an unparalleled sense of achievement. At his core, he was someone who loved competition and the thrill of the gamble. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. To court death and thus live. Xiang Yu of old must have thought similarly when he burned his boats. He did not let his guard down. He quickly retreated to the buoyant corridor, applying meds and repairing armor without any slackening, because there was still one team in the president. Through his headset, he could still hear sporadic grenade sounds from the president's direction. That turtle team remained holed up inside even amidst the thunderous gunfire outside moments ago. Thank them for their turtling, for choosing to hold the president even when Jiang Feng was at his most vulnerable. And thank them for their grenades. Jiang Feng analyzed the situation. If not for their grenade sounds masking his footsteps, the opposing Weilong might have been on guard against him. The livestream chat was still scrolling furiously, gifts pouring in endlessly. The ever-present Feng Qingyang had sent another 5 galas. Feng Qingyang, only here do I get to watch something truly satisfying. Feng Qingyang, since you've come this far, just wipe out the president's team too. Block them and kill them all, and I'll send another 5 galas. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. He raised an eyebrow at the camera. Kill the president's team for another 5 galas. That's a bit of a challenge, isn't it? He pondered for a moment, then a plan struck him. He asked the camera, "Can I have my teammates come help? They won't bring guns or use skills." Feng Qingyang, fine. Jiang Feng immediately spoke into his headset. "Yulin de Gus, stop guarding the bridge and get over here. Let's take out that team in the president." Chen Yulin's confused voice came through the headset. "Huh, we can't use skills or shoot. What are we supposed to do? Cheer you on like cheerleaders? Don't ask, just come." Jiang Feng smiled mysteriously. "Your wise master has a plan." The team within the CEO's office has truly embraced the essence of being a turtle. No matter how chaotic the outside world becomes, they remain steadfastly hidden. Every now and then they toss out grenades, detection arrows, and electric arrows, their sounds echoing without revealing their presence, transforming the CEO into a solid shell. The more this happened, the more Jiang Feng wanted to shatter this turtle shell. Charging in alone was indeed difficult, but once Chen Yulin and Chen Dexing arrived, he had a plan. Chen Yulin and Chen Dexing needed a bit of time to rush over from the bridge. During this time, Jiang Feng was not idle, repeatedly peeking to gather information about their positions. In a corner near the wall of the scratcher room, there was Luna, responsible for opening and closing the door. Behind the weapons cabinet next to the CEO's key room, hid Old Hay, while the last Luna shrank behind the sofa next to the safe. The three formed a classic triangular formation, their cover complementing one another with their gun lines intersecting, a perfect template for the turtle formation. After a while, the opposite side remained in a classic props battle, hiding behind their cover. Only the props were visible, not the people. Jiang Feng sneered, "You guys just keep hiding. Soon I'll break your turtle shell." Minutes later, Chen Yulin and Chen Dexing arrived. "Fengzi, what's the plan?" Jiang Feng pointed at the flower bed behind the CEO's wall, his tone firm. "Yulin, lie down here, and don't move, wait for my command." Chen Yulin, confused, complied, but couldn't help but ask, "What's this for? Am I the bait? But I have no armor or gun." "Don't ask, just follow my lead." Jiang Feng didn't explain and pushed the CEO's door open again. Sure enough, a few grenades were thrown out, and Jiang Feng quickly retreated, deliberately leaving time for the door to close. A few seconds later, the door closed again. This was exactly the moment Jiang Feng had been waiting for. Now's the time. Jiang Feng pulled out C4, placing it precisely at Chen Yulin's feet, and after a second ordered harshly, "Chen Yulin, head towards me, feet against the wall, don't move." Chen Yulin instinctively complied, just adjusting his position, when he couldn't help but ask, "Fengzi, why are you sticking C4 to me?" Before he could finish, the C4 exploded with a bang, and a scream echoed in the scratcher room. Aichao Goyun used a magnetic bomb to take down Bujideo. P.S. Initially this tactic left teammates unscathed, but after the officials noticed, they modified it. Now the teammates stuck with C4 would also take damage. Chen Yulin was stunned. What the hell? Wasn't the C4 on my feet? How did it blow up Luna? The barrage in the live stream was flying by like a waterfall. What the hell is going on? C4 stuck to a teammate and the opponent went down. What kind of bug is this? Got it. Utilizing the area damage of the magnetic bomb with teammates pressed against the wall, the C4 passed through the wall and directly blew up Luna behind it. Wind God, you really dare to think outside the box. After the peak of operation comes the peak of intellect. Oh, who can outplay you? What a game understanding. Next time I'll do the same against the CEO. Jiang Feng had no time to explain and pushed the CEO's door open again. Urgent rescue sounds echoed in the scratcher room, followed by Old Hay unleashing his ultimate move. Clearly he wanted to cover his teammates, but this was exactly the opportunity Jiang Feng was waiting for. Jiang Feng found a position and shot down the shock drone. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The triangular formation was broken, leaving only one gun line. Jiang Feng opened the door, fired a wall-bouncing shot which rebounded and precisely landed beside Old Hay's cover, forcing him to rise and evade. But in dodging he was completely exposed to Jiang Feng's gun. Jiang Feng dashed in, directly triggering a small bread, but it couldn't affect Jiang Feng at all. Bang, bang, bang. Chao Goyun used an M14 to take down Anwen Barui. Old Hay had no chance to resist and was downed. Luna was rescued, but it was too late. Both opponents were in the scratcher room, having become sitting ducks. However, Jiang Feng was no longer anxious. A mocking smile played at the corner of his mouth, as he planned to thoroughly torment this turtle squad. He let the opponents take their time, while he retreated to the doorway to wait for cooldowns. Madly pressing F2 to voice chat, "You can't do it." Next. There are no unreliable situations, only unreliable people. The two Lunas were still being turtles like startled birds. Jiang Feng opened the door and shot electric arrows, clearly panicking, without the courage to even peek, lying flat on the ground without daring to move. Finally, the Tiger Squat and two C4S were all set. Jiang Feng opened the door, switched to Tiger Squat, jumped in the scratcher room, threw out the Tiger Squat, and then dashed out. The space in the scratcher room was extremely limited, and all that could be heard were the hurried footsteps of Luna inside, trying to dodge the Tiger Squat. But it was nearly impossible, especially since both were initially lying on the ground. Target imbalance. Jiang Feng jumped back into the room again, watching the two Lunas on the ground, tossing a Mandel super unit at one of them, and then leisurely exited, even thoughtfully closing the door. F2 again sent a voice, "You can't do it." Next. 2 seconds later, the explosion of the C4 was heard. Chao Goyun used a magnetic bomb to take down Bujideo. Chao Goyun used a magnetic bomb to take down Quanguo Wanfeng. Team annihilated. The barrage was filled with comments of great satisfaction, and gifts poured in. Successfully punished the turtle squad. The 5 carnivals promised by Feng Qingyang had arrived as expected. Jiang Feng smiled thanks to brother Feng Qingyang for the 5 carnivals, wishing the boss good health, all the best, may you never die and may fortune flow in. At this moment it was already a clean sweep, another round with 15 kills. The dormitory erupted in cheers, Chao Shumin grinning from ear to ear. Feng Dad. 15 kills and a clean sweep. This game was too exciting. Still thrilling in aerospace. Now it's the harvest phase. The team that got kicked by the central control and the first team that the CEO kicked had the best equipment, 4 heads and 5 armor, fully upgraded with M7. And 1 Luna also had a fully upgraded M700. The second team with potato grenades and the third team with the CEO turtle had average equipment, glass cannons, but fortunately the guns weren't too cheap. At this point there were still 10 minutes left in the game, plenty of time to evacuate. Watching Chun Dexing and Chen Yulin leave 3 barrels of oil on the ground, Chao Shumin rubbed his hands, his eyes shining like light bulbs, with a tone of pride. 1 barrel each. I want hog it all. Who said I'm that generous? Jiang Feng shook his head with a smile. He knew Chao Shumin too well, always joking but not selfish at all. Yesterday during the moral education roll call, it was old Chao who helped him get marked. Jiang Feng still decided to help old Chao get more. Seeing him like that, he feared that once the signal was given he would rush in for a reckless charge, and with his skills he'd be bankrupt in no time. Everyone took another round of skimming the ground, pulled the lever, and gathered at the evacuation point. Jiang Feng threw the AWM and M14 to Chen Yulin and Chun Dexing, equipping himself with a barrel of oil, 5 fully upgraded M7s, along with a few small golds and high-quality 5 heads, his personal gains skyrocketing to 9.59 million. At this moment there was still a minute and a half until the evacuation time. Jiang Feng smiled at Chao Shumin and asked, "Is the boss fat?" "Fat?" Chao Shumin looked utterly pleased. "Is the boss thrilled?" "Thrilled. Thrilled to the moon." Just as old Chao finished his sentence, the game screen suddenly went black, and a prompt appeared in the center of the screen. "Dear Agent, your game environment and behavior data are abnormal. To protect character data security, your account has been temporarily restricted." Chao Zuman's smile instantly froze the arc at the corner of his mouth, remaining rigid on his face. As everyone knows, smiles don't disappear. They merely transfer. Chao Zuman's sorrow became the joy of everyone else. The livestream chat was flooded with a sea of ha ha ha. The classmates watching behind him were flushed red, struggling to contain their laughter. Some covered their mouths, shoulders shaking, while others buried their heads in their arms, suppressing the urge to burst out, their ears burning crimson. Chao Xumin stood frozen, staring blankly at the account suspension notice on the black screen, his voice trembling. Is this me being kicked out of the game? Jiang Feng nodded silently. What about the over 9 million in earnings? Gone. And the oil? Gone too. Old Chao let out a wail that echoed endlessly. A hint of sympathy flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes, but the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched upward. He quickly turned his face away, unable to bear witnessing his utterly desolate expression. Heavens! Earth! Chao Xumin suddenly cried out in a piercing lament. A Tang player finally managed to extract a barrel of oil. Why kick me? Who have I offended? Chun Yulin had long been unable to hold it in. He doubled over, clutching his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. You're no Tang player. Feng Zi got you killed 30 times in 2 rounds. Ha 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 ha, your stats sit at the cheaters table. Who else would they kick? Chao Xumin was crushed. He looked at Jiang Feng, who had cheered while killing him moments ago. Even with the short ban, he couldn't blame Jiang Feng. After a moment of speechlessness, he said bitterly, Feng Shun, you were too harsh. Jiang Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He truly hadn't expected a 2-round ban. But as he recalled, it was probably the C4 clipping through the wall that caused the suspension. As everyone knows in the game, Delta using cheats doesn't always get you banned, but irregular moves like clipping, if reported, almost always result in a suspension. The live stream chat was in hysterics. With you kicking Tang bro like that, we've got to give you a like. No matter who kills me or how ill report them. It's basic etiquette. No joke, my rat bro already spammed reports on you. 30 kills in 2 rounds. That's insane. ID report you too. The class group chat was already in an uproar filled with gleeful emojis. CS2402 Chun Ruxiao, no need for the counselor. I'm feeling great. CS2401 Huang Zhongfei, wow, this is the happiest day of my life. Even better than winning myself. CS2401 Wang, how yang someone play empty for old Chao. Gotta make it happen. CS2401 Gu Jerong, a grand dream all in vain. Business 2401 Li Longxing, counselor, don't worry about me. I think old Chao needs you more. Not long after the door to dormitory 214 swung open. A few boys bounced in, faces split with irrepressible grins, teasing Chao Xumin. He Chower. 3 barrels of oil. Not a single one brought out. Chower, the counselor's here. Know you're feeling down. Tell your bros your grievances. Well, laugh even harder. Ha 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 ha. Surrounded Chao Xumin was in agony, covering his face with both hands, looking utterly lifeless. A vain sorrow. Jiang Feng forced back his laughter, his features almost contorted. So tragic, so funny, but he couldn't laugh. His chest felt tight from suppression, so he silently opened the music player and started playing Empty. A melancholic yet poignant BGM instantly filled the dorm. Every day you force yourself to squeeze out a brilliant smile, but your sorrow runs deep. Who understands it? Chun Yulin and Chun Dexing were already gleefully looting Chao Zumin's pack. Bro, you smell so good. No bro, you're so dead. No bro, you died so tragically. Woo woo woo. The whales carried a thick air of festivity, turning a funeral into a celebration. 1 Chao falls 2 Chen's feast. The chorus of Empty arrived on cue, the lyrics striking Chao Zumin's heart with precision. But it's just a grand dream all in vain, just a lone shadow startling the startled swan. This was the final straw that broke him. Old Chao abruptly dropped his hands, threw back his head, and let out a long howl, choking with speechlessness, as if he might burst into tears any second. After a long pause, he opened his mouth without warning. Cockroach underground if you're. Luckily, a quick-handed classmate clamped a hand over his mouth, stifling the curse into muffled woo-woo sounds. But everyone understood his meaning. Jiang Feng's face was flushed from suppressing laughter. He could only think that it was a good thing he hadn't signed an official contract, or old Chao's outburst would have gotten him penalized. The live stream chat was out of control, with laughter gifts pouring in nonstop. Old Chao's so tragic, but the host trying not to laugh is hilarious too. Friendly reminder, the host can't laugh, but you all can. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ha 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 ha. He am dying of laughter. I can only say the content is too good. Am I the only one who empathizes with old Chao? He fell right before dawn. Oil and tens of millions in loot couldn't be brought out. So tragic. After being released, old Chao took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. But when he caught sight of Chun Yulin and Chun Dexing's extraction screens, each with 7 million in earnings, he immediately lost it again. They had looted his pack and extracted with 7 million each. Jiang Feng patted his shoulder and consoled him. Chower, don't worry, he'll take responsibility. Today's ban was because of that C4 wall-piercing kill on Zhongcai. He'll definitely get you a barrel of oil later. Exactly. Chun Yulin chimed in with Feng Shin's guarantee. What's there to fear? And you made a good profit from those 2 rounds. No loss for sure. I could have earned so much more. My oil and 10 million. Old Chow slumped back into his chair, collapsing in utter despair. Jiang Feng smiled at the camera, his tone light a small hiccup, but the stream continues. Let me be clear though. Scanning the QR code carries risks, logging in requires caution, and am not responsible if you get banned. Countdown from 10 im sending the QR code to the group. The class group chat, which had been buzzing, instantly fell silent. Jiang Feng sent out the QR code, and within a second someone had scanned it successfully. He smoothly logged into the new account and raised an eyebrow at the camera. Done. Whoever scanned it, speak up in the group. The group chat was flooded with messages, which lucky bastards scanned it, but no one claimed it. Jiang Feng didn't think much of it at first, but when he entered the game interface and saw the half coins, he instantly lost it. 19 half coins. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. He wasn't seeing things. 19 half coins, no K, no M. Jiang Feng stared at the camera in disbelief. Private number 19. Whose general is this?